I'm not. I'm disengaging.
Why do you present stuff that people are going to disagree with to the people that are going to disagree if you think it's a waste of time?
Disengaging.
Because you're obsessed with
That's actually what I started.
someone else's model. You're obsessed with debunking other models instead of getting on with your own.
No, I think that he's just drawn to the truth, whatever it is. You know, he just cares about truth. He just wants to know what reality is. You know, like that's why I'm here.
This isn't how you find out what reality is.
Yes, it is. I've learned so much stuff.
All right, so the question. All right, I have another question on this. How is the force of gravity, quote unquote, or how does gravity, bending and warping of space-time, affect the sphere to wobble in this way? And do you have the mathematics that show that?
Yeah, I don't believe in bending and warping of space-time. Only the time bends and warps because it's a human construct. Space doesn't bend; it's just nothing, and the bodies have attraction, which you can measure and think of as bending. The attraction bends.
Yeah, I agree completely. But the problem is that since your supposed Big Bang, the curvy space-time is the reason how everything, you know, because everything supposedly, according to your belief system, with a Big Bang, everything went away from the Big Bang, you know, near the speed of light, and you know, like an in every direction away from it. But because of the curviness of space-time, is how things curved, you know, according to your cartoon world, things curved into the what we have as planets today, and galaxies, and if you believe that, galaxies and planets and all that stuff, you know, and it depends entirely fundamentally on curved space-time, which is why they.
I don't believe that stuff.
Well, then
I just wanted to finish answering Theo.
You can't have space without.
All right, then okay, then if you don't quote unquote believe that, then how does mass attracting mass cause 3 different wobbles?
Oh, but that's easy. Heavy stuff makes other stuff fall around it. We call it orbits. There is lots of math for it, but I haven't got the math because I don't care about math.
Can you demonstrate an orbit?
And we see it in the sky, Joe, so that's how we know it happens. And then as we see other things move past us after believing we're doing that in the sky, we calculate it all and find out it's doing lots of varied stuff as it goes round, and this is all based on mass attracting mass.
That sounds like a begging the question sandwich right there.
I mean, you'd have to do a lifetime of research if you wanted to understand it, but why would you want it if you don't believe it already?
What? There was no logic there in what you just said.
Well, I mean, the thing is, there's this huge majority of the people believing in this globe model, so that's the only reason I have any interest in discussing it. Is because there's work at hand, as it were, to be done. But ultimately, if we were not in this crisis, I would have no interest in thinking or talking about a globe. It's totally boring and not even real.
I agree completely.
You don't need me for that.
Well, you're claiming you believe you're in outer space. I mean, on a spherical thing in outer space, but you don't believe in curved space-time.
Yes, Swav.
Well, then how did the spherical things get there?
Gravity. I believe in gravity, not space curving.
So in between the Big Bang and here, what happened?
We're still in the Big Bang. It's just one big explosion, and then stuff falls around it itself as it's blown out, and it's still blowing out now. It's falling around itself.
Yeah, you're describing curved space-time.
That's one way to think about it, but I don't believe that's happening.
Means.
I don't believe it's happening.
You just described it, and that's what it is. That the things curve into itself.
That's one theory. That's one theory about how it works.
Well, all it is.
Come up with a new one. You should come up with a new one because that one's really no good.
Yeah, it's the truth.
Well, I have come up with my new one, but there's no math for it. I can't prove it.
Hey, can you find some math in the backyard? Throw some math together and get you some curved space-time.
Could be true for all we know.
You know what? I put in the text. I can't get too upset with you, man. If I went down the road and talked to a neighbor, it'd sound like Don. The problem with you though is that you've been here a while. You should already know everything about your globe and outer space, curved space, time. You should be telling us all the curved space, time, and
Stop
wobbles.
trying to hang me with theory from the past.
Well, it's your perspective. It's you.
No, it isn't.
Oh,
Oh,
what
well,
is
what
it?
is
Don, do you believe that other quote unquote planets out there also wobble?
Of course, yeah. Wobbling is normal for a planet falling around another sun or a planet. Moons, planets.
Well, when we started this, you were denying that anything wobbled at all, and now you're saying all the planets are wobbling?
That's totally untrue. And as I told you, I've known about the wobble for 6 years.
Well, at the beginning, we were like looking up the word wobble because you were saying you never heard of it.
I was saying, if you're going to call it a wobble, you're misunderstanding it. So I'm not ready to have the conversation.
All right, so all the other planets are wobbling too. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but I think it's part of the beautiful rotational orbital pattern. I don't call it like, oh no, a wobble.
Well, I'd be going, oh no, if the world started wobbling.
How about a wibble wobble?
No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't, Smurf. Not if it was slowly doing what they say it does. You wouldn't be saying, oh no.
Oh, you mean a real slow
You'd be
dance?
being a flat earther like you are
Hey,
now.
you mean to say a real slow dance that's over 1,000 miles an hour, and then it's also near the speed of light away from the Big Bang? In between that is 455 million miles an hour around the galactic core, and what is it, 67 million miles around the sun?
Standard.
Oh, and by the way, in all these wobbles, it's a nice slow and steady wobble. I can't notice.
These wobbles aren't big speeds. They're slow cycles while the big speeds are happening.
What about the equation of time? Do you know about that? Where the time of day changes by as much as 18 minutes in a day. So what is causing the Earth to speed up and slow down 18 minutes, as much as 18 minutes different in terms of the length of a day?
I don't know if it does that.
Yeah, look it up. The equation of time. You know what's interesting?
Right?
You know what's interesting? It actually syncs up with the seasons, and it's greater when it's a higher number. In fact, it goes from 0 all the way to up to 18 minutes.
Wow, cool. I didn't know that. It makes a lot of sense. It's 18 because of all the sixes. You know, everything's divisible in that way. Makes sense. I didn't know that. You learn something every day.
You can play at time with speed, I think, dear. I haven't looked it up. Oh.
Thanks for the knowledge, man. It's that sun that's moving, right? The 18.
Well, it's basically the length of the time, the length of the day changes by as much as 18 minutes. But what's interesting about it?
Oh, wow. That's 1080 seconds.
1080. Yeah, but the thing is when it's 18 minutes is when the sun is at the Tropic of Capricorn, meaning the winter for us in the north, summer for the south. That's when it's 18, when it's on that Tropic of Capricorn. Whereas on an AE map, that's when it's wider out. Well, the day is 18 minutes longer. But when the season comes to where it's the Tropic of Cancer is where it goes closer to 0 minutes in terms of the change.
Hey, thanks for explaining. I was able to visualize. I got it. Thanks, man. I didn't know that. That's cool. Hey, that's why I'm here. I'm here to learn stuff about reality. Yeah.
Yeah, it changes throughout.
Yeah, the sun actually in the globe model. It's funny because a lot of globers don't even know it, but the sun changes. That's from a sun speed change.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense because we do see that thing moving. Yeah. So that makes sense, but this galactic wobble thing I'm not buying it.
Would you call slowly speeding up and slowing down a wobble?
No, I'd call it the sun speeding up and slowing down.
Yeah, that's the truth.
What if I mislabel it a wobble? Would you be offended?
Well, I mean, you can call it whatever you want, I guess.
I could probably find a definition that fits.
But there's several factors that go into this equation of time. The eccentricity of the Earth's orbit is what they're calling it. I mean, that's what they're they're calling it, the eccentricity of the orbit, the obliquity of the ecliptic. And then also these secular different effects that it has.
I missed this whole wobble. You guys been rocking all night
Just this morning.
with this wobble thing?
Yeah.
No,
I just
just last hour since Switch it got it.
Oh, I missed the whole thing.
They were all doing it last night as well. I don't know.
I think Witsit came in here cool, and then just Witsit, and then you didn't know about the wobble. But you're on a big, well, okay, you do claim you've known about it for 6 years. Or I got confused, but anyway, you think you're on this ball that's wobbling.
Yes, if you want to call it a wobble, but I don't call it that.
You've known there was a wobble. Did you know there was 3 though?
No, I'm just hearing of the new 2. The moon one doesn't seem related to Earth at all, so I can explain it how you guys explain it, with the moon doing its own thing. The Chandler wobble does seem like an extra movement that the axis of Earth is doing
So
over a long period of time.
when your Earth moves around your cartoon system and galaxy and all, doesn't it wobble on each one of these? When it moves around each of these points, like the galactic core, the Big Bang is moving away from, doesn't it wobble in each of these motions?
No, that's not a wobble. That's just
So
part of
it's
its
going
plan.
perfectly straight.
On a curve, perfectly straight on a curve, yeah.
Wow. Really? Oh, you better let NASA know they've got it all wrong.
Oh, dude, NASA's in the garbage bin. They're Freemason
Oh, we can
loppers.
agree. We can agree on that.
That doesn't make Earth flat. That just means they are Freemason loppers.
Wow. So you do know some stuff. You actually know a lot of stuff.
The trouble is, you use that as evidence Earth's flat, but it isn't.
Well, they claim it's flat. You see, in the book Morals and Dogma, which they encourage all of their new members in the end of the book, the 32nd chapter, Royal Prince of Secrets, it does say that the symbols of Freemasonry, the square and compass, symbolizes the square is to measure across the flat plane of the earth, and then the compass is for the seemingly spherical objects in the sky. This is the meaning of the symbols of Freemasonry, and as it said at the end of the book, they pass out to all the Freemasons, is that the earth is flat.
You think you can find that? You reckon you can find that,
just
mate?
type it in. Just type in Morals and Dogma, go to 32nd chapter, and press
Okay, give me
Control
a
F.
sec.
Yeah. You can press Control F for search. Yeah, I can pull it up. I take a screenshot. It'd take me a moment. But yeah, it is extremely relevant, especially because, like what you just said, they manage NASA. So yeah, you do know a lot, and it is evidence. It's like the manual, for the. It's like if you were in the Second World War and you captured a manual of the other side or something. Yeah, I'm trying to pull it up for you. Take a screenshot.
I think I've got page 30, but I can't find it.
I'll find it. Hold on. I got it right here.
Also, have you heard, Don, where they claim that humans can actually change the wobble of the Earth through like things that we do on the Earth? Have you heard about that?
Yes, a little bit. I think it's true.
If we're wibbling and wobbling in all these different ways, all these subtle ways to try to patch this globe model together, what happens when we make it wobble differently because of the stuff we're doing on it?
It just adds to the natural pattern.
Are we going to change the precession of the equinoxes because we're sneezing together all at the same time?
Yes. Funny little bit. All nature changes all nature, doesn't it?
Isn't that kind of what the Chandler wobble is about? Like the water's movement and all this kind of shit?
Hey, Don, look what I posted for you.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find it in my document.
I already found it for you, but that's cool. Go ahead, take your time.
Okay.
If anybody else wants to see it, it's in the text channel.
I'm afraid it doesn't say flat Earth or plane. It just says
Yeah, it does. It says
measurement
plane.
of the Earth.
The square is an instrument adapted for plane surfaces only, and therefore appropriate to geometry with capital G,
Oh, sorry.
or measurement of the Earth, which appears to be and was by the ancients supposed to be a plane. The compass is an instrument that has relation to spheres and spherical surfaces and is adapted to spherical trigonometry, or that branch of mathematics which deals with the heavens and the orbits of the planetary bodies. But yeah, it says plane twice regarding.
Well, they don't claim it's a flat Earth. They're just
Yeah, they do.
explaining the instruments.
It says right there. It says
Very good, Smurf. I like it,
says
and I
geometry
do.
or measurement of the Earth, which appears to be and was by the ancients supposed to be a plane.
Freemasons
And I
are
highlighted
told there is a debate about the Earth, ancient debate, I believe.
It says it's the square is an instrument adapted for plane surfaces only. What do you think the square and compass
Yeah.
means?
Do you want me to try and tell you the hidden meaning?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Earth appears as a plane and can be measured as a plane, even though it's a globe. That's why it's an ancient debate. And the Freemason is given these tools to try and figure out what is real. And Earth is one metaphorical, allegorical, or actual way of doing that, finding out what is real.
I'll take that as a concession from you that you're now on the fence.
No, I'm telling you, Freemasons are told to look into it.
What does anybody else think about what he's saying? What does anybody think about this? Does anybody want to comment on this? He's claiming that the Masons are told to look into it. It says right here in their book. I've already read it three times. I'm not going to read it again. It's in the live text.
Yes, I tried to tell you that it didn't say plane, but I was not reading properly.
Wait, I'm just curious if anybody else want to comment on this. They seem to have did the whole moon landing thing.
You know the second bit, yeah, after the square, it tells you what the compass is for. Relation to spheres and spherical surfaces, right?
In the sky. Yes, heavenly bodies.
In the sky, it says after that, but it leaves it open as a proposition, doesn't it? Are we the same as what's in the sky? Or are we a plane like the ancients?
No. It
supposed.
It says with specificity. It says which deals with the heavens and the orbits of the
Here's
planetary
two tools. The ancients used to think this. The sky is full of balls. What will you do?
That's not you're. That's not really what it says. It says it describes what the tools, what they symbolize, the meaning of the symbols. You're kind of like you're redefining the book. You're like rewriting the book. You know, the book
It's
was written
very
by
cleverly worded to not say Earth flat, isn't it?
Albert Pike. The book was written by Albert Pike. Is your name Albert Pike?
Does it say? And the last secret of Freemasonry is Earth is flat.
It basically, yeah, it's in the it's at the end of the book. Yeah, it's the big umbrella conspiracy. It's why we're here. It's why this channel exists. It's why a bunch of these channels exist. It's why everybody's here. And yeah, at the end of their book, it's flat.
Does it say the ancients knew it was a plane?
Yeah,
Or does it say they supposed it was?
Yeah, but you're just being a contrarian. But yeah, you're right. It
So
says
is-
and
so
was
is
by the
Albert Pike.
ancients supposed to. Well, and was by the ancients supposed to be. Yeah. It says they supposed it's flat.
Yeah. So should you, as a
Oh no, but look at this, dude. The very first sentence. It says right there, it's the square is an instrument adapted for plane surfaces only and therefore appropriate to geometry or measurement of the Earth. So they are basically telling you the Earth is flat, a plane, right there. They're saying the Earth is a plane surface. I've now read it 4 times. Does anybody else wonder about that? Anybody want to comment on this?
I'm happy to give you that Albert Pike was secretly saying Earth's flat in that line.
It's not secret. It's clear. It's like
No, it's secret. It's a
obvious.
secret book, bro. Not everyone has
No.
this book.
No, every Mason has it. They give it to every Mason.
Well, if they can afford it, yeah.
Yeah, I was just wondering if they probably got to pay for it. But you know what I mean. They all have it.
I mean, rich people that collect books might have it if they're Mason, but they don't all get to that point, do they? And read the whole thing and know what it all means. Just left on the shelf for most people.
Oh, well, that's probably true. Yeah.
I'm going to have to disagree with Albert Pike. I'm going to agree that it's up for debate, but I can't agree with them that.
Okay.
I can agree with him a square is made to measure the Earth
Well, yeah, you can disagree with
and
Albert
for
Pike.
planes, but I can't agree that the secret is Earth flat.
Well, my impression is that they're a flat Earth organization.
What if it said if you believe that bit of the book, and if it said in the another bit of the book something you didn't believe, how would that sit?
It's not about me. I'm looking at their book, wondering what they believe. You know.
Yeah, but
That's
you've
pretty
picked
clear.
out this one bit, maybe you should look at
Well, I
all the
didn't
rest.
pick out this one bit. This is the Royal Prince of Secrets in the 32nd chapter, dude. This is in the most widely distributed Masonic book in the world that every Mason has in their house. This is not. This is the. What? This is what it's all about here, dude.
Smurf, yeah, I would like to congratulate you because this is some of the deepest occult flat
Thank
Earth research anyone's ever presented. Pretty much.
I get a lot of flack sharing this stuff. I think it scares people, but I'm just a man in a forest with a laptop. And
I mean occult like scientific fact. I mean what occultists when they mention flat Earth. I think that's important, like the Bible when that mentions it.
Yeah. What did you just say? You just said it. Yeah, it's important to what?
It's important to bring up these occult texts and show
yes.
where occultists have been thinking about this.
Yeah, because before the modern day, they were the scientists, you know. Yeah, the alchemists, everybody, the priests, whatever.
Yeah.
Basically, we just have a new, the people call it Rockefeller, whatever, the plastic, petroleum-based, for-profit medical, whatever. I guess it probably always was for-profit, but it's really transformed into something else.
I've said this,
the modern.
Yeah, I've talked about this before. The square and compass is related to flat planes and spheres, and flat Earth and globe Earth debate comes into that. But I've never actually read that paragraph because no one's ever pulled it up.
Yeah, I've never seen anyone pull. I think people don't have the balls to pull it up, dude. I don't know, but yeah, I've been.
Did you? Who told you to look in the 32nd chapter of Morals and Dogma for that?
Nobody. Oh, I'm just drawn to this stuff myself. I went through the whole book. I didn't read everything. I mean, I read real. You know, like how you can speed read, like go through, like looking through stuff real fast. Went through the whole book to find that.
Since we're kind of talking about Freemasonry, what do you guys think they actually call the Earth in Freemasonry? Like, do they use the term flat Earth, or what do they actually call it?
Oh, now that's a great question.
I'm reading. I've got this page up on the 32nd chapter, and they're calling it Earth and Mother. The word Mother is in the same sentence. Maya is in the next paragraph. Interior Primer.
Hey, that's
I'm
cool.
sure they refer to it in loads of ways, Gio. I'm sure loads of Freemasons are flat earthers. They talk to each other.
When you get to like the level that they tell you, which whatever level that is in today's world, it's probably not even a level that's not even connected to the civilian level, you know, so the civilian levels of Freemasonry. It would obviously be in whatever sort of quote unquote secret or, you know, other sort of family network, whatever groups. But there is got to be some cyclical process at which they are telling people in their network. So when they do, what do they call it? You know, I doubt they use the term flat Earth because that's like basically like a CIA kind of psyop term that's been used to try to ridicule, you know, this sort of ancient original cosmology. So what do they actually call it?
They would say planar and spherical and somehow let you into the initiation of people still aren't sure. No one's shown it properly.
No, like there's definitely people in the military, people that are faking this stuff for NASA. Like there are some that will know. Not that they have to tell every guy who's making CGI the truth, but
I agree. Because
but I doubt they call it this between each other too. I doubt that they, at that highest level, when they sit around in their meetings, I doubt that they use the term flat Earth. You know, so it's obviously not the globe. It's planar, it's stationary, all that. But what do they? I'm curious what they actually call it.
Well, just think they would use normal words, but they're going to bring it up for a conversation. And
yeah, but I mean, when they're having their meetings and they're like, you know, behind the smoke in a smoky room, you know, okay, we're gonna do this globe thing. We're gonna paint fake pictures of it. Like, what is? Yeah, like they're not contrasting that to a. I doubt they're using the term flat Earth to contrast it. So yeah, I wonder if they may have a different term or something.
I think publicly they use the term world, but privately I don't know. Publicly,
I just answered your question, and then you just pre-assume that they're secret flat earthers and they all know, and the globe is bullshit.
There's a lot.
Yes, I am saying this from the perspective that the globe is an absolute cartoon fakery on all levels.
You ignored my answer to your question while doing that.
Well, you probably because you were interrupting the whole time, but I don't know. What is your question? Sorry.
Call it planar or spherical or a planet or a world or an Earth. Even in the modern day, with younger people, they would call it flat Earth versus globe. Doesn't matter. It's just names, but they would bring the topic up so people discuss it if they wanted to.
I hear you. I'm talking about like in the extreme case within, let's just say the concept that there's like these, Freemasonic, Jesuit-based secret society, families, whatever they are, family bloodlines, etc. From the perspective that the Earth absolutely is not a globe at all, and they've been hucking this deception for all this time through NASA and Werner von Braun, the whole 9 yards, the moon landing, all BS. Meanwhile, the military in their documents, they're assuming they even use the term flat stationary plane, etc. So flat non-rotating Earth, they say. So I'm just saying, from that perspective, at whatever level of secret society or whatever you want to call it, at that level, when there's a dude that they're going to tell, hey, this shit's not a globe, that's what I'm inquiring about, is what do they call it? When they say to the guy, hey, the Earth's not a globe, it's what? Do they say it's a flat Earth? I doubt it, just because that term's like I said, it's like a CIA kind of implant term that's used to try to ridicule flat Earth for the peasants, if you will, as in a way, So, what was your answer?
Oh my God!
They call it a planar stationary. You said what?
If they're actually flat earthers and they're telling someone this is my secret knowledge, Earth's actually flat, they might say Earth's flat or Earth's planar. Earth's not a globe.
All right. I mean, I'm not expecting you would have the answer because it's totally just like a speculation question. I'm just wondering, amongst their circles, when they're laughing behind the desks of NASA making fake CGI and just absolutely railing the people with this deception and getting all the money and whatever, there's obviously the guys who know what it is. They know it's not a globe. So I'm just, in their rhetoric to each other, when they're talking, when they're I wonder if they have a different term, something else.
You're right. They might have a different term. The people that think they know it's flat in the Masons might have their own term, but so might the Globers who think they know it's a globe. Might have a secret term. Everyone's got a secret term for something. The next line is and the things that belong to it are of it or concern it. The compass is an equally natural and appropriate symbol of the heavens and of all celestial things and celestial natures. They are doubling down on the square, the flatness of the square and the direct orderedness of the square as an earth-based material thing. And the compass that can draw the concept of a circle is a heavenly spiritual thing. Yeah,
it's the quadrupole within the. It's like within the plane. It's a quadrupole in a plane, north, south, east, west. Square. It says square within a circle.
Yeah. Then go on to describe the square with a triangle on top and all inside one circle. So with this,
What do you
Like,
think? What do you think of the word planescape? It's pretty cool, huh?
Someone might use it.
Snacks brought it up in relation to some D&D thing, but I guess they have something in that D&D game thing where they call it a planescape. But I just thought that was cool. Instead of landscape, a planescape. A topographical planescape.
So with this symbology of ordered flat things being earthly and conceptual curved things being heavenly, you can't escape from the idea that the earth could be a plane or appears as a plane or is symbolized as one.
Well, I'm here because it's really obvious that the world is not, as they say on TV. The world is not as seen on TV. And that's why I'm here. And I don't know what you're doing here.
Chapter's great. If you go 2 paragraphs up, it's about Yahweh and Jah.
Oh yeah, this is a great book. Yeah, I'll post it again. Right here, it talks about immortality. I got it here somewhere. It says, here it is. It is enough for us to know what Masonry teaches, that we are not all mortal, that the soul or spirit, the intellectual and reasoning portion of ourself, is our very self, is not subject to decay and dissolution, but is simple and immaterial, survives the death of the body, and is capable of immortality, that it is also capable of improvement and advancement and increase of knowledge. Well, I may have missed. Okay, what I think it's saying is that the mind is immortal, and it says you want to learn a bunch of stuff. Okay, okay. It says right here. It says, capable. I cut myself off at the good point. Sorry. Capable of improvement, increase of knowledge of the things that are divine, of becoming wiser and better, and more worthy of immortality, and that to become so, and to help and improve and benefit others. But in the middle of that it says, if you learn more of the things that are divine, become wiser and better and more worthy, immortality. That's what it says. Basically, it's talking about karma. What do you think about that? It's a beautiful book, isn't it? Every Freemason has it.
I mean, they just hijacked a lot of concepts from previous spiritual traditions and kind of hodgepodge and ball them together into this weird little controlling cult thing.
Yeah, that's what I do on my laptop with all my memes. I think they probably copied the Vatican was doing that. What you just described, where they like copy everything from the world, and put it in their own. Yeah, that sounds like Catholicism. So anyway,
Yeah, I saw this it was like it was like an antique box, like a Freemason antique box. Like this, it was about 18 inches by 18 inches, like this wooden box, like antique. It was like a Freemason box, and it had like all these symbols on it from all these different religions and spiritual traditions. So they do that. I just mentioned that box. It was kind of it was like
sounds cool.
Yeah, like it just really displayed it. But yeah, so they use like symbols and concepts they pull from a lot of different traditions, and then they kind of patchwork it together. And then I think there's parts of it, especially like the black magic levels of it, where they're twisting it. They're like twisting certain concepts. So taking something that was designed or that's really meant for like a positive spiritual use, and then twisting it and trying to find a way to manipulate it or control it or invert it.
Yeah, that's what it seems to have happened. It started out as probably a philosophical thing, like a noble thing, and that's probably how they got money invested and all that, and then it became this monster. Yeah. Well, I think all large institutions become monsters eventually. Isn't that how society works? Like a big telephone company. It started out like a good idea, You know what I'm saying? I think Freemasonry. I might have misunderstood. I think you were saying Freemasonry started out like philosophy. That's my impression. What were you saying? Are you still there, buddy?
Well, I think originally, I mean, that term Freemason, it goes back to like the builders. I mean, I think there may have been some resets and some stuff that led up to this, but nonetheless, it seemed like there was a need for more building for whatever caused that, whether it was various different concepts of what was that, or whether they just needed more building. But either way, the Freemasons were the ones that were able to freely travel between the regions without being stopped and without being like checked for the materials, because if they're building and they're carrying a lot of like stonework and tools and all kinds of stuff to do that work, they would have whatever, horses and buggies or, trailers and, et cetera, of all that equipment and stuff. And so they wouldn't really be checked as thoroughly for what they were carrying. So they were Freemasons because they could kind of freely travel between these areas and do their building. And that gave them this additional access because they were able to travel between these areas and kind of make connections and, who knows, drug deals, God knows what else, but they were kind of able to like, do like commerce and make connections across the borders that other groups were not able to do without having the passports and all the other kind of the papers, as it were. And so since they were they were sort of Freemasons in a sense, they were builders that were able to travel freely. It seems like there was like a network that was able to be built up, around them, like in terms of that kind of brotherhood or fraternity, because they were kind of in that network and probably had some level of wealth because they were doing, building and charging people whatever, resource, money or whatever for the building they were doing. So they were wealthy. They had connections in a lot of areas, like across lots of land and different regions. And then with the money, they were able to buy their way, in terms of like politicians and courtrooms and judges and all that, and doing whatever illegal activity, they were kind of able to build this, inside the club kind of old boys network kind of thing. And then, yeah, what it's turned into now. But, so I think the fact that to end what I'm saying here, the fact that they pull from all these different religious and spiritual traditions kind of connects with that component, that they were kind of free across those areas and building whatever network they built.
Sounds like a really lucrative for espionage or smuggling network. I didn't know that. That sounds most realistic. I had two different. I was thinking that's probably what reality, but I was thinking Freemasonry has to do with how the body is the temple, and the other thing I was wondering is they may have found a bunch of stuff. We talk about mud flood or underground natural caverns or subterranean. Now what you described is more probable, but I didn't know that. But I was thinking Freemasonry, the word probably meant they're discovering free temples. I mean, even though we know that the temple's in the body in the Bible, I'm talking about the. Oh, I'm sorry. And you know what I'm trying to say. The word Freemasonry. Are you sure it's not just that they're finding stuff underground, or that was just that's what I thought. I mean, I don't know. Are you sure that's why they're called Freemasonry?
They just got free bricks.
Well, yeah. Well, you get free bricks if you find free. Yeah, like if you, like the mud flood or what a reset, a cataclysmic event, you would find a bunch of like ruins, and then you
Yeah, I get what you
those
mean.
ruins. Yeah, you clean them up, and then you got
Free masonry.
Yeah, yeah. It's what yeah. So I never really was certain on it though. I like how Gio explained the logistical part of it, but the other part of me was wondering if it's just entirely about the body, because when I read their books, it's a lot about biology. But anyway, when you look at these cathedrals, I don't really know who built those. They have a lot of history, his story. And I'm aware of that. And people claim the Masons or stonemasons, I mean, or that I don't even know. I wasn't around back then. But whoever built those cathedrals obviously knew a lot about resonance, because the windows in the cathedrals are all different. What's that called? Sound frequency, different frequencies of. You could do that with water, or it's called somatics. That's the word. All the windows in the cathedral are somatics. And when I look in like this book right here, in this equilibrium, it goes on and on about harmony and everything. And so,
Yeah, but I don't even think they built a lot of those. I mean,
Yeah,
that goes to the old world stuff. Yeah, that is like free. A lot of this stuff is like Freemasonry. Like, all right, we just took over this area. Now we got a bunch of which
Yeah,
they
but-
like you've seen those like those buildings that they turned them into like asylums and hospitals and stuff. Like these big, beautiful architecture. Yeah, I don't think the Freemasons built that stuff.
yeah, I agree with you there. Now, I'm still not certain, but so I pointed out my two theories, and you shared yours. I'll concede your theory is probably more realistic, but I'm not really certain why they're called Freemasons. Perhaps that's what it is. Maybe it's all the above. Maybe all three reasons. I think it's funny that in Italy they asked the Grand Master in Italy what the G stands for in their parliament, whatever. I forget what it's called, and they asked him, and he wouldn't answer.
Yeah, but we know what the G stands for, though. It stands for gay.
Yeah. I just found that out like in the middle of the night, maybe a few hours ago.
So one of the first little searches that came up, the term Freemason once described a member of a building guild in the Middle Ages who was free to travel the land to work on the grand cathedrals of Europe.
Yeah, it makes sense. But is that a cover story? I don't know. Just because it makes sense doesn't mean it's not a cover story.
This says here, the word mason means a construction worker who works with stone. He is also called a stonemason. Freemasons grew from the guilds of stonemasons in the Middle Ages. These men were building cathedrals and other big buildings. They were called Freemasons because they went free. They were not servants who belonged to a rich lord, like many workers in those days.
Oh,
They often changed.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, that's about it. They often changed jobs and moved from one town to another. In this way, they were different. They were different than other craftsmen who worked in one place and has guilds in one town. Yeah, so they kind of traveled about.
That would explain why they had such advanced architecture, because they were able to learn from all their different travels. They were able to see all the different geometries and stuff. Traveling workers.
Yeah, and on the more nefarious level, they were maybe able to build a network that way, because
that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, you find the criminals in the different groups. You find the guys that can get into the politicians in the local areas. You get your guys, at the board of directors of, what I mean, all these towns. And now all of a sudden they've got more and more sort of power because they have they're free. They're traveling about the land. They're making whatever deals. And like I said, if they have a little bit of wealth because of that, then they would then have the ability to buy their way into the controlling parts, or the control oriented components of those towns or cities or regions.
Yes, I think that's exactly what happened. I mean, earlier I was pulling stuff out of this book. I still have it on the screen over here, and it talks about government and running government. So you think about this network of stonemasons, and they traveling around, and they decide to just run everything. They decide to take over with their network. I guess that's what happened, right?
Well, it's kind of interesting how now there's like these Freemason buildings in every town. It's like,
oh yeah, they're usually right by the police station or across from the courthouse. In that little area where they got the government. It's usually right across the street. Not always, but more often than not. When I cruise through a town in the middle of the country, what I'm saying, there it is.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that kind of creepy? Like,
yeah,
it is weird.
Most of them out in the country don't have windows. I think some do, but most don't have a window.
I know. I've noticed that. Yeah,
like
they're very uninviting. Yeah, they're like uninviting, weird buildings. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been in there a few times as a guest, and the reason why I guess I sound like I'm bragging, or I'm joking around, but I live in an area where there's only a few thousand people, so It's spread out, but you could call it a small town, and basically everybody knows everybody. So if anything happens to anybody, everybody hears about it through the gossiping women. So anyway, I ended up as a guest at because they're just literally down the road, up the road, you know. They're like 3 minutes from my house. So anyway, I've been a guest there a few times, and oh yeah, I get some really strange vibes in there. When I went in there, they wanted me to overhear, like they were all talking about how there's so many really important people who are Freemasons, but the way they were like actors, like they really wanted me to hear it. Well, I totally crashed the Masons a few times, and I've been to their houses. I flat smack them. I go in their house. I tell them, "Hey, the Earth's flat, right?" And they look. I've had so many funny reactions to it. Like the most common reaction is their eyes get real big. That's happened to me a lot. I was just telling you, this happened a few times. One instance. Okay. Anyway, masonry is a big deal in my area because there's really nothing out here. There's just a dollar store and the town and the absolute basics, like a couple gas stations and a Mason lodge. All the old timers are all Masons.
Yeah, I mean, it just fits like the larger idea of that. There's like that Freemasonry is connected to this larger deception and the politics and even like more secret society layers of it. Like, it is interesting that there are, like, okay, if someone were to say, "Oh no, that's just a conspiracy theory," you could kind of say, "Okay, I see," but then just the supporting factor that there's these Freemason lodges in like virtually every city and every town across the United States, even in tiny little towns, and it just shows that, like, I'm not saying that necessarily means that there is a larger conspiracy, but in order for there to be one, like this as a prerequisite, like if someone were to say, "Oh yeah, the world, we've been taken over by Freemasons," it's sort of like, okay, someone could question that. But then when you look at that, there's Freemasonic lodges everywhere, and there's that whole established network. Like, I'm not saying that completely links the two, but I'm just saying it is like an interesting indication and a correlation that there is like there's like this network that is clearly embedded.
Dude, they're like in your town. They're in everybody's town. They're everywhere. And I've had people. I've learned, like, not on the internet. I've learned from personal experience. Like a cop told me. He said to be higher than sergeant or to become. I forget. He said to become a sergeant or to be higher than. I forget which one. One or the other. So you got to be a lodge member. You got to join the lodge. That's what he told me. He said the entire nationwide is like that. I'm sure not. I'm sure he's probably exaggerating, but that's what he said, and I believe it. And a cop told me that.
Yeah, a lot of the infrastructure. Yeah, cops, military, firefighters. There's a lot.
I think there's a heavier presence on the law enforcement, but yeah, they're heavy in pretty much a lot of industries. They're heavy, even industrial. They're in a lot of stuff, but they're really concentrated in the police. Law enforcement, you know what I'm saying? Huge. That's why they walk around wearing the symbols too. Where do you think they got them symbols from? I think the stars in the flag represent the Grand Lodges. I don't know that, but I see it like a shadow, like a government behind a government. You know what I mean? Like a parallel government. And why do we got 50? Okay, people will say you got 50 states. Well, doesn't each state got a Grand Lodge? And where'd that symbol really come from? Is all I'm saying.
Well, have you heard that, like, there was like the Knights of Columbus, like this Freemason group that may have been one of like the founding groups, because you've got the Washington D.C., the District of Columbia, which is essentially where they're ruling all of the United States from. It's like not a state, it's like a separate land, like Washington D.C. And then you've got that Columbus word everywhere. CBS, you have Columbia Records, Columbia Pictures, Columbia Broadcasting System, whatever, CBS. You've got like Christopher Columbus. Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
I never thought about it. And the Knights of Columbus could be possibly associated with this, probably, or is that just another?
What about the Colum Force?
Hey, Invisible Man was telling me that DC means the city of the dead, but
Oh, yeah.
I wrote it down. And I forgot how he explained that. Do you know about that? The DC. Do you know about that?
I don't think so. But I was going to respond also just real quick to what Snack said. Yeah, dude, Coulomb's law. Yeah, is that Columbus, which is like basically what gravity is? Same formula.
Oh, dude, that's funny. I see it. When you see these things, you can't unsee it, dude. Damn it! Now every time I see the Coulomb's law, I'm going to think of DC. Great.
What was the thing you said though about DC?
Invisible Man said that it's. I wrote this down, but I got a lot of notes. I'd have to find it. But I would rather just ask him next time I see him. He explained that DC is the city of the dead. I forgot how he explained it. Might be the name of it or something. I forgot. But I'll ask him next time I see him. Man, it was good. I wish I could remember that. Oh, Invisible Man is fascinating, dude. He told me that he was read in the Bible that television, and he shared a lot of passages about television and others like the medical stuff too. I don't want to, get you in trouble talking about it, but that also. But yeah, TV's in the Bible. Did you know that? Nothing new under the sun. Did you know about that? Hey, I got a lot of notes here. I could find them. TV in the Bible. Yeah, TV. Hey, are you there? I just posted something in the text channel. Hey, can anybody hear me? I know it's 8:30 in the morning here on the East Coast. I'm gonna reconnect.
You're good. We can hear you.
Hey, can you hear me?
You're good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, I
What's
think
up, SC?
I
Morning.
lost connection. Hey, good morning. I posted the TV. Invisible Man figured out that the TV was in the Bible, and I copied his notes and I put it in your channel. Isn't that cool? Or I mean, interesting. It's kind of scary, but isn't that interesting? It says the TV is their one-eyed God. TV, Tel Live Vision. It's also encoded into Tel Aviv, plus Zion and Teflon Vision. The Teflon cube is the black cube of Saturn. That's just his notes. That's just, maybe so. The same cube they wear on their heads during what powers TV arc, like electrical arc. As Satan came as lightning from heaven. This is TV, Pandora's box. The witches cast the spells as they are the scribes who write or spell out the TV shows that are then broadly cast from their Hollywood and used as programs for programming people. The TV broadcasting towers are the magic wand. The signals are their wonders. Hollywood is the wood most used for magic wands and staves or staffs. TV set. Set is the Egyptian god of chaos and destruction. TV is a black mirror, as in a scrying mirror used for divination and calling forth demons. Just ask the demons, like Siri or Alexa, a question, and the demons will answer. A scrying mirror or black mirror is a surface used for divination. You focus on a particular intention and stare into the mirror, and you might get visions related to your query. TV is a demon gate or gate of the gods right into your house for your daily worship at the altar built for it. TV has been around before. There's evidence in Ezekiel 7 in this verse. The whole chapter talks about the downfall of their commercial trade system for that time. Nothing new under the sun. Ezekiel 7:13. For the seller shall not return to that which is sold, although they were yet alive. For the vision is touching
All right,
the
man.
whole multitude. Just sharing. Just nobody was talking. Isn't that funny?
I don't know. To be honest, I kind of lost you in there. I don't know. I can check that out though.
Yeah. I'm just bored. Hey, good morning. It's 8:33. It's Illuminati time. I like the end. How could a vision touch the whole multitude thereof? It's broadly casted.
I guess you can find anything in that text if you look hard enough.
Well, some people think so. I'm just sharing what somebody else shared with me.
Like to get a TV out of a mirror. I mean, that's a bit of a stretch, I would say.
Hey, I just think it's funny. I mean, it could be true. I'm kind of leaning that it might be true, but I'm not here to claim, or I'm not here to make you believe it's true, or I'm not trying to say, hey, look. Well, I'm not trying to say, hey, look, this is the truth. I'm saying, hey, look, isn't that funny? So,
Yeah. I'm not putting it on you. I'm just saying my opinion. Yeah.
oh, I mean, I don't know, but looks to me like it was in the Bible. Now, whether or not, I'm going to guess that it was probably in the Bible and that it probably happened. But hey, I wasn't there. I mean, to be honest, I don't know if the whole world was procedurally generated 200 years ago, including all the ruins and Bibles and books and everything. History books. For all like you load a video game. I can't prove that 300 years ago happened.
So I found some weird words yesterday. I was listening to the debate on the feminists yesterday, and they have these freaking weird, like a Smurf. I mean, it's your name, I know, but I mean,
No.
what does that mean in that feminist? Does anybody know these new freaky terms they have?
Oh no, they took my name.
Yeah, yeah, that was one of them, man.
They're gonna get smurfed. Who are these? Where are they?
So I'm listening to this man talk about feminism, and I'm saying, holy shit, man, we lost our way. Like, they had a man with a beard talking about feminism. And I'm saying, okay, man, is this how Rome started to fall? Like, I don't know.
I don't know if Rome ever got this bad, man.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. Every time when stuff like that comes up, every single time I think of soy. These people, I mean, they're eating stuff, they don't know what it is, and what's in it, I think, is soy.
Well, I could tell you one thing. The rest of the world, and I mean the rest of the world, I've been watching this for a while. They think we're off our rockers.
Oh, yeah.
These people are looking for food to eat, what they're going to do. Their country's at war, and they're looking at us, and we're talking about what is a man, what is a woman. Can a man be a woman? Can we it's like they think and they're absolutely right. We're off our rockers here. We lost our way, man.
A Persian man told me that. He said, America, oh, I'm the West, whatever, America, I forget. He said, it's a great place to work, but not a good place to live. And he went on to say, the rest of the world, this is a good place to live. And I've been to Iraq myself, and I agree. Elsewhere in the world, people exist, they live, they multi-generationally, they enjoy tea, they smoke the hookah, they have a community, they know their neighbors, and it's beautiful, you know. But here in America, we don't have any of that. We just have the corporation and the institutions and the government. You know, what I mean?
What we have technology, we have all that, right?
Oh yeah, I
Medicine,
got that.
science. What we lost is our morality. That's
Yeah.
what we've lost in the West. We lost our morality, the family structure, what a man is, what a woman is, what a child is,
Yeah.
what authority is,
Humanity.
yeah.
We lost our humanity.
Yep.
I agree. Yeah, I've been overseas, and people there are what you would imagine, like, well, if you didn't experience the last few weird years in America, what you would think of a normal person, like, now there may be a different race or ethnicity, but I mean their behavior, their morality, the way they carry themselves. I would sooner trust my wallet with an Arab than an American, on average. If it was a random, like, any random American had to hold my wallet, or an Egyptian, or an Arab, or one of those dudes. I'd trust an
No,
Egyptian.
I'll fight you back on that. No, I'll fight you
Really?
back. I've been to the States, and I think Americans are one of the greatest people. They invited me into their homes. I'll stick up for Americans all day long, bro. They're like Canadians. We're very friendly. We're good people. It's the government that's the problem, not the people. Not the American. It's the American government that's the problem, not the
Well,
American.
that's probably more accurate. I was talking about the people, but yeah, that's correct. But I also was talking specifically about the average. You see, in Arabia, they believe in a higher power. No, I'm not talking about Islam. I'm not a Muslim, but I respect that they believe in some sort of something. Not. I'm not saying that they're lying to themselves. You know what I'm trying to say, that they have morality. Like, a lot of Americans, they justify their immorality. They say they just call it atheism, and they think they can get away with lie, cheat, steal, rob, murder, whatever. Spinning face
Yeah,
ball,
well,
monkeys.
Muslim isn't the answer because they have morality, but they have it to a point where it's controlling, where it's they tell a woman what she could. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
It's
It's
too far to one side. Yeah, we need to be
it's
somewhere in the middle. Yeah.
I see what. Yeah, they do have very strict culture. Yes, it's very strict. But at least they did hold on to their humanity so far. A lot of them believe it on a spinning space ball. Those superstitions they have, though, I think even if they're false, I'm not a Muslim, but I think it helped keep their humanity, their morality longer than we have. We've lost. I'm talking about as a group. I'm not. I know a lot of great people in America. I'm talking about as a society, we have lost our humanity, but they still have some over there in Arabia. I don't know if that. I'm
No,
not sure I
I'm with you
described
on
it.
that. Yeah, yeah, I'm with you on that.
They're real super strict, but that's how they survive so long.
You see what they have the family structure, right?
Yeah,
That's the
exactly.
main thing we lost here in the West,
Yep.
the family structure. Man, father, mother, mother home, father working, that's
That's
gone. That's gone. Yeah.
your specificity. You're right. It's very specifically. That's exactly the issue, because in Iraq it's the reverse. Okay, in America, like, you can imagine a triangle. Like, in somebody's mind, the nation is like the top. Like, everybody thinks about politics in America, but in Iraq it's upside down. The most power is in the neighborhood with the Mukhtar. He works for the Sheikh. He works for the himself. That's it. The government is in the background. Nobody cares about it. Everything's settled locally. They have their own armed dudes, like, they're like gangsters, and tribes. They may have their own city or section of a city, and they handle everything on a local, or even international, like, logistic. They import food and stuff, but they handle all that on a local level. Like, the government doesn't even hardly exist in Iraq. The government hardly exists. So, I mean, it always was that way. I'm not saying it's been that way forever. They have a bottom up society, and we have a top down. We have like a corporate kind of inverted society. You know, what I mean? Like, the boss in an Iraqi city is the sheikh, or a sheikh of that area. In America, the boss, if you ask somebody who's the boss, they'd say Joe Biden. You know, what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're saying with the localized stuff. Yeah, but you got to understand that is not the answer. That religion is not the answer. Just look at all the countries that practice that. Most of them are backward countries, right?
Oh yeah,
Except the ones that have oil. Except the ones that have oil.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm just saying that their religion has been a power for them, and that we also have been a target because of our wealth. We've been a primary target. They could have easily, or I don't know about easily, but they could have focused their attacks on a, you know what I'm trying to say, with the Hollywood and everything. You know, I mean, America is the country everybody is partying out, like, you know what I mean?
You know what the problem is with Americans
I don't know
and Canadians and the West and Europe, right?
that.
The people are so comfortable in their lives. They're so they're so like busy running around that they have forgotten what their country has done to other countries, right? In the past, colonialism. But these countries haven't forgotten. So they have a beef with us. You understand?
Yeah.
So what's happening right now is the other players are taking this power that the States and the West has, they're taking that away from us
I don't blame them.
because
I
they're
don't blame
starting with the money, and it's going to be a new world, man, and very short time it's going to be a new world out there.
You know, I'm patriotic. I identify as American, but I don't blame them. Yeah, I mean, look at what my country's done. You know, I would do the same. I mean, what I mean is, I would take opportunistic trade, etc. You know,
See
I don't blame them. I blame us.
what's going on now with the dollar, right? The dollar is the trading thing, and that's quickly, well, not quickly, but they're moving on. The BRICS are moving to dismantle that. So, I mean, yeah, there's hard times coming up. Hard times. You got to get rid of this stupid government you have in power now. You know, I mean, it's all these people are complete and utter morons that are running the country right now.
Dude, it's ironic you said that, because, okay, I got the same realization as you this morning when I saw the fake alien, the super sloppy alien is moving around. The grass isn't moving. You saw the fake alien in Las Vegas, that the local news station and the cops showed up and they made a big false flag UFO crash. You see that? Okay, my point is, this morning I got on your wavelength about what you just said, because before this morning, I was thinking they're just going to drag this on forever, and they just want us to think it's going to collapse. But after the fake alien crash landing, I think they know it's over. There it is. Geo just posted it. That when that happened, did you see that?
Yeah.
Do you know about that?
No, I didn't. No,
Oh, dude, click on it. When you click
I'm
on
gonna
that,
check it.
you're gonna know the economy is about to crash. Like, we're at the end game now. Dude, I was thinking they're gonna kick this can down the road for as long as possible, but after that, click on it. Just watch that. I think it's all over soon, dude. Like the musical chairs thing on the Titanic, sort of thing. Dude, they've resorted to that. That's
Get
like the
the
last.
hell out of here, man!
Yeah, dude, this is
Holy
the last
shit!
card. It's over. The economy's dead.
This was as hold on.
There's
This
no.
was on the news, on the actual news station.
Yeah, there's no way the economy's gonna keep going if they resort to
Holy
this.
shit, man!
It's the only way I can make sense of it, dude. Why the hell else would they do this? This is the
Oh,
dumbest shit.
this is beyond the pale. Oh my god, man!
This is so bad. This is so bad. I thought they were gonna just, slowly kill people and keep the economy going on the fake thing forever. Nope. No, dude, you see that?
Wait, that footage is supposed to be real?
Well, yeah, they're yeah. The cops are claiming that a UFO crashed in Las Vegas.
Yeah, I know, but the link that Geo posted goes to a tweet
Yeah.
and has like a video of like night vision with like some creature moving.
Yeah,
But
that
it's
was
clearly
tweeted.
fake.
Well, to you and me, yeah, but it was tweeted by a local news station, and there's official police everything. It's in a. Okay, look, the Freemasons have set this up as a excuse for the economy to crash. Don't you see?
Oh yeah, it's definitely a setup event.
Yeah,
I don't know
I
what
mean,
for, but yeah, I agree 100% with that.
I can't think of any other reason for this other than financial. I mean, dude, this is the
Like
funniest,
like an
weirdest thing.
excuse for why the economy is going to crash.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Okay, check this out. They made trillions in the. I don't want to bring up, the last few years. They made trillions. Amazon and in the pharmaceutical, etc. Now it's over. Okay, they looted us dry, and now they're giving you an alien invasion show on TV on your news channel. They make blow some stuff, whatever. I don't know what to set up some sort of whatever, and then they're gonna say, "Oh, we're under attack," and that's why the stock market's crashed, and the aliens have attacked Wall Street. It's all over. It's all over.
I thought it was going to be to finally unite the world so they can usher in the new world order. You know.
Well, they're not going. They're going to get away for all their crimes because of the alien invasion. See, now maybe they
Yeah.
do that. Maybe they do that, but check this out. There's two options. They're either going to use this as an excuse to consolidate power more, or they're just going to. It's called reset. And so they're just going to let everything collapse. And the reason why is they get away with all the wealth they've stolen. They go to their islands and stuff. They're I'm not even talking about outland islands. I'm talking about here in the known world. They can go to the Bahamas. Think of all the gold you can with $1 trillion. Think of the gold you could have in the Bahamas if you was Jeff Bezos or Bill Gates or somebody.
Yeah, I
So
think this
anyway,
answers. I think
they're
this
gonna use
answers a
that.
lot for them.
Yeah, the alien. You talking about the alien?
Yeah, I think it's going
Yeah.
to solve a lot of problems for them.
Yeah,
I just hope.
exactly.
I'm hoping that the creatures, like obviously the footage is fake, but I'm hoping that they didn't like somehow genetically engineer like actual monsters to pose
Yeah,
as the aliens. Like,
I did think of that, but because I thought of that, I watched the video over and over and over, and I noticed it doesn't move the grass at all. I think it's entirely CGI.
oh yeah, that
So
video for sure is fake, but
yeah,
they
and then
do have that family that claims that they saw 8 to 10 foot creatures, so I don't know, like when I watch the footage of like the police rolling up on the family, I get the impression that they set it up, they picked the property, they picked the family, but the family is not in on it. I have a feeling that they put either people in costumes back there, you know what I mean, or hopefully they didn't actually genetically engineer these things. But I don't think, from my impression, I don't think the family's in on it. But I think it was definitely set up. Like if you look at the aerial shots of the property, it's like the perfect property. Like they definitely chose that property, in my opinion.
You still talking about the alien?
Yeah,
You got
yeah.
aerial? Oh, I didn't see the aerial view of it. I just saw a couple videos.
Yeah, there's like aerial shots of like the
Well,
family's
isn't that
yard.
a strange position for a camera? Isn't that?
Yeah,
Who put the security
the whole
camera?
thing's weird. And this
Yeah.
this happened on May 1st, and nothing came out until like a week ago.
Wow.
Like that's not how the internet works. Like it's so weird.
Yeah. Oh, I think it's fake. Okay, it's obviously fake. Sorry, I was just thinking out loud.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way we can say with 100% certainty, but
Did
given
you
what we
notice
know, I think it's pretty safe to assume that.
they gave him a tail? But what's funny is he's got only 3 fingers. Did you notice he's got that classic stereotype 3-finger alien hand?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe this news station posted this video just because, but
It's real because I saw videos of cops running around and everything.
well, I saw those videos, but I didn't.
Yeah.
This video in particular, I didn't see until right now, and it looks very, very fake,
Oh,
and
yeah.
it doesn't match up with the description.
And who else?
The
Could
family said they had huge eyes and huge mouths.
Yeah, those things never match in all these events. The description, the eyewitness testimony never matches, dude. And who else can pull it off but the Masons? Because they got the cops in on it in the local news. It's the Masons, dude. It's the Freemasons. It's like okay, this is like the moon landing. It's comparable. I mean, I'd say the moon landing was bigger than this, but
Yeah, I think
this
you
is
got.
a clue. They're gonna do more of this.
I think you got Masons infiltrated all over the place. So Yeah, it could be Masons at the root, but it could have easily just been like CIA, FBI crap. Like who knows?
Point. That's a good point, actually. Yeah, technically,
But I
it's a
think
good
it's
point.
orchestrated for sure.
Most probably it's the Masons, but yes.
It's weird though that 3 people in that family saw this thing for a couple minutes, and none of them had a cell phone to pull out a camera.
Oh, yeah. There is no video anywhere except for okay. What I mean to say, they tweeted that the news, and then they got a squad car dash cam of the UFO crash landing. Not that's it though. They don't have any Ring doorbell camera or anybody else's dash cam. They don't have any cell phone camera. All they have is conveniently a
Well,
squad car dash cam.
well, but they
I
said
did
that's a
see a
shooting
picture.
star. They said that's a shooting star. How many people have seen a shooting star that looks like that, like a breaking apart firework in the sky? Or
Oh,
I
I've seen
did.
that in person. I've seen that a few times.
I saw that in Florida when I was there last.
okay, I've only seen that kind of thing happen once, and I was like, was that just a firework? Because I've seen many shooting stars that are just like, whew, whew, whew.
And they
I've
did
never
have a
looked at it.
ring. They did have a Ring doorbell camera that played the sound of the crash. You know, like just stupid, like circumstantial stuff that they could have easily put together in one afternoon. You know, but I did see a picture of somebody who claimed that they got a picture of the creatures. Like it wasn't the same family, but they said that these things walked in their backyard too, and they took a picture. But again, it also looks totally like
Is it a type of like is it like registering on an index of like something else is going on? Like when we start getting like feeds about UFO shit, like does that mean like, oh, we need to distract you from some shit, or is it just
Yeah,
normal
I've been wondering
UFO
about
stuff?
it. I've been wondering about it all morning, and I'm assuming it's a diversion from financial stuff that's going to happen. But I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it solves a lot for them, honestly. But yeah, I don't know. I think that it's the logical next step. Plus, we kind of heard this from a couple different sources that this was the next step. So, if you think about it, it does solve a lot for them, especially with the last couple years and what everybody's been going through.
But it's like it
So,
also is the best refutation for our probing into the veracity of the NASAcity. And you know what I mean? Because like other people that don't know shit are just like, oh, but UFOs, you know, like it's almost
people
like
are eating this crap up. Because the police are involved and Las Vegas police like went and
know.
verified things. Everyone's like, "Oh my god, it's real! It's on the news! It's
It's just
verified."
like that little.
Police.
Can you imagine like what, like you get dash cam footage of a police officer for this non-story, but like then the one thing that's important is that the police officer's scared. He's like, I got the hair on my arm standing up. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, ooh, creepypasta.
Do
Huh?
you think it's a coincidence? Because in World War II, I don't know if you guys remember that famous UFO where all the lights was in Las Vegas, I think, are all beaming up on.
L.A. It
Was
was in
that in
L.A.
LA? That was in LA.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that was crazy.
Yep.
Mm.
There were weird stories during the World Wars where like little orbs of light were flying into the planes and stuff. Like really weird stuff if you look into it. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Yeah, plane flew into the Empire State Building in World War II. Funny enough, they just put the fire out and rebuild the building.
Oh, it didn't fall at demolition
Hey,
speed.
I posted a video. New Perspective found this video about what you're talking about. Those super fast flying things in the Second World War. That video explains how they work and how you can make one yourself.
But 1942 is when the Battle for Los Angeles happened, but that's also the same year that the U.S. Propaganda Department was allowed to work on the United States. But that's probably a coincidence.
Oh, sheer
Yeah,
coincidence.
I
Yeah.
wouldn't think about it too much. Nothing to see here.
Hey, that video I posted that I don't know how to say that. Miran Mircea Vajra. That explains how to make super high speed levitating aircraft. I didn't find it. I'm just sharing it. New Perspective found it. But that's what you're talking about, right? Isn't that cool?
Trying to look for it.
Yeah, I was hearing a text channel. A New Perspective found this cool video. It's called Vajra. I just posted it. I don't know if it's in Indian. Apparently they figured out how those things work and how you can make one. I think that's cool.
It's weird.
Yeah, the Indians are overlooked in world history and technology.
Oh, yeah.
They got
Big time.
plenty of both. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, big time. They got the Vedic text. I think they break down at least most everything that we keep trying to figure out. The Hindus already knew this stuff.
Look, one thing is certain: all the civilizations talk about gods coming from the skies. They explain craft. They explain flying chariots with horses. The Greeks, the Indians have vimanas. Now, these could all be made up stories, or
It
dot
makes a
dot
lot of
dot.
sense.
Right? Yeah.
That seems extremely plausible and realistic. I imagine they just come from other lands. Yeah, I call them outlanders. But yeah, of course they have advanced craft. I think it's ridiculous to think we're as basic or primitive as we are today. Let me explain. I think today, right now, there's advanced technology, but why would they market it to like 7 billion people if there's really that many? Let's say there's a few billion people in the world. You know, you're not going to be able to go and buy a levitating aircraft at the car dealership, you know? But you know what I mean? But I think it's always been there. It's always
They might be
existed.
tiny. It could be tiny beings with. Maybe it's easier. You know,
Hey,
they use less
yeah,
fuel.
they
Who
could
knows?
probably get in your nose too. The tiny beings.
Yeah, little
Hey,
Smurf sized dudes. You know.
you're funny, dude. But it's serious, I think the technology never went away. What happened is that there's just so many people and they just never shared it with us. That's what I think. I think somehow uh, the what do you call it? The large group of wider population, the multitudes. Somehow we broke off of a group that was advanced, and I bet you they still exist today. Maybe they hang out in the central island at Mount Meru. Maybe they hang out at other continents not on the map. But that's why they spray in the sky, poisoning all the water everywhere, poisoning all the food because they don't live here, dude. And I think they zoom around in the high-speed aircraft, and that would be like the gods of ancient times. You know, they're just people with technology they don't share with. That's why would they share it with us? Who are we? We don't deserve their shit. You know, they have it. I just think they've always had it. You know, these flying machines. What do you think? What I'm trying to say, I think there are people out there with super advanced. They could be like, try to imagine 1,500 years into the future, and I think it'd be ridiculous to think they don't have that.
In the
For
year
example,
2525.
yeah, yeah. You think of the technology we would have then. Yeah, exactly. And here's what I mean. Something happened to the world. I don't know what it was, but I think there's some frozen areas, and easily somebody with the power of a government, whether it's Nazi Germany or the Allied powers, I think they uncovered stuff that was frozen somewhere. And I'm not talking about that space alien stuff, but I'm talking about here in the world. Um, yeah, I think somewhere they uncovered because they found all these ancient architectures that survived. So I think they found some technology. And you know what? They may have never lost it. They may have never lost it in the first place.
Well,
It's just that I don't know about what.
as crazy as that sounds, right? I've kind of made a link like that with Antarctica, right?
Yeah.
Because the only place in the world where we're not allowed to go, funny enough, the Germans were there first. And funny enough, the Germans have all this tech. They came up with all this tech during World War II. Now, is that a coincidence? I don't know.
Yeah,
I
real
think
quick
you're onto something.
about this latest video with the creature. It's from a verified account on Twitter, the CBK News. But if you look at the original video at the bottom, it shows timestamps, and this video was taken on May 26th, and the whole alien crash thing was May 1st. So I don't know what the hell they're doing with this. It seems like a mess up to me from this news channel, but
Well, it's fake.
I
You
don't
know, the way this conversation was going, I thought somebody was surely going to say outer pounders, but then, you know, Smurf said outer landers, but that's good enough. And he said new perspective a bunch of times, so I had to.
Did somebody say outer landers? Just
I might
Am I
be
wrong
mixing
place?
this up. I mean the Outlander, the people that live within this world, but on
Could be,
lands.
yeah, right. As opposed to outer pounders, that's
Yeah.
true.
Yeah.
No,
I
so you're not
believe
saying
in
it's
No,
Outlanders, but it's
there's even a
Outlanders.
name, Outlanders, yeah,
I think it's most plausible that there's Outlanders. Yeah.
sure.
And we're the new ones on the block.
Well, why would they treat the only people in existence like a petri dish, right? I mean, if we were all there was, you know, they're not going to just treat us like animals, right? There would be
Yeah, dude.
a little bit more care to that. In fact, speaking of which, that guy that I make the comps for, that Michael Berner guy, the very first question, and if you pop up his link right now, he's talking about the Elohim, and he's a linguist, so he goes to like 30 different translations of the Bible, right? And he's not like a Christian, or he's not a religious guy at all, but he just breaks down the language and what it's actually saying, and he's saying that the Elohim created, well, this is what Michael Tessarian was saying, but more than an alien race seeding type thing. But it could just be that there's like, you know, outer pounders that created us and cloned us. In fact, so he's saying the Elohim cloned themselves and made the atoms, right? And they're only men to begin with, and because they wanted a workforce, not for the digging gold, but for agriculture, for the farms, right? And then they made the Eve out of the rib, but the rib is actually totally a bad translation. And he goes through the whole thing about what they're actually talking about, the side, and that's actually where they would get the stem cells from today. They call it the same thing, right? The same exact thing. So they were cloning themselves, and then they made a female part of the of Adam. Now, also they're saying that Adam was part female, part male to begin with, you know, so that it was kind of like taking the female side of another way of interpreting.
Oh, wow. It was Adam Hermaphroditicus.
Yeah, kind of like that. Well, not the hermaphroditic, just that we all have a feminine and masculine side, maybe.
Like the Regis Hermaphroditicus. Alchemical.
Yeah, that kind of thing.
Creepy. You can listen to Pete Shea. No, I'm just joking.
Well, no, listen to the read is interesting though, because he goes through like the actual words that were used, and he goes, you have to go through 30 different translations to get the most common, you know, words that were used, or the most likely words that that was meant. And it was the Adamic race, not just an Adam and an Eve. It was the Adams and the Eves, which I've heard before from like Michael Tessarian and other places. He says it's like cross-culturally validated that it was a race.
There was an Adams family and an Eve's family.
Right? The Adamic race. And then the one they had, the first race that they made was from their own essence in like a more, or at least the way Michael Tessarian put it, which is similar, like they gave more of their own DNA to these first people, this first workforce. But that's where the Cain group came from, or whatever. And they were too smart, right? They needed to give us the dumbed down DNA to make us more obedient, supposedly. And the Cains are the ones that kind of represent like the cousins that were like, you know, convincing the Eves to convince the Adams to not be obedient. Saying, hey, we got away from that. We didn't want to be a slave race. We got away. You should do the same thing.
We're not done. We're done making the cocaine for you guys.
Yeah.
Hey, I posted a meme of somebody's talking about. You brought up the hermaphrodite thing. It may have been a hermaphrodite. I don't know. I wasn't there. But I posted a meme. If you go to I know it's really lengthy. So if you just read the last paragraph, it covers that.
So you could be like a hermaphrodite or like a hemaphrodite. I guess it depends on which side you're with.
Hey, I found out something, and well, I'm just gonna say it once because it triggers people.
Kind of like if you're right-handed or left-handed,
Hey,
whichever's dominant.
I found out something that's really triggering, but I just discovered it. I want to share it. I'm just gonna say it once. I found out 33. Okay, G is the 7th letter, A is the 1st letter, and Y is the 25th letter, and it's 33. GAY. I just found that out last night. I only gonna say it once though.
You
Just got that.
add up the letters GAY and it comes out to 33.
Yeah, but we gotta stop
that's
talking
awesome.
about it, or we're gonna get in trouble.
What's Liberace's
yeah?
point?
What?
Liberace.
Yeah, Liberace came up with that one, right? What'd you say, Snack?
No, just wondering what happens if you spell his name. Probably nothing. Probably nothing, guys.
Anyway, yeah, I believe in the Outlanders as the most realistic or probable scenario. Outlanders.
Well, they definitely don't look like that alien. And that alien that they showed us, can you imagine that thing in a spaceship? That makes no sense.
Hey,
Comes down naked in a spaceship, looking like an animal, trying to help.
Something like they was
Find a
drinking
rodent.
it. They was drinking in the aircraft, and he had to stop and puke or something. Hey, okay, so the grass.
Well, they got
doesn't
bottles
move.
but no clothes, right?
Do you think, like, if there were aliens, would you think we'd be less likely to fight them if they look like us, or more likely to fight them if they look like giant roaches or something?
Oh,
More
yeah,
likely if they're giant roaches.
Yeah. Or
We'll just kill them off like roaches, yeah.
Hey, there was a I looked at that video a few times, and of course it's in black and white, because if it was in color like everything is in 2023, if it was in color, then that would take a lot more effort. The UV and I forgot all the different.
Yeah, the angle doesn't make any sense. Somebody said that, like that. If it was a security cam, it makes no sense for the angle, like be at the ground level, and if it was a camera, then they would have zoomed in, and they would.
I got a bigger clue. A bigger clue that it's fake is that the grass doesn't. The grass sways with the breeze, but he's moving around a lot and turning around in quick circles and stuff. He doesn't affect the grass at all. And that's impossible. If I was making those movements, I'd be, grass would be getting pushed over and stuff.
Seen as virtual grass?
Yeah. Well, what it is they threw him in the, you already know what I'm going to try to describe is they put the CGI alien behind the grass.
Bottom line is, if that thing was in someone's yard, tons of people would have footage of it. That thing would be walking around the neighborhood. It didn't just
the alien's real, but they had to green screen the rest of it so that they chroma keyed it to make it look like it was in a backyard, but it's really in a government facility somewhere.
Right. Kind of looks like the creatures that
Chad, like ET, if it was real.
Who puts a security camera there? And then, of course, a squad car dash cam caught the UFO crash landing. Not anybody's Ring doorbell or cell phone, or it was a squad car's dash cam. Huh.
They did a good job with the beginning of it, where it was like looked like it was trying to swallow the rest of a cat that it just ate or something like that. The digestion, like the punching over with its like stomach. That's kind of creepy, They did a good job with that part of it. Like it just ate somebody's dog.
Maybe that's why he's there. He's hungry. He just want a quick bite for the road. Come on, man, it'll be quick, Be in and out.
You know what's crazy about these Trump indictments is like that they might actually help him. They're helping him. They're helping him be famous without having to put any money into it.
Is it like totally? Is it like off base, even for him? Like,
no. Just think about like every
are
news
the charges
cycle.
trumped up?
Are the charges trumped up? No, I don't think so actually. But yeah, the guy's So, but he's in the news cycle like every day from now until there's another president, right?
And he has been ever since he was president.
I know, but like now it's about. But I'm just saying, like it's like free advertisement.
Oh yeah.
Right, but it's also free advertisement that crushes other people that would try and like get in the mix too. Like he's like anybody that's in his party is getting less attention because the most attention is on Trump.
Well, it's all planned. Either way, either they plan on having him be president or they don't. They've already got the plan. In my opinion.
You would think that it should not benefit him, but it benefits him, and it unbenefits the other people trying to run against him. Like he has an unfair advantage because it's really
There's no way it's not a
it's a
script that's
little
already written, though, right? Don't you think?
it's so counterintuitive. I watch
There's no way.
Hillary run against them. Watch some kind of crazy nonsense is going to happen here. Crazy.
They may put the Kennedy. They may put Robert F. Kennedy in.
Oh yeah, no, and maybe something will happen like Kennedy to Trump and stuff like that. It's like Trump is like not happy until he's the most infamous president ever. So I expect everything to happen to him that has ever happened to any president.
What if Trump chooses Kennedy as his vice?
Like John F. Kennedy, maybe. No. I doubt that'll happen. Yeah, he's not gonna do that. Why would he do that?
Well, I'm saying it's already written. I think it's already written. The third act's already written.
But like,
there's nothing that
nobody
makes any
wants him.
difference.
But it, like most, like Chris Christie, Krispy Kreme.
Yeah.
You know Chris Christie. So Chris Christie's like, he's like, I hope that he's not president because he's gonna like pursue me and fuck me up and troll me and fuck my life up. But a lot of people kind of feel like that too because
I think they planned it in advance, dude. Like,
yeah,
you see news.
They already know if he's going to be president or not. They
Hey,
have
Snacks, have you seen that Newsbenders video?
No.
Oh, dude, you got.
We watched that a long time ago, Snacks, back in the day.
Okay.
Oh,
I think.
Oh yeah.
The Newsbenders.
I know
it's
anything
like
can be anything can be a coincidence. I understand. Yeah.
What they do is they plan the news like a couple or so years in advance. I believe that. I think that's what they do.
The whole news show a couple of years.
Well,
maybe
who's
a couple of
be
events.
president?
Well, they got to plan that. That's a company.
Yeah.
Hey, I posted it. The Newsbenders. That's a funny one.
Yeah, I just mean like it's what are the odds that like HBO drops a movie about a woman who's imprisoned for having documents and stuff like that and whistleblowing like 2 weeks before this indictment comes out, but what are the odds that her name is Reality? Is her first name? What are the odds of that?
Hey, the Newsbenders, that's a must watch. That is a freaking good video. I recommend it to anybody. Yeah.
I just want to start betting on everything. Everything's so crazy. The coincidences, the odds. Oh no.
So what is she? Wait, hold on. Retell that story. What is she up? What's the deal with Reality?
She just got out of serving like a 4-year sentence or something like that for trying to talk about the when they vote on the president or whatever, and then there was maybe some I don't know, something happened or whatever, right? So that I'm not even sure if we can talk about it yet, but allegedly you can talk about it on YouTube now, but I'm not testing those waters. But anyway, it's just interesting. All that comes out in the same stretch, right? I don't know how that happens.
What? So she got put in jail for doubting the election?
No, for leaking NSA documents.
Oh, about like the fake.
Just about the election. It was something to do with that. I don't know exactly what it was.
Does she work for the NSA?
Yeah, that's how she got it.
Okay, interesting. Never heard of anyone named Reality before.
Her middle name's Lee. Her name is Reality Lee. It's like really fun. It's real fun. But like, could you imagine that somebody could be named that, and that you would try to float that as the operation or whatever like that? Like that sounds so crazy. Like you would use a more real name, right? You would use a more regular person, not somebody so like that. So I don't even know how.
Seems like they troll that way though. Like they make it obviously.
It seems like it, yeah.
Weird.
But then you watch an interview with her, like I don't know, is that person like lying? I don't know.
I think it was a placeholder name when they were writing the scripts, and then they passed it over to someone else, and they didn't realize that Reality was a placeholder, and they just went with the name. Like an intern.
What's her last name?
It's so crazy, and the guy just sounds like Negator, like the FBI guy that's like talking. He's like, hey, it's just like walks her into a 4-year prison sentence. It's like pretty amazing. I don't know, man. I am so amazed. The show is really. It's actually a pretty good watch, but
right, yeah.
Regardless of whether or not it's propaganda, so I don't know what, but
right, they do a good job of making it like
great.
Obvious and then like somehow not obvious. It's a fine line. It's like they're telling you the truth and not telling you the truth in such a brilliant way. Sometimes it's just like, man, how can they? And the people are really good actors if they're acting. You know, that's the other thing.
Yeah, I don't believe in politics at all.
Right. But they don't even they're not even trying anymore. I mean, they put
Nope.
Trump in, you know, and they had Reagan in. I mean, they're using actors, so I mean, it's not like they're even hiding anything. So.
Well, it's like, I mean, you know, but yeah, I mean, we're supposed to, I mean, do you think, is Edward Snowden a real guy
No,
or
no.
what? But does
Edward
that mean
Snowden was definitely a
does that
psyop.
mean that does that mean that anybody you hear about that's a whistleblower is fake? Does
I
that mean
think
that? Like, I don't
Edward.
It's
necessarily.
not necessarily that, but yeah, if you hear about a whistleblower, most likely it's because they want you to know the information. It's just like telling you who your daddy is. Like, we're listening to you, and this guy is going to tell you and act like he's telling on us.
This
You know,
guy's
but the
gonna
funny
tell
thing
you.
is he thought he could go to like all the newspapers, and the newspapers are going to like go against the government, like they're not owned by the government already, right?
Right. Yeah. Oh, dude. Well, the same people are running both. But
Right. Yeah.
what I was saying, I was lost my train of thought.
Yeah, just wait here, wait for another train. I'm sure it'll come.
Something about politics is all fake, dude. Sorry. I
Yeah.
stayed up all night.
Fake or not, it's going to be exciting because it's like all the safety governors have been like removed from this one. I think, man, this is going to be really interesting.
You know, Trump had the Apprentice show. You know.
Thanks for the info.
All I know is like people like my parents or other people that have like, you know, gotten off on watching like thinking, okay, any minute Trump's going to jail. They're still on the edge of that, right? This latest thing, right? If he becomes president, there's going to be so many people this time really leaving the country, or you know, I mean, it's going to be the biggest snafu. I mean, it's going to be the biggest
Can you imagine
ever.
if Trump somehow Voldemorts himself back into office? Amazing. Like, amazing.
There's no way. If he gets put back in office, it's obviously because they planned
I want
it.
to see it happen. Now I want to see it happen. I was telling you it wasn't going to happen. Now I want to see it.
Right?
I think Trump is like a similar to a used car salesman, but for the pharmaceutical industry. You know.
That's good.
Now, hey, I'm
That's
patriotic.
electable.
I just don't believe. I just don't believe at all in politics. But I mean, I'm
What do you
very
mean?
patriotic. I'm trying to say, like, I dislike the blue team more than the red team, you know. But
Who even knows?
said,
I don't even know if any team has any color per se. Maybe everything's green these days.
well, I was just trying to say I'm not some communist or polarized Democrat. I'm just saying though, Trump to me is like a salesman. You know, I don't trust him at all.
Well, no, yeah, of course he's an actor, but like think about it.
The greatest salesman.
I think remember back in the day, Snack, we were talking about the election. Like you said something that was interesting. Like you said, the first time he ran, I would have bet, you know, I would have bet anything that he wasn't going to win, right? The second time, you would have bet that he was going to win, and he didn't win. So this time, no one thinks he's going to win. He's going to go. It's like always like what you don't think is going to happen. If what happens with him.
Good picking up that pattern. That means he's going to win. Ha! You figured it out.
That's why I'm saying it. Yeah.
That's the art of the deal.
He figured it out though, because that's what's exactly happening.
How did he not publish a book called The Art of the Steal? How did he not do that? How's that not?
Probably will.
There's a lot of things that don't make sense in this world.
I will.
Didn't make The Art of the Steal, but it's like, oh yeah, NFTs. Like, get out of here. Come on. He would have made how much money would he have made if he just put out a book called The Art of the Steal, or any book, or any fucking, even just how it ghost written? He would have made so much money. Like,
it's funny. He used to sell Trump steaks.
He sell spring water and education.
Oh yeah, Trump Academy. Now I'm not really making fun of him. I'm just laughing at. Like, I don't believe in politics. I think it's great he's successful. I wish you all are successful like Trump. You know, all of you.
No,
you know?
no.
Yeah.
Nobody wants that success. There's a price to pay for that kind of success.
Well, that's
you
where
can't be a good person or anything like that.
He's that successful. But 33 is all I gotta say.
All I gotta say is, what are the last 3 letters of Armageddon?
men. I mean, den.
Or her name's gonna be Reality with a Lee in the middle of it with two E's. Reality
Donald
Lee.
Trump.
How does that work?
Armageddon Donald.
Is his middle name really Christ?
Yeah, I think, and his mom's name is something like Mary. His dad's name, it's like some weird shit.
His one of his managers was like a deep Rosicrucian author. Know that much.
Yeah. Well, there's all kinds of predictive programming. Like even when he was like a kid, there's all kinds of stuff. He was there's so many things. Like you could probably put a list together of him being who he is. That's as long as the 9/11 predictive programming.
You got me looking.
Including the last president. There's a book called The Last President, right?
No, his middle name is John. Snacks. You were saying it's Christ. It says his name is Donald John Trump.
No, his dad's name is Frederick Christ Trump, and his mom's name is Mary Ann Trump.
I had it confused.
Oh, let me click on it. Oh, you're right. Wow, I didn't know that. Frederick Christ Trump Sr. What a name. I've never heard of anyone. Well, there's Christopher's. Other than Christopher's, I've never heard of Christ as a name. Never heard it. It's strange. Well, they probably call him Chris occasionally. Hey, you learn something every day.
Think you have like a daddy complex if your dad had that name? Maybe. I don't know.
You're funny. Yeah, I guess you could say that. Whoa.
He looks so shady. Looks like an alien. I mean, Jesus.
Yeah, but
this guy's got the biggest forehead I've ever seen. I'm going to post a picture of this guy. It does not look like a normal forehead of a human being. Could be an outer ponder. He could be outer ponder, that's for sure.
Who are you looking
Check
at?
out this guy. Frederick Christ Trump. Look at this guy's fucking head, dude.
Oh, wow.
Talk about Elohim. That's the biggest forehead I've ever seen. I know he's got a receding hairline, but that's just not normal looking. Hitler mustache, too.
It might just be that. Well, I don't want to say it's the angle. I'm looking at a different photo. Maybe his hair makes it look not as big. I don't know. There's some kind of connection with Nikola Tesla and Trump. Like they say Trump's grandfather or something. What he did, I think he took his notes took Tesla's notes out of the hotel room or something on behalf of the government. Something like that.
He's a Richard Nixon fan. Is he a Richard Nixon friend?
Trump?
No, this is a different guy. Okay, there's another guy named Frederick John Trump.
Oh yeah, that's what. Oh, that's what I was talking about. Yeah, I'm looking at a different photo.
But it's when Tesla invented the comb over, the patents he distributed the patents to many different countries, so no person could use it.
Now you got me surfing Wikipedia now about Trump. Well, anyway.
Yeah,
so
he's got a weird.
They got this space alien, the CGI space alien in somebody's backyard in Las Vegas, and they got the UFO crash landing. You know, they claim that a UFO crash landed. On the news.
and that naked animal-looking alien got out of it, right?
Well, since they claim that the UFO crash landed, I guess they're gonna show a crash site eventually, right? Like, maybe later today or.
Are these aliens finally going to update their maps on fucking Nevada, man? These bitches can't drive over the shit.
Dude, you're funny, dude. Hey, maybe somebody could give them some clothes.
This Trump's dad looks like a Bond villain.
Yeah, he does. Maybe only since you mentioned it, but yeah, I think that I was saying, okay, I used to think the financial system was unsustainable. I used to think that way, and then I saw them kicking it down, dragging it on so long. I'm like, wow, maybe they just drag it on forever. But now with this alien, the CGI alien, oh, okay, I actually know. I think we're screwed. I think it's I think it's game over, dude. They're not going to really just say, "Hey, aliens landed," and move on. Like, no, this is the last card they play. It's got to be the last card because it's fake. So people are going to demand answers. But I guess they don't.
The people don't get it what they demand. They may tell us that people demanded something because they wanted to give it to us, but people don't ever get something because they demand it.
Well, I would imagine. Okay, one of my neighbors told me about the space alien. I didn't see it until Geo. I came back here and Geo posted it. But last night I went to the neighbor's house and she said that yeah, everybody knows about it. Everybody's talking about it. It's the biggest thing on the internet. This is from a normie neighbor. She doesn't even have a computer.
And look
She
at that
hardly
last
uses her
picture.
cell phone.
Look at that last picture of Trump's dad, dude. That is scary. That guy got to be like one of the scariest looking people ever.
Yeah,
What's wrong with his skin?
I was wondering the same thing.
It just looks like evil pus underneath his fucking like that's what you get for being him.
Probably. I don't know. Okay, so
Man.
I've been sitting here thinking that they're going to keep this economy shrinking slowly. Now, okay, now that the government has claimed that a UFO, whatever, local news station with the cops, I'll call that the government. They got the local cops and the news station together claiming that we've been visited by space aliens from outer space, is what they're implying, basically. A UFO crash is what they're. I mean, hey, maybe they're changing the story, but that's what they're implying: a space alien.
Way better is Outer
So
Ponders. Outer Ponders is way better.
well, you never know. Maybe they'll do that, but okay. Hey, I'm just saying. I think they're going to pull the space alien thing, and whatever they do, people are going to demand to see the alien and the crash site. So that's why I'm saying I think it's game over because there's no way they're going to supply anything. It's all fake. They must got some really bad intel that the market's fucked. Like maybe like in a couple days it's all over. I can't believe they pulled out an alien. I mean it's CGI. You know what I mean?
It's a card to play for sure.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I can't believe they really did this. There's no way. There must be some really bad.
This thing gonna bring cops back. You know what I mean?
And
Like,
I'm
ooh,
saying it's coming
bad
from me.
boys. What
Before I
you
saw this
gonna do?
video, I was saying, hey man, they're just gonna keep it going forever. It's run by
Be
propaganda
a
and brainwash. No,
bunch
I
of
think it's
aliens.
game over.
They got cops running after aliens going down the alleyways and shit like that. Night vision, with the bad boys. Like,
Well, that's what the
bad boys,
average
bad
normie.
boys. You know
You
what I mean?
got
And
the
then got
average normies probably wondering if we're being invaded now by space aliens. Seriously.
But you know what the weird thing is that most people know that there's spacecraft up there. I mean, there's unidentified flying objects for sure. Like, there's no doubt about that. But everyone thinks it's going to be a fake alien invasion, which is
Yeah.
true too. But
I
it's
mean,
like
they're
we
gonna think
totally
it's
know
real.
that there's UFOs, but we totally don't believe what's
Yeah.
in the UFOs.
Well, yeah, I agree with you. And it could be piloted by humans, and they could have built it. Humans could have made everything, and they could attack us with it too. They could employ like a foreign example. For example, a different nationality. Pick any of them. It's somebody that doesn't like our country, and they could have them as pilots. Like for example, a country we attacked recently. We could have them as the pilots in our. Well, the people that make all these choices, they probably live in the Bahamas and example places like that. They live elsewhere on the private islands and such. and in places we're probably not allowed to even know exist. And so they can have this very real but fake invasion. See, you know what I mean? They're you know what I'm trying to say? They could actually like use weapons and just say it was from outer space. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, kind of like they have like comets crashing places and blowing up stuff all over the place.
Yeah, they just say the
Yep.
aliens did it, but it wasn't
It's
really
bad,
aliens. Dude.
bad alien shit going on.
Yeah, oh, check out how they do it. They use drones, automated drone, autonomous. You know,
Yep.
software program, man. Level that city.
They're run by
Blame it on-
tiny mouses.
Now we're going to blame it on the space aliens, and now everybody has to go live in a smart pod. Let's made that up. It's called smart pod.
Yeah, Apple just unveiled it. It's brilliant.
Did they? I don't know if you're joking, but hey,
Yeah, I'm joking.
yeah, that'd be funny. But okay, so I think that this is the last card. Really, that's my point. Is there any other card you can play besides alien invasion? It's the end, dude. Now, okay, I don't believe in alien space. You know what I mean? It's all staged. It's set up.
Dude, it's the last card, and then or flat Earth would be the very, very last card.
Well, that's true. But okay, what I mean by last card, I mean like, and I'm not one of the. I can't stand people that spread fear. But I hear it every day. I mean, we all hear it. We hear it in. Normies are telling me about their concern about the railroad and diesel or whatever. So I don't like spreading fear, but I just can't believe that they're claiming an alien crash landed. And there's
Yeah,
that video. There
dude,
must be some bad news on. What's up?
I can't believe it. I just watched that video for the first time. It's insanity, bro.
The only thing I can think of is there's a bad situation in Wall Street. And what's going to happen is normies are going to wake up probably within the next week or so and find out they have no retirement pension. That's my guess. I can't think of a single other reason why they would do this. Can you think of? Oh, okay. Okay, maybe a war, but I don't. That's a lot less likely. I don't see a war popping off over an alien. See, the alien is the excuse of why you got no pension anymore. Get it?
Yeah, didn't Ronald Reagan say, like, if only an alien invasion would occur, then we put aside our differences, right?
Yeah, we could lose all the pensions together. I mean, I don't have one, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I mean,
These aliens are going to come and take our savings and loans.
I'm a disabled veteran that, I got to be really specific. But never mind that. I'm poor shit. Anyway, these pensioners though. Nah, hey, check this out. I got an answer to your pension. It's called alien invasion.
Boom.
There's your pension. What happened? I don't know. Space aliens. But my $2 million in Charles Schwab account. Space aliens.
Better put all that money into NASA so we can fight these space aliens, man.
Well, we know the market went down, crashed really hard because of the, alien invasion. And
well, the market didn't crash hard as a spacecraft.
It's a good one. It's really a great excuse, really. I mean, can you really think of a better excuse for not getting paid in your senior elderly golden years? Well, being visited by extraterrestrial life.
Yeah, the space aliens came and took my pension.
Yeah,
Dude,
I'm just eating cat food.
Exactly, though. That's exactly what I thought of when I saw not the cat food thing, but I mean the effect.
what's crazy is that's the largest generation they'll have to deal with given their retirement, right? The baby boomers. Then obviously we're larger than them, right?
Sorry, I don't mind the cat food. I really don't have my teeth anymore, so it's kind of small. It's fine.
Well, we had an economy, and then that pandemic kind of softened it up a bit. But we were going to build back together stronger. Well, I forget how they said that. We were dealing with the aftermath of the pandemic, and then the space aliens invaded. You know,
What do you
That
want
was
from us?
though, hey, maybe they just want the vaccine. They just really wanted it bad. They stopped prescribing
that is so
science.
War of the Worlds. But that's so funny. Yeah, like can we catch a break? You know what I mean? Pandemic, and then global crisis. We got environmental shit now. Aliens. You know what I mean? Come on. Can we catch a fucking break here?
When I went to boot camp, I just call it that because I've been out for so long, but it's called basic training. When I joined the Army, in 2006, the drill sergeant said, one of the first things he said was, the economy just crashed, because of the Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac thing. So I was 17 years old, right? And so my very first job, the first thing my boss said, he said, the economy just crashed. This is your only job. I mean, this is it. This is all you have. And he walked out of the room. And then after that, I got out of the Army, and we were in the Obama economy, and they call it the Great Recession. And, here's another one. While I'm on that subject, one more thing. When I went to high school, everyone I know that went to high school, they all live with their parents. How's that? Every single one of them. Every single dude I know, every person I know that went to high school, that I still know, that right, I can click on their Facebook, click on their friend, 100% live with their parents. We're the millennials. How's that? I don't live with, I live in a forest. Okay, I don't own anything. Do you think I would really talk so much shit on the internet if I owned anything?
Word.
I got nothing, buddy.
Dude, these aliens came just in time and just got chicken, so we're good, dude. We got the egg.
Hey, that's what I was talking about, though. Is that I trailed off, but you mentioned the economy. We can't catch a break. I guess I was venting a bit there. Sorry, but no, you can't have a break. No, you just had your pandemic, and now you have an alien invasion.
I'm going fishing.
Now, part of me is wondering if they're just gonna act like there's a fear of an alien invasion and use that as the excuse for the economic collapse, and and nothing more than this one isolated event will happen, right? What if this isolated event turns into a media hype scare, and they blame that's why you lost your pension?
Got ways to go before all that happens. But I like where you're thinking.
I'm just trying to make sense of why the news is reporting that aliens have crash landed in Las Vegas. I'm just trying to figure this one. It's not April 1st.
It's just you need more than one ring in a circus.
Man, it's so cool that I figured out the Earth. I mean, that's not the word. I found, or I watched a lot of YouTube videos around 2014, 2015. But anyway, I'm so happy that I know the Earth is flat. Because ever since I've realized this, that's the word. Ever since I've realized the Earth is flat, I just feel immunized to all of this bullshit. Like, I see that space alien. That's not real. That's CGI. Look at it. Dude, I don't know what it is, but when you figure out the Earth is flat, I just can't take any of this shit seriously. And then everything becomes obvious because they lied about the most fundamental thing, the most basic thing. That's like 2 + 2 is 4, and the shape of the world you live on. So I can't believe anything they say. And so now I have an eye for it. And they leave clues everywhere because that's how before the internet, I think they used like these sort of clues that they still use today.
Like they wink at each other.
I don't even know where to start. They got all sorts of clues, like besides your hand gestures and symbols. In writing, they have like the 33 is one of their favorite ones, and other they have phrases they can say that only they understand. And they communicate in ways in front of everybody. They hide in plain sight, but they have ways to communicate we don't know because it's called a fraternity. So they got I was just saying that. I'm just talking. What am I talking about?
You live in a forest under a mushroom. You're 3 apples
Yeah.
high.
That's right. And the Earth is flat. Oh, I was saying, since I've realized the Earth is flat, I can't take any of this propaganda seriously at all, dude. It's so obvious. And now they're trying to sell me on a space alien. They want me to believe this. No, but okay, I just meant that as a side note. What's blowing my mind is the neighbor. I learned about this last night when a neighbor, she's about roughly twice my age, somewhere around, she's older than me. And I stopped by and she was so excited to let me know that she said, did you see it? I said, what? This is an old lady, right? And she has a phone sometimes, like she doesn't have one right now. Like she's not technologically, doesn't have much technology, right? Doesn't have a computer or anything. She said everybody's talking about it, and she said, "Have you seen it?" And what? The alien. She said the alien is landed or crashed or something. There's a space alien walking around, and so she really wanted me to know. Like she couldn't believe I didn't see it already. I haven't seen it. So I came back here and Geo posted it.
Yeah.
And I can't believe. Okay, so I told you that whole story because that's an example of a normie's reaction, and I'm wondering what what's the psychological
Well,
impact
it's like,
on society.
but it's like the news is so dull that like I think it just reaches a point where people are ready to just jump out the window for anything that hits the news. They're like, oh my gosh,
Hey, this was the only time though that a normie was excited to let me know about the news. You know, this was the first time. I mean, I've heard him complain before. This was a time where it's like a child want to show you something. Like, hey, look at this. Like, hey, did you see that? You know, like she's really psychologically affected. Like she believes there's a space alien in Las Vegas. You know, like I knocked on the door. She came outside and was like really super energized and excited. Did you see it? Did you see it? You know, and when I did see it, when I came back here and I saw it, I can't believe that anybody was buying it. The neighbor believes it. How many neighbors believe it? I wonder if your neighbors believe it. I wonder
oh
if
no,
100 million people believe that shit.
it's all just the NBA advertisement scheme. So they're gonna open up a new basketball team in Las Vegas.
You know how I
Watch.
think it works is the average normie just doesn't have any curiosity, so they just can't figure anything out, and they just believe whatever's on TV. I guess I try to make sense of this. Okay, so this is what I'm saying. This is the talk of the nation now, isn't it? That's a big event.
Dude, I typed in alien into Google and it's all over every news station.
Oh, the neighbor told me that everybody's talking about it, and she said, and she doesn't have the internet, and she said everybody's talking about it on the internet. So that means some other neighbor told her all that stuff and probably showed it to her.
My my wife said one of the Blue Man Group guys got out on acid.
Oh, that's funny. I can imagine that happening.
Man, Trump could run on that too. He's like, and I'm going to tell you guys what's really going on with the UFO thing. You know what I mean? 4 more years. Here we go. Come on.
It's the Blue Man Group.
It's just the Blue Man Group, dude. Those guys got out of hand last night.
It's all right.
Maybe they just want to do a little gambling.
They're trying to hit the craps table, man.
They landed
And
in the wrong spot.
maybe that'll be good for the economy.
It's more like the Belu Man Group.
Dude, they saw the Luxor, freaking the beam of light in the sky, and they're like, "We know where we're going." It's a pyramid.
Maybe they got distracted looking at all that stuff.
Like, have you seen all these slots, bro?
Maybe they're like, well, I don't know where we are, but let's check it out.
Do you have money, bro? No.
Yo, is Vegas on 29.9 latitude?
Well, they say
use
that
your
Vegas
dad's
is
credit card. No, my dad will kill me. irresponsible aliens.
Okay. This happened before. I'm in a state of disbelief. Most normies can't believe that a space alien has crashed. No, for me, I can't believe that the TV's reporting that. So, like the pandemic, I couldn't believe that. The average normie couldn't believe a pandemic was happening. No. I couldn't believe that that they pushed the pandemic psyop. Anyway, I'm sorry to bring that up, but I'm just saying I'm having the same reaction. I can't believe that. I can't believe the TV is really doing this again.
I thought you guys knew it was intergalactic Uber Eats delivery.
Oh, that's a good one. I mean, I just can't believe it. I'm sorry to be redundant. I don't know. Can anyone else believe they really did this? Okay, you can see they did it.
But are you at least excited there's extraterrestrials?
That's what the normies are probably talking about at their dinner.
What are you worried
tables
about
right
if it's
now.
fake or not?
The normies are probably. I bet you there's a lot of conspiracy talk about ancient aliens on the History Channel.
That's the one conspiracy I believe in, that there's aliens.
They do that dude with the hair. The dude with the hair, he says, "I'm not saying it's."
Not saying it was Outer Ponders, but
yeah, that dude.
Yeah, it was Outer Ponders.
Hey, the normies everywhere. Wow, man. I was waiting for the Great Reset, though. Is this how they're going to do it?
Yeah, dude. 20. Yeah, what's up? 2030.
Oh! I just figured it out. The alien craft that crash landed. I was saying they're going to demand to see. No, you know what'll happen? That thing's going to trigger an EMP. Not really. It's a plot. It's a really shitty plot. I just thought of it. Doesn't that make sense? It's the only option they got. The UFO is going to have to trigger a pulse to shut your internet off. I mean, power, electricity. I mean to say.
Dude, they shut it off for 3 months. That's all they need, and you'll forget every cent that was in your bank account.
Dude, here's what I'm thinking. People, a lot of normies, they're like, why would they like money? Why would they do? No, they already made their money. They've looted us the last few years, trillions of dollars. And yeah, they'd love for the electricity to shut off so they can get away with. It's not the money. They exchange the money for real stuff like gold, and real estate islands or whatever. Anyway, so they've got real tangible physical value that they exchange their trillions of dollars for, and now they'd love to shut our electricity off. You know what I'm saying? They also bought up a lot of farmland and real estate. So why not shut the power off, dude? So okay, here's why am I talking about this? Well, check this out. There's a supposed crash prop. I wonder if there's even anything there, but they say there's a squad car cam caught a crashed UFO. You would expect society to demand to see it and to go inside of it and get photographs and know everything about it. So I think it's going to have to be a weapon. They're going to have to say, somehow the electricity got burned out from the craft.
He got it on his body cam. All he saw was a flash in the sky. So,
well, they said it crashed. So since they said it crashed, people are going to want to see it. And I'm saying it could trigger some kind of mechanism that does a pulse wave. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, the only evidence of the crash was from like a neighboring camera, but they didn't actually see it. They just saw like the illumination of it and the sound, and that was about it.
Oh,
yeah, maybe that could just be how it lands.
Hey, is there no crash? I didn't look too far into it because it's obviously bullshit, or it's a psyop. It's fake. So is there? I'm not sure whether or not there's a crash site. I just know the crash landed.
It's in the backyard, and if you look at the backyard, there's not even really an indentation. It looks like they got like a gravel backyard, like somebody just kind of like, I don't know, swept it out about a foot, like a foot 4 feet.
Did you see a photo of the aircraft? Supposed alleged
aircraft? I haven't seen the aircraft, no.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think normies are going to start demanding, well, what's it look like? What's the UFO? What's the spaceship look like? They're going to want to know what the spaceship looks like. So upon inspection, whatever, when they go to inspect it or look into it, it probably triggers a defensive system, right? And that's my theory. So then you got your great reset. Your great reset triggered by a crash spacecraft. You know?
Well, I don't necessarily know that it crashed rather than landed, because
I'm saying
think
crash because they say it crashed. I'm just saying what the headlines say.
right.
What are you saying?
Well, I was just gonna say, I mean, because if it crashed, then it would be there, but it wasn't there. So I think the narrative is that it landed and then took off again.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's even weirder. It's like they dropped a dude off.
They just bounced.
Yeah, maybe they didn't like that dude.
Yeah.
Like I said, it was an Uber Eats delivery. That was it.
This is an argument, mid-flight. Get out of here. Hey, pull this ship down now. I'm getting out.
It wasn't even an alien. It was just like a botched transgender operation that went bad.
Oh, just call it an alien. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, what do we do with this patient? Hey, just call it an alien. That's messed up. Okay, well, I'm just in a state of disbelief. Is anyone else here, or how do y'all feel about this?
So that video was from May 26th, so they kind of been waiting to release it. What's up with that?
Yeah, I noticed that. I don't know what to think about that, but I saw that also.
I don't know,
can't.
but Ken, go ahead.
I got nothing. Go ahead, Dyson.
I was just gonna say, I don't know if this has anything to do with Ken Wheeler's latest video, but he put out a video on UFOs. I haven't watched it yet, but
I don't know who
I
that
don't
is.
know. I don't know. I could stream it if you guys are interested.
I just think the economy is about to crash. I'm not trying to do I got friends who tell me that, it's almost as if they want me to believe the economy is going to crash. I'm just trying to figure out why they're saying there's a space alien walking around Las Vegas. Did they capture it? They got it on video. What happened to the space alien?
Dude, when I went to Vegas, there was way weirder things than space aliens walking around.
You're hilarious. Check this out, okay? What I'm trying to say is I don't believe this at all, so I didn't bother really looking into it much. Did they capture the space alien? Or
I
is
don't
he
think
still
so.
walking around? Oh.
No, I think he just disappeared. But I'm just wondering, did all this take place on the same day as the Gay Pride event?
Oh, I did. That was funny. I have no idea.
I'm not sure either.
Hey,
that would
okay,
explain it.
Are you saying that it's part of the Hey Gay Alien dialectic?
So if they never caught the aliens, or well, if they never say they caught it, or they could just say they don't know where the ship is, don't know where the alien is. I mean, the headline said it crash landed, but maybe they're trying to spin it like that. Well, we don't know there's a video of an alien, so you can believe in your outer space. And what happened, I don't know. But it does certainly reinforce the space thing in the minds of normies. Of course, they're going to think a lot more about space now.
There's another alien UFO sighting in Devon, England. They got pictures. They got pictures of it here on MSN.
You can't be serious. Of all places where they do the rover, the Mars rover.
Well, that's Devon Island, Canada. Yeah.
That's what a coincidence. Of all places, they got a UFO sighting there.
Devon,
That's
England.
where NASA does their training for the rover.
He said England. It's England.
Oh, I'm sorry.
They might be.
It's the NASA dealership, and the alien wanted to buy a rover. What's the big deal?
Oh, it's a different Devon. Is it? Are you talking about England?
They got good lease deals.
I was talking about Greenland or something.
Yeah. 2 places.
Well, I don't know. I just know there's no such thing. Okay, what I mean to say is I know that that video is fake. That's all I know.
Let me ask you this:
Is that
do demons exist? Do you think?
plausible? But okay, that video was fake because it just looked so fake. I mean, the grass and stuff and everything was just real bad. It's white and black and white. Nothing made sense. But sure,
Yeah,
entities. Yeah, I
that was
believe there could be.
interesting.
You
Why
know,
was
but
it
yeah,
in black and white?
yeah, because less editing. They can't make it look as realistic in color. They had to make it look dark and you know. But hey, I'm trying to say yeah, I find demons as plausible. That video is fake, but sure, there could be entities that are ugly and scary looking. Could exist perhaps under the subterranean, perhaps inside the earth, under the
Or
flat whatever.
extraterrestrial, like in the outer lands.
Yeah, I
Where
also yeah.
where was his genitalia?
I didn't notice that. What I did notice is
Was it wearing like skinny jeans?
I
It
know
didn't have anything, bro.
yeah, I noticed yeah, it just looks so fake. And I was gonna say I noticed I didn't believe it. This is a bad joke, but what's up with him not having anything? He doesn't have even a hand tool, a remote control button, or anything. He doesn't have
Yeah, no
all
no
the
laser gun,
yeah,
nothing.
nothing. You don't have a radio, a phone, anything, a map, nothing.
Looked pretty primitive.
Yeah, for a interstellar space traveler. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
How you
even
gonna
if
have
he's
a
just
spacecraft but be a nudist? That's so counterintuitive.
oh, one of the comments, dude, on that subject. There were a lot of people joking around about that, but one of the normies early on, like one of the first comments, like the second one or so, this dumbass normie said, "Oh, about why did travel this far don't have clothes?" On YouTube, a normie wrote, "Well, they're just more advanced than us. They're culturally." They don't, yeah, so he said they've progressed beyond clothing, is what he implied.
They
Because they're
only
more
need
advanced.
nylon.
Well, my point, what blew my mind is that I think that's what they want normies to think that in advanced spacefaring societies they don't wear clothes, because the entire thing is degenerate.
They don't need it, and they don't
Yeah,
even need genitalia, bro.
yeah, they want you to think that these great aliens, like you're saying, yeah, they don't have any equipment.
Yeah, they know they ain't got shit to look at. I mean, like the Venusian women, from Venus, they'd be wearing space outfits,
Why couldn't we get like a cool, like a hot alien from Venus? What's up with that?
Yeah, something with like 3 boobs or something,
Yeah, that's funny.
or even two is fine.
I'll take 3.
I'd take green. Well, anyway, I just know that video is fake.
Oh no,
I'm
I
more.
answered my own
What?
question. No, I answered my own question. Forget about
Oh,
it. I was
hey,
like, you only got two. I was like, you only got two hands, but whatever. Forget about it.
hey, I'm just saying. I know that.
Motorboat.
I know
Hey,
that there's.
so why is 3 boobs sexy, but 6?
Yeah, 6 is too many.
Yeah, it's gonna look like a dog chest or something.
That's like work. That's 2 sets of bras.
I was just thinking, what's the effect of this fake event? Well, I just know the neighbor was really extremely energized about it. So I
She
think
was
it's
looking
just
at how
caused.
long those fingers were. That's all it was.
I think it's caused a mass. There's an attention to it, a mass something. Is it called hysteria? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm in the forest. I don't know what the average normie is saying right now. I bet I don't want to use the word panic. I don't think they're panicking.
Was that like a Hispanic family? Because the dad had like a long, like Haji looking fucking shirt on. I was like so confused. Like the kid sounded Hispanic, but the dad looked like Punjabi or something. It was weird.
Well, I guess it's official now that the government, or I just say the government, the powers, whatever, the people, social engineer, They really want us to believe in space aliens. That much is obvious.
It was just a highly advanced rock. That's all it was.
Yeah,
That looked like something out of a video game. What's up?
I'm fine with them. They're fine. They seem reasonable, at least, you know. Not like Starship Troopers, where it's a bunch of bugs. You know, no good.
Yeah, we could send you as an ambassador to the space alien. You up to the challenge, buddy?
You have to learn their ways.
Apparently,
Get in
their
with them.
ways is walking around nudism.
Know
Apparently,
their
that's their way.
traditions.
Apparently,
Right.
their way is to go and travel light years and find a civilization and walk around naked. And
Did you bring your shoes, Tom? No, left them on the ship. Not even sneakers.
Hey Tom, did you bring that thing to beam you back up to the ship? I left it in my pocket. Oh.
Brought this anal probe though. Hey, get that away from me.
It's exactly what they're doing out there in
They're-
the cartoon world.
They have no idea what they're doing.
Galaxy.
The galaxy.
The galaxy. Anyway, okay, now after talking with y'all about, because I didn't actually look into it much, I saw that video a few times and I realized it's propaganda. After talking with y'all, I think what's going to happen is the ship probably, they misreported it crash landed. They're going to say it took off. They don't know where it is, and I guess they're going to say they don't know where the alien is, and then normies are going to speculate and say, well, I bet the government has the alien, you know, and I bet the normies will be talking about this for a while. You know about that alien in Las Vegas? Oh yeah, I bet the government. Oh sure. Oh of course. Yeah, he was naked. Oh yeah. They probably grabbed him. He didn't seem to have a laser gun. So
Here's something to
got
consider.
TikTok. What?
Here's something to think about too. I was just thinking about this, just listening to you guys. You know, I was in the military, and my uncle, which is my mom's brother, he was in what they call pararescue. Do anybody know what pararescue is? Anybody know?
yeah, I can imagine it's like you rescue people out in the ocean.
Well, not necessarily. Well, it is a rescue aspect of it, but it's a down pilot. Like if the pilot gets shot down behind enemy line, the whole purpose of pararescue is the purpose of pararescue is to go in and to retrieve the pilot.
That's exciting.
So now think about
Isn't
this.
that like
If an
Black
alien
Hawk Down?
crash landed-
Wasn't that what they were doing?
Yeah.
something like that, probably, something like that. But anyway, so I was thinking to myself, an alien crash lands on a planet, extraterrestrial terrain, whatever you want to call it. But they leaving. Why don't they come get him? Why don't they come to retrieve the body? Is he just expendable? Maybe he's just an expendable unit. Why don't they come rescue him?
Yeah, the other aliens.
Yeah, why don't they come get him?
Yeah.
I only saw one.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of is either most probably punishment, like we're throwing you off the UFO, and secondly, maybe a weird mistake. He's flying by himself, or the other dude died. Maybe they got I know it's all fake. I'm just trying to, I know it's all fake. But imagine, okay, maybe like one alien had a fight with the other alien and they crashed. I don't know.
But the thing is, like if we send somebody so-called to Mars or even to the moon, whatever, just hypothetically speaking, if you're so far away that you can't rescue them, we don't have the means to. So if somebody dies out there, we have no means to rescue them. So now that tells you something about their technology. Well, if they can send them to our location, but then they have no way to rescue them because they just send them off and they die. There's just a one-way mission, guys. You're out, or something. Just trying to think it through. Just trying to think of what's going on.
That's funny, dude. Now that's a funny one.
They're like, is that why we don't get uniforms, Captain?
That's what I was thinking. That's exactly what I was
Yeah,
thinking.
why are we all nude in here? This is crazy.
It's a one-way ticket. We're gonna whatever. You don't need clothes where you're going.
Oh man. Said funding's been cut back. Save
Maybe
money.
this is dude. Maybe NASA had their funding threatened by audit NASA, and then they pulled out an alien.
Oh, like we better have aliens, guys. They're the main reason why we exist. You're like, oh
Yeah,
shit.
maybe they felt intimidated by Whitsit, so they pulled out an alien.
Oh, you know it.
Whitsit looking around, man, so they pulled an alien out.
They
I don't
dropped the
doubt it.
alien card.
Yeah, at Vegas, they're playing poker.
The odds of UFOs existing went down, so they had to.
Jokers are wild and aliens are naked.
Oh man, this is more unbelievable than the pandemic. Well, I don't know. It's comparable.
Right, at least shorts.
At least have like a little fig leaf or something like Adam and Eve.
I mean,
Or-
they literally just put a CGI and claimed it's somebody from another world or reality. They're claiming they were visited by space aliens. It's got the normies so excited that one of my neighbors, who's a super normie, she had to let me know about it right away. I mean, I went to her place,
Clothes?
but she was super energized.
Just walk
I
around
think it
naked.
was less threatening though that it didn't have like some giant member or something, you know. Than
My
maybe
goodness. Yeah. What would we even know to do about that? Like, oh my god, yeah, that it's down to his knees and he's got long legs. Like, whatever. Like, what would we be doing? We'd be afraid of them. We'd want to blow them up. Right? Blow them
I
up
think
and
the
their
Chinese would definitely be offended.
blow them up and their alien dicks. Yeah. And they'd probably eat them for like special powers
For
or whatever.
sure.
Yeah.
They're already coming up with the recipe.
It's really good. This for alien dick. It's for your libido. You know? And
Hot,
then it's
hot
like,
alien cock.
I just see it as bad news for
Gee
his.
whiz.
I see it as an indicator that the stock market is going to go down.
I've made a coffee.
Don can't even get in on this.
Yeah. But that would be more hilarious and realistic if they like had to like blur out the bottom of the alien. You'd be like, whoa.
I'll try again.
Yeah, they have to like blur it like way past his knee. You know,
Yeah.
you see like the dangle.
Shit, dude. Fuck. Yeah, we don't get to see it. It's like, what? And people are curious. Like, what does it look like? You know, I want to know about
Right.
this. You know what I'm saying? It's weird kind of game. Yeah, somebody's playing on.
Yeah, women out there looking for the alien. Right?
Okay. Thinking about it, yeah.
What's the scenario?
We've got a new gender you can identify with, Don.
Alien.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah.
Not from here. Quite it's like an excuse for a lot of weird people.
Yeah.
They say, "Oh, I'm not from here."
Well, Don, you believe you're on a ball, right? So
Let's not go back to that.
check this out. If you were locked in a room with that space alien, would you be interested in his curvature?
Oh,
Yeah, a little eye
How about
contact, you know, some telepathy maybe.
How about his plumb bob, Don?
I know it's a globe so deep in my heart. I wouldn't even need to ask the alien. Is it a globe? I wouldn't even have to ask him because I already know.
It's difficult to hate you, even though you're a globhead.
Because globeheads don't do anything wrong. All they do is believe in something that they think is true. It's not a crime. Literally, that's what Christians do. That's what Muslims do. That's what everyone does. What flat earthers do.
There's no way you really believe you're on. You're just messing with us, dude.
You'd be making out with an alien.
People believe lots of stuff, Smurf. Everyone believes crazy shit and minimal shit. They stack it on top and then they build a worldview of shit.
Yeah,
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I try to do the opposite. I just keep trying to destroy.
Yeah, we all try our
I,
best.
I
but
think
we
I
all
think
end
that's
up with
the
a
opposite.
worldview of shit.
I think that's the opposite of flat earthers, though, Don. Like we're trying to separate our beliefs from the fact and fiction, where you're just like hand dismissing it and accepting the belief.
Can I just join in on your conversation instead of talking about one of my beliefs?
Well, we were talking about alien wing, so I don't know what you got.
It fits his narrative, so it's perfectly
Yeah, I
explainable.
like aliens. They're great.
Yeah. Hey, do you think that alien has all the answers to our society's problems? You know.
I know it could be a psyop, but it also could be real. They might actually land, right?
Land or crash land?
Where do they come from?
They might pop up on the news,
How did they get here, Don?
and it might be like a coincidence that the news is psyoping, but aliens are also coming.
Hey, Don, how did the UFO get here from, wherever it came from?
It flew down from heaven, didn't it? From somewhere that we don't know.
How did it fly so fast, light years? How did it go so fast?
Oh, it's got anti-gravity tech.
Oh, is that like magic?
It might be a sky portal as well. We don't know yet.
Oh,
Why was the light blue, Don, instead of like red or something? Why was that blue shifted?
Blue? I don't know. I think they can do all colors.
I saw blue. That's all I saw.
What did you see?
A big blue light flash.
Specific.
Thing.
Oh, above the volcano. Oh.
No, this was the alien footage caught from the police officer's body cam.
Oh, I haven't seen it then.
Don, where the hell have you been, dude?
Outer space.
For what I'm reading, the police closed the case. Case closed.
Case closed.
It's just another one of the usual crash landings. Yeah.
There's similar crop circles. Once the real thing starts happening, the CIA have to copy it and fake it so that they can get control of the phenomenon to study
So
it.
probably in Las Vegas somewhere there was a real visitation. They're just what we're watching is just the sandbagging of it, really.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, because of all those videos of kind of the real alien by the. I was kidding.
So the Glovers believe it. That's what I'm gathering.
Yeah. Hey, Glovers, do you think this alien was weirded out when he came from a ball and found it all flat here?
That's a great. Yeah, judging by my super normie neighbor, yeah, the globheads are buying it. They're believing it. She said, "Did you see it? Did you see it? Did you see it?" I said, "What? What is it?"
I'm just saying, like when
everybody's talking about it, it's all over the internet. Did you see it? I said, "What is it? The space alien, or something like that?" She said that. I think she said alien. I forget whether she said space, and she said the alien it crashed, it landed. The aliens all over the internet. Everyone's talking about. I know what I just said. My neighbor told me, so I think that's what they're all saying.
It's a recent thing. Can you find me the footage? 'Cause I'm interested.
Yeah, I pull it right here.
And his neighbor was like, "They don't have any genitals? That's so weird." And kind of counterintuitive that they wouldn't wear clothing. But
do you
they
mean
found them.
the black and white garden footage? Is that what you're on about? Because that is quite cool.
Yeah, that's one of them.
Hey, check it. I just posted.
The aliens like sniffing the plant or something.
So you're saying your neighbor was talking about this after seeing it on the internet or the news?
Hey, do you believe that? Click on it, because
I watched this earlier. I think it's a good fake alien.
It's good we can agree on this before they. I guess you didn't get the memo or the latest script that you're supposed to defend this.
Hey Don, what do you think of those calcium cannons on that thing?
What do you mean? This type of creature, if it was real, would not be in someone's garden confused like this. It would be
Maybe it was.
the king of a ship. It would be in control of some tech and a group of people. It wouldn't be lost in someone's garden.
Maybe he's constipated.
Maybe he's looking for something kind of, I don't know, new plant or something.
No, it's not
Maybe-
believable in the garden like this. They don't just cruise around town. There's no excuse for this.
Maybe he fell out of his video game. He's trying to find out how to get back in the video game.
I hope the news channel only gave them $500, no more than that.
Okay, according to the news station, they call it actual alien footage from the Las Vegas UFO landing. On-duty area Las Vegas police captured clear dash footage of the flying UFO air. I could go.
That's
They're
what I want to
actually.
see, Smurf. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, I put it here. Yeah, I posted it. Now they're making this out as if it happened. I saw a video of some cops running around in the street.
This is claimed to be from a stash camp.
Oh no, that's a security camera. The dash cam is where they caught the UFO, or body cam was one of the.
Yeah, it was a body cam where they saw the light from the sky come down. Then there was a neighbor's camera that caught the flash after it hit the ground. Then there's the kid's footage from supposedly from inside his house looking into his backyard. So you got like multiple different camera angles.
I'm seeing the news report, and it looks like it's probably the next night or later on or something after they claimed the story.
Then there's the 911 call.
It's not impossible.
Yeah, I heard that too. Yeah.
This whole thing's fake, but it's not impossible that the owner of the security camera might have just not had his date accurate, although it's extremely improbable. It's like extremely unlikely.
Do you want to consider? Is there a possibility this could be like an out ponder who's creeping in to spy?
And then the neighbors were saying that the men in black were coming around. There was guys in government unmarked vehicles and black suits with black glasses. I don't know, bro.
Well, I'm sure this is fake, but if it was real, I would assume it was Outlanders. Is my first guess. My second guess would be Outer Ponders.
Yeah, I think that where they're from really isn't the big thing. Why they're here and how do they live is a bigger question. And
Well,
are they threatening?
I guess he's showing you how he lives, like that, like an animal. You know that highly advanced spacefaring interstellar dude.
I just try to argue where they're from isn't important, but it will be for a lot of people. That will come up. Where are they from? Because that's part of the question. Why are they here? Is where are they from?
Well, most normies are gonna. Oh wow, in a different galaxy. Oh.
I mean, how about asking to begin with if it's even real, Don? Like, you're jumping all these far-stretched assumptions of, like, where they're from rather than if it's even real.
Well, no, Smurf keeps posting it, so I was wondering if this 1%, 2% chance that it's real, that we're entertaining and humoring, is worth discussing. Is that interesting?
But doesn't this fit within your worldview, Don? Like, I thought you would be buying this.
Yeah, to me, it doesn't matter if they came from the back of the moon or the Pleiades or through a portal from the reptile dimension or from hell underground. It doesn't matter.
Guy, you just want to know why they're here and what their plan is.
Is it real?
What? Say what?
Is it real? How long have they been here? And is it my granddad? Am I related to that?
Why don't you?
Yeah,
let me go ask him.
It's a pretty weird looking
overly
creature.
complicated rock, Don.
What?
Can you say again? What did you say, Die?
I just said it's an overly complicated rock. Like, how do you feel about that?
The Earth, I know, it's well complicated. You'll never understand everything.
Well, I can understand that this is a psyop here.
Well, the video's fake, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
okay,
I'm sure it's fake, but I'm thinking this
hey,
might
the
happen.
effect.
We might get more and more of this, and they
Yeah.
might look more and more real.
Oh
Like,
yeah. Check this. Well, I don't know about looking more real, but we might get more of this psyop. Check this out. Even though it's obviously fake to you and I, the effect is very real. The effect on the multitude of normies out there, they're buying it up. I mean, I'm guessing. I only got.
not just from this Smurf, but in general, as all this evidence builds up, they will buy it. Yeah.
Was it Reagan or JFK that said that there will be like some kind of like uniting factor?
It was Reagan.
Yeah.
Was it Reagan?
It wasn't JFK. Was
think-
it Reagan or the Bush?
I think it's Reagan.
It's the
I think
Reagan.
they've all-
It's the JFK papers.
They've all said that, haven't they, over time?
Hey, what did I forget what I was saying.
It's JFK saying that, but it's after Reagan was in. It's that
No,
time.
Hey, what I was saying is, I
No.
can't believe that we're speculating about this alien that anyway, I don't buy it at all. But what I'm wondering is how it's going to affect the minds of the normies. This is how I only got that one indicator from one name.
Well, that's what I just alluded to. That if they're able to pass this narrative off, then you're going to have countries that are warring against each other somehow collaborating to save the planet.
Ha,
This could be the event that ties everyone together in the new world order.
yeah, it could be. Yeah.
Yeah. And if a president said that, and other people have gone along with it, yeah, it's not just you thinking that.
Well, I'm just saying they're just playing out an already pre-planned thing, dude. They're just slow rolling it.
Yeah, imagine that. They're like, we've seen the video footage from Las Vegas, and we've decided now is time to put aside our differences.
The spy balloon was not from China. We now know this. It came from an intergalactic species.
They also like balloons.
I just can't believe I'm in the same state of disbelief I was with the medical thing. And now this. Another alien thing. Just can't believe it.
That's where it came from.
Well, this is. Well, I tell you what, though, the normies, if they were going to talk about, if they were getting upset about the pandemic, now that's old news now. Now the new thing is space aliens.
I think aliens will be a slow roll, and that there'll be others, and hopefully it won't be another pandemic.
The aliens caused the pandemic. They crash landed in Wuhan.
Yeah, they can work that. They could work that in easily.
Yeah, they might try to weave that into the story somehow and say
No, the aliens are mutant from the vaccine.
Yeah, they could start a whole racism thing, couldn't they? With dirty aliens like District 9.
Actually, that makes a lot of
13.
sense, dude. That fits within the whole what is it called? The whole Bill Gates thing, where he's like trying to cull the population, and that's why the alien has no genitalia, and that's the after effects from the vac.
They want to make us look like the fake aliens at the time, yeah. Back of the clone,
All right.
and that's us.
All right, we're getting out there.
I gotta go handle something today, and it sucks.
Is it an alien?
Go handle it, man. Go put your all into handling it.
I have to go to jail.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I know y'all talking about the space alien, but I just looked at the clock. Okay, so what happened is I got out of trouble, completely out of trouble. I was in illegal trouble. I spare you the detail. But I have to go now to report to somebody for unsupervised probation when I have no what's that word? Nothing. They require you to do stuff. I'm not required to do anything. But for some reason I have to meet somebody. I got a letter in the mail. You got to meet a dude for an hour. It could take an hour.
That's like minimum thing.
Yeah, I have a custom court order that says not to talk to my parents, but otherwise they dropped everything, and for okay, so what I mean is they dropped my felony and they dropped my completely. Okay, so they have this misdemeanor that I rang a phone like annoyingly, you know. It doesn't matter. So okay, there's no jail time anyway, but that's just the way that procedurally that I have to meet a probation officer. Never done this in my life. I don't know how to do.
You
Anyway, I got a
basically
letter in the mail. I got to go meet a dude. What do
you
you say?
present. You've got to present as
Yeah.
if you haven't turned into a terrorist and you're normal still.
Don,
And
Sounds
then
like
he's
you,
not off in
therapist.
Britain, bro.
and
This
you
is an
can go
American
home.
thing, Don.
So when people, that's the minimum requirement. Come see us at this time, then you can go home again. So
Yeah.
all you have to do is fake it, and then go home again.
Yeah, I think that's all I have to do. I guess I should. It's 2 hours away. I guess I should start getting ready to go.
Sounds like they want you to. It's like a therapist or something
That's what
for
it
an hour.
sounds. Yeah, I
Kind
got
of.
a letter in the mail that says report to the jail to meet your unsupervised probation dude. It could take an hour. You'll be. It says you'll be there about an hour. Is what it says in the
Well,
letter.
good luck.
Well,
And
thank you, because I never done this before, but I want to let you know that I got a custom order that has zero, like no requirements at all. So I have the absolute minimum. Like I
well,
think
don't
this
get
is.
smoked up for that.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what I have to do. Like I'll probably
Don't
just
don't
have to.
smoke. Don't smoke for the road trip. Don't just
Okay,
be clear minded.
good idea.
You know what I'm
Hey,
saying? Seriously, just be
yeah,
clear minded.
yeah, I might flat smack him if I'm stoned.
No.
I'm joking. No, I'm joking. Okay, so I've never been on. It's not even probation. Okay, I never met with a probation person in my life, so this is a big thing for me. But okay,
They're
so
basically giving you community service, is what it sounds like.
oh, do you think are they able to add
Yeah, because
stuff before it didn't matter?
generally the probation department doesn't just handle probation; they handle like all sorts of shit, like community service and stuff like that. So they're probably going to set you up with something like that, like a date,
Oh,
time.
okay, now check this out though. Now, I'm not given any jail time or even unjail or like so. I just didn't want a misdemeanor on my record, so because I didn't want it on my record, I have to go meet some probation dude. Do you think they're trying to get me doing community service anyway? Is that part? Do they do that to everybody or?
I mean, it's a possibility.
Oh, well, that's good to know. That might happen.
No, they would have informed you already.
Oh,
It's just probation requirement. Turn up
yeah,
and see
Yeah,
their,
he's
see
in
them
the
I'm not.
face.
UK, bro. He doesn't
I
know
know, but it's
anything, bro.
similar, isn't it? You can tell what's going on still.
Well, yeah, I'm not used to getting in trouble, so thanks for all that advice, everybody. I try to stay out of. My job is to stay out of trouble. I've done private security for like a decade, so I'm that dude that minimizes everything. So, oh, this will be all right. Everything's gonna be okay. You know, I'm
What
that
is
dude
going
that
to be
tries to calm
okay? You just don't smoke it up on the way there.
everybody. Okay,
Refrain. Celebrate on the way home. You want to be clear headed.
Roger that.
That's just my advice that you didn't ask for.
I stayed up all night because I do this when I get anxious about having to be somewhere, so I don't sleep in.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so that's why I've been here all night talking about the fake space alien.
Yeah. Well, go handle your business. We'll be
Yeah,
here when you come back and let us know
yeah.
what happened.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna.
Safe travels
I
too.
hang out here all the time, but I guess I better. Thank you. I guess I better
Yeah.
go to jail. It's kind of funny. I'm going to jail.
It's just a counselor meeting. That's all it is.
Yeah,
I mean, if it specified an hour, that's
yeah.
what counselors do, is an hour.
Oh,
What
okay.
happened to my thing?
Well, I feel better to share. Sorry to talk about personal stuff on here,
No,
but
we
I
all
feel
do.
better
What
I
would you do
cried
if the
last week.
probation officer was actually the alien in the video?
now. Shoot it.
Hey, are we not allowed to say Zionist? Because what happened to my? Sorry, Smurfs.
I say it all the time.
You're fine.
That word will be banned soon.
I did in the chat, and it's red now. Like I don't know what
The
happened there.
server is going a bit weird. Some of my posts were grayed out, so I don't know if we had a little glitch.
Yeah,
in the
mine's
matrix.
red out. Yeah, red.
Well, I wish I could stay and talk with y'all. There's a lot of really awesome people here. All y'all are so cool.
Well, I mean, you do have a phone, and you're going to be in the car, so you can listen, right?
Oh yeah, I can listen to y'all on YouTube. I forgot about that.
Or
Thanks for
on.
reminding me.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna be spying on y'all in my car. Because the buttons on the is it's kind of, I'm used to using a computer, so I'm gonna listen to you on YouTube because I miss hanging out with y'all. I mean, it's a 2-hour drive north, 2-hour drive back. So Smurf will be listening to y'all
Oh
talk about
shit! Yeah,
space
That's some
aliens.
good windshield
All
time.
right, Smurf. We'll drop some shots out to you, buddy. Get on the
that
road.
makes it
Yeah. Well,
a whole. It's a
get
whole
some
mission.
shout outs, Smurf.
I will be listening, but the Discord buttons are. I'm just gonna use YouTube, but I'll be listening. I'll be listening to this channel.
There you go.
I don't want to hit those buttons while I'm driving for 4 hours.
Yeah, no.
Drink some coffee.
Well, I'll be drinking tea. But check this out. I miss hanging out with y'all. I'm gonna go now, and I don't want to go, but I don't want to go to jail. But
I get the feeling you're not leaving, dude.
it's kind of strange. I never thought I'd take myself to jail.
All right,
It's a
bro.
long goodbye.
Okay, well, it's never done.
Tell Bubba I said hi. All right, cool.
I'm gonna go ahead and take off. And I'll see y'all in a few hours. Have a
Okay,
good
you be
afternoon.
safe.
I'll be listening. I'm gonna seriously have my speaker on. So have a good afternoon, everybody.
All right, lube your butt cheeks. All right, see you
later, buddy.
Bye. He's so funny.
I wanted to quickly say there's a new anti-free speech bill about anti-Semitism, and I believe they could easily use the wording in that bill to stop the word Zionism being allowed. If you say that, it means you're referring to the grand Jewish conspiracy, which means you're an anti-Semite.
So how would that be different to right now?
It's extra wording that's been accepted by government, which control speech when they can.
Well, the government already try and shut all that speech down anyway, so I don't really know what the practical implication.
Just dialed one more extra on the dial of you can't talk about that thing.
Oh, okay. Well, I was under the impression that I already couldn't talk about that thing.
But there's a new bill. There's a new bill, I'm saying, and that will make it even harder to talk about that thing, including the other words that we use.
It's pretty easy. You just open your mouth and talk about it, and just the consequences be damned.
Oh my God.
I guess we could just call it nationalistic supremacy.
Yeah, but then that's too close to what it actually is, and comparing it to white supremacy, right? Which, let's be honest, that's why they're so obsessed with white supremacy, is because they're just projecting. Like, just
Crypto's having some problems. Crypto?
hello.
Back? Yep.
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah. Sorry, where did I get up to?
As soon as you opened your mouth, you just dropped.
Oh, right. I was just saying that I think that's why they're so obsessed with quote unquote white supremacy, is because they're projecting their own ethnic supremacism.
Sounds about right.
Of course.
All right, fine. We'll just call it Judaic malevolence.
But they're not. They're not.
We don't have to talk about it. I was just updating you on that bill thing.
All right.
I mean, they don't follow the front of the book. Those people don't follow the front of the book at all.
I'm not talking about a book. I'm talking about what the people do in reality.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is those people mask around as the people from the front of the book.
Yeah. I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
it's
you
like,
know. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that happens.
It's they've hijacked some things. Those who say they are but are not.
Well, it's a bit like, imagine if I was like the head of the Anti-Murder Alliance or whatever, the AMA, the Anti-Murder Alliance, but actually it turned out I was the one doing all the murdering.
Yeah.
And then if anyone called me out for it, then I would call them a hateful bigot.
Yeah, like Child Protective Services, right? They're the biggest.
Did you guys hear about the president of Mexico identifying Palestine as a state?
No, are you serious?
Oh, yeah, it's awesome. You got to hear what he said too. It was beautiful. If you go on Jimmy Dore, if you go
Oh
on the
yeah.
Jimmy Dore show on YouTube,
Uh-huh.
I think it was like maybe a day or two ago, posted a video on it, and yeah, it was awesome.
Wow, that's fantastic. You know, it's so weird because um there's so many Arab countries surrounding that little speck, and they don't even care that it's apartheid. Let's just call it what it is. It's clear apartheid, and they don't do anything about it. It's bizarre. Nobody really cares about the Palestinians, you know, and
Yeah, if you hear what's happening to those people over there, it's pretty bad.
oh, I get my information from Instagram because I follow a lot of people over there, and it's insane. It's like
check
they're
out Adam Green.
oh yeah.
Yeah, his channel's no more news
Mhm.
.org.
That'll blow your mind and make you sick. That
Yeah.
channel. It's
No,
amazing.
it's 16. I see what it is. It's heartbreaking. And then the thing that gets me through things is like, I don't know. I mean, I feel like, you know, maybe those people are the people that are getting punished. That he said, if you, I'm not trying to get biblical, but you know, I mean, I can't help but with that particular area. Um, you know, 7 times the curses if you go and you whore after, you know, different gods, essentially. So for me, that's, you know, I always pray that he ends their punishment, you know, because it's sickening. It's absolutely sickening. Those people, you know, and a lot of the people, what is it called? The IDF over there, they're military. What's it called?
I
don't know.
Yeah, the
Uzi
IDF.
carrier.
Is the IDF, and it's paired with the JIDF, which we're not going to go into.
Yeah, a lot of those people are starting to wake up. Not a lot, but few. You know, some are starting to wake up, and they're like, "I was deceived." And those people that are living in Israel, you know, they're insulated, just like the people here in America. We are like Israel, 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 because they think, oh, I heard Israel in the Bible, so that must be the Israel that's over there right now. And it's obviously not. So it's like these veils are in front of everybody's eyes. And if you just kind of, you know, move them a little bit, you're going to see the truth. But you have to dig for the truth.
I think a lot of that are actually covert Zionists that have put themselves in these Christian positions of like,
Sure.
you know, and they're constantly promoting Israel, but not for what it is, just for what they think it is. It's pretty crazy.
Oh yeah, 100%. Jesuits, the Zionist, you know, the movement. And a lot of those people over there, you know, they just are like here, you know, you just believe what's on the news. And then, you know, maybe they have a false flag where they hurt their own people, you know, and then they have
every
to get.
day.
And then did you know there's an app for people that whenever there's like a bombing in Israel or something like that, people are are given notice that there's bombs going on over there. And so they're told to pray and all this kind of stuff. It's like, wow, you know, people don't realize that the Palestinians don't have a lot of weapons. They don't have a lot of military
It's
weapons.
rocks versus rockets, and then
Yeah.
like, have you seen what they do to those people over there when they do capture them? They've got these concrete boxes that are like 3 feet by 3 feet by like so many feet tall, and they're in the ground in the middle of the desert, and it's like baking Palestinians in there. until they're like willing to conform completely. Like,
Yep.
yeah, it's pretty gnarly.
It's the prince of the airwaves, right? If you own the media, you control the masses. Unfortunately.
I think one thing I want to say on it, even though I'm getting triggered, is got all those rockets that you talk about and the Iron Dome and the military power. The world's paid for that.
Yeah.
Through all types of black magic.
I think we paid for that. I think we donate like $8 billion a year to Israel.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. All of it. Every way they get it, money's been funneled in to that place through elites and their ways.
The government officials have like sworn allegiance to Israel above the nation, which is I don't understand how they get away with that, but okay.
I didn't understand what you said in the beginning.
U.S. government officials have sworn allegiance to Israel
Dual
above the
passports.
oath that they take in here. Like,
Yep.
It's, I mean, that by
Dual
definition is
citizenship, I mean.
treason.
Sorry about that. I meant dual citizenship. Yeah, I guess a lot of people in Congress have dual citizenship.
Yeah, that's part of that. Oh, the same thing, yeah.
Well, just so you guys know, they lose in the end so badly that they're going to be burying bodies for 7 months and burning weapons for 7 years. So, I mean, I don't want anybody innocent to die. Absolutely not. When I talk about those people over there, I'm really trying to talk about the people, the leaders, because I believe that they're worshiping demons or bad people or evil. They just have evil in their heart, if you want to just keep it at that. But they lose. And that, for me, I'm looking for World War III to begin over there. So, and then once Jerusalem is surrounded, sure. Has it been surrounded before? Yeah, but not like it is now. I believe that's when tribulation's going to begin.
That's quite insane, but I don't mind hearing it.
What's that?
It's quite insane to think if World War III round Israel. It's like a movie to me.
Yeah, I know.
I think good has been evil before, and it can happen again.
Mm-hmm. Yep. If anybody's interested, we're going to have a little Bible study down below and a live stream too at 11. Because, you know, it's it always goes to this topic, you know, and I know we know that sometimes it annoys people, but you know, it's the shape of the earth has a spiritual component. So and maybe we should get the live stream too going and kicking sometime, you know, and maybe 2-3 people go down there, and then if we're consistent about it, then maybe we can get it going for other topics as well, you know. And if we want to keep this one,
I don't think we need to worry too much. We've got talks about opening up the Discord onto some YouTube channels that have huge followings. So if all goes according, we're gonna have like a huge onslaught of people coming in here to where we're gonna have multiple rooms going and multiple mods to deal with it all.
that's
Like
exciting.
talking thousands, if not, tens of thousands potentially.
Oh, that's hallelujah. So I guess you can't give us any more details.
Well, no, I mean, this was all discussed. It's been an ongoing discussion, I guess, for a few days. There's a couple people that I got some pretty big YouTube channels with like huge followings that are like exploding. For example, Platypus and I think Witsit. So you put those two together and you open up Discord on their YouTube channels, and holy crap, look out.
That's best news I've heard all week.
Right? It's super exciting.
Yeah, we'll use the airwaves back at them too.
again for the higher.
See what happens.
Earlier, Blaze Smurf brought up the 32nd chapter of Morals and Dogma, Albert Pike, cited it, and I read it, and Albert Pike, in his mystical writing, slightly suggests Earth could be flat.
Oh, really? The Earth is stationary. That's a fact. Go out and look at nature. So this is the week where the moon is moving back towards the sun. So you're not going to be able to see it. Like probably maybe starting Friday. So like Sunday, maybe Saturday. 2 to 3 days. If anybody cares. It's always like that, the second Sabbath of the Hebrew calendar from my studies.
Based on some of the Earth wobble we were discussing earlier.
Was it the Earth wobbling?
Yeah, as it orbits and rotates on a tilt, that tilt slightly changes over long periods of time.
So the tilt, does that mean there's particular areas in the world where the Earth is clearly, visibly tilted?
No.
So how does that work?
Just imagine a flat solar system, yeah, where all the axes of rotation are pointing straight upwards. But Earth isn't straight upwards, it's tilted off that plane.
But would the Earth visibly be tilted? I mean, because that doesn't make sense. Are the
Yeah,
houses
yeah.
tilted?
If you saw the whole solar system from the God perspective, and you saw all the rotations, Earth's axis of rotation would appear tilted to the solar system.
We have pictures of that. We have proof of that.
No.
Demonstrable. I mean, doesn't that just seem weird? If we don't
No.
have proof of it, but yet we're talking about it as if it's the truth.
I just brought it up because in my model, the different phases of the sun and the moon are all based on the movement of the Earth around the sun. That's where the Sabbaths come from.
No, the Sabbath.
All the observations are affected by Earth's relative movements.
The Earth doesn't move.
Okay, on a flat Earth, the sky tilts a little bit.
How do we know that? Who
Because
told you
the cycle of observance changes. The angle changes over a cycle.
What angle?
The angle to the sky. Observance of the sun in the houses. Some flat earthers, Gio and Witzik, can explain it better than me.
Are you talking about the analema?
The wobbles that are explained on the globe model, the equinox precession. That's the main one.
So the angle to the sky changes, therefore the Earth moves.
No. The flat Earth sky has a precession of its equinox, so it's got to move in a certain way over a certain amount of time.
That's not how the Sabbaths in the Bible are equated from the equinox.
Each year, the sky's moving. Where you get the Sabbaths from?
Yeah, I mean, basically, in the new year, I look for particular constellations where the sun is, what stars are leading that, stars are leading the moon, and then that lets me know the month. And then after that, I number my days.
And you make up your own calendar and ignore the Gregorian.
No. I think that there's a lot of the Babylonian calendar going around. The sliver is the new moon. That's funny. What's the sliver called when right before you can't see the moon? I mean, what phase is that? So,
That's the new
you
moon as
know,
well.
the Bible is all about restoration, redeeming and restoring. And so it even says in Psalm 83:1, blow your trumpet at the full moon, at the feast, the full moon, and
Yeah,
the
baby.
new moon at the full moon. I mean, I don't get all like anyways. I
It's the new moon, the beginning of the moon phase. When you see a tiny bit, that's it. That's it.
mm-mm. That's what they tell us is the new moon. Have you noticed all throughout history with all the AKA religions and all that kind of stuff, they have a sliver as their new moon?
What do you think the new moon is?
Full moon. Because it's full for everybody at the same time.
So you think it's all backwards?
Exactly.
At that point, you've just changed the names, but you're still getting the same meaning. You're just your new bit is when it's whole instead of
Yes.
starting to be whole.
And
Right?
not
Wait,
only
Don.
oops, say it again.
Don, you don't think anyone ever called the full moon a new moon in our past ancient history?
Maybe, but I don't
And
know
then
why.
someone changed it and went opposite of that. So then now you're saying she's doing that. Isn't that kind of weird?
Yes,
Okay.
well, that's might be what's happened. We've all swapped, flip flopped.
Yeah, and listen to this. In the Bible, it talks about beginning their days at dawn because when you begin your day at dawn, you're still going to be able to use the stars, right? So the system that we're on right now, they begin the day at sunset and you can't see the stars. So the celestial event that I'm looking forward to begin my new year, Abib, I can't see it if I start my day at dawn. When I begin my day, I mean, I can't see it when I
Well,
begin my day at
yeah,
sunset.
it's different around the world. Obviously, you can if you want to get out and do farming and have nice cool morning, you get up earlier, don't you? Before the sun gets up, and then you've got
Yeah.
like an hour of setting, 2 hours or something.
Right. But I use all three witnesses, the sun, moon, and the stars.
Sorry, rising. That's it.
hmm
You'd have to change it around the globe, so the same word dawn will mean different times for different people around the
Yeah,
flat
like your
Earth or
name,
the
right?
globe.
Dwan.
What about waning and waxing? Like you still see that as the same thing, don't you, as me?
Of course.
I like the words charge and discharge for waning and waxing.
Yeah.
You see, it doesn't work, Blaze, for me. It's like new is like after there's been no moon, and then you see the sliver. If you've seen the moon for months and it's just slowly getting bigger each night, why would you call it new?
Well, you don't see
When it gets
the moon
when
for
it gets full.
months. You see the moon for about 27 days out of each month. And that's why I always think that the full moon and its rotation and all that kind of stuff is such a good flat earth proof as far as like the astronauts and stuff because the moon always goes back to the sun every single month. And I don't know if you like, but even before I started this calendar study, a couple times I'd be like, where is the moon? I couldn't see it for a couple of nights. I'm like, this is weird. I'm like looking and looking. Even before I had my star app. And then the last couple of years, I'm realizing that the sun goes back to, I mean, the moon goes back to the sun every month. And for me, there's some really good studies about the 3 days and the 3 nights about Messiah being in the heart of the earth, and I believe it was about this too, you know,
I know what
symbolically,
you're saying.
spiritually. Yeah.
I got that wrong. Obviously, months. I meant days.
Yeah. Yeah.
Blaze, how do you know what stars are behind the sun? Do you use that app? Is that what you're saying?
No, okay, so I follow this guy, and he for the month of Abib, um, you know, and it's really interesting. Book of Enoch is so helpful too. There's some stars that lead the moon and the sun. So Hamal, the lamb, um, is it leads the sun as it's rising in the spring, and the Bika, Abib, leads the moon as it's setting, right? And then this is the spring feast. That's how I know it's the first day of the first month of Abib, right? The new year. Then check this out, like 177 days later, Hamal that was with the sun is now leading the moon, and Spica that was with the moon is now leading the sun as it's rising. And that's when you know it's the fall feast. It's really cool. It's
Just
not easy, or at least it's not easy for me.
No, I got you. So you got to go out real early in the morning before the sun rises to catch that star, basically.
You start your day at sunset, you lose that third witness, right? So you wouldn't really know what to look for, because that's how you distinguish whether there's a 13th month, you know, and sometimes, you know, you can even verify it. There's 13 full moons sometimes.
Right. I've looked up Abib. It means Nissan, right? The month of Nissan, yeah.
Yep.
Isn't it up for debate when that is? Are you debating it?
I mean, we could debate it, sure.
I'm not saying I should. I'm just saying they say March and April, but other people might say later or earlier, mightn't they?
Yeah, but you just never know. It was May this year for me.
Okay.
You know what's
That's
crazy?
what I was asking. Are you finding your own Abib? I think that was what I meant.
No, you know what's crazy, Don, is the scripture even tells us that it'll be debated. Crazy.
Yeah.
Because you're having to think back, who said this? Where were they? Does it make sense to nature? Or is it a spiritual cycle? Right? And how do I fit it to the Gregorian calendar people go by now and where I live? So obviously it's going to be nuanced.
Me personally, I'm on a different calendar. You probably Torah too. Okay, what calendar are you on?
What's it? You're either hot micing or you're not coming.
Yeah, I think that was Lion. I think he jumped out. He'll jump back in. Yeah, Lion, you were breaking up.
I think it was Witsit.
I mean, I was trying to say something. I don't know if I was or not. Bro, what calendar are you on?
I bought a Zedek calendar.
Christmas
Yeah, me too,
chocolate
bro.
calendar.
I
The
use the
advent calendar with
Gregorian
chocolate in, bro.
calendar. Use the Gregorian calendar.
Yeah, we all use the Gregorian,
I
but
try to just follow
I have a side calendar.
quarterly Sabbaths and like monthly general 28-day cycles generally. Ish.
Yeah, I use the Gregorian for like scheduling work, but then like when I'm, trying to please Abba, I use a different calendar.
Yeah.
I keep them side by side.
I like to observe nature changing. So I've watched nature change and not fit the Gregorian calendar, and then I have to like say, "Oh yeah, this is summer," even though it's a different month to what it was the year before.
Speaking on new moons, though, Yeah, that's a highly debated topic. Same thing with at the beginning of the year, Abib, the Abib marker. Unfortunately, because of rabbinical tradition, 2,000 plus years of rabbinical tradition, the idea of what a new moon is, has been lost to time. Because when you look at the Hebrew and you look at the word for new moon, Rosh Chodesh, and the Strong's, the Strong's Concordance will tell you, well, this means new moon, right? And then Christians will go to it and be like, oh, well, Strong said it means new moon, so it must mean new moon. But when you start studying Hebrew and you start realizing that Strong's isn't the arbiter of truth, and that even Strong's himself, though he did a wonderful work compiling the Strong's Concordance, took him 30, 40 years of his life. He was under the paradigm of, at that time, the Jewish Masoretic pronunciation, the Masoretic obfuscation of the Nakud, and including their definitions for these words.
Yeah, well, Psalm 81:3 says, "Our solemn feast on." I'm reading the Greek kind of version. Our solemn feast on day at the full moon, the trumpet at the time of the new moon. Lo.
Yeah, I'm aware of that verse. When you look at the Peshitta, the Aramaic, the Hebrew, and the Greek, and the Samaritan Pentateuch, they all have a different idea of how that verse is supposed to be translated. And I'm not I've looked into that verse and it doesn't say new moon at all.
What do you think it means then?
Really?
It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't say it doesn't say new moon at all. They added that.
What does that say?
It says, from what I remember, it says, "Sound the trumpets on our solemn feast. Sound the trumpets on our solemn feast day." And then when you look at when you look at that word feast, it's Hag, right? Scripturally, there are 3 Hags. A Hag is a specific appointed time that's referred to as a pilgrimage feast. So with Psalms 83, what David is saying there is all he's saying is sound the shofar on our solemn feast, right? It doesn't say anything about new moon. It doesn't say anything about.
It does. It does.
No, it really doesn't.
It really does, because this is Feast of Trumpets.
Yeah, it doesn't say Feast of Trumpets or anything for that matter. When you look at
it says.
I promise you. I promise
yeah, it
you.
says a festival, gathering, feast, pilgrim, feast.
Do you know the time period line? How many festivals?
So
how often is this festival?
This verse is ambiguous. It doesn't specify what feast. Most Jews assume it's Feast of Trumpets because Feast of Trumpets is known. No, Feast of Trumpets is on the beginning of the 7th month, and it's basically a feast dedicated to the blowing of shofars. But you are in the Torah, you blow the shofar at all 3 pilgrimage feasts, and Yom Teruah is not a pilgrimage feast.
And new moon day. And
yeah.
Sabbath.
Well, this is where it gets complicated because Yom Teruah is not considered a Hag scripturally. A Hag is a specific. Yes, it's not considered a Hag. Yes, Feast of Trumpets. So there are 7 appointed times, right? Out of the 7, 3 are considered Hags, and I'll tell you which ones they are. So unleavened bread, a Hag. Shavuot, a Hag. Sukkot, a Hag. That's it. Those are 3 Hags. The rest are not considered Hags. Hags are specific appointed times where pilgrims from all around the world would pilgrim to Jerusalem to observe these feasts. Those are the only 3 feasts that are required that you actually leave your area, your abode, to travel to Jerusalem. That's why it's very specific. You can't conflate all the appointed times with Hags. And Christians, because they don't know the Hebrew, and even the Jews have kind of Jewish tradition has kind of ruined what the Hebrew actually means. And then people will say, well, how do you know, right? How do I know? I'm learning Hebrew right now. I take Hebrew classes once a week with Dr. Stephen Pidgeon. But what I'm trying to say is study these things out. It might seem like a lot, but if you're dedicated, do your own due
I get
diligence,
you.
and you'll
Yeah.
find. Yeah.
Mhm.
So Hag, look up Hag, the specific definition for Hag, and then look at that verse 83 in Psalms and tell me what it says. It says Hag.
Yeah, it does. It's a feast. It's a pilgrimage. It says pilgrimage as well. Anyways, I'm
Exactly.
gonna go down, and if anybody wants to, because I know that I'm trying to help people out, the mods and stuff, if they didn't want to get biblical, that we do it down below sometimes. But we were gonna read Book of John. We don't have to. Like, you know what I'm saying? We could go down there or whatever. It's just an option. I'll go down there for a little bit, but I don't
Sure.
want to like I like this conversation. I'm probably not the best at debating. I've changed my calendar 3 times, and I think it's great that people are studying it because I think it needs to be studied because they lie about the shape of our earth, so why wouldn't they lie about the celestial clock and calendar?
I think we're good until Glober comes, or Jeremy, or SC, or someone that wants to go toe to toe about the shape of the Earth. Usually, we know when that needs to happen.
Yeah, but sometimes people listen on YouTube and they're like, "Yeah, I'll wait until they're done talking about that stuff."
Yeah, you're right.
True. Was it Psalm 83 you guys were saying?
Psalm 83, let's see. 81:3.
81:3, yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna go
Yeah,
down.
Rosh Hodesh, in my opinion, means head of months. Literally, head of months.
And what does that mean to you?
It doesn't have to. Yeah, like the beginning of a month. But
Right.
figuratively, the scriptures, the Rosh means the head, but literally it means the beginning.
Okay, so
But
how
it
did they
doesn't actually say. It doesn't say. So the rabbis will translate Rosh as new and Hodesh as moon, but neither one of those words mean that. Rosh never meant new, and
Okay, so
Hodesh
let
never
me ask
meant
you
moon.
this.
What do you
How
think
did
they
they
mean?
distinguish when a new month was back in first century days?
I mean, so this requires a calendar talk, but
It's based on
it's
the moon,
basically
obviously.
it's no. You got lunar months and solar months, right? The
Yeah.
lunar months weren't used to keep track of the calendar, as in for months, for the 12 months of the year. That the sun was used for months.
Later on, but earlier it was the moon. For certain people, they kept the moon.
No, it was never the moon. They lost track of how to keep it with the sun, so they moved on to the moon. They thought it would be a good idea, but Jubilees warns that if you use the moon for months, each year is gonna come in 10 days too soon, and then
So.
it's gonna require intercalation every 3 years, which is what the
So
Jews do today.
Genesis 1:14, let lights come to be in the expanse of the heavens to separate the day from the night, and let them be for signs, appointed times, for days and years.
Yeah, I
So,
agree.
yeah. So that is a celestial clock and calendar. We have a clock and a watch on our hands, or we used to, that have 3 components, right? Second hand, hour hand, minute hand, right? We have 3 of those. So that seems to me that they learned from the Father above, the Father of lights, the scriptures call him. So I'm going to stick to using the sun, moon, and the stars
They're
for.
all observed. The sun is a longer calendar. The moon is a special ritual event. They
No,
both work.
no, the moon is essential for timekeeping, no doubt about that. It's just that it's usurped the sun's authority in heaven.
Sure, but
Now the moon is basically the main reference point for basically the whole calendar. The
pagans
sun,
are
Not
into
yeah,
that because
my
they
calendar.
grew up in more in nighttime, less under the sun. They grew up with the night moon. But it's observed by people near the equator too. Moon
But
cycles.
I didn't hear what you said. How did they distinguish back in the first century days when a new month was. If you said it, I didn't hear it. I'm sorry.
So if you study the Zadok calendar, the way that they anchored their calendar was actually based off the 7th day Shabbat. And then from there outwards, you would use the sun and then the moon and then the stars.
Okay,
But
so
it was all anchored on a perpetual covenant regarding the creation week.
They're
okay,
actually
so what
counting
about
7
the
days forever. I get that. I like it.
what about them going around Jericho and on the 7th day?
Yeah, we could talk about that, and it works out perfectly on the Zadok calendar. Same thing with when they receive manna in the desert,
But
because
I don't know.
people look at the walking around Jericho and they look at receiving manna and they think there's like a discrepancy where the Zadok calendar can't fit, but it works perfectly. If it didn't, I wouldn't be on the Zadok calendar.
So I don't understand why you call it. Why anybody would even really like give like why wouldn't the calendar be called the biblical calendar or Yah's calendar? Why is it after some priest guy?
Oh God, this is stage 1.
Well,
Step
the
one
thing is, people already have other calendars called, they call it the Creator's calendar or Yahuwah's calendar or the biblical calendar. And you look that up, there'll be like 1,000 different biblical calendars, or AKA the Creator's calendar. I think Zadok is just a way to, to convey which calendar we're talking about.
There's priests who's brought it through time, right? They're the ones who are told by the other priests and told by the other priests, going back into time where we can't track.
Yeah, but a good priest is not going to have a calendar named after him. He would give glory to the Most High, in my opinion.
Absolutely. And
no priest is good. They're all tiny bit egocentric.
Well, no, humans are the ones that dub it the Zadok calendar, only because it's been preserved amongst the Zadok community in the deserts of Qumran. So we refer to the Dead Sea Scrolls as the authors of the Dead Sea Scrolls. They were the Zadakim priesthood, right? And they, even according to Ezekiel 44, 43, 46, 47, in that book alone, like 3 different instances, Yah tells that the Zadoks were the ones that were responsible for distributing the calendar and the Moedim. And we already know this because the priest is the one who proclaims the acceptable year of the Lord. He's the one who proclaims the Jubilee. They're the ones sounding in the shofars on the appointed times. They're the ones that really kept track of sacred time, while the average Israelite depended on the Zadokites, which was a priesthood that ruled in Jerusalem for almost a millennium, since King David all the way up to Zechariah, John the Baptist's father.
At the end of the day, it's not going to be a perfect calendar by God. It's nature. And if you can allow nature to move a tiny bit and have its own cycles, then man has to observe and try and keep track as best he can, right? Even in a high religious math way, you're doing your best to keep up with nature and have a cycle.
The thing is, Don, the calendar was given to mankind from above by the angels and by Yah himself. This calendar is impossible to have figured out. Like, it's just too complex. It actually requires a great amount of studying to even be able to figure it out, because it is the most accurate calendar in the world. There's no calendar that I know of amongst men that is more accurate than this calendar. It doesn't require intercalation whatsoever.
What I'm saying is, if you want to observe feast days, you can find out what you know about the original festival when it was happening in the year, then observe what's happening now and fit your festival to that and the society around you. And you'll be fine. It doesn't matter if the calendar comes from God or it's us tracking nature.
I feel you, but regardless of that point, I'm not trying to get into that. But what I'm saying is that they've done the calculations. Theoretically, this calendar would not deviate more than 1 day in 20,000 years. Well, you don't have to do nothing to it, right? It corrects itself. It's auto-correcting. Unlike the Gregorian calendar that you have to, intercalate a day every 4 years due to the leap year. And you also they have to do adjustments to the Gregorian every so many centuries, bro. Like,
are you saying
go ahead.
The Abrahamic high priests know of like a secret calendar that never needs correcting, and they go by that? Does anyone go by it?
Hold on, there's a train going by, bro. I can't hear you. Can you repeat that?
Who do you know that goes by this secret perfect calendar?
It's dead, bro. We just rediscovered it recently. people are working on it because there's still things to figure out. So because of the Dead Sea Scrolls, we've been able to piece it together with the Book of Jubilees and the Book of Enoch and the Torah. If it wasn't for the Dead Sea Scrolls, this calendar would be impossible to figure out, bro, because it's literally like very meticulous.
I believe that it exists and that it's a great study, and you'll be able to find out loads about it. But I don't know how you'll be able to like follow it all the way to now and get it right, because there might be like gaps of knowledge in the theory or whatever.
Yeah. So right now, the gaps that we're trying to understand is how were Shemitahs dictated by the moon, because apparently the moon gives us a certain sign every 7 years, and it go ahead.
Could this work on either model? Does it have to be flat, or could it be heliocentric? Could this other calendar work on both models?
I mean, you would have to refute your own calendar only because the luminaries are so precise that they have not deviated from their courses since creation. And everything seems to be going in a perfect harmony since creation. And
you think it suggests a flat Earth?
Well, hear me out real quick. So according to Enoch, right, Enoch is still conveniently matches even today. Like, we're talking about an antediluvian man, if you believe in the book of Enoch. The first scribe, the 7th generation from Adam, right? He was able to perceive the luminaries and the working of the luminaries from a higher perspective. Like, he was astral projecting, or he was having a visionary experience brought on by the Holy Spirit, right? He's seen the luminaries at work, and he jotted down very meticulously how the moon worked, how the sun worked. He could see the realm, and it was from a fixed position. The earth was in a fixed position, immovable. The stars are rotating around the earth. The sun is rotating around the earth, and the moon is rotating around the earth. The earth being a center of existence, right? And then there's realms above and realms below. With that being said, Enoch describes certain luminary phenomenons that occurred, right? Like at the beginning of creation, the 4th day of the week. And the Zadoks corroborate this, right? The solstices, there's these gates that are mentioned in Enoch, or portals, right? Which are kind of like, we don't really know what that means, but we've been able to actually study the horizon, right? Where you consider the horizon, where the sun rises and sets in the horizon, and the sun bounces back and forth between the solstices. So on the horizon, the furthest left and the furthest right, like let's say you're looking north, right? You're looking north and you look to the right, eastwards, right? On the east, the sun will only go so far to the left and so far to the right. It has a boundary line. It has a line of demarcation. You know what those are called?
No.
Those are called the tropics. Why do they call it the tropics is beyond me, but that's what they're called. They're called the tropics. So you have the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn.
In Enoch, they're called the tropics.
No, in Enoch, they're called the 6th and 1st gates, right?
Yeah, nice.
The 6th and 1st gates. Now I'm imagining Enoch is observing these luminaries from a heavenly temple, because there's gates to this temple, and the gates are matching up with the horizon, and the sun's going up and down, and there's 6 gates where the sun can possibly go up and down from, right? And he mentions the furthest that the sun will reach is a 6th gate and the 1st gate.
What I wanted to say quickly is,
sure,
if there is an occult biblical old calendar that's cool, there will be Globers researching it as well, and they'll be trying to fit it to their paradigm as well as flat earthers. But I also then wanted to talk about the sun moving and having its boundary. I could explain.
But hold on,
flat Earth.
But hold on. Let me, because I'm getting to a point, bro. I'm getting to a point. So this is why it wouldn't work on your model, right? The Zadok calendar, because the tropics would have to move. Where they are right now, theoretically, it's not where they were in the past. Because according to the heliocentric model, those tropics deviate because of the precession of the Earth's axial rotation. Yeah. So because of the tilt, and it tilts about 2 or 3 degrees theoretically. They've never observed this. Is all mathematical calculations in La La Land. They don't really know that this is how much the Earth tilts. I don't know how they figured this out, but they're reverse engineering the Earth's precession, axial precession. So you're telling me that these tropics would have to move, and it would throw out the seasons completely. It would throw out the tropics where the furthest the sun would travel, left or right. So according to
I believe that the whole of the equator and the poles have moved. over time. I do believe that.
I think that weather has changed, but the seasons have never changed. So even if there was a nuclear winter, the sun would still go up and down on the same gate in the same position it's been since creation. So
The
that
seasons
same,
being
like if you put, hold on, let me explain. If you put a pillar, right, in the real on the ground and on the earth, you put a pillar marking the Tropic of Cancer, and then you put a pillar marking the Tropic of Capricorn, and then you measure the distance that you stand away from those two pillars. Let's just say 20 feet from those two pillars, and on the horizon it matches up where the sun rises and sets. Those pillars will be consistent through a 10,000-year cycle where the sun will still rise and still set in the same gate on the same time of the year,
Yes.
regardless of the actual precession.
That's the whole point of the temple doors, the twin pillars, or the stones in a circle. All of
But
that.
they don't, bro. According to your model, the sun would have shifted.
Over thousands of years, it slowly shifts.
No, nope. We're talking about 40 days. No, 25 days and 2,000 years. 25 days. So where it's rising right now, December 21st, right? 2,000 years ago, it would have been risen in that same position either 20 days earlier or 20 days later.
Yeah,
Not in the December 21st solstice, but that's not what we see, bro. We see the sun rising and setting in the same gate year to year forever.
No, not forever. I think you're just
All right.
conflating. Sometimes it changes, but it's also been the same for a while.
Nah, man. I don't believe it one bit. There's no such thing as axial precession, bro. It doesn't
Travel
happen.
around the earth, the seasons completely change to the opposite, from Australia to England. So it's not that unbelievable that over time it will change in a different area.
Dude, according to that model, the sun's further away in the summer in the northern hemisphere. It makes no sense.
Yeah, but that's not what I meant.
Orion's belt is right over the three pyramids. Is that a coincidence, or is it just moving every few years?
That's bullshit, bro. That's psyop, because Graham Hancock proposed that in his book Fingerprint of the Gods, I think, and I remember reading that bullshit and I believed it back then. But Graham Hancock, he's into that precession of the equinox. He believes that shit, so he thinks that the last time that the Great Pyramid or the three pyramids matched up with Orion's belt was 20-something thousand years ago, right? But that's bullshit. What that's showing that is the pyramids never lined up with Orion's belt. That's just bullshit. It's just a coincidence. And even if it's backwards, it doesn't even really match up. Like if you look at it, it's a stretch to believe that.
I don't believe they have to line up. I just believe they're inspired by.
It's bullshit. It's backwards, bro. It's just a
agree.
coincidence.
People that say, "Oh, it lines up perfectly." That's bullshit. I agree.
So you're saying Orion's belt doesn't move? Is what you're saying?
No, Orion's belt does move. The constellations do move. Just not.
They move, but they don't precess.
What happened?
They move, but they don't precess.
No, so the precession of the equinox is a thing. The precession of the axial tilt is not. Don't conflate those two, because they're two different wobbles.
What we were talking about earlier, I get it.
The precession of the equinox has to do with the skyline, the constellations, also known as the zodiac signs, or the Mazarot in Hebrew. They actually go clockwise on the horizon, making it look like the sun is in retrograde, right? Because the constellation is moving clockwise. You get 1 degree. So if you have a circle, 360-degree circle, right? You get 1 degree shift, incremental shift every 70 to 80 years. So in 30 degrees, you get a whole constellation shifted.
You'll soon surpass me on astronomy line. Very soon.
Okay, so we're back to Polaris moving. It's not the North Star for long. Changes up.
So every 2,000 years, you would shift the constellation in the Mazarot. If there's 12 constellations, you would shift the constellation.
Happens monthly. The sun goes.
So Polaris
The
is
moon goes.
moving.
Go ahead. Sorry.
So I just want to be clear. So the globe is claiming that Polaris was not the North Star 3,000 years ago. It's going to go to 15 o'clock and then 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock. So you're saying Polaris does move.
I don't know if that's true, bro. I mean, they have Ptolemy. I think they quoted Ptolemy saying that the North Star was 10 degrees off from where it is now. But you got one source that's questionable at best. That's not enough evidence for me to believe that Polaris 2,000 years ago. Even if it wasn't, I don't. So even if it wasn't, oh well. Like maybe it's negligible amount. Like it moves over a little bit. Oh well, big deal. It's still the stars are rotating around Polaris.
There you go. Yeah, that's what I believe. They moved. I get the logic that we're slowly moving, but it hasn't for a while. It's still above one of the magnetic poles on both models. The
You seem to
Mazarov.
know a lot about. You seem to know a lot about the procession, so you can't tell me if Polaris is moving or not. Around.
We're both saying it could. Yeah, it goes round, and it could have moved over time, maybe a little bit. I wanted to say that the 12 houses of the sun is good study, years of information about symbology and belief. I would say some cults count days. Every time the sun gets reborn in the morning, every single day, they would mark it off. Then they might get obsessed with 7 and they would count sevens. Then they might notice the moon does 28 day-ish cycle and observe that. And they might say, let's say there's 12 of these. And then we've noticed every 12 of these, the flowers grow again. So we'll call this Spring Festival, where they spring up. And then you've got some type of calendar, moon cult calendar that knows about years, but they don't have any special clever men that study the sun and make up a full calendar that doesn't break. So all they're doing is observing natural cycles.
Can I interest any of you guys going down into the second stream at all? We don't have to do the Book of John. I'm just trying to generate the second
Sorry,
one.
yeah. I'm gonna go right down right now. I just can't
Don?
talk right now. I had my lunch
Yeah.
break.
Okay. Don, can we get you?
All right.
Or
Yeah, I'll come down with you.
okay, cool.
Holy cow, I just dropped my pen and the floor rised up to meet it.
What happens if you flip your head upside down?
So are you of that belief? I know I'm gonna regret this asking you, Negator, but are you of that belief?
I did a lot of searching on it on the internet, and from what I found, they do say that that's what relativity says, that the ground raises up to the floor raises up to hit the item. Xanax says it's what it is. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. That's another thing they're gonna have to push. But now we have other people believing in this stuff. I don't know. I don't know what to say here.
Sorry, I was making some food.
What happened, Neg?
So I was making some food.
No worries. So are you of this belief as well?
Oh, what belief?
That when you drop something, the ground raises up to meet it, not the object falling?
Seems like a funny question to ask.
Not really. It's your model.
Okay.
That was too easy. What do you mean? Are you feeling okay?
What do you want me to say?
Well, do you believe it, first of all?
I'm not sure what you're getting at.
Sure you are. That's why you're not answering.
Oh, I think you're trying to be witty.
It's a simple question. That's your model, and I'm asking you, do you believe in this thing? That's it. If you don't want to answer, no worries.
Sounds suspiciously like a weird straw man argument.
Well, this is an old argument, right? The Earth rising up, but recently some people have been talking about it, so that's why I brought it up. And now these are flat earthers talking about it, not ballers.
Okay.
Yeah, there's globers and flat earthers alike running around saying the ground's raising up at 9.8 meters per second squared.
Yeah. So I just found that like an interesting topic to discuss, but nobody seems to be. It's like, okay, so what?
Yeah, pretty much.
We'll have to get the part where Xanax. We'll have to get Xanax in here. I tried to get him yesterday. The room was so busy though. We'll have to have Xanax post a part out of GR or something where it says that.
Yeah, that's Einstein's thing. So that would mean the Earth is no longer stationary.
Well, not for the flat earthers that say it. These other guys already think it's not stationary. So
So now we have splinter groups like Protestant. What's the other one? Mormons. So we have the ice wall believers. Now we have the earth going up believers. It's a pretty diverse group. We have the outer ponders. That's an interesting one, I must say.
Yeah, the outer ponders is neat. They used to do something like that. There was this game in Alaska where they would just drop you off and see how long you could survive. There was like no time limit on it. Just whoever was the last man standing, basically. I didn't care how long it went, 6 months, whatever. But they would separate them by vast distances. But it's like, if the guy had enough time, he could go holler at another person. It would just take a lot of time. So if there is outer ponders out there, they could. Oh, my headphones dying.
You would think this subject would get the ballers excited, but it's like nothing. It seems a non-issue.
What, the ground raising up thing? I know. Is the fucking ground
Yeah.
raising up, or do things drop, or is the ground raising up? What does your Einstein say? This is relativity. This is the most tested theory in the fucking world, right?
It's what they tell us.
That's why when you see Zanuck, have him point out the spot in relativity that says that. Okay? That's your homework.
You're assigning yourself homework? Okay, good.
No, it's your homework. Whoever sees him, I'm putting a green light on him.
Yeah, they're in a
I
big
gotta
go.
get in here, bud. I can't even hear you right now. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. What were we saying? I had to get a fresh earbud.
Yeah. What were we saying?
If we see anyone that sees Zanuck, have him point out the spot in relativity. Like it's going to be a page number and a something. Like what page is this on in the relativity theory?
Right, we heard him say it. Yeah, it should be written somewhere. Yeah.
No, he said it's in the theory of relativity. It should be.
Yeah.
Yes, written down. Yeah.
No, I don't know. I've never seen it. Right, I don't remember seeing that. But yeah, you hear Sabine
There's a lot
talking
of
about it.
Globers. Because there's a lot of Globers saying it's not in there. They're like, no, that's stupid. It's not fucking in there. So let's see what's what here.
Yeah. Let's see who's what. Yeah, agreed.
You heard Leaky on Bev's last night?
Yeah, I was doing some gardening. I heard part of that. Yeah. Leaky has bought into this thing, it seems.
He tried to go over it in the middle. Bev's in the middle of fucking going over this video, and Brian goes on this huge long model. Yo, we got no social awareness as a whole, as a group.
Yeah, and I wanted to go over it with him after we finished, and he left. So, Brian, if you're out there, man, come on in. Let's talk about this. Yeah, in the middle of the show. Yeah.
In the middle of a show, yeah, like.
How could you, like, what made you think of that? Like how can you?
Brian?
Yeah.
To bring it up right in the middle of Bev's show as he's going over something in detail. I don't know. Maybe it's because we have. What's up?
No, that of course, but I meant the idea, the notion, like what convinced him. Like, I don't want to make fun of him or anything. I just want to know why, how, like what convinced you now after all this time that the Earth is moving. That's all.
Well, I'd love to hear the rebuttal of these Earth movers now. Where, I mean, have these people never said, "Oh, Earth's not moving, we would feel it"? Did they change their mind on that? I mean, it's fine to change your mind if you had changed your mind. I've changed my mind about a lot of things since I've been in this arena.
That's another question, yeah, that I want to ask. Yeah. So are you saying now we can feel this? Yeah. Acceleration? Or why don't we feel it? Yeah.
Yeah, how fast? Like I told you, I don't know. Did I tell you this yesterday or something? Like, how fast do you think we'd be going right now? Since this conversation started just now, we would be going at crazy fast speed.
Yeah.
Imagine free falling imagine free falling with no terminal velocity since this conversation started. You'd be going stupid fast.
Well, if we believe them, billions of years, right? Billions of years of full power. Crazy, ludicrous speed.
I mean, even if it only started since me or you were born, or whoever the oldest person is was born, like, you'd be going fucking ludicrous spaceball speed.
Yep. Interesting times we live in.
I told you right before Bandsaw left, he posed this, and I was like, I don't know, man. I don't think so. We feel it. Plus, you know how fast we'd be going. Like, I just went through the same shit, so this ain't new. Dell's been on this for a minute. That's who Bandsaw got it from before, like a year ago, I think.
I'm trying to understand, like, the thing, like, yeah, just find it a little bit weird, I guess. But for that to work, right, there would have to be a certain shape, shall I say, for that thing to work.
Yeah, it would have to be flat.
Mm-hmm. Otherwise, they'd be in the same pickle as the ballers, with the Earth expanding in like a balloon.
Well, this is just going in one direction, though. When you have it expanding on the globe, it's going in two directions. So
all directions, really.
Multiple
Think
directions.
about it.
Yeah.
So this is just a linear direction, from what I understood. So part of the argument is, if I understood it correctly, Brian was saying when you have a car, you've seen that demonstration, a car with a helium balloon, and when the car goes forward, the balloon moves forward as well.
You would think it would go back, yeah, because everyone gets pushed back.
Yeah, and the explanation
You
is
get pushed
because,
back in your.
yeah, and the explanation is because when the car goes forward, it pushes the air backwards, which in turn pushes the balloon forward.
It's relative density, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so how? Like, I want to ask them, like, how are you tying this in?
I don't know. I just want to know the page number. It says that in GR.
Yeah.
For real, bro. Like somebody's dead wrong on some Biggie shit. It's either in there or it's not. Xanax says it's in there. Other people are laughing at us saying the shit ain't in there. So we definitely got to get a page from page number or something.
Well, it should be relatively easy. Download the paper and do a word search on it. Upward acceleration. But I'm sure if you go to Flat Earth Society page, you'll find it there.
Well, they probably got that from Einstein. I don't know 100%, but they probably got that straight from Einstein. I mean, there's definitely not going to be anything that's wrong in the theory of general relativity because it's the most tested theory in the world. So anything in it is going to be rock solid according to these guys. Obviously, I don't believe that. These guys have to take that shit and just swallow it.
Whatever they tell them, they will believe. Same thing with the baby galaxy thing that I have them going crazy about.
Now that I know what happened with science and how pseudoscience has just kind of infiltrated that whole world in certain aspects, I am like so perplexed how I could have ever taken people's word for things like that. Like just looking back on everything now, just so weird how much my viewpoint has changed just because of this whole journey.
It's not your fault, bro. You were indoctrinated, like we all were. School system. First thing you see, kindergarten, a globe, and the letters on top of the blackboard. Well, I'm sure now it's different, right? But that's how it
Yeah,
was.
no, for sure. I totally see it. It's just funny because like you never even question it. You know what I mean? Like I heard so many things in science class where I'm like, come on, like for real? Like that's really true? Like come on. But like I never second guess. I just assume my thinking about it is incorrect, you know? It just I don't know. It's kind of bizarre reflecting back on it. How like you kind of knew things kind of didn't make sense with certain aspects of the model, but you still never thought for 1 second that they were wrong, you know, or that they were deceiving.
Yep, exactly.
But yeah, I mean, the indoctrination is strong for sure.
Yeah, it starts off with the school bell.
Yep.
Ding.
You're
Go
right.
in. Yeah, you have the authority telling you stuff, and you're not allowed to, like, never mind question it. They give you what answers you're allowed to say, right? A, B, C, or D. So they condition you to learn what they tell you and then write the correct answer, even though that's not the correct answer. Example, who discovered America, right? Even though we know it wasn't Christopher Columbus, you have to put Christopher Columbus there, right? In order to pass. That's one example. Yeah.
And it's
Conditioning.
bizarre because like the curriculum comes with like the the outline for the course for the teacher and what they need to know in order to teach it effectively. It's just the whole thing. Looking back on it, it's like whoa, and then you find out about the Rockefellers and how they just kind of underbid all those companies so that their textbooks were used, and it's just like this easy way to control things that's insanely effective, and it's right there, but you just don't even believe it's possible.
Yep. And few people are able to break away from that and say, wait a minute, that's not how it is. What do you mean? And others fight for it. It's like part of their psyche. Yeah.
Yeah. And even when I was starting to see like the truth, there's still that little part of you, like even though you feel like you're onto something and that you are starting to see, okay, they didn't teach us to critically think. Now that I'm able to kind of step back and look at this, I do see that this is most likely reality, not what they told us. But you still have that like little piece of you that's like, am I wrong though? Like, are these people just that much smarter than me? And I feel like that lingers for a little bit, and then eventually you just see so much preponderance of evidence that you end up knowing it. How we talk about how we know instead of believe. It's true, man. Like it's all part of the process and the journey.
Yeah. The education system is designed to take the wonder out of people. Really. It's exactly it. Check it out. It's called the Prussian education system.
Yeah. To the
The whole
point
thing,
where
the bell, the swearing of allegiance to the flag, all that stuff. It's all designed to make you have allegiance to the flag, to the country.
and if you have a kid or two who isn't like buying in, of course there's something wrong with them and they need to be put on medication. It couldn't
Yeah,
just be
yeah.
that they're bored being told what to say for the rest of their lives and are sitting there thinking about better things in their life. No, they need to be put on the medication that literally makes them soak in everything that's being said.
Yeah. In my day, you would get the strap. So I was one of those kids. I'll confess, I got the strap. So I would be one of those kids that they would put on meds. They would declare me a troubled kid.
Thinking maybe a lot of us were, maybe that's part of the reason we were able to break away from that thinking. I don't know. There's got to be some correlation, like something in each of us that makes us be able to do this, unless it is just like a spiritual thing where some people are able to see it and some aren't. I could seriously see that being true, but I always find myself like thinking and wondering, what is it that makes them not be able to see it? Because it's so blatant. Once you see certain things, I just don't understand how they can't, how they can look in the mirror at night and be like, yeah, that checks out, we're good. Like, I don't know. It's just
because it does.
bizarre. Negator. I thought we were boys, man. We connected in chat a couple days ago, man. Right? We agreed on something finally. Sorry about the noise. But yeah, Negator, I thought we were boys, bro. Come on, don't ruin it.
We can be, but you can't be saying things like that because.
Nah, I can see how you would not want to hear that being said, but I don't know, man. Like, you got to see the holes in your model. Like, you just rationalize them away, right?
But where are the holes?
Bro, the really, like, specifically, like the big ones, the band-aids, the dark matter. Literally, your evidence of dark matter is observations that show that your gravity doesn't work. So instead of it not working, oh, there must be this thing that we can't see, detect, measure, smell, touch, but it's got to be there or we're wrong. That's a big one. The Michelson-Morley explanation, where they just kind of explained it away with the relativity, with the unfalsifiable nonsense that is relativity. That's another big one. And another one is, there's so many of them. It's insane. The ever-expanding universe, where Hubble looked out, saw only redshift. Oh, but it just looks like we're the center. Because think about it. If we're on a balloon, there's no evidence for it. He's just, someone raised their hand and said, what about a raisin bread? And now all of a sudden, no matter where we are, everything looks like the center.
All three of those are
It's
examples
insane.
post-Einstein. What would you say to someone 150 years ago who believed in the globe? They didn't have any of those ideas.
I would say that Copernicus literally only came up with his version of the model because it was easier mathematically. On the last page of his stuff, he says that it was literally just more simple to do the math. It doesn't match, or he doesn't expect it to match reality. I would point out the fact that the neotectonic system is just as good, way more accurate.
Can you
I
point
would
to
say
where
that
Copernicus said that?
it's like in the last page that was left out of the what's the thing he wrote?
Yeah,
On
the
the
Catholics.
They
heavens?
released near his death.
Yeah, the church made him put it back in there. So he added on the last page. Just kidding.
Yeah,
None
yeah,
of this
yeah,
is
yeah.
true. It's all just a mathematical convenience. I don't think he
You're
really
saying,
believed it.
you're saying the church made him put that on there. That's
Right.
convenient. Right.
Have you like looked into history?
Wait, what evidence
I
do you
tried,
have
but
that
you
the
can't
church
really even
made him do
find it,
that?
dude. It's like
I
there's
thought
like
that was
one
a
copy of
standard
it.
story. I didn't think that was controversial. That's just what the story of the history of Copernicus is.
Awesome. What evidence do you have that the church made him put that back in there?
I don't have any evidence. I just thought it was common.
Then you can't. Why are you claiming the church made him do something which you have no idea if he did or didn't do?
Because I thought it was common knowledge. You're right. I haven't looked up the source, so I'll go look for it. But you don't think that's true? I'm surprised. This first I've heard that somebody thinks that's not true.
No, I want evidence that what you're claiming. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just want evidence that you are actually stating the correct thing. That the church made him put something in his book that he didn't want to put in there.
Okay, I don't have evidence. But if you want to look,
Then I can dismiss your claim as being true because you haven't provided any evidence that it actually is true.
Right. I just thought it was common knowledge. I thought it was sort of normal history. But you're right. I haven't provided evidence.
Wow, Whale just bodied you. Nice work, Whale.
Common knowledge.
Yeah.
If it's common knowledge, then there would be evidence.
Wait, do you think George Washington was the first president of the United States?
Yes. Why wouldn't I?
Wait, what evidence have you produced to make that bold claim? You see what I'm doing here? I mean, obviously, I think he was the president.
Because we have documentation of it.
Right. There you go.
There's no documentation of your claim.
Yeah,
fine. I mean, I will believe it until I hear otherwise, but I won't claim it as true without documentation. So point taken.
Well, then don't even bring it up if you can't claim that it's true. Why would you bring something up that's not true?
Because I thought it was common knowledge. I thought it is true. I think it is true, but you're right. I don't have evidence for it because I don't carry around a list of sources for every single belief of mine, I guess.
The church did hold mad sway over what people did and what they, shit like that. So that's not an unrealistic thing that probably would have happened.
What you're saying is true, Jeremy. The church did have sway, but to go to the extent that he said and not provide any evidence that that's true is a whole different claim. In fact, in the introduction to Copernicus's book, he says he didn't even want to publish the book. He wanted to observe longer and more before he made any confirmation to any statement. I've read the first 80 pages of his book.
What happened to Giordano Bruno got burned at the stake because he agreed with Copernicus on the...
That's probably why
He got
Copernicus
burned
might
at
have
the
been a little
stake and he's not
hesitant.
alive, I guess.
Yeah, he's like, oh, let me keep working on this. I'm not really sure.
That might have been why Copernicus was slightly hesitant.
No, that's not the reason he was hesitant. He wanted to make sure of his observations before he published it, and he had a good friend that kind of prodded him into publishing the book before he was completely done with what his observations were.
Who was his friend?
I can't remember the name. It's been like
You have no evidence
a year
that
and
he
a
even
half
had a
since.
friend. We're dismissing your claim. You have no evidence.
I can show you right in the introduction to his book.
Do you have any evidence that he actually even wrote that book?
Okay, Lael, I scanned through the Wikipedia page on Copernicus, and I think you're right. My description of the church forcing him to do something is probably incorrect. I don't know where I got that. I just thought that was the story. So I withdraw that.
Wiki is the truth, no doubt.
Wikipedia is a helpful resource.
Matthew, I'm willing to wager that Lael was harsh on you because he probably thinks you're a flat earther. Am I correct, Lael?
Yeah.
Do you know Matthew is not a flat earther?
Wait, why would that have anything to do with whether I'm right about Copernicus or
Oh,
not?
trust me, it has a lot. It has a lot to do with it. Lael, am I correct in that assumption? That would be yes, Matthew. That's why he was so harsh on you.
I'm not sure you can assign motivations to someone else, but your guess is noted.
Well, Lael is here. He can correct me if I'm wrong.
Fair enough.
Jeremy says, yes, he feared an adverse reaction, but not from the church, from his fellow scholars, not being burned at the stake.
That's another thing too. That's another thing too. You go against the mainstream, as tiny or small as it might have been back then, you get fucking blackballed. Look at what they've done to flat earthers for our ideas. We get suppressed in YouTube. They don't take kindly to people like us that go against the mainstream narrative. That's all there is to it. Like, I don't know. It's not even.
Hey, Matthew, did you ask me about 150 years ago before Einstein? Were you asking that because you also are suspect of Einstein or no?
I'm saying that the things that you brought up are all kind of like the extra parts of the heliocentric model that have to do with quantum mechanics and general relativity and all that kind of thing. But you could even throw out all of that and still have strong evidence for the globe, like people did 150 years ago. That's why I brought it up.
But the things I brought up aren't extra things. They're direct refutations to gravity. They're refutations to the model as a whole. I mean, you can't just like say that I'm wrong about the dark matter thing. The evidence of dark matter is observations that show gravity doesn't work.
So why not just throw out all dark matter and say that gravity is mass attracting mass? If you do that, then you fix it.
Nah, it still wouldn't work.
I mean, yeah. So you're talking about guesses about why it works, like why does gravity work? And I still think that that's up in the air. That nobody really knows why it works. We have good guesses, but what I'm saying is that so what? Throw all that out the in the trash, and you still have mass attracting mass, and that could be a good enough explanation for the motion of the planets and the sun and the moon.
Hold on. Doesn't GR explain exactly how gravity works?
It attempts to, but I'm not 100% convinced it's right. But it might be.
It's the most tested theory on Earth, right?
Yeah. So
Are you
throw,
familiar with GR?
yes. So throw it out, and
Does,
then we still have a globe.
well, does it say? Do you know where it says in GR that the ground raises up to hit objects and they don't actually fall?
Yeah, you're talking about different reference frames, but I'm saying ignore all that, and you still have a globe.
Even if you take out GR, you claim that we still have the globe?
Yeah, that's why I mentioned 150 years ago. If we were going to go back in time 150 years, there would be no such thing as general relativity, quantum mechanics, dark matter, all that. Nobody had talked about any of that type of stuff, but still, you would have strong arguments for the existence of the heliocentric model without any of those.
Except a lot of people believed in a geocentric model prior, way, like for many, many thousands of years.
Not 150 years ago, nobody did.
Are you sure?
Well, once again, it's history, so I'm as sure as I am about anything in history. I wasn't there to experience it, but yeah.
There's evidence in newspapers they were calling people crazy. I think, what was that paper? Was it like 70 years ago or something? They were calling people that thought that the Earth was a globe like crazy and stuff.
That's not real.
Right. Some people have said crazy things all throughout history. So
I'll try to find that article.
well, so as an example, when they discovered Uranus in 1780s or something, the description of where it was in an orbit around the sun. So even as far back as 1781, they didn't believe in dark matter, but they did believe in orbits around the sun due to gravity.
So, Matthew, you're under the opinion that most people throughout history thought that the Earth was a globe and we were traveling at these crazy speeds. This is your opinion? Really?
I don't know if I'd say most people. I would say most learned scientists at the time had that opinion throughout the past 2,000 years, yes. I mean, if you ask a farmer in rural France in the year 1281 or whatever, who knows what they would have thought. But I'm talking about scholars and what was taught in schools.
So you mean the clergy, because they were really the only ones that were learned back then and the very wealthy. Most other people, and I mean like 99% of the people, were probably illiterate farmers. So you're saying just the clergy and the rich had this notion of a globe.
People, yeah. If I'm saying I don't know what the peasants would have thought, but yeah, the rich and the people in power, the people in charge of education, they would have believed in the globe.
Right, the same ones that thought the Pope was a second in command to God.
Right.
And the one that gave all the rules and the one that would burn people at the stake, had they had other beliefs, those people.
Yes, those people. You think those political opinions were relevant to science?
I think they could have told people anything they wanted under the threat of burning, and they would have accepted it. Yes,
that's true. You know, if you have power, you try to keep power. That's been true for many centuries.
Yeah. So your main people that came up with this stuff that you're trying to make us believe are these people that we're talking about here. People that would burn you at the stake or put you on a stretching bed for confessions and stuff.
Right. Just because they're evil doesn't mean that they have incorrect views about science.
Oh, okay. All right.
Wait, you
We'll
think
make a note of that.
their morality? You think that their morality influences whether or not they're correct about certain scientific questions?
Absolutely. Absolutely. It questions everything. Yeah. They would say anything to stay in power.
But on the other side of the spectrum, there's religious groups that the religious elite were not like the Catholics who burned people at the stake, mainly the Jews. And for example, the religious elite in the Jews are the ones who compiled the Bible.
Well, not the Jews. Not the Jews compiled the Bible. They wrote most of that stuff, but other people
No,
compiled it. But
the religious, the elite people in the Jewish community, the scribes, are the people who compiled and wrote. I'm sorry, compiled and rewrote the Old Testament. They were the ones in charge of the scrolls and writing them into
That's
format that
extremely
people could read them.
non-specific. That's
I
extremely
don't think that's correct. But
non-specific.
that's not
That
the
is
issue.
correct.
No,
It
that's
wasn't the
extremely
average
that's
commoner reading
even
the
a
scrolls
specific.
and
That's not even a
determining
specific
what they
claim,
said.
my guy. That's not even a specific claim. Who wrote what when? Not some people who have changed identity multiple times over thousands of years did something once. No, you have to give a more detailed explanation to your
Say
claim.
the first
You can't
century
think you can't no, because
religious elite were.
if I just said
Can I
the
finish?
Chiefs won the Super, if I just said a football team won the Super Bowl, you'd be asking, "Oh, which football team? Which Super Bowl?" That's basically essentially what you did. You just made a completely non-specific claim. No claim at all, really.
It was pretty specific. The elite scribes were the people in charge of the scrolls and writing it down so people could read the scrolls.
Which elite? At what time period? And what scrolls?
First century Jews, the elite of the Jews are the ones in charge of the scrolls of the Old Testament, of what they called their scripture.
Have you heard of the Septuagint before?
I'm talking about the Old Testament.
Yeah, have you heard of the
Yeah,
Septuagint?
and the
Yes or no?
religious elite were in charge of that.
Okay, you do realize the Septuagint was written in like 300 BC and compiled by
Correct. By the
by a bunch of
religious
Greek.
elite.
Yeah.
Lael, don't interrupt him, bro.
Educated.
Have a conversation
Yeah, well,
back and
Leo
forth.
has an issue, but I'm okay with it. But I'm just trying to point out and get to something actual, like concrete, and not just be fucking throwing our dick in the air.
I'm being specific. The religious people who were the elite group, educated group, are the people who wrote are copied the scrolls into the Septuagint. They were the educated people. So when you say educated people are the problem with the shape of the earth, they were also the people who were the one who kept the records
I think there's a problem.
of any historical point in time.
I think there's a problem. It seems like SC was talking about medieval, middle-aged Europe and the Catholic Church, and it seems like you're discussing 300 BC scribes to 100 AD scribes, which aren't even the same group of people. So
They are. They're
not,
both
your
educated.
claim's not
The
even correct.
educated group.
But the thing is, you're it's kind of a red herring, even though it's not really a fully fleshed out claim. Even if you did fully flesh it out, it's kind of a red herring to what SC was talking about. Kind of off topic.
No, we're talking about how the religious controlled people. The religious elite controlled people. That was the Catholic Church in the 1400s. They were the elite. They were the educated people. The elite, the elite educated people of the first century Jews were the people who controlled the documents to write the Bible.
Your religion is controlled too, but we could discuss that another day, maybe.
It's not my religion. It's fact.
You are
the religious elite of any age are the people who wrote the Bible.
By Freemasons.
No, Freemasons didn't exist back then.
I'm talking about your religion.
No, I'm talking about 300. Any time from 100 BC.
You know your version of the Abrahamic faith that you believe. That one.
No, I'm talking in general. The religious elite. Sorry, my religion didn't exist in 100 AD. The religious group that were the educated group in 100 AD, just like the Catholics were, the elite educated Catholics were in charge of the documents in 1400. The same thing occurred all throughout history, down to even 300 BC or before. The religious elite were in charge of the documents.
The same for your religion.
That's my point.
So the religious elite were always in control of the religious documents. Would that not be true today for scientific studies? Thank you.
Yes, it would. And
That is true.
all modern religions.
All
In
modern
my-
religions are founded by Freemasons.
I'm not
and
talking
secret
about
societies.
modern religion, though. I'm talking about
mentioning
But you just
100
said
AD.
you just
The
wait,
people
no, wait,
who
no,
were in charge
hold
of
up. You're not talking about anything.
of the document
First we were talking about
were the educated
Catholic
people. They
Church.
weren't the common farmers.
First we were talking about the Catholic Church, and then you went back over 1,000 years to a different group of people.
Yeah, exactly. I used that. We're talking about.
We're only like 500 years. We're closer to the Catholic reign than some fucking guy in sandals in Judea 2,000 years ago. So what you're saying is more irrelevant to what SE discussed than anything at all. There's really no point for you to bring it up, except for you to
Incorrect.
just interrupt and cause a shit show.
No, sorry. You're causing the shit show because it is a fact that in 1400 AD, the Catholic Church, the educated people in the Catholic Church, not the farmers, local farmers, it was the educated people that were in charge of keeping the documents, just like in the 1300s, just like in the 1200s, just like in the 1000s,
Okay, calm
just like
down,
9,
Leo. Calm
8,
down,
7,
Leo.
6, 5, 4, 3. The educated people were in charge of keeping the documents.
Okay, we heard you. Now
You
let
made a
somebody
big, long
rebut.
bullshit. Yeah, you made a big long
Not
bullshit just to
bullcrap,
agree with
it's the
SE.
truth.
Well, it's a red herring because basically
with your
SE
It's
said.
not
SE
a red herring. It's not a red herring because it is a fact.
It is a red herring.
No,
SE
it is a
said-
fact that
SE
the
said,
religious
all
or the
right,
elite people educated were in charge of keeping documents.
Okay, Leo, let me say something now. My turn. We got you. We understood. But you were going off topic. When I said the religious, I even said, let's not get into this. That's not the point. I was going to say that your cosmology was based on religion. A religious person came up with your cosmology. Forget about what you're trying to bring up now. That's irrelevant. We were saying how a logical person, right, would in his own mind come up with that we live on a sphere and that we're, traveling at millions of miles an hour. That was the discussion.
Yeah, and Copernicus never claimed to be moving at 1,000,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, but if you yourself, Leo, would you come up with this idea had you not heard this from Lemaitre, who was a Jesuit-trained Catholic priest who came up with this idea? You, Leo, would you think right now you were traveling at ridiculous speeds and living on a ball?
If I made the same observation over the same amount of years as Copernicus did, yes, I would potentially come to the same conclusion Copernicus could. And Galileo.
What observation is that? And when's the last time you did
All
that?
the observations he made. All the observations he made.
So I asked for a specific observation because you said if I made that observation, i.e., a singular specific observation, you would come to the same conclusion.
No, I didn't.
What is that specific observation, and have you done it before? And when's the last time you did it?
I said if I were to make the observations throughout the years, 30 years of observations that Copernicus did, I would have came up with the same conclusions he did. I didn't specify each specific one, but he made multiple observations over many years to come to the conclusion he came to.
Specifically, the locations of the planets in the sky.
Okay, so you don't have the answer. It seems like Matthew.
Every observation he made.
He answered the question, by the way.
No, you did not answer the question. He said the answer to his question was, what was the specific observation? He said a bunch of observations over 30 years.
That's not what happened. Sorry.
Yeah,
that is not describing any. Oh, so what happened? Which specific ones did he describe?
He's just watching the motions of the skies, the things going on around us.
Wait, so people have been doing that way before Copernicus. Way before Copernicus. Thousands of years before Copernicus.
And what happens in
So it doesn't follow.
30 years?
It doesn't follow that people
which
looking at
backs
movements.
up their last point, doesn't it?
Yeah, but they had telescopes, and so they could make much more accurate observations with the, starting with Galileo.
Yeah.
So people didn't have.
Could you point it out? Because I was told there was a Soros cycle of like 18 years. It wasn't what happens in 30 years. I mean, I'm just curious, not to argue. I just want to know what happens in 30 years.
Yeah,
of
that totally
observation.
won't derail the conversation, will it?
Astronomy happens over 30 years, and you can come to a worldview and an
Not sure.
opinion about what's happening. That's Lyle's point. If he did everything Copernicus did, he might think it's a globe too. That's all he said.
Yes, let me complete my statement. Every observation, not one specific one at one date and time, every observation he made over his complete lifetime, which could be thousands of observations, not one particular one. If I did the same thing, there would be a very, very high potential that I would come to the same conclusion that Copernicus did. It wasn't one specific observation, but every observation he made over his lifetime.
Okay, so you have no actual specific observation.
I said not one, it's everyone combined. That is the observation.
Every time I open my mic, I'm gonna have to fucking mute you because you have an issue. Yeah, so that isn't even a specific set of observations. That is literally just you're not really discussing anything. You're just saying like, yeah, this guy wrote it's moving and he did a bunch of observations in his life, therefore I believe him. You don't even know the observations you're talking about.
That's not what happened, Noah.
You have no actual fact of the matter. No, I'm still speaking. You have
You
no
gotta
actual
calm down,
fact of
man.
the matter. You have no, you need to fucking get more excited because I'm trying to fucking say something and none of y'all are listening. So you need to fucking be more alert.
You muted the guy, and now you're pretending what he didn't say.
I was speaking and he was coming through me, just like you're doing right now. You want to mute too? If a guy can't fucking go without fucking interrupting every 3 fucking seconds, they need to be muted so someone else can be heard, or else it's a monologue. Can I get through with my point without you guys interrupting me? So, no actual specific observations, no fact of the matter, no facts have been discussed. All you said was some guy who's like a cheerleader, a mascot, did observations. I believe his observations, therefore his conclusion is true. It's basically another appeal to authority. Nothing specific has been discussed.
It's a massive misrepresentation of what happened.
Wait, you misrepresented my argument. I said every observation, if I made every observation over the 30 years of observations that he made, I would potentially come to the same conclusion he did.
But you don't know any of the observations.
One specific observation on the date of January 1st, 1872.
Lael
would be.
Hey, just real quick, Lael.
He's pulling it out of his ass.
Yeah, just real quick, Lael. That's actually impossible for you to predict what you would actually.
That's why I said I could potentially come to the same conclusion. I didn't say that I would, but it's a great potential that I would.
Yeah,
you're cutting out a lot. I can't even hear him.
Lael doesn't even know the procedures, which observations are taken when. He's just saying, I read in a book, some magician.
You're misrepresenting what I'm saying, and you do it on purpose.
You're going back on mute.
You're misrepresenting.
Yeah, you gotta stop misrepresenting him, Noah. You're being really childish right now.
Shut up, Negator. Shut up, man. We don't need your grandstanding.
Shut the fuck up, Negator.
Yeah,
Listen,
we're here to ruin it. That's a shit show.
All right, I'm gonna fucking mute you.
It was fine before you got here.
All right, look, moderation. My God, I just came back in here. Look,
yeah,
if you feel like, listen. If you feel like someone's misrepresenting you, that doesn't mean you get to talk right through them when they're talking. I would have to interrupt a baller every single time they talk then. So that's the point of the debate. You respond with your critique after they get through talking. Any of the ballers jumping in and somehow condoning the interruptions, you're going to end up being timed out. Everyone needs to stop interrupting. Thank you.
All right, yeah. So to Steelman his position, he said, if I did the same observations Copernicus did over 30 years, this is exactly what he said, I could potentially come to the same conclusion. So first off, you could doesn't mean you would. So right off the bat,
but let's.
all right, please. I've just started. Please, dude, please. He said over 30 years he could come to the same conclusion. First off, he doesn't know which conclusion he would come to. He said he could, so right off the bat, it's just speculation. The claim is thrown in the trash anyway. Second off, to the first part of his claim, if he did the 30 years of observations, he doesn't know which observations this guy did over 30 years. We've asked for the specifics. He doesn't have them. He doesn't know them off the bat. He would have to go and do some research. So he's speaking on something he doesn't know about. If he knew about it, he would start bringing up specific facts on the subject instead of just keep repeating and chanting his previous claim. Thank you.
The position of Jupiter in the sky. There's one.
Okay, listen.
Yes, every single observation he made on the motion of the planets over 30 years is the thing I'm arguing that I would have a high potential of agreeing with his explanation of that over the 30 years of observations. Not one particular observations on January 1st of 1482. It's every observation over the entire course of his observations of the movement of the planets through the skies that I would most likely come to the same conclusion.
Okay, so you said every single observation. So you're saying that you've looked through every single observation of Copernicus and you know all of them. Could you please cite one?
I didn't say that. You're putting words in my mouth that I did not say.
You don't know.
But I have
no
read
idea
the
what you're
book.
talking about.
Have you?
Everyone's got to chill.
Have you
Man.
read
This
the
is
book?
incredibly hard to listen to, dude. Okay, first of all, who cares what someone would do? Oh, if I was Copernicus, who cares?
I didn't say if I was Copernicus.
And hey, and if you came to the same conclusion as Copernicus and you were to denounce heliocentrism on your deathbed, oh my God,
He did not denounce heliocentrism on his deathbed.
Want to bet?
Yeah.
Oh God, we're going to change the topic to something new now.
The evidence that he did that.
Hey, listen. Can we maybe?
I'm gonna pick up Alex right now.
Noah, you need to stop listening and start driving.
This weekend.
Is he driving?
He's driving. He's driving his car while he's muting people and trying to talk, and now he's hot micing.
He said he was game. He said if we go Amsterdam, he's game.
I just hope.
Can someone put him in a hot mic room?
The fuck?
Did you say somebody was dead?
Okay, so Lael, is there any way, Lael, that you can actually engage in one of the points that Copernicus concluded and have that be a discussion point for this?
My point is pretty simple.
No. I had a question. I'm going to repeat my question because it seems like you're going to answer something I didn't ask. Is there a particular point that Copernicus concluded that you would like to bring up as a discussion for us to consider?
Every observation he made over his 30 years of observations is the point that I am making. If you don't like it, that's too bad. That's the point I'm making.
Yeah, but you need to expand your point now because they've already said, okay, we take that. Do you want to talk about it?
Mm-hmm. I don't need to talk about it.
That's what I pointed out.
Then don't keep repeating yourself because it's just ping pong then, isn't it? Bing bong, bing bong.
Yeah, that's what I pointed out from the beginning. From the beginning of this discussion, when he first mentioned that first line that he keeps chanting over and over again, I called him out and said, you don't know which observations you're even talking about. You couldn't even bring up a specific one. And
okay, Jupiter. How Jupiter moved. Is that fine?
It's not specific.
Yes. No, that is
specific. How Jupiter moved through the sky is a specific observation he made.
That is not a document of what he fucking observed. That is just you saying someone observed.
No, it is in the document.
Hey,
I've read. Have you?
Okay, hold on. Hold on. Wait. Noah, wait. This is how this should go. Lael, can you please break down for us in a summary what the motion of Jupiter is?
Yes. How it appeared to move back and forth across the sky in a way that he wasn't expecting it to, and he observed that over 30 years, and then he made that compounded with other bodies moving through the
Wait,
sky.
wait, don't complicate. Wait, hold on,
No,
please.
it's not
Don't
just that
complicate.
single. It's not that.
Dude,
You were asked a specific question. If you're not going to answer the specific question, then it's not a conversation anymore. If it's not a conversation, it's just a monologue. You have to ask the question.
Yeah,
No,
but what he ended up
talk
doing.
about other things.
Yeah, right, exactly. What he ended up doing was extrapolating further beyond what the question was. So he actually gave us enough information to then ask another follow-up question, which is how a conversation should happen, okay? So I'm not trying
to mute people just because they're finished.
I'm not muting anybody right now.
I'm just saying, but
Yeah, that's Galileo's
the
observation.
flat Earth
anyway.
rule is to let people finish, even if they're totally wrong, right?
The Jupiter observation is Galileo's anyway, right? Copernicus just used it.
Yeah, as far as I know, the first issue with retrograde motion was Mars, not Jupiter. But anyway, so all right, is someone going to pick up the mantle from Lael, or is Lael still here to have a conversation?
No, he observed the same thing as Galileo, the movement of Jupiter through the skies, and he observed that over 30 years before he made a conclusion. But before you butt in, there's more to it than just observing just Jupiter. It's every other motion too that he observed to make his conclusion. It's not just Jupiter or Mars or Venus. It's all of them.
Hold on. Why do you keep telling him to stop in the middle of this thing? Just let him finish and you can go next. We're not going to jump in. Let's all settle down.
Because
let everyone finish. This is unlistenable.
He's adding more to his answer that's going to confuse the issue.
Oh, you interrupted my answer and wouldn't accept that I wasn't finished.
No, I'm accepting that you were finished by your initial answer, and I had a follow-up question to your initial answer. You kept talking, which was moving past your initial answer, but I have a question about your initial answer. Okay? So you described Jupiter's retrograde motion. Okay? What is the problem with that observation?
There is no problem with it. He noticed the same thing Galileo did, and compounded on that is also every other observation. Let me finish what I'm saying. Quit interrupting me.
Travis,
Mute him.
Hold on.
Fuck,
hold on,
man.
Leo. Travis,
Jeremy, the way. Okay.
No, shut up.
Okay, Jeremy's talking to me right now, Leo. Okay.
Yeah. Just let everyone finish. You're literally interrupting him every single time.
Okay,
let him finish, or it's going to be a shit show. This isn't a debate. This isn't like I'm going to try to argue over it. Just let it happen, bro.
Okay, Jeremy. When a person answers the question with his initial response, there's no need to go farther with your answer, because I still have now a question based on his initial response. Okay? So it should just be.
Look. Okay, look, that's what they do, dude. They're going to go on and monologue. They think if they say more words, it makes them sound smart in the ring debate. It doesn't matter why they do it. I don't care.
Yeah, but then I'm going to forget the goddamn. I'm going to forget the goddamn first initial point, dude.
I know. Maybe that's their goal. I don't know what their goal is, but that's what they do. And then we either need to deal with it and let them finish their thing, or just not engage with them.
Okay.
Otherwise, we're going to sit here in the middle of a shit show.
Okay. Here's my follow-up question, Lael. What is the problem, or what is the difficulty with simply noticing that Jupiter is moving backwards in the sky? It's just an observation. That's what it's doing. So,
thanks for interrupting my question or my complete statement and calling it a monologue.
Would you like to answer the question? We're not just going to sit here and listen to you vomit on us with your complaints.
Fuck all of you all. Sorry about my language, but fuck you.
Okay,
finish it up if anyone interrupts. Finish it up if anyone interrupts. Lale, finish it up. If anyone interrupts, I'm going to mute them. I'm going to just time them out for like 10 minutes, so they're not even going to be an issue for the whole rest of this conversation. All right, go ahead, Lale.
The answer is the retrograde motion. With all of the other observations he made, he came to the conclusion that the Earth rotates and revolves around the sun. That is the answer I'm giving, and it was only 20 seconds.
Okay, so now just choosing Jupiter when you notice, or when Copernicus or when Galileo noticed that Jupiter had a retrograde motion, so what? That's what it does in the sky. So
Great. It wasn't just Jupiter, like I said. It was all the observations
okay,
he
great.
made. Can I finish? Quit interrupting me, Travis.
Oh my God.
No, he's right though, Travis. Let him finish, please, man. It's gonna get. We're not doing the shit shows, bro. Come on, please, guys.
I'm not the one losing my shit.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
you're
but
not
you
the one
keep
getting
interrupting
constantly
me and you
interrupted.
misrepresent what I'm saying.
No, I'm
Every
asking
observation,
questions.
including the retrograde motion of Jupiter, was included in his conclusion
You already
that
said
the Earth
this.
rotates and it revolves around the sun. It's not one single observation.
I know that.
I just like wait, can I, Travis, real quick? I just like to point out that we've been discussing with this Lael guy for about 30 minutes, and he's repeated the same line, i.e., chanted the same line over and over again. And the only new information we've gotten out of him, other than this chanted repeating line, is that Jupiter has a retrograde motion. So it took us 30 minutes of him chanting and yelling, fuck you all, for us to only come to the conclusion that Jupiter has a retrograde motion. Thank you.
Let's just move on.
Yeah, I mean, what are you guys actually looking for?
Or he could
Why don't you take a
define
back seat, Negator? Okay, so
like how
okay,
possible.
I have a question. I have now a follow-up question for Lael. Okay, so let's do Jupiter and Mars.
No,
Jupiter.
every observation, not just Jupiter and Mars. Every
now you're
observation,
interrupting him,
it took
Lael.
all.
Lael. Now you're interrupting him, dude. Guys, I'm dead ass. I'm gonna time people out. Please let everyone finish. I'm not joking.
He left. Thank God, honestly.
No
'Cause all he
worries.
does
There's
is
no big
all he does is
loss.
chant the same
You know,
shit.
that's what Lael does. So everybody knows this is what Lael does. He'll fixate on one question. He'll ask it 30, 40 times. You see, he let go of Charles because he thought Charles was a flat earther. Yeah, that's what Lael does.
He wrecked you guys.
No, it was Matthew, but
Yes, sir.
That
He
was
said that light in
the
the
most
sky goes
stupidest
left and
comment
right.
I've heard ever. Some guy came in here and chanted something he knows nothing about, and that was supposedly wrecking us. That was fucking ridiculous.
If I was to
Go
carry
home,
on his
bro.
point,
Go home, bro.
I mean,
get wrecked.
Yeah,
do
like
you guys
come
get
on,
that?
dude. This is it. Are you a cheerleader?
Can
We're here to
Okay, I'll
discuss
just
like
wait
men
till I
and
get
you.
my own
We're
little
here to
space.
discuss. Yeah. You
Yeah.
will wait because I was still
Yeah.
talking. Are we here? Are you guys a bunch of cheerleaders? Like I hear one guy, Leo, trying to make a point. He's horrible at arguing. All he does is chant the same thing over and over again, not expound upon a point at all, not answer specific questions. And then I hear in the background two other Globers constantly cheerleading for them and giving little emotional snippets and shit in the background. We don't need that shit, dude.
Because he wrecked you.
Should I carry on his point now? You do get that it takes more than one observation to work out Earth's a rotating globe, right, in a solar system.
How many observations does it take?
30 years worth. Well, that was Lael's point.
How many
Do you
observations
get the
does
point,
it take?
though? Do you get the point?
How
It
many
takes
observations?
thousands.
No.
Lael said thousands.
How
Do you
many
get,
thousands?
do you get the point that it takes thousands?
How many thousands of observations?
Guys, are we really just going to
tell
continue
you
the same argument?
1300, yeah, and 26. That's how many.
Come on, let's move on.
Oh, wait. I couldn't hear Don's answer to how many observations it takes.
1326, and then when you do the 1327,
Okay.
that's when you know.
Okay. I understand. Let's have a back and forth, not
Get
a
the point.
monologue.
You get the point. It
Yeah.
takes more than
No.
one.
I don't get the point. I have a question, real quick. So you said 13,000. Let's say we have 14,000 observations. Could you please present a set of 14,000 observations that clearly indicates to us what you're claiming?
No, I can't.
Well, then it's just a claim, and we can dismiss it.
You get the point, though, that it takes more than one.
I get that point, but
Okay,
still,
that's great.
the claim, yeah, I get the point. It takes more than one observation. So I just told you, I just asked for the minimum set of observations you need to prove your point, and you guys don't have the evidence.
You
Therefore,
get
the
the
claim
point.
a claim without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
You get the point.
I.e., you'd have nothing.
You get the point that if Earth was flat or a globe, and we were a flat Earther and we wanted to know what it was, if we spent 30 years studying it, we could find out for ourselves without having to trust others, like Copernicus. Do you get the point?
Yeah, that's a claim. Yeah, I understood the point since the first
don't
time
get
it was
anyone's
chanted.
point.
Right,
Since
then.
the first time the claim was chanted, I understood the claim. What I've been looking for the entire time is specific evidence backing up the claim, because I'm here not to just listen to claims and speculate, but to get to the bottom of the truth. Thank you.
You understand it's not one specific observation, but it's lots over time, right?
Yeah, you said 14,000 minimum, right? So
1400.
please present the 14
Is this
set
deja
of
vu?
14,000
Is-
observations
1400.
as
Guys are on a
evidence to your
fucking
claim.
loop.
Can we get a good faith conversation going on, Noah?
Yeah, it is a good faith
No, it's not,
conversation.
brother.
I'm asking for evidence. You're not presenting it. You're just presenting claims. You're in bad faith,
No,
not me.
no. The original claim was that if he did the same thing, he didn't say, "I know exactly what all of them are," did he?
Yeah, so it's a bullshit claim. If I
There's
did the
nothing
exact
bullshit
same,
about that.
yeah, it is a bullshit claim. There's no, it's
Okay.
speculative at best.
No,
And that is my good faith answer.
No, if I were to claim that if I went to school to learn how to be a plumber, after 2 years, I might be a okay plumber. I can make that claim. I also don't need to know what goes into the training that it takes to become a plumber to be able to tell you that if I went through the schooling, I might turn out to be a plumber. You see that?
All right, well then
You get it?
I could have been an NBA player.
You
I could have
could
been
very
an
well
NBA
have
player.
been an
I
NBA
could have
player.
been an NBA player. Yeah, this is just speculation on what could have or what would have or whatever. It's not
Of
real. It's
course it
not
is.
fact. It's not
The
real.
orig-
It's not fact. It's
Noah,
speculation.
Yeah,
okay,
but like when Noah
no,
asked for
the
so like, what does
original
it take to be a
question,
plumber? And you said, I don't know. And he said, does it take pipe? I don't know if it takes
the
pipe. Does it
original,
take water? I
the
don't know if it
original,
takes water.
the original question was
Wow.
if you did the same things. That's all. The original question
And then there was steps
required
too, yeah, for
speculation.
sure.
You asked him to speculate, and now you have a problem with him speculating.
Okay, are you done now? I'm going to respond to that. So the claim was, if I did what Copernicus did, I would come to the same conclusion as he did.
What'd
We
he
then
do?
asked, we then asked, what did Copernicus do? And instead of actually answering the question,
Yes,
he just
you don't need a monologue.
chanted
I get
the
it.
original claim.
You don't need a monologue in that. I get it.
I'm not monologuing. I'm
Cool.
fucking making a statement that ended, and now you can respond.
Okay.
So I'm
like,
not.
what did he do? And then it just got like killed, and he just flipped out. Like it wasn't even like we're like being an asshole to you. Like, oh, cool, man. Then what did he do? And then he said, "Fuck you guys." That was weird.
And I think Don is making there's a deeper point to what Don's saying as well. That's being missed.
Yeah, when the conversation started for me, I heard Essie sort of straw man that nobody in the past would know it was a globe. And then I heard Matthew explain and show Bible script where they knew it was a globe.
That's kind of a red herring. Not kind of. It is a red herring.
That's how we got into the idea that could someone find out it's a globe over time in the recent past.
I sometimes feel like people are so interested
I honestly
in getting in a pissing match with people. They just look past like any type of meaningful conclusion to the conversation.
Yeah, I took a little bit of something. I took a little something different from like Noah's line of questioning. It seemed like what his questioning was like, if you were to say, A versus B, like, could you ever replicate what it took to determine the Earth was a globe? And the answer was, well, no, I really couldn't, right? So then if you flip the question and say, could I ever, do some tests to determine the Earth is not a globe? The answer would be yes. Yeah.
Why do you get opposite answers with those questions?
Well, like again, you got the answer. We heard the answer. I don't know. You heard the answer. So yes, it would take years and years of observing a light in the sky moving left and right, and that was his answer, right? But if you were to ask, somebody who doesn't believe it's a globe, like, could you do something to test that the surface of standing water doesn't change in elevation. You could, yes, I could do that. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that wouldn't be testing the claim, right? Neither side claims that
Oh.
standing water changes in elevation. We just have a disagreement about what we mean by elevation. Elevation from globers is curved, right? So you need to first ask a meaningful question in order to run a meaningful test.
Yeah.
You say so. I mean, if you're claiming that horizontal is curved, then it's unfalsifiable what your claim is. Yeah. Your claim of a globe.
That's an important point, right? You need to test it in a falsifiable way. So you need to go on one side and go, is your claim X? Great. And then if you get all the globers going, yes, that is what we're claiming. But nobody here, I think nobody sensible here is going to say we think standing water changes in elevation. Is anybody here going to say that happens? Any globers?
Well, I mean, will you say directly, or will you say that there's a big hump of water, or will you say that when you're actually looking horizontally, you're looking down? So that the implications of either of those three options would be that, yeah, change in elevation.
But
that's incorrect.
My point.
You're not thinking well.
You're not asking a meaningful question.
Okay, is there a hump of water blocking your view that's higher in the distance?
No, it's not higher.
No?
It's all the same elevation.
Is it?
But if you look at it, it could look like a hump, sure, because it's all the same elevation, but that zero elevation is curved. But that if you're going to go, does it change in elevation? What you're really testing there, and this is, I think, true of most flat Earth, many flat Earth tests, probably not most of them actually, is what it's actually testing is the person's comprehension of the globe, not the globe itself.
Yeah, your unfalsifiable globe is silly.
And it's very frustrating, but also entertaining to watch.
That is true, yes.
I don't know what you're saying.
Well, it's entertaining to watch, as you say, which I think is pretty funny. Like when you see some tests where, like CJ pouring water on a pumpkin and it like dripping off. You're like, I mean, that is funny. And then his wife coming into the kitchen.
That's what I think. It's funny that you didn't understand this much.
Oh, me? I'm on the edge of Wi-Fi, and I left the conversation to get a phone call and came back in. Oh, okay. I was going to say that was to me. Yeah.
I do believe you are similar in brain function.
Yeah, I don't know what you're saying. So, are you saying that there's a hump of water or not?
I'm saying you could describe it as a hump. Sure, there is a curvature to the water, but the curvature would be describing zero sea level, which is all zero elevation. For this state, we're going to assume.
I mean, that's what you're saying. Yeah.
For a second.
Yeah, you're saying there's a hump with zero curve to it. There's a hump that has zero.
No. Yeah. This is what I'm saying. If you want to test the actual globe, you need to know what the globe is actually claiming. Otherwise, what you're doing is you're testing your comprehension skills. I am saying there is a curve, and that curve describes zero elevation.
So the curve was zero change in elevation from the horizontal, or is the horizontal curve?
I don't know why you add words to be like, hey, this is confusing. When I make it confusing,
you're going to set a straight
sense.
line, right? You're going to stand at the beach. You're going to stand at the edge of the calm water, right? You're going to project a horizontal straight line, right? Like with your theodolite or whatever you're measuring. That's a straight horizontal line or not? And then the water, right? Is the water now blocking it, like humping up, right, to block things in the distance? So it's a change in the horizontal or not?
You already asked.
No, it would drop away from it. It would drop away from it in a curve. If what you're doing is shooting horizontal, you won't even have the horizon in your view. You'll be shooting slightly above the horizon, and nothing will ever hump up into that. You'll all drop away from your feet, away from you. If what you're
So that's what that was the options that I gave you originally. Either that you have a hump of water that is bulging in the middle, right, like through the horizontal, or horizontal is not horizontal and it's actually sloping down. So when you project a straight horizontal line, you're actually looking down. I mean, which one is it?
You're putting a lot of effort into misunderstanding things on purpose.
It's just two options. I mean, if there's an option number 3, let me know. You can't just postulate that there's zero change in a curved line and just say those words without an explanation.
Well, I can, because it's up to you if you want to test and prove these things yourself.
Keep on. I mean, yeah. Yeah, I mean, keep on telling people that and bring them on over to like this flat Earth argument, because keep telling people that there's zero change in elevation in a curved line, and they'll be right here with you.
Okay, yeah,
Arguing against you, but they'll be with you.
It's an issue. Yeah, people who don't comprehend things end up flat earthers.
I mean, just tell the world, tell the public that there's zero change in a curve. There's no change in a slope.
That's literally
There's no change. Yeah,
that's literally the mainstream view of spheres.
Yes, I don't know why this is surprising to you. If I went out in the street right now and said, do you think sea level would be curved between, let's say, here in Italy, people would go, yes. And I'd go, what elevation is it at? And they'd go, 0. It's sea level.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Go tell people that and bring them on over. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure,
Yeah.
people who didn't comprehend that, who got confused by that, might become flat earthers. That's true.
That's cool.
Just go.
We
scream from the
became
rooftops.
globers because of it.
Yeah. I mean, so you're saying like a circle, right? Like a sphere, like from the center, and then tell them how you measured from the center of a sphere. Explain it all to them. Bring them on
I
over.
haven't measured anything.
Right.
I don't
this.
measure that many things.
Yeah, I know this, and that's what the original question conversation was like, what did Euler do? And he said nothing. Just Galileo made 30 years of observations, right? So it's kind of rough, right? Then one side can't make any kind of measurements and to determine that we're on a globe, and the other side can make measurements and determine that we are not on a globe. Yeah, so it's
But you
a tough
need to
spot.
use your words carefully. It's not cannot. I don't think Lael. I didn't hear Lael say he cannot. I certainly heard Dawn say he has not, and I think that's the case for me. Like
But I guess you
filled up
will
my
not.
bike.
I don't know. I guess you will not.
Yeah. So I filled up my bike like hundreds of times over the last year because I've been traveling. And I just pull up to a pump that says 91 or 95, and I've never tested it. I don't know if it's petrol. I don't even know how I define what petrol is. I don't even count how much is coming out of it. I just keep pumping it in.
I don't know
my
what you're
tank's
saying.
full,
What are you saying? You're saying there's a way to measure like the potency of gasoline? Is that what you're saying, or is it?
Oh, I'm sure
you will
there
not know.
is.
Okay, then good.
I'm sure there is, but I don't test it because I've got good reasons to go, yeah, it's probably petrol. And most people who haven't tested the shape of the Earth go, I've got good reasons to think that the Earth's a globe. And flat earthers aren't very good at presenting reasons why not, because they don't even have a model. So I don't even have anything to test between.
A model? That's weird.
Yeah.
Aren't you testing it one tank at a time?
I mean, I don't know what model you're saying. They don't have a model, but we have a model. I don't know. Is that what you're saying?
It just sounds like
a model and you don't.
No tanks to have done absolutely nothing to prove that Earth's flat.
I don't know
Yeah,
who you
that's
are.
weird,
What are you
right?
talking about?
Like we've tested it, but all we've ever tested is whether it's a globe. But we're sure it's a totally different shape. That's weird.
It's not a shape. It's weird to say these things. The things you're saying are weird. Right? Like with the shape of
So it's
water.
not
Like
a
I want to
shape.
say,
That's
I
weird.
think what was it? Like
It's not
like
weird.
Bruce Lee or something. Like the shape of water. Is that what you're talking about? Like the shape of water is a sphere.
I think physical
weird.
objects have shapes. Yeah, I don't know why that's weird. It might be.
You're saying the Earth has a shape like this. Like I'm literally like turning over a dumpster right now with dirt. So what shape is it? Like right now in the dumpster, it's what, and then I dump it out, and then it's what?
Like I'm not saying it's a shape that you would have learned in kindergarten. I'm not saying it's a specific shape I can give a name to, but like, will it have dimensions and a height and a width? And could I, like, using maybe a topographical map or a 3D scan, go, this is what the shape of that lump of dirt is? I think so. Yeah. What would prevent?
Yeah,
me
I
from
agree.
doing
Yeah, I agree. All
So,
measurements of Earth or water, depth, right, length, width, and height, right? Yeah, sure. Yeah, change
So
in the
what's the width
vertical,
of Earth?
change in elevation. Yeah, these are how we measure things. Yeah, I mean, I heard the postulation earlier that we measure these things with zero or something like that. Maybe I misunderstood. We measure changes in elevation using sea level, which is assumed to be a curving line that's zero. That's weird, right? But we don't do that.
For people who struggle to comprehend, it's going to seem.
Yeah, we don't do
weird.
that.
Yeah.
We measure changes in elevation by measuring them from the horizontal, perpendicular, vertical. That's what we do in reality. So go screaming from the rooftops that what we do is the opposite, and it'll be awesome.
Well,
The horizontal at what altitude? From where? Do you do it from sea level?
You do it from wherever you're standing. Yeah, you can project a horizontal line from wherever you are.
Right, but most elevations are given in above sea level, right?
I mean, if you're looking on like a grand scale of, I guess, trying to find a city and see how, what somebody else told you it was above sea level, sure. But yeah.
Sure. Do you do it at high tide or low tide?
I think you get like I think you get like a mean average. like an
Right.
average of
So,
it. Yeah.
so we accept that there are tides, but we don't accept there is curved water. That's an interesting proposition.
I don't know if anybody said that moving water is horizontal, but
It sounded like that was your whole case. That
no, not at
the
all. I
standing
mean, water.
water doesn't have a curve to it, and then we're being like, okay, but there's tides, so there
I
is
did
a
say
curve.
standing. Yeah. I mean, maybe I should have been more specific. Standing, not moving at still water, right? Which is very rare, right? Like it's rare.
Sure.
Yeah, it's very rare. I'm not on the
Very,
I'm not
very,
on the
very rare.
team that's I'm not on the team that says, hey, look at the water, look at the oceans. Water is flat. Therefore, the only reason that boats could disappear bottom up is because water is flat. I'm not on that team because the ocean's not flat. That's ridiculous.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wait.
So how have you tested the claim that it is at rest?
I went
If
boogie
it's
boarding,
very
yeah,
rare
and
to
it
find
wasn't
it.
flat.
So how have you? So when you say we know that standing water is flat, how have you tested that claim? If as you agree, you pretty much never get standing water.
Well, like I said, you can take a water level, right? You can take the tool, a water level, to establish a horizontal plane, which I've done numerous times, and that's what it does, right? Perpendicular to vertical at all times, and that's how you know. You can confirm it.
How long is
Sure.
the water?
I mean, that sounds like a great test to prove what you. It doesn't sound like a test at all. It sounds like looking at something and going, "I've decided the outcome." But a test
No,
should
you
have
don't
an
look
A
at it. What are
and
you
a
talking
B.
about? Yeah, your
Should
water
have an
level
A
has
and a
A
B.
and B. Yeah. What are you talking? Not looking
So
at it. You
what
take
would
a
what
water
would
level, right? And you have one end
I
of it
don't know.
A. You mark a line somewhere. You take the other end B. You're not even looking at A. You can mark B. You could draw a straight line, and there will be no slope. Zero. None.
How long is
You
it?
haven't heard the question.
As long
So
as you
you've
want. You can
answered.
extend it as long as you want.
How long is
Yeah.
the one you've done?
It's
Yeah.
not.
What's the longest
I don't
one?
know. It's not 25 feet right here. The one I got right now.
So that's. Do you think that's long enough to test the claim?
What claim?
That it curves over a very, very large radius?
That what curve? A horizontal line?
No, the water.
The water that establishes a horizontal plane doesn't curve.
Both
Horizontal
claims.
doesn't
What
curve.
he was talking about. He forgot both claims.
You just forgot both claims and then went back to being like, oh, horizontal. People claiming horizontal curves. It's like, yes, this is how you become a flat earther. Not by testing things and proving things, by lacking comprehension.
Weird. You've done what? Like, who has done this? I guess the opposite of what I'm saying.
I've given you my heuristics as to why I think it's a globe, and none of them involve testing it. So if you're confident you're right, despite all the evidence, I would have assumed you had tested it, and it sounded like you were
What
saying you have
evidence?
done the other like 25 meters.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's how long my water level is, and I can connect A to B, and then B to C, and then C to D, which I have done absolutely longer than 25 feet, not meters. Yeah. Yeah, much longer, and every single time, right? You can do the math and come out with, you can square the area and find out that the top and the bottom are the same distance every time. That's it. I mean, every time, all around the world, everywhere. It's really not even like a debate. That's what I don't even know what you're arguing. Nobody debates
Yeah, no, I'm
it but
arguing you lack comprehension. That's my main argument, that you lack comprehension. That's why you're a flat earther.
I don't know, man. So you're saying that when you look out over the ocean, that you're looking at a hump of water, right? It's not a change in elevation, or you're looking down. I just want clarification. Either when you're looking horizontally, you're looking down,
You forgot the
or
opposite
when you're
side.
looking horizontally, you're looking straight, and the water's humping it. Which one's happening?
I mean, that is exactly what I mean, and not as in that's what I mean, as in what I mean is you lack comprehension, and then you just
I'll let you get back
said
to it.
something that demonstrated your lack of comprehension. So
All
yeah,
right,
it kind of is what I mean.
Yeah, I didn't get an answer. I mean, I said initially I haven't got an answer since. I'll let you guys get back to it. Thanks, man.
Cool. Yeah, cool.
Back up the claims, right? It's just flat, and you know it.
Sounds like it, right?
Or you can do what flat Earth math does and say it's both. It's both a hump and a drop at the same time. Easy.
Hey, Shell. I have a question for Shell.
G'day, Godric.
Hey, Shell, how are you?
Good, man. How are you?
Not bad. Better. Better. Okay, so we have high tide and low tide, right?
Yeah.
You know the difference in feet. We're talking about 5 feet, 10 feet. What's the difference? Again, wrong. Okay.
Can you, if you've got a different mic or something, or if you could just speak a bit closer to the mic? I lost in the middle. We've got high tide and low tide, and then the police got in the way.
All right, what's the difference between high tide, low tide, and speed?
High tide, low tide, as in like how many feet difference is it?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's different in different places. Like I think in some places, it's like high tide would be like 10 feet difference, but I think in most places in the like king tide maybe might be 10 feet difference, but I think most places in the world it's like 4 to 6 feet maybe.
Let's say we can agree high tide is 5 feet difference, right? Low
Sure.
tide. So would that be? Could that happen in the same observation?
Say again.
Could that happen? Could a high tide, low tide, which is 5 feet difference, could that be happening in the same observation?
In the same observation? Sure, yeah. I guess if you sat around somewhere for 5 hours or 6 hours and waited for the highest to the lowest, you could make it in one observation, sure.
At the same time.
Maybe like you mean like get somebody in Sydney and somebody in Perth and be like, hey, what's the water level there and what's the water level there? Yeah, maybe.
So you could make like but is that an observation if you're observing two different places?
Yeah, again, that depends on like how you define the word observation and what's the thing you're aiming for. Yeah, why? Tell me where your thinking's going with it.
Well, you mentioned an argument that I don't hear often, that about high tide, low tide, and in general that it can be important, but I don't think you would see that in one observation. I think it's usually high or low or in the middle. And if you're looking at, let's say, 10 miles observation or 15 miles, you're going to have the same tide pretty much in an area, I think. So high tide, low tide should not affect, at least not affect the standard flat Earth observation, not affect the standard observation when you're looking at the water level. I don't think it would. Would it?
I don't think it would be as extreme. I've never actually worked out the maths. That would be interesting to do. What's the maths of the curvature of a high tide, low tide sort of wave to the curvature of Earth? But the more reason I bring it up is if somebody's saying the Earth is flat, we've tested it, we know it is, but we also know there's tides. Those two statements are incompatible. And for the person, if they're saying I've tested for curvature and failed to find it, the most important question to me then is to go, well, how good is this person at finding curves? So if they've gone out and they're good at finding curves, but they've failed, well, if they've gone out and they've failed to detect the curvature of tides, then their claim about failing to detect the curvature of oceans is like, well, yeah, that's what I'd expect. You sound like you're bad at detecting curves.
Right, but the tides will be different times, not the same time.
Right. But sorry, are you suggesting
water level in one time, A to B, and it should be the same tide. That the tides, the high and low should not interfere with it.
So are you suggesting maybe you could have high and low with the water still being flat?
I'm suggesting the high and low tide should not interfere with the flatness or the curveness of the water, because it happens in different times, not the same time. And one
I
area,
guess to me, I would say
it's going to be the same tide, right? You can't have a low tide, high tide within the same mile, can you?
well, to me, like they seem to follow the moon around, and so you know they're going east to west. And so to me, I would then, some of it's extrapolating, going, if I'm low tide here at Sydney Harbour, then I can reliably presume that as I look out to the horizon, I'm looking out at water that's at a higher elevation at the same time, like at the identical time. So I guess that's how you could test it. If you had some super like really what would you call it, like precise device.
Did you hear the kid in Sydney, right, during the solar eclipse when the moon got in front of the sun? got sucked to one side.
No tanks, your robot.
Sorry, go ahead.
Roderick, I don't.
You
I
sounded
think,
good there.
I think tides won't affect most measurements. You could still measure if it's flat or curved, because you account for the tides, like you said, and you can make measurements at different times, and you can account for it, like Eggshell said, if you wanted to.
Why would you use the ocean though with tides to measure if the water's curving or not? Wouldn't you want to use water at rest, like a canal or something?
Agree. We're just saying because tides exist, we might have to account for it. I guess that's what we're saying.
Or you go to a
partly
spot where
that,
there
but
are.
partly also.
Yeah, like I was saying to him, I
Or
probably
you can go to a
robot.
spot where there's no.
I'm like,
Go ahead.
am I robot?
Go ahead, no tank.
Oh no, I just wasn't sure. Go ahead. No, you got.
Yeah, I'm not
You
so
could
much
just go to one of
saying
the.
we have
Oh,
to
go ahead,
account for it. Sorry, man. We're all doing it. I'm not so much saying we can't account for it or you'd have to account for it. What I'm saying is, if the claim is that water doesn't curve, tides are curving water, and if we're saying we go out to detect curvature and we don't find any, then we're like, well, we know that some is there. So if you're not detecting the bit that we all agree is there, then how meaningful is your claim about the bit that's in contention?
Well, Eggshell, can we be clear? Tides are not curving water. Tides are slanting water, right?
Sure.
Slanting.
Yeah, I'll take that point.
Because curving, then you're assuming a globe. If there's 10 feet on one side of the ocean and 5 feet on the other side, that's a 5 feet slant. You can say curve if you want to, but it's 5 higher on this side than.
Say again, I think I lost you there at the end.
I get your point, Eggshells, that if they're not even willing to consider how the water surface curves in a tide, they're not ready to discuss water behavior.
Yes, slightly that, but more like if we're like, we have done laser tests to show there's zero curvature in water. It's like, but what about the curvature we both accept exists? Like, what would be meaningful if they came back and are like, this is how good the laser tests are.
Yeah.
Is we are so good, we've measured the tide from 5 miles out. I can tell you that is, 3/4 of the way to high tide. That's how good I am at measuring curve. Now look at this next result. But if somebody comes back and goes, we've proven there's no curvature of water, it's like, well, there definitely is some. You've obviously just not measured it. I'm gonna go.
So is it a hump or a drop?
It's
It is both a hump and a drop.
Now we're talking.
welcome to balls.
It depends on what line you're.
Yeah, that's good, Jeremy. I don't know if Geo's changed where the server is, but everyone is robot.
Go ahead, Jeremy. Spit it out.
You're robot. I could translate that like I'm a medium. My translation of that is, me as Jeremy, I'm very frustrated and angry that balls curve in general.
Check.
Your
You got
balls
me?
are curvy.
You're good now.
You got it.
But we don't know how long ago he called for a mic check.
Oh, that's also true, yeah. With 10 seconds, 20-second time travel.
So it depends on what line you're using.
I would time him out for 10 minutes if I was
Are
in
you
line.
using a horizontal line to see if there's a hump or a drop, or a
10
chord
minutes.
line, or like what are we doing
Hot mic
to
in.
make this determination?
Try it one more time, Jeremy. You were kind of roboting.
Yeah. Say it with your
All right,
chest.
can you hear me now?
Yep.
Can you hear me now? Say it with your chest. Are we
Go,
using
we
a
hear you.
horizontal? Using a horizontal line?
What for? We don't know the context of anything you said.
Try
Is there a
reconnect.
hump or a drop? How are we going to determine that?
Well, it's
You talking
both.
about in the globe model or in reality?
Me and Jesse are saying both. It's both on all balls.
Including basketballs. Is it a hump or a drop on a basketball?
Welcome to balls, Jeremy. That's what we're saying. Welcome.
Don't welcome me. I already know how balls work.
Yeah, ain't you heard him?
It's like step 3 of 10 steps to giving a blowjob, I guess. Get to know the balls.
You know, on the globe, you should make a horizontal. Any ball, you make a horizontal line on it. There's drop everywhere from any point in the ball, right?
Sure. Humps and drops in every direction from every point on all balls, even hypothetical ones, which are the most common.
So it's like ball horizontal.
Yeah, you can't get away from it. That's just what a ball is. If you accept ball into your belief system, yeah, that's how the surface is, humpy and droppy.
You're the one who likes ball so much. You've accepted ball into your heart.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a hump drop on every ball, depending on how you want to look at it. You want to make a straight line on the top of the ball, there's drop everywhere. You want to make an observation of a little army guy on the other side of a basketball where half his bottom body's cut off, it's going to be blocked by the hump of the basketball.
If only you could teach SE this knowledge. But he's just too stubborn to learn.
Like, I'm not fighting for the globe. I'm just saying that's how balls work.
How about we stick to reality? Is there a hump or is there a drop in your reality? Don?
Which bit of my reality?
The part that's real.
On my desk, obviously, there's no humps. There's only a drop at the edge.
Your desk wobbles too.
Let me ask you, Montreal. Let's say you've got a nice beach ball and you got a couple little tiny plastic army men, like your grandkids play with, or like you played with when you were a kid. I don't know if kids play with army men anymore. And you place them on this beach ball so they can almost see the tops of each other. They can see the tops of each other's heads. Do they see a hump or a drop? Do they see a hump between each other?
What's blocking their view on these toy soldiers on your beach ball? What's blocking the view?
The beach ball.
Well, there you answered it yourself then.
But I'm asking you, do they see a hump or do they see a drop?
Well, in between them, they see a hump. There's something blocking them. They see a round piece of ball blocking them, no? Don't they
Okay,
see that?
absolutely. So now let's say one of them takes a ruler, a 1 foot long ruler, and sets it nice and level on this globe or this beach ball that he's on. Is he see a drop or a hump compared to the ruler?
He never. His sight never changes unless he looks differently. If he's looking at the guy, right? And you said it yourself. Your beach ball is blocking the view.
But what if he sets a ruler so it's level at his feet, by his feet? Will he see the basket or the beach ball drop away from the ruler?
He can put as many rulers as he wants on his feet. He's going to see the same exact thing.
And what is that thing?
Which is it?
The same thing. If he's looking at the same view of what the beach ball blocked him, he's still going to see the same thing. He can put. Who has his mic open?
That was me.
So you want to call it? You want to call it just a hump? Essay, no drops, just hump.
So, regardless of what he puts on his feet,
is that what you're
he
going
can
with?
Put. You're gonna interrupt, Don?
I was asking I'm asking you a nice question.
Hey, yo, SE, stop to fix an echo. That's not your cue to go. He's gonna finish. Go ahead, SE.
I was answering to whoever was asking me. Not regardless of what you put on your feet, how many rulers you can put anything you want on your feet. Drums, speakers, a vacuum cleaner. The view will not change.
Okay, can I ask you a question? Are you gonna say for the two army men on a beach ball, it's just humps between them, no drops, even with the ruler, right? That's what you're going with, just humps.
No, I answered the question the way I did.
But the question is, you avoided it.
No, I didn't.
I'm recalibrating, and you've avoided that too.
First of all, you're not in this conversation. I was talking to somebody else.
Well,
so what you say to me is irrelevant. So there's that.
Yeah, I am in the conversation because here I am talking to you.
Who is it?
You're not in the conversation I was having with the other person. You're just trying to butt in like you usually do.
You couldn't answer my question.
No, I choose not to speak to you at this moment. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, but I'm going to still speak if I disagree with your statements.
Sure, you can do whatever you like. I'm just going to ignore you, though, for now.
I might even ask you a question to try and bait you.
So back to your beach ball. Did that answer your question? Who was that asked me? Was that Jesse?
Yeah, I asked you about the beach ball. No, you did not answer my question as to whether the surface of the beach ball would drop away from the edge of the ruler.
From the edge of the ruler?
Yes.
So you asking me if you place a ruler on a basketball, if it would drop?
If the surface of the beach ball would drop away from the ruler.
Doesn't a basketball drop at every point in every direction? So you know the answer to that.
No, he's asking you, remember?
Yeah,
so you saying that would change the view because you put now a ruler on your feet? Are you telling me that the view that's blocking you and the other toy soldier because of the basket, because of the beach ball, that should change because you placed a ruler at the base? Is that what you're saying?
No, he asked you a clear question, and you have avoided it 3 times now.
Jesse?
Yeah.
So this is your claim. Want to be clear.
It's a question. He's asking you. It's
Don,
not a claim.
please stay out of this.
Why are you calling a question a claim?
Don't talk to me, bro. I don't want to talk to you. Do you
Don't
not
call
understand that?
questions claims.
Okay, Jesse, we'll do this another time, me and you. Okay, bro? He's not going to do this.
Nah, he's not. He is not going to do this. Don, let these guys bang it out real quick. Give them 5-10 minutes. What do you say, kiddo?
No. Because you called me kiddo.
Okay, go ahead, guys. The floor is yours.
So my question is very simple, Montreal. If you laid a ruler on the beach ball, in your opinion, or according to your knowledge, or whatever you want to call it, would the surface of the beach ball fall away from the ruler?
Of course.
Okay.
Now
So
my
you've got-
turn. Now
you've
my
got
turn.
So you've got
My
drop
turn.
and
Now
you've
my
got
turn.
bulge.
Sorry?
So you've got drop and you've got a hump. You've got both. That's all we're saying.
So you're saying, in reality now, if something is blocking my view because of a hump, I can place a ruler on the ground and call it a drop? That hump that's blocking the view? Is that what you're trying to say, Jesse?
I'm saying that a drop and a hump are both properties of a sphere at the same time. It just depends on whether you're measuring it compared to a horizontal line where you're at the center level point of that horizontal line, or whether you're comparing it to a line that cuts through or would cut through the surface of the sphere to see something that's around the curve.
Yeah, but we're talking about reality, right? Are we not?
Oh, yes, sir. Beach balls
Okay,
are
so
very real.
perfect. I'm so glad you said that. So now we're in reality. And we're in reality in a real canal, me and you, right? And there's enough distance between me and you, like you said, you're a little soldier boy. Now we're going to go to reality. Take the beach ball, put it to reality. In the canal, the same distance. What's blocking our view?
The canal water?
The water. Okay, so now, if I was to place a ruler on the canal, are you saying that would change the view and I would be able to see now that boat?
No,
Or
I didn't
that
say
other
that.
soldier?
No, I didn't say that.
So what's your point? So it's still a hump of water blocking our distance, our view, right? So
Yeah.
regardless of if you put a ruler there or not, that doesn't change, right? In reality?
No, the ruler doesn't change the shape.
The view. Exactly. A ruler, it's just something that you put up that you're saying that you think means something. And I'm showing to you now, in reality, you can place a ruler, like you said, on the water, and that will not change the blockage of that humped water between you and the other person, right?
Right.
There you go.
What do we got?
So what's your point? Where's your drop?
Well, your drop is evidenced by the fact that if you place this ruler, it will go high over the head of the other soldier, the other army guy, right? So the other army guy's dropped down compared to the plane of that ruler, right?
What are you talking about?
Do you
You have the
disagree?
exact same scenario before you place the ruler on the water. You have a hump of water by your admission. Obviously, that's ridiculous. Everybody knows that water doesn't hump, but it's okay. You're saying that in reality, there's a hump of water blocking two people in a canal, and you're saying, well, if I place a ruler there, then I can show you drop. Now, if you think that's an argument, good on you, bro.
Well, how would you describe it on a beach ball?
Describing
Jesse,
nothing
here's
on
what
a
you need
beach
to know.
ball.
What's that, Jeremy?
I talk reality.
But you realize on a ball there could be. I know that's not happening in reality, but you realize on a ball that's how it would work.
We're talking in reality now. He
I know, but
said,
just
why are you putting us on a ball, Jeremy? We're in reality on Earth. Why would you want to go on a ball now?
no. I already said that's not happening, and we're not in reality. Well, reality. I'm just saying, like that's how a ball would work. There would be hump and drop at the same time.
So Jesse, you concede to that point before we go on with Jeremy, right? You concede by that placing a ruler in the canal doesn't change anything of your curved water, your hump of water blocking your view. Do you concede to that?
Correct.
That's a yes?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, Jeremy. Go ahead, bro. Wow, first time I heard that. Thank you, Jesse.
Certainly.
Hold on, what happened?
He just admitted that what he said before by placing a ruler there doesn't change anything.
We'd be able to, if it was a ball, you'd be able to see the water deviate. Whereas
We're
right
not
now
talking
we
about
don't.
a ball. We were talking about in reality.
I
I
thought
know.
you were
He
talking.
just
Oh,
yeah.
I thought you were talking about a canal on a ball. Did you switch to a canal on a flat Earth seamlessly while we were talking about a beach ball?
Oh my God! You see what you did there, Jeremy?
My
So
bad.
this canal that you were talking about was on a ball,
Well,
not in reality.
we
Because
were
in reality,
talking.
we're not on a ball. What shape are we all in reality,
Well,
Jesse?
Rakia, if you're gonna switch seamlessly from a beach ball to a canal,
Did you call me Rakia?
or Montreal, I might have, but I haven't had breakfast yet, so you can't blame me for
Shout out
anything.
Rakia, by the way. Go
Oh
on.
yeah, I wonder how he's doing. Anyway, yeah, if you're gonna switch from a beach ball seamlessly to a canal without specifying that you're changing the shape of the theoretical surface, then you need to say that you're switching to a flat canal.
Hold on, sir. I said reality.
Well,
In
but
reality, I specifically asked you. You said yes, and you
well,
said in a canal the water curves and it's blocked. The view is blocked by the hump of water. You said that. Now, do
well,
you want to change what you said?
well, just re-ask your question because you can't just throw in a reality and assume that you and I have the same reality.
Jeremy, you see what you did, bro? You see what you did now? Now I gotta start all from the beginning now.
Yeah, so
My bad.
just are you talking about a flat canal or
You
a?
know what I was talking about, Jesse.
Well, no, I don't. We were
You walk
talking.
outside. You walk outside, and there's a canal there. That's it. It's outside on Earth.
Okay, is it on a spherical Earth or is it on a flat Earth?
Just whatever we're on, that's what it is.
Oh, Miss, we may not agree
Trying
whatever
to,
we're on.
that's what's in question. It's like he
Hold
doesn't
on.
get
He's
it.
not gonna get away with it.
He's just trying to play
Hold on.
games.
We're starting from the beginning. Damn
Yeah.
it.
My bad, Essie. Go ahead. Give them another 5 minutes,
That's
guys.
all they need, bro. They just need one little inch, and they're gonna do what they just did. Jesse, in reality, we're in a canal. You said that we're far apart, like on a beach ball. In reality, the water would block us. Yes or no?
Is this canal a flat canal or a curved canal?
In reality, listen to my words carefully. In reality, in the
Yep.
real world, me and you walk outside now. We go to a canal, right?
Claiming reality. He's that's what's in question, Dingo. Just fuck
Can you
off.
please not interrupt me, man? Please. Can you guys just give me 2 minutes? If it's no, I will stop talking. You guys could take over.
Yeah, just give Essie 5 minutes. You might have fucked it up.
So, Jesse, back to our thing. In reality, we have a canal. You said that the water humps and blocks our view, correct?
Right. In reality, with it does unless there's a strong temperature gradient.
Strong temperature gradient, huh? Okay, let's say there's not a strong temperature gradient.
Let's say there's no temperature gradient. It only takes 0.13 degrees C per vertical meter.
I don't care about temperature. You're not going to deviate. You're not going to get away from this. So we have the hump of water blocking us, right?
Right.
Right? In reality, right? In the canal, right?
Right.
Okay, now we place a ruler on the canal. Does that change that hump of water in any way?
No, it just deviates from it.
But it doesn't change anything. The hump of water is still there in reality, right?
Yeah. Yes.
It doesn't
No, in
change the
reality,
hump
it's
of water
not.
to a
He's
drop.
claiming the ball in reality.
Right, Jesse?
What's that?
What you just agreed to.
Let's say it again. Someone talk.
He's claiming reality, and he wants
Can you
you
just not
to
talk,
admit that the
man?
ball is
Can
real.
you just
He's
not
saying,
talk
"Is the ball?"
for
I'm
fucking 10
I'm
seconds, bro?
clarifying what
You're not
your
clarifying. I don't need
witchcraft
you to
here.
clarify, bro.
Hold
Stop
on,
it.
guys.
Yeah,
Hold
you
on.
keep saying
SE doesn't need
reality
help.
is a curve. So there is no
Who
curve.
is
You keep
this?
saying
Whoever that
here's a
is, just
curve.
give SE and whoever this is, just give SE and Jesse 5 minutes, please, and we'll all jump in and speak our piece.
Sounds like you're trying to let him say his nonsense over and over and over.
I'm just trying to let them get 5
All right.
minutes so they can iron
Okay,
this
bye.
out, please. You don't have to leave. Just give them 5 minutes.
What is wrong with these? Who was that? Like, I don't get it. Why? Why do you guys do that? It's like they know what's going to happen. They're coming in to save their boy. It's like amazing. Just listen to it. It's like a swarm of bees.
That was one of your guys, by the way, SC, not one of ours.
I don't care who he was. He was triggered. So Jesse, can we solve this? Yes or no? Are you going to admit? Are you going to be a man or not?
Well, why don't you give me something to admit to, and let's see if I will.
You admitted to it twice. Twice I had you the crescendo, and twice right at the end, 2 people interrupted. So let's see if we can do it a third time, Jesse. We're in a canal in reality. There's a hump of water blocking us. By your admission, you say if you drop a ruler on the water, somehow that changes that view.
No, I didn't.
Are you now going to admit that that's not correct?
It does not change the view. I never
Thank
said
you.
that.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. You said it. If you do that, it shows drop. That's what you said.
No, changing the view is not the same as showing drop. If you, I mean, just go back to the beach ball. If you got your 2 little soldiers, they can only see the tips of each other's heads because of the bulge, right? But
The actual ball, the actual hump of the beach ball, the actual material, just like the water in the real world, right, Jesse?
Right, but let's say you take one of those soldiers takes a ruler and tries to set it one end at his feet and one end at the other soldier's feet. It's going to have to cut through the beach ball, right?
Will that change the view?
No, he won't be able to put it at his feet and at the other soldier's feet. He'll only be
Who
able to put it
cares?
at the
Who
top,
cares?
the tip of the other guy's head and the tip of his head. And if he makes it level at his feet, then it's going to go way over the head of the other soldier, right?
Who cares? Does that change the view? Does that cause a drop?
Well, it shows a drop between the surface of the ball and the ruler, right?
Oh, the ruler, yeah. So what? You put a ruler on any ball, it's going to show drop. If you put the ruler on the canal, are you going to see drop, Jesse?
Yeah, if you got it level at your feet.
So
and
you're
it's
saying if we put a ruler on a canal, we'll see drop.
yes.
You guys heard that? Thank you,
Yes.
Jesse.
He's absolutely correct. And SC,
You
I don't know
think
why
you
this is
think
so
you
hard.
can do? You think you can
SC,
show that, Jesse?
can I say something real quick? He's given it to you 3 or 4 different ways. You obviously understand a beach ball. You understand the army men on the beach ball. You understand the rulers being placed on the beach ball and how the straight edge is in respect to the curved surface. And that's all you're saying. He's putting it on the
Nice
surface.
try.
Hold on,
Nice
real quick.
try.
I'm going to summarize real quick. It'll
Nice
be 5
try,
seconds.
Zanuck. No,
Let's
we don't
see.
need you to summarize. No, we
One
don't need you
quick.
to summarize.
You got the straight edge on the beach ball, and the beach ball drops away from you. That's period. Everyone knows that. You know that too.
No, I got what I wanted. Thank you very much, Jesse, for admitting that if you place a ruler on the surface of a canal, it's gonna show drop. You guys heard it.
Yes.
Jeremy, you were looking for a test for a long time. Here you go, man. Just put a ruler on the canal. There you go.
You put a ruler, make it level, and it will go off in the distance into infinity, and you'll see a drop. Every position on that ruler will have a greater distance to the surface of that object beneath it if it is round. That's called drop. That's what he's saying. I don't know why are you doing this, Essie? It makes you sound
I'm
really
done.
silly.
I'm done, bro.
Well, of course you're done. You're done before you started.
It's beautiful the way you had to come in and white knight for him, but
Well, I'm not white
I
knighting
got-
for anybody. It's just frustrating to hear you. I mean, there's no argument here, Essie. We're talking about friggin' shapes and a ruler, and whether it's drop or a hump.
No, Zanuck, that wasn't the argument. Maybe you came in late, right? Like, so he asked what was obstructing his view, and then Jesse was arguing that the straight line, a chord line that you can't see, right, is actually drop, right? I mean, so that's a little bit, what you're saying is a little bit strange. But he was asking what's blocking the view. Is it a hump of water or a drop? And you're saying,
It's a hump of water.
okay,
Yeah.
there you go.
Everyone agrees. It's a
Is
hump
that
of
what
water.
Jesse thinks too? Jesse, do you
I
agree?
agree to what?
To what Zanuck said you agree to?
What did you say I agreed to, Zanny?
I said everything that is being blocked is caused by a hump of water being between you and the other object. There's a hump between you.
Yeah, just like on the beach ball.
Correct. He's. I've listened very carefully. He's not saying anything differently than what you're saying, SE. But just either can't understand the words he's using or how he's using the words. And the ruler is getting confused
Nice
as well.
try.
No, it just doesn't make any sense because we know. I think you're trying. I know what you're trying to do. You're saying, is it a hump? Is it rising up and then going down? I mean, no, everything's falling away. That's the drop Jesse was very clear about. And then he brought the ruler into it to talk about if you have a ruler on the surface, that everything from the point the ruler is level and is on tangent to that beach ball, everything will be falling away from it. That is also true. They both can be true. They're not mutually exclusive.
Yeah, nice try, Zanuck. Let me tell you what's really going on.
That's exactly what you're saying.
Okay, let me finish. Every person that has ever been on water in reality knows that water doesn't hump. So it's just you guys, 30 people here on Discord, on the internet, that are pushing this nonsense. So don't think you're fooling anybody, bro.
Nobody's fooling. We were talking about a beach ball. That's not even a debatable subject here. It's just a matter of language and using words and knowing what those words mean. You're saying words like hump and drop and beach ball and straight edge, those 4 words, somehow you can't cobble them together to make any sense of them.
No, those are your words. Everybody here knows
Your
how
words
water
too.
flows.
You're using them. You said hump, you said ruler, you said curve, you said drop. Those 4 words we're all using. And they all have really specific meaning. And everyone here knows in the world, the term you like to use, that what they mean. So yes, what we're saying is on the water, if you're out in reality, and you're looking out, if you're on the surface of the water, everything will drop away from you. If you're above the surface of water, you will have something being blocked in the distance.
Yeah, but what reality frame?
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We're just talking about definitions here. If it's a globe,
Listen to my words.
if it's curved, if the water is curved, if we're above the water and we look in the distance, because we're above the water, things in distance will be blocked by the hump. If we're not above the surface, if our eyes are right at the surface, everything in the distance is blocked by the surface.
So on that beach ball, what are we measuring? Is it like a change in elevation?
No, the elevation is always the
On the
same. The
beach
elevation
ball?
means it's distance above the surface. Elevation
From that straight edge, from that ruler that he put down, right? You said now it's a hump because we measured the change in elevation from the ruler, or no?
No,
No, it's not?
elevation
Okay.
is something above the surface of the object. When he's
But not above the ruler that you're using.
Well, the ruler will go off in the distance, and any point on that ruler will be a greater and greater distance.
So then why? So we don't use the ruler. Why did Jesse put down a ruler if we don't even use a ruler?
Because because he wanted to show what drop was. Drop.
So there's no ruler.
If
There's
you
no
have a
measurement.
ruler,
There's no
okay,
ruler.
God, this is funny. I have a ruler.
But like when you transfer it over
Hey,
to like this globe
Hank,
argument thing, is
let
there
me
a ruler or no ruler?
let me make it really clear so there's no ambiguity. You put a ruler on the surface, and it goes off into the distance. Every position on that ruler will have a greater and greater distance to the surface of that beach ball. That's called drop.
Okay, so now
you with me? You with me, Pumpkin? You with me so far?
Yeah, I got you. Right. So now, like in the argument of the globe, is there like a ruler that we're using or no? No ruler?
You can put a ruler on the surface.
Oh, I mean, is that what we do? I'm saying, is that what
we
like
use a
Jesse
laser.
would claim? Okay, so there is a ruler. So there is a change in the elevation from the ruler. Okay. All right, just checking.
From different points on the ruler, there'd be different elevations above that ruler if it went off in the distance. If it was set at level on the surface.
So not zero. Definitely a change in elevation. All right.
The elevation is a distance above the surface. So there would be an elevation change of that object, that ruler, that straight edge, if it was placed on the surface and was level.
Yeah.
And as it went out in the distance, the straight edge would have a greater and greater elevation above the surface in the distance.
Right. So in reality, Jesse or you have taken this straight edge theodolite, whatever, right? Like put it on the surface of the water and then measured the change in elevation from the surface of the water. Yeah.
Exactly. He's done that and shown the results of that very clearly. It's like
So he has humped
out of
water.
nothing.
Jesse found humped water in the middle of the lake, correct?
Yeah, it's rare.
Jesse, you found humped water in that lake?
Well,
yes. Go ahead, Jesse.
It's like this. Let me just tell you about the basics of reality. First, there was the hump, right? And then there was a bulge, okay? And then there was all these little baby drops, all these little drops of water coming down, and then there was more water.
You reading from the Globe Bible?
Sounds like it, no? Yeah.
Did nobody get that?
Of course we got it. I mean, that's all you can say, bro. Yeah. It's a religion. Yeah, we got it. It was pretty good, actually. I liked it.
I don't think anybody got that, but it's probably just as well.
I got it.
All ye in the hump, gaze down below.
Well, maybe you should think about there's no hump. Maybe think about
if SC was a WWF wrestler, his move would be the double drop hump.
Oh yeah,
because you would just
he'd be the single pump chump.
Well, you would be a formidable opponent, I must say. Your voice doesn't sound you're a big dude, so I would have to be careful with you for sure. But not in this arena here. You're completely lost, bro. Like, sorry.
Who are you talking to? Who are you talking about?
You, Zanuck. You're a big boy, but the brain is a whole different story.
I'm trying to use my brain and transfer information that I have possessed and acquired to you. But somehow the medium is being heavily refracting the transfer of information to your brain. So I'm wondering either your brain isn't able to receive it for some reason, or it's not large enough to contain what it's receiving, or we have too much noise in between us.
No, it actually has a firewall, a BS firewall. Can't get through, bro. Sorry.
Okay,
Xanax head might be too big for it to transfer.
Let's change the firewall settings.
And what? Let non-logic through? I have a logic.
No, unfilter all the information and let the processor disseminate what is being. Since we're not worried about any type of threat or malicious activity of this information, let's just worry about taking all the information you can and then processing it with your brain, with your processor.
No, but I can't let a computer virus into the logic. It'll kill the system. You think
what I'm
malfunction everything.
You think what I'm telling you has been compromised with a virus?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely, Zanuck.
Okay. I mean, it's kind
not
of
you. I'm not calling you a virus, but the information you've been given has been compromised. It's not your fault. You were taught that.
I get that. I don't take that as I took it exactly as you meant it.
Okay.
So
your knowledge is infected.
We have hump.
called
Yeah, the
belief.
knowledge, the knowledge could be infected. I could have bad knowledge, and I could be trying to transfer that to SE, and he's right. But I don't believe that's the case, because I've actually had a antiviral program in my brain go
Got
through that information,
Trojans.
make sure there's nothing malicious in it, and it has no capacity to infect anybody else as well. And that's why I've already
You
purified
need
it.
to update your virus definitions. Yeah, you're fine, Zanny. Everything's good.
So we have 4 words. We have hump, we have drop, and we have ruler, and what was the 4th one?
We have level and horizontal. Don't forget those
Oh boy.
two. Well, those
I wanna
are
get
really
into that
good ones.
discussion. Hump and drop and ruler. That's what really we're talking about here.
So Zanik, we go to Home Depot and we buy a spirit level. Right?
I don't know if he's a spiritual person.
Jesse knows where this is heading. He's coming in, riding in from the side. No, Zanik, don't go down that path.
Are you spiritually level?
I'm spiritually leveled, yes.
Super.
On
So
the beach ball, if you're on the surface, everything on that surface, if you're looking out level,
Right.
would be falling away from you.
That's why they make ball levels. Specifically for balls. Beach balls. To test them.
So we make a horizontal line, Danik. Can from that position, from that line, right? We draw a line horizontal, perfectly horizontal. Can we have a hump or a drop without elevation change?
Of course.
We can.
You're not. What do you mean elevation change? We're not changing. Something that has an elevation change would be a distance above the surface. So we're just talking about the surface itself. So if you're sitting there looking level on the beach ball, out in the distance at the very surface, then everything away from you in all directions, as you mentioned earlier, is falling away from you.
I didn't say a beach ball. Listen to what I said. We
Or the
draw.
earth, doesn't matter.
We make a horizontal. Make a perfectly straight horizontal line. Right?
Okay.
That's our starting point. Got it so far?
With respect to your position and as it's level, the level horizontal line.
Perfect. Level and horizontal. Exactly.
At one point.
Now,
Remember,
from that,
level is an orientation. Go ahead.
what? You had to add in 1 point?
Yeah.
Did you
Level
just
is an
think you'd
orientation.
get away with
Hold on.
that?
Yeah. Level is I just want to make sure that we're still on the same page. I've said this many times. Level is an orientation, and it just means that it is level and horizontal at that exact 1 point on the surface of a sphere. Only 1
And
point.
what happens if you move 1 inch to the left?
That level horizontal
Does
line.
your horizontal and level change?
The orientation changes.
The orientation changes because you now have changed position on the sphere, and that horizontal level line is not going to be parallel to the original horizontal level line. They're different lines now.
So once you move 1 inch over, level separates from horizontal?
Level separates and horizontal separates now from the origin point that you started with. That horizontal level line is now going to be different than any line at any other position away from that point. If you move it all, there will be a different horizontal level line. It'll be not parallel to the original one. I don't know how much more clear
I missed it. You were saying you can put a horizontal line anywhere at one point, and then I missed the next step.
He said he moved, and he wants to know if that line is the same, and it's not. It's not parallel. It's a different line.
We moved 1 inch to the right, and it's different. Level separated from horizontal, according to Zanuck.
No, level and horizontal are different. 1 inch away from that origination point.
So we could only have horizontal and level in your view, in your world, at one single point.
Provable, yeah, demonstrable, and validated by all
Well,
tests ever.
Well, I'd say you can't do that because then you haven't measured any curve, right? But
If you do this, you basically are measuring curve. That's why you can go to places in the inverse of this analysis or thinking track is to go to places like we know are straight, like Slack or LIGO, and then we know the plumb lines are not parallel.
Like I was
So
saying earlier, like you're projecting.
Thanks for talking over me.
I stopped a little bit ago. No, but like I was saying to you earlier, you said you had this ruler at the surface. You're projecting a horizontal line, and now it's humping up. But now you're saying we've never done that.
I didn't say it's humping up. If you're on the surface, there's no humping up. That's why we had those three words. Remember the hump, the drop, the ruler, right? So if we're on the surface, then there's no humping up. Everything's falling away from
but the ruler is the same thing as horizontal, is it not? Or
the ruler would be
horizontal ruler,
horizontal,
same thing,
and it would be level at that one spot. If you have a ruler on the globe,
like a spherical
it is
ruler,
horizontal and level if it's touching the surface. Because it only touches that one spot.
So you hear the desperado.
What if I tilt it? What if you tilt that ruler? Well, it moves. Listen, this is a key point. If you tilt the ruler, well, maybe it's not. What if I just tilt the ruler? Well, you know what? That spot changes a little bit. It rotates around it. It'll actually move.
You can't.
So if you have a ruler and you touch it,
but that tilts
the sphere. It's only. Let me finish. Hold on. If you have a ruler and you touch the sphere, it's only level and horizontal at one spot.
You can't tilt a horizontal line. That's not a horizontal.
Yeah, you can. You can tilt. You can. Well, you can. I'm moving it. Change the angle. You think you can put a ruler on a beach ball. Think about it. Put a ruler on a beach ball, and you have a point where it touches at one spot. You move. Just change the angle of this ruler, and guess what? That spot moves, and then that's also level there too. It'll continue to be level no matter how you rotate it around the curve. You have
So level eventually becomes goes around. Nick. So level eventually becomes a circle, by your way of thought.
Level becomes a circle. I don't know what you mean by. I think I kind of know what you mean by that. But if you move the ruler, if you had a long enough ruler, and you kept on changing the angle, it would make contact with every point around that circle. So that level horizontal would be constantly changing.
So it would come around and touch itself at the other side eventually.
Correct.
You guys heard it. You guys hear it. This is how they think.
This is basic geometry.
Level is a circle. Level is a circle.
You challenge my brain and my processors. Now I'm challenging yours. If you don't think you can,
because you're like going back to the virus thing. Yeah.
Isn't smoke coming out of your processor right now, saying that level is a circle?
My processor is in sleep mode, and I can be calculating this information. It's so simple. It's so simple. It's so simple. You go find a basketball. Go find your ruler or a level, ideally, because you could do it a different way with a ball. You could actually take the ball and roll it underneath a level.
I know.
And watch it.
I think you're making like a good point, but we were skipping. I mean, you skipped a lot of steps, right? Like, so we were just doing the demonstration, right? And you kind of went to the conclusion. But I liked where you guys were with you took the horizontal ruler and you put it on the surface, and then you measured a change from that horizontal line to find the curve. I heard you postulate that it happens. I just want to hear it happen if I could.
Oh, Blue explained it. So Blue is with Jesse. You guys heard it here. Level eventually becomes a circle. All right. Respect, guys.
You have a big enough level horizontal line, and you move it at all. It changes an angle with respect to its elevation above the surface. Change. It establishes a new point of level and horizontal. You can keep on moving it if it's long enough, and you'll make a circle all the way. You'll complete a circle all the way around that object.
All right, fair enough. If that's what you believe, that's what you believe.
It's not a matter of belief, because we can actually do this with a with a real life type of object that has this type of
like a
potential,
chain,
like a ferrofluidic over a steel ball or something.
like a
It's
chain.
adhering to it. There's a direction to the center, a magnet in the center, or a metal in the center, and you can see this type of phenomena. It's just representing what we think we see on the Earth. We're not even arguing whether it is true or not. We're just talking about the concept. And for some reason, you're not grasping the concept. This whole thing of humps and drop seem to elude you.
Right, because we have to double pump up to get over the double drop hump.
It's not about eluding, but it's about drop from the horizontal. You just bent the horizontal. You got to just show drop from the horizontal.
No, we didn't. Look, you got to keep. One thing if you learn in science and physics or even in engineering, just change one variable at a time. If you change more than one variable, it gets very complicated. All we're doing is, if you're above the surface, say 10 feet, and you have a level ruler that's 10 feet above the surface, well, then there will be a hump between you and some object in the distance, a mile or two away. That'll be a hump. But if it's on the surface, everything is dropping away. So everything in away from you is hidden automatically. It's below level. So the hump and the drop are they're related, but they're different. And they do coexist, by the way.
Well, flat Earth math says they're the same thing. You can think of them as the same thing. A hump and a drop.
I don't have a problem with that unless we have discussions like this where it seems like we don't understand the difference between the two.
So you think that we can say that a hump and a drop are the same things?
They're related. They're intimately related. They're intrinsically related.
Related, yes, because you can't have one without the other, I don't think. But can you have them both at the same time?
Is there relativity between humps and drops?
Well, I think that is like the statement, right? There's like relative to the sagittal, it's a drop, but relative to your position, it's a hump. And then even between viewer and viewer, wouldn't it be a hump or would it be a drop? That's the clarifications that we needed or were asking for earlier.
The hump is rising up to meet
let's
your.
define. You know what we need to do? We need to define hump. So a hump would be something actually in your field of view, due to perspective and even geometry or trigonometry, would start to rise up from your feet, get an apex, and then fall away where you wouldn't be able to see things behind it. That would be my definition of a hump. There is no hump if you're on the surface. It is only a drop. It's something falling away from you with a curvature rate.
And what blocks your view?
But they both still, your view can still be blocked by either, except for the hump, where everything until to the apex will be visible. Everything beyond the apex will be not visible. But a drop, everything is invisible in the distance. You can't see anything if you're on the surface.
Yeah, like somebody used the analogy earlier of a basketball. You put a straight edge horizontal straight ruler on the top of the basketball, right? So then that so now we're looking at horizontally, projecting a horizontal line with a theodolite or some kind of a total station tool, right? Looking off into the distance, you see that something's up in your view, blocking your view. So on a basketball, it can't be a hump, and horizontal can't be straight. It has to be down. You have to be looking down then.
All right. Do I need to explain it one more time? If you're on the surface, everything in your view is hidden. Called drop.
Why? Yeah. Why would the drop be jumping up to block my view? I'd have to be looking down a hill.
You can't see anything away from you. You can't see it. It's all hidden immediately.
By what?
By the surface. Okay. Now thank you, because now I get it. Now I know why you don't understand. You think because you're on the surface and everything's falling away, you should be able to see things like you're looking down a hill. But that's not how it works. If you were on a hill, a straight slope, you would be able to see down it. But we're on a curved surface. So everything in the distance, if you're on the surface, is hidden immediately. Everything. You can't see anything. All you can see is out. All you see is sky. Everything away from you is hidden. That's the problem. Now, if you understand that, you've broken the code. There we go. And thanks for bringing that up, Tanks. That's a good point. But if you're above the surface, you see everything up to the point where it's being blocked again, and that would be the hump. So the hump is if you're above the surface looking. The drop is if you're on the surface looking out in all directions, and the straight edge is just showing you the direction which you could be looking. You can get those 3 points, you've broken the code. But by your own statement, there is a misconception that if you're on the surface and everything's dropping away, you should be able to see out in front of you. But that's incorrect. It's flawed logic. Flawed mathematical geometric logic.
Curves are juicy.
That helps. And that's why I only do 3 classes a day. Tough crowd. And you see Blue, man, he's frustrated, right? SE puts a drawing on there. It's just so obvious to everybody. You talk about everybody should know this. You said everybody knows this. You said it several times in our discussion here. But you don't know this. And there's the drawing that shows that you don't know, because that's how simple it is.
Yeah, you know what? I think if you were so right, you wouldn't be so quick to put your victory flag up just yet.
My victory flag has been raised since I got here. There's no victory. In fact, it's not even a victory. It's just sharing information. Remember you guys talked about sharing information? Sharing information.
Presumption of victory. This has got to be some sort of fallacious something.
Well, I was.
Where's the
I was wrong. I was wrong once, but then I was mistaken.
So saying, like with your 3 points earlier, were you saying that if I lower my eyes to the surface of the water, I can then see forever in outer space because I'm now with the water? But once I rise above it, then I'm looking down. But when I'm with the water, I could see off in outer space.
So that, but yeah, if you're on the surface, you can't see any of the surface around you. Everything is blocked.
Okay.
But you see out into space. If you're above the surface, you still see out into space. You still hold on. You still see out. Hey, stop it.
It was the punchline.
You still see out into space, but there is the hump that would block things in the distance by looking down. You can't look down when you're on the surface, because down would be into the ground.
It's really clear what you're saying, Xanac. They're just not trying to.
I'm taking my kids to the pool, and I'm going to say, "You guys want to see Jupiter? Well, get lower in the water."
Xanac, you don't have to keep repeating it. It's extremely clear to me what you're saying. They just don't want to hear it, man.
Fuck with me. I'm too gullible.
Yo, good day, guys. Hope all is well. See, we have a few Glovers in here, so it's a great opportunity for me to ask a question. What are your feelings on the meniscus of the water, and how come gravity doesn't affect, as my voice cracks, why gravity doesn't affect the meniscus of water? Please, anybody with that, I really appreciate it.
You say the effect of gravity on the meniscus of water?
That was 100% correct. Thank you.
Okay, cool. Jace, molecular scientist fella, what do you think about meniscuses and gravity?
Did I say something?
Always talking about formulas and stuff. Well, surely you mess around with meniscuses.
There's lots of things gravity doesn't affect. Magnetism, sticky
quantum
tape,
gravity?
tons and tons of things can overcome gravity.
Sorry, Jesse, I must have you turned down. Not much, though.
I didn't ask for an obfuscation. I wanted an actual observation. Some kind of that speaks to what the meniscus does and how come it doesn't affected by gravity. Like, why is it?
I think that was Jesse's third attempt at a joke, saying that tons and tons of things become gravity. Ha ha ha. All 3 weren't funny.
No, I think your question is malformed, Huey. Because gravity does affect the shape of the meniscus, but gravity is just not the only thing at play affecting the shape of the water or the liquid in that case.
I mean, if like let's say gravity might have subtle changes here and there, does that mean that the meniscus of the water is changing?
So here's where I'm at with this entire thing. The meniscus is always present. You can have ripples in the water, and the meniscus is always present. And actually, it's like the same thickness. It stays really consistent. So my first question is, gravity exists. It would present itself on the surface of the water. That's why I would anticipate the either diminishing effect of gravity, as in the heaviest water sits at the bottom of the pool, the lightest water, quote, sits at the top of the pool. But when I look at the meniscus, I observe something that's created based on surface tension. So I think to myself, surface tension with the water, we observe water gets poured, it comes to the very tippy top of the bowl, it starts to crest. So it goes from a convex, I think it would be, to a concave to a convex, i.e. it starts to bubble. And when that surface tension finally lets go, and at that point, the meniscus is actually further defying gravity because it's cresting at the top, forming a dome. Hey, there's that dome again. And then finally, when that surface tension pops, it floods out the side of the bowl. So my question again is, how come gravity, even when that, like we've all seen it, pour right to the very tippy top of that bowl, and we can see the water starts to quake almost like it's having a seizure, and then it'll pop and let go.
Didn't you just answer your own question with surface tension or the attraction of molecules? And when the surface tension is broken, that is just because it is starting to weigh more, quote unquote, than the tension can hold. So you pretty much answered your own question.
And this is why I'm asking, how come this is what I observe and can explain it from my standpoint. I'm asking from a Glober standpoint, what's the explanation for that? Is surface tension more powerful than gravity? I'm attempting to engage the Socratic method and extract an answer from them that I can use as a viable answer. Thanks for answering.
Yes, surface tension can be much more powerful than gravity, as can rockets, rocket engines, magnets, and other things, sticky tape.
Yeah, it's just cool how it's so consistent that we can build like watercraft, and it like almost doesn't matter like what weights they are. You know what I mean? As long as there's like a hull, it's like those points, it just like works out. Make boats out of
it
stone
does
if you want to. Like you could make a boat out of stone, you know, or wood.
Are you aware that the amount of water they displace is equal to their weight?
Yeah, I just mean that the surface of the whatever is like the buoyancy there, right? That kind
Right,
of
because when you
meeting the surface of the boat, I guess.
when you put the boat in the water, the boat sinks down as far as it needs to displace its own weight's worth of water, and the lake rises by that amount of water. So it's
That's
like a
nice. What I
like
just meant to say
big
like
tit on a
wasn't
teeter-totter.
right. I'm understanding these things, but what I meant to say in regards to gravity, it's like it doesn't abnormally affect it. It's like a sort of globally affected, if you will.
So to be a contrarian to your point, Jesse, where you stated the boat displaces the amount of water based on its weight. What happens if I change the profile of the boat, i.e. the hull, the mass that's actually in the water?
It doesn't matter. The amount of water that's being displaced will always exactly equal the weight of the boat. Try it. Take like a measuring cup or something that has graduation so you can see how much the water rises, and make different little boats that have different hole shapes but all weigh exactly the same. You'll find it doesn't matter what hole shape you've got. If the boat weighs the same, the water rise in the beaker will be the same.
I don't know. Do you think there's something different about like water in a small confined area or non-confined area? Nothing different, I guess, about that, huh? Okay.
Well, the ratio
all right.
of the size of the meniscus and the size of the non-meniscus area is different, but other than that, nope.
Oh, you also can't really compress water. I mean, turn it into steam.
Right.
Is it not true that there's certain compounds that can actually remove the meniscus or at least reduce the amount of surface tension on water? Like soap?
A surfactant? Yes.
Thank you.
But it's not going to, I don't think it's going to take away the meniscus. I don't know if anything.
Reduce the effect of it, right? You put soap on the top of a pond and anything that's on
You could
top of the
probably,
pond
the
will
only way
fall
you're going
through
to
it.
cut that out is have some kind of hydroscopic, like beaker that wants to repel water.
But we've all like seen what happens when you put like soap in a pond and what happens to like water striders and beetles and stuff that are on the top of the pond. Like they fall through.
I've never done that. I was actually just picturing them like trying to run but slipping and not going anywhere.
No, they
I've never
actually
done that.
the weight of their body is enough to push them through the water. Like the
Yeah, I
water
guess.
tension is gone.
Yeah, I was going to say by putting in the soap, you've reduced the surface tension of the water, i.e., made it thin to hold stuff through. That's pretty dope.
There's actually some tiny little black water beetles that piss soap, and they use it as a defense. So if they see a water strider coming at them, they go piss soap on the surface and sink the water strider.
Yeah, it just made it interesting. I mean, do you believe in mystery points? Which there are many reported places where gravity she just don't work at the same. I've been to some of these places. They just feel extremely heavy. I don't know what the deal is with it. Other places say other things go uphill easy. I don't know.
There's actually a place in Canada where it's called the Magnetic Mountain, and it'll actually pull your car uphill.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I believe that. There's also something in it's like it's Saudi Arabia maybe called the Wadi Ijin Road. It's like basically you almost have to apply zero gas like to get this pretty decent stretch. But that might just be hidden in the roads somewhere. I don't know, but like it's weird. Like just a water bottle seems to pick up speed as it's going around. If you can find any videos of it, it's pretty cool. But if that exists, then is there anything going on in the oceans that would say the same thing? Like that, like boats will sink at this area. You know what I mean? This shit gets heavier. You know what I mean? Or things move faster. Things are assisted by is current like, only what is that generated by only winds? Wow, it's mysterious this shit how it works. You got all these gyres, oceanic gyres moving allegedly similar to how toilet bowls are supposed to allegedly work. Coriolis wise or whatever. But is that electric? Mm.
Wait. What are you talking about teleports? What you gotta
Like,
say about teleports?
like the gyres. Like if you look at the map of the gyres and their rotations, in the northern hemisphere they're one way, in the southern hemisphere.
Bro, are you really trying to bring in that like Simpsons argument that toilet bowls on one side spin one way, other tends to be spin another way?
I'm saying that's the alleged Simpsonian knowledge
No,
that we were handed.
listen. Oh, okay.
However, the gyres do seem to operate in this way, and maybe because of wind vectors or something like that. But why are there just infinite like holes in the ocean that just suck water in for forever?
I just want to make sure because the whole toilet bowl thing, that's actually just depending on which way the manufacturer
Well,
drills.
what I'm more on about is the electrostatic connection here, because then that would make sense, because that's how we would see things happen with a magnetic field and some current moving through it. You're going to start to see that particles will want to move in these opposite directions, and since they're like north and
Counter
south of the
rotating
equator,
fields.
yeah, like connected, maybe, in part, maybe they're connected to each other. It's part of the same thing, just like a big tube kind of rolling around.
It's a little off topic, but isn't it true that on
Is
the
it?
inside of a tornado, there's two funnels? One funnel is actually spinning the opposite direction of the exterior. I've heard of that. I don't actually have like
Why
any
not?
solid
It's like a
information
fucking
on it.
jet. Why not? Yeah, something's got to be moving in the opposite direction. That's true with winds too, right? Don't they move in opposite, like sheets, opposite currents?
Yeah. And the fact that you keep saying current and then electricity, it just makes sense that yes, the ocean would be affected by electrical currents. It's like what, the most saline
It's
solution in the world, right?
it's literally
It's
like an
ready to
electrolyte.
go. Yeah, it's
literal
ready to go.
electrolyte. Yeah. So I don't know if there's like some kind of ionic bullshit be going on, moving this energy through everything, but I don't know. Leave that to the scientists to not discover. I don't even know how you would like go about detecting such a thing, but it's really just due to I guess changes happening many distances away from where like weather's at. I don't know, man. The ocean's crazy mistress, I tell you. Many
Yeah,
men have
and it's
gone to
funny.
her something.
It's
Whatever.
funny how much mainstream media puts our heads up in the sky instead of keeping us down here. It's like, who the fuck is falling for this space shit when we have a whole ocean to figure out? What is
Yeah.
we know more about what we don't know than the actual ocean that's in front of us?
Yeah, we need Elon Musk to throw
Stupid.
some submarine city money in there.
It also, submarines seem to be the most hidden technology we have. It's the least amount of information you can find is on military submarines.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, out of all of the different military technologies, they get the least amount of time
they're
on air.
probably not like secretly having mining operations on the ocean floor with like UAV dredges or anything like that. Probably not.
I think a lot of our technology is to be able to navigate the oceans in submarines. A lot of that technology we say is for space isn't for space. It's for water.
Can you imagine how much gold there must be on the ocean floor?
Where do you think gold comes from? What do you think? It's just like water. It's just here. There's no way to make it. It just is.
That's a great question. That's a great question.
I've heard the theory that the giant trees were what made gold. I've heard that.
Hmm. I don't know.
Well, they're always found in veins too. They don't seem to ever be found in like a large clump like coal. It's always like a vein.
Well, there's nuggets. There's veins in rock,
Yeah,
but they're usually
you know,
going to
that's
be like.
that would be my issue. Is that you know, if you were to ask a Glober, like, you know, what's the only thing on Earth that didn't come from life? They're going to say rocks, right? Yeah, and all these
Well,
minerals are found in, yeah, I mean, you know, rocks.
I don't know. Like a lot of rocks are made with little micro zooplanktons and shit, and you know they get silicated and I don't know, rockified somehow, man.
Oh yeah, no, it's a
Rockified.
contradiction. Yeah,
I
then
like
they'll
it.
say that
Thanks.
all life came from exploding rocks in outer space.
Ooh,
So, yeah.
exploding rocks. Wow. Yeah, they've got
Yeah, so
like it's evolution occurs within the Big Bang. The Big Bang is evolution of material matter before you even get to the other idea that they have about evolution of organic things. So, but they're going to make it about evolving particles too, and evolving structures that have to then explode again to form another chain of other things to. It's likely, yeah. Just a box of like the most amazing fireworks ever just happen to appear out of nowhere and create everything. Makes a lot of sense. Um, Scientifically, yeah, that's a good scientific idea. Yeah, we got there. Sure. Just explosions of everything. Mind blown. GIF in your head. Yeah, that's what's going on.
Yeah, but whoever put forth the idea that gold came from trees, which, you know, I mean, we mine for it in rocks, and all the, you know, many of the mineral rocks are found in trees.
You know, like fool's gold, iron pyrite.
Doesn't have to be a giant.
You heard of iron pyrite? AKA fool's gold. You heard of iron pyrite? It actually contains actual gold sulfides in it. So they're like sulfurous gold particles that are like hidden in the iron pyrite. So you can extract that out, and then you can like bind it to like a metal, like
Nickel or something like that.
Maybe it's an iron or something like that. Or iron and lead. You just or that and like borax and like a bunch of other shit. But you can basically extract like gold metal out of that.
Tastes like pie, right?
I'm just saying, like this, is that maybe like a pre-formation to like actual gold? You know what I mean? Is it taken somehow out of like the oxidation process of iron or something? I don't know.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, what if it's just part of the step of gold's creation? You know, and it's just missing, I don't know, pressure or something, some chemical reaction or interaction with something to finalize its process.
Yeah. I mean, right. Along with the Iron Age is the Gold Age, right? When did people start like giving a shit about that, though? I wonder.
About what specifically?
Gold specifically, and being like, "Yo, this is the best."
I think from what I've heard in the general lexicon of history, it was because it was so malleable and it was shiny and it was easy to make little decorations and little trinkets and stuff. That was what I had heard from the mainstream perspective.
Okay.
To be fair, he said when, though.
Well, you're just saying like people would have found it and been like, "Oh, I can mash this up and make a spoon or an earring." Okay.
I don't necessarily support that, but it does make sense as an argument.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Maybe it was a more widely used building material. Maybe it had certain properties that people figured out back in the day that gave it luminary significance. Like, you know, could you imagine what a golden building looks like in the sun on, like, you know, the sunset or a sunrise?
Or let's
Yeah, I
say
think you're gonna go to it. You know, it's like a giant beacon.
yeah, if you could just figure out how to cast like iron and stuff, that'd be great. And you could make hella boats with it, right? And do rigging and shit, but like that would definitely rust up. So I don't know if it's possible. Maybe they would just, if they had the ability to electroplate stuff, which you really don't need a lot of voltage for. I'm not 100%
Yeah, they had
sure you
those
can do it.
Egyptian vases or whatever they were called that were kind of batteries,
It's
right,
like,
or whatever, the Baghdad batteries.
I guess like something about it. Yeah, it's like that they were using some kind of plant cyanides, you know, as like a some sort of way to like just like take gold out of rock samples that they had. Man, I don't remember. I started watching this video. I don't remember what the name was. It was in the I think that guy Jason in the Tartary room was playing it.
Another property of gold is that it's immune to decay, so it also had some immortality symbolism in it.
Yeah, sure. But like, yeah, like if you just could make iron but not steel yet, or whatever, you might, if you could, you should, well, you would be able to plate, you know, to iron, and that might be before they really had access to bronze tech. You know, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. It is super prized though. Yeah, for sure. Rare. It seems to like almost be something that builds itself though in the environment, where it like percolates out of things like at some very slow rate. If maybe that sounds crazy. Like it's in a lot of stuff, but like kind of in like the sulfates and the iron pyrite, it's kind of hidden in something else, and it just takes some kind of seasonal activity that's like breaking it out of something else. Like it's like locked up in a lot of stuff.
I like the concept of the giant trees, and you know, where you find gold. Generally, you're going to find it in the base of a mountain, and you're also going to find it in the streams coming from that mountain. So the source definitely seems to be the mountain. So is the mountain rock and always been rock? That's the question.
Yeah, maybe some of it is. You know, maybe some of it's partially not. Like how much of the white sandy beaches that we have are made from like, is it possible a lot of it's made from like just the shells of fucking clams and stuff like that breaking up over a zillion years?
You got coral, silica.
Yeah, but what about these oceanic gyres though? I'm really curious to see if like if they do play some kind of role in some sort of electromagnetic sort of relationship. Are they pairs? You know, the northern and southern, because that's kind of like where the mid-Atlantic sort of anomaly is. You know, sort of like in the gap between these two gyres, like the arc between them is like where we get some kind of radio interference. Um, allegedly. Yeah, definitely. Wondering about that shit. And that's also kind of like the pressure cooker for all like the mid Atlantic storms, kind of like come out through from Africa, they mature and turn into like little cells and then get up into the Bahamas and then, you know, it's almost like it's the storm cells are being like microwaved or something like that over time. But what do I know? I'm a silly guy, you know.
Well, I don't think it's any coincidence that the biggest storms happen on the equator or close to it. you know? And then, you know, with the idea that the sun is like the highest form of energy in this realm, whenever it's rotating around, it's doing some crazy shit to the atmosphere, the ocean, the electrical currents, everything.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, like, is there some kind of phenomena behind this that's like the ionic drive kind of phenomena? So there's like ions that are moving, causing this left and right hand spin to form over like what would be the equator. Not being rotationally occurrent, but electrically manifest. You know, so no spinning ball Coriolis, but this is electric Coriolis, if you will. Your thoughts?
I'm kind of with it. You know, I truly believe that, yes, we live in an electrical, highly dynamic environment. Our realm is driven by electricity, whatever you want to call it, electrostatic. But it leads me deeper than that electricity is just a frequency. It's just a vibration of sound. And I truly believe that everything is sound. Light, doesn't matter what it is. Everything is sound. That's my own belief.
I think everything's light, but it's like lower
Yeah,
grades of light.
everything's light. You got it a little backwards, buddy.
See, I believe that light is a representation of sound, and the only way that you can see, just because you can't hear it, doesn't mean that it isn't sound. It is a vibration of the medium.
If I could shout with enough
perceive
energy,
sound. We perceive sound through the medium with our eardrums, but it's not the only way you can perceive sound.
yeah, it's all part of the same family of stuff. I think it goes from heat all the way up to light. It is the same, like, basic concept. You know, because you can kind of see, you could see light with like an IR cam. You can see heat. I'm sorry, as light.
Yeah, in a thermal cam, you mean? Yes, of course.
Yeah. So it's a sound you can't hear.
But it doesn't mean that sound doesn't exist.
And the sound is the light you can't see.
Beautifully said, bro.
All right, okay.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
I was just saying, how do you identify a single atom as sound?
I have no idea.
Like, I agree. There's a vibration there. It's a frequency, actually, a spherical frequency. But yeah.
Well, I don't find it a coincidence that space is the absence of sound, and the denser the medium, the better the sound travels through it.
Well, I back to work.
Like, for example, ultrasound. Can you hear that? You can't hear that. But it is sound.
I don't think you can hear it as what it actually is, but you can detect that it's a current. Like, you can hear like a buzz that's like, oh, that sounds like an ultrasound, but I can't really make it out. And really, you can't hear anything that's ultrasound. It's got to actually contact you and then demodulate into sound that can be heard. So
I can't remember what it's called, but some people have this affliction. I believe Osco has it, where they can actually visually see sound. I don't know what it's called.
Yeah, I do, but I'm forgetting it right now.
They'll see it in colors and wave synesthesia.
It's called brain trauma.
Yeah, I mean, I think like colors and notes somewhat have registry, like, I don't know, they're sort of analog, but I don't know if like I would say like red is equal to the note C or a particular frequency, but then again, that must be true because we can, if we're measuring something in nanometers, then it becomes.
Well, here's the key component of that note C is it goes up in harmonics and octaves. So that C can be represented in the whole harmonic series.
Mm-hmm. True. Yeah. True. You got the. Yeah.
When you look at the entire periodic table, it's literally just a harmonic condensate of hydrogen.
I gotta look at that.
So much sense.
That was intriguing.
Yeah,
so if you actually check out Walter Russell's periodic table, it's far more accurate, and it's based on the methodology that you're implying, all based on frequency and harmonics.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look that up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
check
that
out
means that every
check out
element
Walter
is-
Russell.
Okay.
Walter Russell's periodic table. I might be able to post a link if you have any trouble finding it.
Thanks.
So in our wacky world here, that means that basically every element is not really set in stone, but it's just a stable multi-hydrogen.
Yeah, it's basically what we call hard light.
Well, we still have to get to where hydrogen is turns into something from light. But I guess that's to say that anything is really material here, which is may or may not be provable. I don't know. Everything may only exist for just one brief microsecond in its solid real form, and then right, just the moment is the only real thing that's there. Sort of like a.
So
yeah.
So basically, Wheeler says that all light rebounds in its coaxial circuit, manifesting and demanifesting as the perturbation propagates itself in its own medium, i.e. the ether as such, and matter as such being ultra high energy light mutually accelerates towards the lowest null pressure point in counter space, just as the EMR circuit of light rebounds in its cycle or frequency at the force dissipation of the magnetodielectric geometry as light circuit is cycled and exhausted, and as such over and over again, as meaning the frequency of the circuit field compound phenomena, so deem light. So matter being ultra high energy light as such rebounds mutually towards counter space due to its generation of an impulse current in the ether and its resultant strain phenomena, or known as torsion as such. So this can be conventionally called the induction towards an inertia homeostasis.
That's matter solidity from light.
Huh?
That's supposed to be matter solidity from light.
Yeah.
So some kind of process here for two must occur in order for things to become at least hydrogen. So something more basic than hydrogen has got to form Voltron to make hydrogen.
Voltron, nice reference.
The H3 layer is what I think is on the top, tippity top of the air stuff we call air, atmos. And above that, there's other stuff, but I don't think
Tippity top. I love it.
Because it's the most buoyant. And it's also the type of stuff that like will just take a little bit of energy and rebound a lot of electromagnetic radiation and energy and neutrons and stuff like that. It's
So
crazy.
So there's only one nucleus particle, the proton.
Okay.
So he says, therefore, there's only one fundamental particle we call the proton. And then he refers to galactic jets and relativistic jets by name, which are black holes along their polar axis of their geomagnetic precession, and they seem to emit trillions of tons of hydrogen, which is a photon dynamo. And he says the ancient riddle of reconciliation of light and matter, since nature cannot be complex, this is impossible, is now easily explained. The proton particle is nothing more than an extremely high ultra energy light, and recent high energy lab experiments have confirmed this theory. He says this fact actually closes the loop to perfection in validating the emanationism of Platonists and Pythagoreans. So yeah, light and matter have been reconciled. You could basically reverse E equals MC squared.
Yeah. E equals MC Hammer.
So I guess in some university lab experiment about a year or two ago, they took these two high ultra powered laser beams and pointed them at one another. And at the apex of these two beams, a small amount of matter was generated with nothing more than light, showing that they're divinely connected.
Okay. Interesting.
So
that's kind of what
yeah.
I feel like. In my my fruity-headed model of a sun and moon is that there's just one of them, and it's just the sun, and it looks like the moon. It's kind of like a big calcified surface like that.
So
it's made out
if you had a
stuff.
magnet,
Go ahead.
if you had a magnet, like a really, really huge magnet, like the size of the moon or the sun, it would literally vanish from visual observation, but its attributes would remain. So
Okay, but
yeah.
well, do you have anything that's above where the hydrogen layer would be? Like, what do you reckon would be above that?
Hold on, I got a customer coming out.
Talking about the flat moles. So we should have a point where nitrogen falls off and it's mostly oxygen. Hydrogen's like way above already. And then we'll have like a middle point where there's like some hydrogen and some oxygen. Should just work out like a parfait. Delicious parfait. Sun on top. Moving around. Yeah, I don't know, like the whole conservation of energy thing. It's fun to think about in terms of like a guy thought of that, but also it's like this whole place has got to work that way, or else it just like is energy. So it's super efficient, I think. So like all these things like wind and sun and just all of the things they put energy back into the system, and the system picks it back up. Because the ground and the sky are part of a circuit of some sort.
Well, real quick before I go in,
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, currently science and humanity has actually got it a little backwards. So what we call energy is literally the loss of energy. Pure energy is in an inertial state of rest, which is non-quantifiable or perceivable. So it would be analogous to a softball lump size of plutonium versus the explosion. So currently science declares the explosion as the energy, when in all actuality it's the softball sized lump of plutonium that's energy. the explosion is just the dissipation of that energy or discharge of it. But I gotta get. I'll be listening.
Okie dokie. Yeah, this always gets me back to time, thinking about time. Like, there's got to be a quantize running like it's a MIDI track or something like that. Everything's got to be going on at some point. And without something be able to move from one square to the next square, then how do we have any transmission of any kind of energy here? We'd just be locked up, like frozen in time, if you will. Sure, all the superhero movies make it seem like you could stop time and still keep on moving and moving things, but I don't know about that. That doesn't seem to make sense to me. Everything has got some kind of relationship to everything around it.
Yeah, they seem to really be pushing the multiverse. All these stupid timelines.
No, I just made like,
You mean like Spider-Man?
Quicksilver, the Flash.
All of them are doing it, not just Spider-Man. They're all doing it.
If you had the power to stop time, could you move a coffee cup?
If you had the power to stop time, could you move? Well, you would have to be outside of time then.
Well, I don't know about that. You might just, well, like the Flash, he's moving so fast that like it just seems like he's frozen in time.
My
Other
question
characters can kind of stop it all completely. What do you think about this?
How many times did you fill up said coffee cup with coffee if you could stop time? Go.
No, I'm just wondering, like, if are you capable of even exerting any kind of force on anything else if you're just like outside of?
Well, in the concept of the Flash, as far as I know, it's based on some force, universal force, cosmic force called the Speed Force.
Oh.
And as far as I know, as he increases in his speed, he increases in mass and overall energy. So if he was to try and touch that coffee cup, it would probably disintegrate or whatever. I think that's the idea.
Oh, okay.
He's considered one of the most, if not the most powerful out of all of them. More powerful than Superman in that universe.
Really?
Yeah.
He's well, him and the other guy, they both kind of are echoes of they're called Mercury or
Yes, Mercury. If I'm not mistaken, in one of them, I think it's in DC. Mercury is one of the superheroes or gods or whatever.
I actually think that maybe this kind of archetype for a character goes even back to like the Vedas and shit, like because it's the darkness which attacks the light, which causes the many the spirits of light to rebound, and in the attack of darkness versus light, they communicate very fast with light and stuff like that. There's like a messenger of sort. He's like the first one to move around. So I don't know. Kind of like that. We got the Mercury, the planet. Yeah, it's pretty Mercury retrograde. Pretty interesting. So yeah, so I'm very mercurious about this.
You're getting pretty punny right now, I tell you.
I am being pretty punny. I'm punishing. Sorry. Yeah, and then that guy that did the Emerald Tablets, that's Hermes again, right? Trismegistus, the thrice great. I don't want to say his last name. Sometimes I mess it up. It sounds dirty. But what do you think? It's an interesting thing. Speed, time, and then they go to the Chronos thing. That's about time too, isn't it? So time's pretty important in this bitch, even though it doesn't exist. But it has to exist. Doesn't time like physically have to be there in order to like have moments, like in order for energy to change state from one atom to the next or whatever?
Absolutely. I think time is real. It's not just perception. I think that at first, I was under the assumption that time was a human construct, that it didn't really exist in base reality, or even if you had immortality per se, right? Or for lack of a better word, if you just had no sense of time, right? Because you live forever. That's more of an assumption. Or if eternity exists, then there's no such thing as time. But like, in my understanding, bro, time is universal. Like, it is not based off of the sun's rotation or the sun around the sun, nothing like that. In the heliocentric model, time is relative. But I don't believe it's relative. I believe that time is actually constant throughout all realms, even multiple realms, because they have this infinite universe theories, like string theory bullshit, multiple universes all simultaneously at the same time, with every possible possibility being ran somewhere out in the universe. Like, this is their idea of string theory. But man, like according to the scriptures, like Jubilees, Yovelim, and the Hebrew understanding of time, it's universal. And you can actually reach a point of synchronicity or synchronization, I should say, for all realms. Like, they're all running the same exact sacred time based off 364 days cycles and Shmitas and Jubilees. Like, this is something consistent with the Hebrews, that it was a unified time based on fixed alignments to the sun and the moon that have not deviated from their courses.
So, what are your thoughts on
right. Yeah.
when somebody has like a very traumatic experience and their adrenaline is pumping and everything slows down for them, and they say that time slowed down? What do you think is going on there?
And I've thought this myself. This is something that I wrestle with myself in my head, because I've experienced psychedelic trips. I've experienced time dilation, even with just marijuana. We've all experienced that. But the scriptures there's a dichotomy here, a paradox, because a day to God is like 1,000 years on earth. Regarding perception and like awareness, there is an ability, I think, to slow down what perceivably looks like it's slowing down or speeding up, but it's really that, I would say, is matter of perspective. But universally, time is constant. It's the weirdest thing, because I see what you're saying. Because I've heard of people doing salvia or DMT and felt like they were gone for 30 years.
But that's
Maybe it was.
exactly the whole idea of. There's two things I have. Number one, why wouldn't the watchmaker count how many times the celestial bodies go around the racetrack? That's a question I just like to ask openly, of course. And then another observation, question to, or not question, but observation to what Claire just said, was the idea of time zones. And we know that 12 p.m. exists for different people around the world, and it's the sun travels around. So by you thinking that you're experiencing time and everybody's maybe experiencing the slowed time at the same time wouldn't be the case, because we know that these things are going to continue. I think it's an idea, just as Lion just said, it's an idea of perception and how we perceive the things that we're engaging with. Thanks, boys.
Hey, I'll just say I've done downhill mountain biking where you definitely have to be as alert as you possibly can be. And like you were saying, Lion, when your adrenaline is way up and your perception is super sharp, then time appears to slow down, or you get into like the zone where somebody's sitting on the couch bored, waiting to go to work. You know that their stopwatch is going by at the same time. So it is that perception thing of it speeding up or slowing down. Yeah, I just thought about sleeping. Like when you sleep, the REM cycle, and like, you know, your ego, there is no ego. There's probably no fear unless you're having a bad dream. Things, the perception of time is way different than when you're awake. Because, I mean, most everybody's goal is to get a good night's rest, get up. Some people do caffeine, you know, somebody has a smoke. They're just trying to get themselves up and ready in gear. And especially like here, when you're on Discord and you're speaking, you got a little bit more cortisol, adrenaline. You're trying to make cohesive sense of what's coming out of your mind to share with everybody, and you appreciate being able to share. All of existing is freaking amazing.
Yeah, bless. But yeah, Snacks, you were talking about the emerald tablets.
Yeah. Just mentioning that, you know, their connection to the guy with the name Hermes, and then that being connected to the god with the wings on his feet.
Yeah, apparently Hermes is the Greek version of thought, or Thoth, Thoth, whatever his name is in Egyptian.
Okay. Yeah, but I was also saying like that kind of that archetype of character kind of goes back even to like the Vedic like creation myth, I think. Like there's always the messenger who like signals to the other angels to like form a force to fight the darkness. I think that's what I gather from it.
It's interesting once you go down that, because I've only scratched the surface when it comes to Hermeticism. I try not to go too far into it, but I have read a little bit about Hermeticism.
I think it's completely like I don't care, but it's everywhere as well, you know. Like, but I'm not sure like that the Hermetic philosophy is like the core of what is supposed to be understood about it. Really, you know, like
Exactly,
sometimes
too. Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like I've you know spelunked a bit, you know, through the occult stuff, and you know sometimes it leads you somewhere right, or sometimes it leads you just like some kind of dead ends. But I don't know. It's like if you just kind of don't pay too much attention to it, sometimes it makes more sense overall. I don't know.
So
Maybe
before science, you know, Hermeticism was something that was like practiced by the scientific minded individuals, right? They would go into alchemy,
yeah.
right? They would look into
So, like,
alchemical processes, and
right. So
it's
Hermeticism, yeah, that does like interact with like you know the alchemical dudes, but like I think also is the Matraic stuff as well, like that's involved, and
absolutely.
like the just the heliocentric Helios, you know, probably just sun god, you know what I mean, generic sun dude, you know what I
Yeah,
mean.
it's always there's always some sun worship involved for whatever
I mean,
reason.
well, I guess you know, even go back to Babylon, they must have had some idea of metallurgy, you know, that was starting to develop.
For sure.
Yeah. So, but I guess that stuff could go back like a ways as well. Like you know, it's possible some
I
parts
would
of the
say
world.
before the flood,
Yeah, I mean,
you had
well,
metallurgy.
yeah, maybe. Not everybody has to be like super developed everywhere. You could get
True
along
that.
with like just rocks and bows and you know sinew straps and animal hides and stuff like that, you'd just still find a way. You know what I mean?
For sure.
You know, as long as the tax man's not around, right? You could get away with it. So, if you could survive the wild. But other places, they might have had, like, you know, straight up weaponry and, you know, edged weapons and, you know, chisels and all kinds of, you know, the ability to make metals, you know, foundries, you know, different stuff like that. But
They
like
keep
for
they keep
raw
pushing those
materials
dates
and
back.
stuff.
You know, like the Bronze Age, the Iron Age, the Stone Age. These ages, it's really just all theoretical, and these ages have been pushed back, bro. They've already found things that pushed everything back like thousands of years, bro.
Well, like iron would be I mean, it's like everywhere, and you can just pick it up with a magnet. So that's good, you know. So as long as you had a magnet, you'd be good to go. Just start collecting some iron, and then you can melt it down. Other things are a little tougher to, you know, classify and extract and stuff like that. You have to develop a method for it and a way to burn it in order to make it metal and then usable. So I don't know, man. It's like it's a lot of different stuff that it would take to get to the engineering that you see like in the Middle Ages, you know. So I don't know if they're just trying to just cast metal. I don't know. Like, how would they know what?
All right, so fair enough, fair enough. So just look at the last 100 years, though. Like nobody, it wouldn't have been in a model to expect, you know, because you have 2,000 years of recorded history, and then all of a sudden within 100 years you have the Industrial Revolution, dude. It's an anomaly in the data. See, this is why like you can't always use statistics to back up your premise, because statistics can be swayed and flawed and depending on the variables, and you can always organize statistics to basically prove your point by leaving variables out, unforeseen variables. But like, yeah, bro, it's crazy. Like we went from steam powered engines, so now we got Tesla, bro. And that was like 100 years, and then the ancients had all that. Maybe right before silica based chips. Like I think they had like pretty much analog down pat. Even if they ran on gears. They had calculators that ran on gears.
Yeah, I think they would have studied a lot of the natural sciences and things like that. You know. When? I don't know, man.
But yeah, going back to Hermes though. Yeah, Hermes, bro, like
you're into it.
No, I'm not, dude. I hate it because it's like taking over, and Gnosticism is taking over, and knowledge, people seeking knowledge in the wrong places.
I look at like some of the
Are you
early
basically?
Gnostic stuff, like, okay, go ahead.
I just jumped in. I was just wondering, like, are you basically talking about the idea that I could be way off here? Or are you talking about the idea that there was all kinds of like technological advancement back in the day, and there seemed to be like this huge stagnant period, and then it shot back up as if the Watchers basically got back out?
Oh yeah, I mean that's a case that people have brought forth. I'm not sure I subscribe to it 100%, only because they try to say that like the Watchers were released in like the 1800s. Reasons why we had like the Industrial Revolution and the Nazis and JPL Labs and Los Alamos base. But like I think that according to the scriptures, at least the 200 Watchers that came down on Mount Hermon will not be released ever to the end of days, till Judgment Day. And when they do get released, it's really just a walk down the hall into the lake of fire, because they're basically they're on death. They're
I
on
thought it
death
said
row.
like I thought it said 70 generations.
Yeah, in 70 generations, it's the scriptures are clear that that's like the end of time. But it's not the word generations there doesn't mean it's it's depending it's dependent on interpretation, because the word generation to the Hebrews didn't just mean like 70 years, like they try to say. Well, Psalms, King David said that a generation was like 70 years, 80 years if you're good strength. But that
Hey,
doesn't
Lion.
add up, bro. Go ahead.
I'm just going to pop one thing in and say you and Witsit need to lay down when y'all are going to do the kick it with Witsit. Y'all need to get together.
Like,
Well, hold on, bro.
I guess the
Going
argument
back
is,
to
is like that shows that no matter how you define the generation, it shows a certain amount of time. So your argument, thus, if it's like if you get sentenced to prison for 10 years, well, yeah, I mean that's a certain amount of time. Thus, it's implicit you get out after 10 years. So, like, are you suggesting that the time that they're telling us that basically tells us when the end is, like when it's all over?
Yeah, if you could figure out what jubilee we're on, it would be easier to figure out the time of the end. Because a generation is not it's not talking about the lifespan of an average person. That's not, because David seems to talk about that. But before the flood, you had people living, bro, 500-600 years. Even after the flood, for a good few generations, you had people living like 200-300 years, dude. Right? So
Yeah,
a generation is relative, bro. You know what I mean? So it's not 70 years like some people try
yeah,
to say. It
that's
could
fine. But
be.
set the time apart, right? Let's just set the time aside. Who cares
Yeah.
what how we define generation? It's still an amount of time, whatever that amount is. So I mean, I guess to say that they don't get out, you would say that whatever that time is, right? However, generation is being defined in that context, whatever it is. If you were to add it up, multiply by 70, that would be the end,
Yes.
right?
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't
And
know.
but
I
the
don't know.
problem
So
is
wait,
figuring out
go ahead.
what date is it since creation? How many jubilees? And that's where everybody's trying to figure out, the Hebrews right now that I'm in contact with. Everybody's trying to figure that out.
Yeah, like so. So what's your understanding then? Like, I'm not lie. As of now, I do think that some of the Watchers get back out. I actually think the Watchers get out at different times. I think they weren't even all put in bondage at the same time. So
I
I
mean,
don't know. Like,
that's true.
right? So they would just get out one by one, which would kind of explain why you have stuff accelerating more and more and more. Right, but
Well,
it's not like it's like 2.0 world deception right when they get out, because they're just slowly getting out.
I just wanted to mention something to Witsit if there's a minute. It's something about the timeline. I don't know if you guys already talked about this. It's something I come up with on my own. It's just a thought process, but it's verified in other ways through, let's say, flamenco or like just other people coming up through different historical or mathematical or different ways that there's 1,000 years been added. I came up with my own way, which is just biblical based, and that's just the concept of 1,000 years being added. Just because if you study the who wrote the Bible and how long it was and when it was written, just happens to be in the year 1600 or 1590. The calendar started and everything got changed. So it just if you look at the Gregorian calendar, just happened to start. The J just happened to start, and then if you look back, just apparently through like a rough timeline, the Christians were persecuted for a couple.
We lost
Did he
you.
cut out? Yeah. But real fast before we go over to that, dude, just a second. I'm just trying to see what line thinks here. So, like, how many do you think all the Watchers were put up? Do you think some of them weren't put up? How do
Well,
you see the
I got
deception?
you. So basically, in my understanding of this, you had 200 Watcher angels, specific angels that cohabitated with women, right? Had sex with women, betrothed women. And those angels have a specific punishment. They're enchained in Tartarus This is not just according to Enoch. Jude talks about it and Peter talk about it. They basically verbatimly quote Enoch, verses straight out of Enoch. And the idea that these 200 angels are enchained in everlasting punishment till judgment day when they get tossed into the lake of fire. All they're going to be doing is literally, and Enoch already prophesied this, they're going to be released from their current chamber in Tartarus, from their chains. They're going to be walked down to the electric chair, and they're going to be electrocuted. They're going to be, I mean, figuratively speaking, but they're going to be tossed into the lake of fire. They're never going to see the daylight again, ever.
I
Right?
get what you're saying.
But then you have other angels that are also considered watchers that did not commit the same sin that the 200 that came down on Mount Hermon did, and those watchers didn't receive the same judgment back then. They're still loose. They've been loose.
Okay. So from my understanding, as of now, there was only one of the rebellious watchers that didn't take women. So you're saying that you think there were more?
No, yeah, there's way more than one, dude. There's just according to Genesis 32:8 alone in the LXX and in the Dead Sea Scrolls, it tells us that Elohim assigned one principality or one son of God, which is an angel over each of the 70 nations, right? And these are watcher angels. And you have other watcher angels, like they pop up in the testament of Amram. He talks about adder-looking reptilian beings, bro. And this is in the Dead Sea Scrolls. And he confronts the Most High about this matter, and the word tells him that these things, you had the Prince of Darkness, and I think it said Samael. One of them that Testament of Lamech mentions, and they're both like adder, dude. They look like reptilians, except he describes them as having scales, but they have multiple like colored clothing. Like they have clothing on and it's like neon, or they have like a vestment on that looks neon, or like multiple.
Okay. I was working out. Yeah, but what I'm trying to figure out, like, obviously there's a deception in the end. And so, okay. So basically you think that the ones that actually took the women were put into bondage. The rest haven't been entirely judged yet, and they've been loose the whole time. Because, see, I'm like, the crazy technological jump is pretty interesting, right? That we go from like they were really advanced back in the day to where, as far as we can tell, and I actually don't disagree with the other guy's point that they may have just added 1,000 years, which would explain the stagnancy, the perceived stagnancy. But like, then all of a sudden it's just like we pop up and just start shooting through the roof. And that's what the Watchers do, right? Like that's literally what they do. They come tell man all kinds of secrets and technology and knowledge. So I guess I'm trying to fully understand it. You think that there were a lot of rebellious Watchers. Some of them took women, were put into bondage, but some of them have just been out the whole time, and they'll be judged at the end.
Basically, see, there's mysteries to the story because the scriptures aren't clear. They don't give you every little detail. You get pieces here and pieces there, right? And from what I've been able to gather, I'm not entirely sure when the Most High appointed an angel over each of the 70 nations after the fall of the Tower of Babel, whether those angels were righteous in their current state or whether they were rebellious, and Elohim assigned them over each of the nations regardless of their rebelliousness. You know what I mean? It didn't matter to him. He was just going to assign whatever watcher angel over a nation. I'm not entirely sure on that. So, but what I do understand is that these watcher angels have free will, and that I think since the beginning of time, the scriptures are clear that these angels continue to rebel and turn on the Most High. Even angels have an inclination to rebellion, and they are plagued with it just like we are. But not all angels stay firm and loyal. Some, even the ones that were assigned over each nation, have gone astray. And that's why in Psalms 82, you have the word, you have the Messiah appearing to the council of angels. This is part of the divine council. And he rebukes them to their face. And I think that was Messiah pre-incarnate that rebuked the principality to their faces because they weren't instructing mankind in righteousness. They were rebelling.
Think about this though, right? Like logically speaking, say that you're in this, so let's show metaphysical state, right? And yeah, the angels have free will. So they see a lot of the Watchers rebel, take women as wives. Sure, they're like worshipped as gods. They take over basically the whole world. And they're revered all over the land. But they then see them get punished. Whereas it seems like, of course, they brought Enoch in as an intercessor on their behalf, like trying to get Yah to forgive them. And he's like, nah. So at that point, any angel would see, oh, well, if you do this, you get punished. There's no way around it. There's no forgiveness for this. So it seems much less likely that an angel would see that and then choose to rebel later, right? Because they know there's no way around it. It makes sense that they did it the first time because they thought there was a chance they'd be able to be forgiven. And then they found out, oh, wow, we're not going to be forgiven. So it's like, are you saying that you think that some, even after that, are still choosing to rebel?
I have no idea. I just don't know who is Messiah rebuking in Psalms 82. Because I'm only making the assumption that it's the same watchers that were assigned over each nation. When the fall of Babel happened, he assigned a watcher angel over each nation. And watchers aren't inherently evil. That name has now evil connotations because of its history. But even Daniel describes watchers in the Hebrew as specific. The ones that in context with Daniel's book, he talks about watchers in a righteous manner. So they're not all evil.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what the name means. They were given the job to watch over man. Some of them just rebelled, and they came and deceived man, and were worshipped as gods.
I could address this.
Elijah, what's up?
It might help.
Elisha.
So, what Lion said about Amran or that testament, I can't comment on, so I'm gonna have to look into that. But about the Watchers after the fact, Enoch talks about this, so I'm gonna try and pull it up. But Witsit, how familiar are you with? Oh, hold on. Okay, I've just had an error with the link. That's weird. How familiar are you with the vision that Enoch has, where everyone's like described as a different type of animal?
Not particularly.
Hello?
You can go ahead. You go ahead and explain it
Okay.
because I'm about to do my set. Just saying, I'm not going to respond for like a minute.
All right. So I for whatever reason, the text is going to take a while to find, so I'll just leave that for now and go off the cuff. So the gist of the vision is everyone is described in. He's given like the history of the world ahead of time, so he's like a prophecy of what's going to happen. And the righteous people are described as like either sheep or like a white bull. Like I think Noah was described as a white bull, and all this type of stuff, right? So, cut a long story short, you because we already know the history from reading canon and just knowing our own history and stuff, you can kind of follow along. It will get to a certain part in the book where you're like, what's going on here? And it gets a bit difficult to read, depending on how familiar you are with maybe the Maccabean era and stuff like that. But my understanding of this, and I might have to go read it again, so just take it for what I'm saying, like paraphrasing, so to speak, is that at some point it starts talking about the shepherds. So my understanding is that in this vision, it's talking that these shepherds are what Lion was just referring to as the watchers set over the nations. So this is fast forwarding down the vision, like maybe like 4/5 of the way through, I think, or something like that. It's quite deep into the vision that he's describing. And what said is that they're given authority as shepherds, but they kind of take the mick, as it were. That's how I would say it. So they press the limit of what they're allowed to do, like what they were told and what they were instructed to do in terms of specifically killing people, or like the deaths that they were doing. So they just I suppose it's like anyone who's given power tends to kind of, unless they're kept in check, they kind of go overboard. So that stereotype, power corrupts. But what's interesting is in that vision, it said that they're not held to account right there and then. So they keep going overboard, but they but whoever's writing the vision, like the person who's telling Enoch the vision, I think is the way it's like the way the narration goes. He's saying that we were told to make notes and to like chart up the sin, I guess, of these quote unquote shepherds, and that at a later date they will be judged. And my understanding of that, with all said and done, is that they will also be judged in the final judgment and cast into the lake of fire because they went too far, because they rebelled in that specific manner. But currently they're still doing it. If I'm to understand it the way I've explained it, we're in that situation where they're still doing that. And I think they probably started doing stuff like that from about the Daniel period onwards. That's my speculation based on like making a few links with scripture, because in Daniel, they're trying to deal with something, but one of the principalities was like getting in the way of Michael and Gabriel sending the message down. So if not at that point, somewhere before that point, they kind of started going outside of their bounds. So that's like I think that's a pretty scriptural, strong scriptural basis to kind of back up part of what Lion was saying. I will post the chapters when I can find where specifically it is in Enoch. So I'll leave it there. Lion,
Do you get what I'm saying, though? Do you get what I'm saying about they asked Enoch to be the intercessor to Yah? They're like, yo, we messed up. And he was like, no. You're supposed to be the intercessor on behalf of man. Now you have a man intercessing on behalf of you. I gave them marriage so that they long for nothing. But you are not like that. It's not for you. And he turned it down. He's like, nah, you're done. He's like, not only do I not forgive you, I don't forgive your children. Not only is your offspring not going to be forgiven, you're going to actually have to watch them kill each other. So that's when it's like reality hits at that point, right? Like, oh, we really messed up. Like, there's no way out of this. We're stuck, basically. So then you would have to have like a watcher. You have to have another group of watchers see that happen and then choose to still go rebel. And to me, that I'm not saying that it's impossible, but it seems like it would be really stupid.
No, I understand what you're saying, and it doesn't appear, except for what Lion mentioned about the other book that I haven't read yet, so I can't comment on that. Not in good faith, obviously, because I'll just be talking nonsense. But it does appear that it's very few, but that they kind of progressively, some of these people in positions of, or some of these creatures in position of authority, they start encroaching too far. But so I'm in agreement with what you're saying. But remember specifically what they did. Even Satan didn't do that. He was too clever for that. So it's not that the rebellion isn't something that people or that these angels can be inclined to, because clearly they have to repent just like the rest of us, right? But that specific one that they got a very harsh judgment for, which, by the way, from what I read in Enoch, they already knew the consequence ahead of time, but they did it anyway because they're clowns. And I think Satan probably stoked the fire and deceived them, because of the 200, he was listed amongst them, but he didn't do it. So I'm saying basically what I'm saying, which is I get you, but there's like categories to this, and there's nuance to this, and there's also a big span of time as well. But it's better if I can just find those chapters and have you read them on your own time, because that I think is the best scriptural evidence for what we're talking about a later rebellion. Because Enoch, that's not the only mention Enoch does. There's another one that I still can't quite get my head around, because I think maybe we don't have enough detail, or at least I haven't read enough detail. But there's things later on with the luminaries that they start to kind of go off course slightly towards the very end. And I'm not sure whether that's already happened, beginning to happen, or was going to happen. I had this discussion with Lion the other day, but it's pretty clear within Enoch that at some point something goes off with them lot. So
can I get in?
So I think,
can I get in?
Yeah, go ahead, please. I'll find those chapters.
I came in a little bit late. Are you discussing the possibility of 3 rebellions, because that's when I studied this a long time ago. That's what I came up with. There was the first one at the garden, and then Genesis 6, and then the Psalm 82 council one. Seems like there was 3. Or are you just talking
Wow.
about what's that?
No, I said, wow, that you came to that conclusion. I mean, I didn't come up with exactly 3. I don't know how many there have been. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, and another thing that I've sometimes gets missed in this discussion, because when I first became a Christian, I used to think demons were basically fallen angels, right? Or these watchers that we would term. But when I studied it out, it actually comes out to be that they're not. Because
Yeah,
even in
disembodied spirits are
Deuteronomy,
forgetful.
right. Because it says in Enoch, talks about that, where some were bound and imprisoned, but some remained left here to do their business. And that would explain possession, because if I was an angel, why would I want to take possession of somebody else's body when I already have one? But if you're a disembodied spirit,
Exactly.
you want to possess another body that you once had. So, and that to me explained possession, why that became such a big thing during Jesus' day, and probably even existed down to there. So, if you just read any of Michael Heiser's books, he unpacks a lot of that in his teaching. Go ahead.
Yeah, reversing Herman.
I'd like to add
Yeah.
another thing to not again, it's not to disagree with you, but just to add context and perspective. So there's precedent in scripture when Paul's talking to people about the gospel. He's saying, if I or anyone else or even an angel preach any other gospel other than this, and obviously we know which one we're talking about, repent for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. None of this airy fairy nonsense. He's saying don't believe them. Like, he's put them in their place. I can't remember how exactly he phrases it, but he makes that warning. Why do you think he would even make that warning, if not that it's possible, at the very least possible, that there will be angels coming to deceive people? And if we're to take, even just in part, some of this stuff, and I know this might offend people, but I don't care, about the origins of, say, the Muslim scriptures, or the Islamic scriptures, more accurately said, that came from an angel talking to a geezer, and he was preaching another gospel. So whether or not that happened is completely kind of besides the point. But do you get why I'm saying what I'm saying? That just because there was a harsh treatment, and you would think, right, just like us, right, you would think after seeing people reap what they sow for misbehavior, you would think that we would go ahead and behave ourselves more the better. But if we still make mistakes, and we have the fallibility still there, why would the angels not also be susceptible to that, given that they don't have what we're going to be promised to have as the saints, which is the incapability of sinning? Like, that's part of the promise. They don't have that. So as extreme as it might seem, and as low potential as you would think, based on their knowledge and their access to heaven, etc., there's still a risk, or there's still a possibility that, and according to scripture as I see it, there's still definite that some of these other ones will add to the rank of the rebelled. You see what I mean?
Can I build on the back of that just a little bit? It's along the same lines, but a different way. Because it to me,
yeah, go ahead. I just thought I'd add that to what Witzel was asking earlier.
Oh, sorry. If you want to respond to that, Whitson, I can wait. But I think that why, the question is, why this world? Why did God make it? And I've often thought to myself, you've got these angelic beings that, like there's some that say they see the face of God. They exist in that realm, the spiritual realm. They live there and they dwell there, but they still rebelled, and then we got us here in this realm, and then we exist here. And then because of our existence, the promise we have is that we'll end up ruling over them. Right. So it makes you wonder what is this realm for? This realm, the one we live in. And I think it's a proving ground kind of thing, a showing, in a sense, a taste of hell on earth, so to speak, a taste of heaven. It's like the place for where we're limited. We don't have the capabilities that an angelic being could have. You know, we don't have that capability, but we have to learn how to walk by faith and not by, you know, the power that we have. We have to learn to trust. All that happens here, you know, and I think that's why we will rise above that. And one day, the promise, if we endure, as the Bible says, because we will be the ones to rule at the end because of the promise, you know, that comes after that, after this world. So that's just a thought, just to caveat my thought process from what I've studied.
Yeah, I'm refraining from reading scripture. I'm just trying, like, I'm not trying to go there, but if I could, I mean, I could post them later when I get back. I'll give it to you. What's it? But yeah, like the scriptures are clear on a divine counsel, you know, and rest in peace, the late Michael Heiser. He did put me on to a lot of this, but not only him, but just my own studying the Hebrew culture. Anyways, there's definitely different principalities in spiritual places, not regular rulers, not regular kings, but no, in the heavenly places, there's regions on the earth that certain entities have territorial dominion given to them, right? This is like by design. And the elite, the occult, they're aware of this. They take advantage of this. These deities are now, or these watchers are now being deified. They've been sacrificed to. People worship them. And for all we know, you have 70 of them. It could be any of the pantheon of gods that we hear in Greek mythology, in Sumerian mythology, and you name it, right? So you have these pantheon of gods that have dominion on the earth, right? Over certain territories that human beings are given sacrifice to for power and control. The elites are very aware of this. The scriptures are elaborate on this. Paul talks about that we don't fight against flesh and blood, but against heavenly principalities. And these principalities show up in the Torah and the prophets. You know, they show up in many instances, like the Prince of Persia that somebody already brought up. You got the Prince of Sword or Tyre, right? You got the Prince of Gog and Magog, right? These are all different principalities. And whether they were rebellious since before the flood or after the flood, I don't know. That's one question that I'll leave open for anybody to figure out, is when they rebelled. But some of them did rebel, if not all of them.
Yeah, I found the bit that I'm referencing. It's a flipping long chapter in Enoch. It's chapter LXXIX, whatever that is in English numbers.
Here, I want to read something. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I thought you were pausing.
But yeah, I just because I want to make sure that, at least for Witz's benefit, if he's still listening, so I'm not just paraphrasing completely. So midway through this chapter, it says, "Oh my days, it's such a long chapter."
That's 89. I believe it's 89.
Cheers. I've already lost my place. This is crazy. All right, so you'd want the context, but it goes, and he called. So this is within the vision, and he called 70 shepherds and cast those sheep to them, that they might pasture them. And he spake to the shepherd and the companions, let each individual of you pasture the sheep henceforth, and everything I shall command you, do ye, and I will deliver them over to you, you duly numbered, and tell you which of them are to be destroyed, and them destroy ye. And he gave them over to the sheep. He gave over unto them those sheep, and he called unto another and spake, observe and mark everything that the shepherds will do to those sheep, for they will destroy more than I have commanded them. And every excess and destruction which will be wrought through those shepherds, record namely, how many they destroy according to my command, how many according to their own caprice. Record everything against individual shepherds, all the destruction he effects. So I'm not going to carry on reading because it's long, but that's exactly what I was referencing earlier. So this is, when you go and read the context a bit earlier, this is like a line was suggesting, this is after the tower. So the 70 number makes sense because that's how they were split after the languages. So that's a scriptural basis for where I'm getting my point. If you disagree with scripture being Enoch, then I can't help you.
I was going to say, I think that's
whoever it
why.
was, I wanted. Oh, go ahead.
I just said that's another reason I think why Jesus chose the 70, to go out in in the New Testament, its connection to the 70 nations and this promise. And I was going to quote something in Deuteronomy as just a backup, or not a backup, but just a kind of a helper maybe. It's Deuteronomy 32. It says, they stirred him to jealousy with strange gods. With abominations they provoked him to anger. They sacrificed to demons that were no gods, to gods they had never known, to new gods that had come recently, whom the father had never dreaded. The fathers had never dreaded. You were unmindful of the rock that bore you, and you forgot the Lord who gave you birth. That's 32:16 through 18. But I think Michael Heiser brought this up. This is here the people seem to be starting to sacrifice to some new kind of gods that didn't exist prior to new things. And I was referencing. It says it right in there. These are sacrificed to demons, which are different than the Watchers. I think those are different things. But that's all I'm going to bring up. So these seems like even they may have some dominion or some control or some influence. Obviously, I would think at some level too in the world. And as a side note, another side note, I heard a story years ago, and I tried to go back and find it, and it's gone. I can't find it, but it was a story of a Aboriginal, I think it was Asian tribe or Asian island out in Asian Pacific or someplace, or maybe it was in South America. I can't remember exactly. But they told the story of how, in their tradition, they were commanded to worship the spirits in the trees, but they knew of the one true God. But they were commanded not to worship him, so to speak. They were commanded to worship the spirits. But they were waiting for deliverance. They were waiting for someone to redeem them back to the one true God. And this is within a tribal, community, which would, if we take all this we're talking about, put in context, it seems to back all of it up. That there was a time where people worshiped the one true God. The nations were giving over to these gods that the scripture seems to bear out. Of course, it morphed into what it is today. And then Jesus is redeeming all of mankind back to himself. Just a side note.
I just want to mention too that the first, well, not the first, probably second contract breaker, if the Satan or the devil didn't take any women, he would have went against the agreement they all made to do the same thing, because they all came down under an agreement. So then it's just interesting how he even tricked his own. He tricked his own. And then so if he didn't get punished for the same crime, then it would mean that he made the agreement with them to do the crime, but then he didn't do it.
Now, just wondering, where do you guys get the idea that the devil was in that list? Which name is that?
Azazel, as far as I thought that would be the main guy.
Well, Azazel is definitely a good candidate for being the devil, but I don't think it is.
It is. He's referred to by many names.
Well,
right. So
we might differ on this understanding, but it's all right. So what do you think?
If you look up what the names mean, right?
Yeah.
So even Mastema is another one he's referred to, I think, in Jubilees. But Mastema kind of refers back to Azazel.
Well, and Azazel.
So Azazel is his actual name, and then he has other subtitles. So his titles would be like in Hebrew it would be Hashatan, or however they pronounce it.
Yeah, Hasatan is the adversary.
Yeah, and then so that's obviously not his name. That's just one of his roles or what he does. But Azazel, I think, is the original name, and then Mastema is just another way to refer to him. But I can't remember.
Well, it does say all sins attributed to Azazel, right? I mean, that's where we get the saying scapegoat. So
yeah,
it is.
Interesting. So I understand why this is like you hear so many different ideas, but when it's talking about Mastema, when it's talking about Azazel, when it's talking about Satan, it's talking about the same character.
Well, this is where me and you are going to differ, because I think that, like we just mentioned, many principalities, everybody always assumes that whenever it's a principality is being rebuked or being reprimanded or being punished, that it has to be the arch nemesis of Messiah. And I don't think that's the case at all. I think that they have this, like you
No, I
have
didn't
different
make.
players. Well, no, I know,
Didn't
but I
say
think
that.
Azazel is Azazel. I'm not sure that Mastema is Azazel, because that's people think the same thing about Apollyon. You know, like you got Apollyon the Destroyer, and you have
Yeah, but
the
there
Prince
would be
of
no
Darkness.
There'd be no
You had,
logic for that one.
well,
Because
hear me out. You got,
Apollyon is a man. Mastema is a watcher or an
Yeah, I
angel.
was just saying finish, bro.
so we got these different characters in scripture, like the Prince of Darkness, right? The Prince of Death. Who are these characters? Is the Prince of Darkness automatically Messiah's arch nemesis? Because when you read the extra text, bro, you see that there's multiple characters, even in the land of Sheol. Like you have angels that run different things, and even evil angels that I would consider candidates for like the Prince of Darkness. I don't think the Prince of Darkness is Azazel, right? That's a different principality. Azazel, according to Enoch, was enchained in a pit under in Dudael, and sharp rocks were poured over him until the end of time, until the consummation of time. And Azazel is not Satan. Satan has free realm. You know what I'm saying? Azazel was the
Wait, when does
serpent
it
in the
say?
garden.
When does it say Azazel was bound in chains like that?
I think it's in chapter 50 something of Enoch. Yeah. Azazel was enchained in Tartarus. Actually, not even in Tartarus, in Dudael, in the desert of Dudael, for eternity. He has the same judgment basically as the 200 angels that came down. He actually is part of the 200 angels. Yep. So he got the same judgment as those guys, and he's in Tartarus right now. And that's not Lucifer or Messiah's arch nemesis.
There's certainly a distinction made about Azazel, right? Like it says all sins attributed to him. It attributes all sin to Azazel, and then they go get the goat and
Yeah.
the sin sacrifice. Yeah, like
Well,
so that would mean. I mean, this
well,
is
hear me
one
out.
thing though. This is a deep conversation because Hasatan is not necessarily personified in Hebrew, so it means the opposition. It actually says that an angel on behalf of Yah was Hasatan, meaning that he was sent in opposition to Israel.
Facts.
So Hasatan means opposition. So it's like sometimes that people just see the word Satan and then they automatically associate with this idea of a personified bad guy. Not that there isn't one, but it's not just every time it says that word, it's talking about this bad guy that people call the devil.
So it's weird because okay, so the serpent in the garden apparently is Azazel. And that's according to the Apocalypse of Moshe, I want to say. If it's not either that one or the Apocalypse of Abraham, they mention the serpent in the garden by name, and it's Azazel. And I know that Sean just recently read the Apocalypse of Abraham with West Blaze. But yeah, I've tested the Apocalypse of Abraham. I don't find it to be 100% inspired, only because I think it's been tainted. Because I've compared it with Jubilees, so I don't think it holds the test. But besides that, it does have a lot of truth in it in the beginning. Then it kind of veers off the course that Jubilees lays forward.
You should write down what you think it doesn't match in Jubilees and literally just send it to Sean because he'll address it or look into it.
Sure.
Sean's a real one. Sean and Wes is like they'll definitely talk to you about anything you have a question about or disagree with them about.
So, real quick, the serpent in the garden was named Azazel, and he's the one who deceived Eve, and then, in turn deceived Adam. So, the reasons why sin entered into the world, according to Paul, is because of Adam. So, even though the devil or Hasatan, the arch nemesis of Messiah, sinned before that fall, it's because of that fall that we are in our realm have entropy, right? We have death and corruption because apparently it's because of Azazel, and he was the serpent in the garden. But the thing is that the garden scene is so complex, bro, and it's beyond, like, you'd have to go into second Baruch, third Baruch. There's so many books that we'd have to go through to show you that The bringing down of mankind, of Adamim, was a cooperative effort between Messiah's arch nemesis, Samael, and Azazel, from what I've read. Now, I'd have to prove my case by showing you in scripture to back it up, but I'm not about to do that right now. But just to let you know that the serpent in the garden was not Messiah's arch nemesis. The serpent in the garden was a cherubim of like, he resembled a cockatrice, sort of like the South American Quetzalcoatl. It was a feathered being, a feathered dragon with a beak and wings and legs and hands. And then that being made a pact with Messiah's arch nemesis, who was outside the garden because the garden was a special place. It was a sacred place, the Holy of Holies, and nothing could get in there that wasn't pure, bro. So Hasatan, who had already sinned prior to Adam's creation, he could only get to the edge of it, to the border of it, because it was a literal hedge of protection for everything that was inside of it. Why? Because outside of that, which seems to be ethereal, there was already a fallen state amongst the angels. But that we were in like a sort of isolation. When somebody has a disease and you put them, what's that word? Quarantine. We were in like a state of quarantine where we were being protected with the hedge. And Hasatan had to work his words and use his trickery and his game to deceive Azazel, who was in the garden as a righteous cherub. But even Azazel rebelled in the garden after Hasatan had already initially rebelled. And Azazel, because he made a pact with Satan, Satan used him as a vessel to then deceive Eve, or Hasatan, the arch nemesis, worked through Azazel, and Azazel was simply a vessel. It's very complex, and I can't elaborate it all right at this moment. But trust me, it's everybody.
It doesn't make any sense though, because then you're taking away the agency of the characters mentioned in Jubilees.
The word "gan" in Hebrew literally means a hedge, a fence. They were fenced in, bro. There's no way that Hasatan, the Messiah's arch nemesis, just walked his ass in there, bro, like most people believe, and hung on a tree and deceived Eve. That's not what happened.
What do you mean?
No, I'm trying to be passionate in my conveying, but
no, but what do you actually mean? Like, there's no way. Why is there no way?
Because he didn't have the, access. He didn't have right to go into the garden.
Says who?
The natural order of things. There was you gotta understand that. Well, here I'll explain.
Lion, that's vague and nebulous. Says who specifically that he didn't have access to enter the garden?
Well, based on the sanctification process alone, just to get into the garden, even Adam and Eve, who were pure at their creation, could not enter in. Eve had to wait 80 days and Adam had to wait 40 just to get into the garden, because just creating them alone defiled them. Because of their blood.
Causing an echo.
Oh, sorry. 1 second.
Sorry.
Hey, Lion, just to drop this in there, I heard that it wasn't Satan. Like, everybody assumes Satan deceived them, but some people were saying that it was the serpent and that Satan convinced the serpent to do his bidding so that he wouldn't break Torah.
That's what happened.
When Satan went, or Lucifer, or whatever you want to call him, went above the firmament to convene and talk with God about deceiving Job, he could not have passed through the firmament layers if he had broken Torah. So it is something tricky with who actually deceived mankind.
I'll explain that.
Another thing too, though. It seems like, have you guys heard about it being like a seraphim, a specific type of angel, and it has like feathers and reptilian type of skin. It's a specific type of angel, and we call it a serpent. And people think it's like a snake raveled out of a tree, but it seems to be a little bit more than that.
I think I fixed the echo, by the way.
Once it was cursed to be a slithering serpent, but before then it had wings and hands and legs and feathers and a beak.
Exactly. Yeah, seraphim. Have you guys ever heard of the book Genesis 6 Conspiracy? So, like, if you should definitely consider getting that book. That dude's actually going to come on my show too. Like Gary Wayne. He doesn't really propose conclusions as much as he just like compiles all the information. It's like 800 pages, and it's insane. And that's one of the things discussed there is it's actually like a seraphim. It was like a specific type of angel. You know, it wasn't a snake. It was like you said, it had feathers and wings, and it's like a reptilian type of being.
But
Yeah, that's
so
what. See, that's one of the reasons why he's referred to as that old dragon or that great dragon. See, I want to touch on something you said earlier, Lion, but I want to also address what I was talking about before.
Sure.
So Mastema in Jubilees, you seem to think it's a different character, but I want to make the case that it's the same character. Because when it's talked about him by that name in Jubilees, it's talking about him having charge over the demons. And it seems to be like a little negotiation, and instead of getting them all cast in, it's 90% cast in, and he has dominion over the 10% that's remaining to do what he's supposed to do with deceiving man, etc. So when you take that, you go, okay, that character has a certain position. And then you go and read Revelation. It's like, hold on. That we know that character in Revelation, that dragon that has dominion over those demons, is Satan. And in Jubilees, it's referred to as Mastema. So
well,
I think just based on that alone, the logic should conclude, it's like, okay, maybe we can address Azazel a bit later, but at least in that context, those two are the same people.
yeah, and you know what? You build a good case. It's just that Mastema is another title that doesn't necessarily apply to any specific being either. Mastema, from what I understand,
point, right?
Yeah, they've been able to break it down, and it means like worthless one.
There's a few different ones. This one's talking about like opposition or hatred or hostility, stuff like that. Persecutor of Elohim. But the point is that character is all the same character. And if you then know about what Azazel's referred to as, to ascribe him sin to all him. So if you know that sin's ascribed to him, like which we were saying about the goat, and you know that that's Satan, you know that the character in Revelation is Satan, the great dragon. You know that Mastema is referred to that same character because it's that person who holds that position, that authority position over the demons. Then, at least without doing a larger investigation, just a quick conversation, those three people are talking about those three descriptions are talking about the same character. But I want to go maybe mull on that, if you will. But the other thing you said before the echo got in the way about he didn't have right to enter into the garden. What's your justification for that? Because I don't see the logic in that, comparing Adam and Eve's purification time, because Adam and Eve were made of dirt, the angels were made of water and spirit.
All right, so again, this stuff gets into the gray area, but from what I can pull from scripture, according to Jubilees and other texts, the Garden of Eden is the holy of holies, which means it's the holiest place. It's the holiest place in existence. It's literally the dwelling of Yahweh, according to Jubilees, right? You have to understand that Yah repeats himself multiple times, referring to how the sanctity of the Garden of Eden and how sacred it is. It's specifically because every tree in it is holy. Every tree is in it. It has to be holy, and everything has to be holy, as in set apart, including Adam and Eve. Even them, even though there was no sin yet, there was no corruption yet in this realm, and Adam and Eve were pure. They had to wait through 40 days for Adam and 80 days for Eve, right? That alone. Plus, when you go into the etymology of the Hebrew lettering and the words, like gan, like I mentioned, look into the Hebrew etymology of the word gan. It means it's where you get the word guardian, because Yah was their guardian, Messiah was their guardian, and he set up at creation a specific fencing around the Garden of Eden, preventing things from getting in and getting out, which is one of the most primal, foundational things that you do to when you build a garden. You have to fence it up. Fence it up from what, right? And Hasatan was already corrupted. He wasn't holy, bro. Everything that he does is evil. Everything that he touches turns to shit. Yah gave us, right? He gave us free roam, free will in this realm, and we messed it up. He didn't allow Hasatan to just walk in there and test Adam and Eve like people believe. Hasatan had to use another angel, Samael, to even plant the tree of good and evil in there. That's what people. There's a lot of things left out of the book of Bereshit. Bereshit is a simple summary, right? There was texts that were left out that fill in the gap. So the tree of good and evil wasn't even planted by Elohim. It was planted by an Elohim, right? Lowercase e. But it was Samael, and Samael was cursed and kicked out of the garden after he planted that tree. And then soon after that is when Azazel deceived Eve. And guess what happened to him? He was kicked out of the garden too, because everything in the garden is sanctified. And he at that state, both Samael and Azazel were pure in the garden, just like Adam was pure. But they had corrupted themselves and rebelled against the Most High through Hasatan's trickery, or the arch nemesis. It's very complex, bro. I mean, I wouldn't expect most people.
Even in your description, you're kind of contradicting yourself. Like, how can he go and plant? Like, let's say he did plant the tree, right? I'm not even arguing that. That's besides my points, right? Then he was already corrupted with the thought to even do that.
Yeah, that corrupt. No,
and
the thought didn't corrupt him. His act corrupted him.
Yeah, but then what does what's your definition of corruption then?
Well, technically,
like you're making it complex to your own detriment. Bro. It doesn't need to be that. It doesn't need to be that complex.
I just want to interject you 1 second. It's just that he's assuming that the devil did something other than be the father of lies.
Your mic sounds crazy, bro.
I have a question. Where do you get this from, Lion? I've never heard about it. Sounds interesting.
You have to read the Apocrypha. You have to read the Apocrypha, and specifically, you have books that, like, you have Jubilees, you have Enoch, you have Third Baruch, you have the Apocalypse of Moshe, the Apocalypse of Abraham. Once you read those texts, then you'll get a better. Each one of those texts has a piece to the puzzle. Then read
the Apocalypse of Abraham disagrees with you though. The Apocalypse of Abraham says that it was Azazel who deceived
I don't want to sound like a lazy
character.
It's what I'm saying. Azazel is the serpent in the garden. That's why he's given. That's why he's the. It's his fault. He's attributed, all sin is ascribed to Azazel because he's the one who deceived Eve in the garden. That's why people confuse. People confuse that.
The only reason that makes him other than Satan in your way of describing things is on the assumption, maybe the conclusion that you've drawn that Azazel isn't Hasatan.
Well,
if you remove that idea, then you're actually in agreement with what I'm saying.
Satan deceived him to get him to go and deceive Adam and Eve. He convinced him to go and deceive.
Yes.
My quick question, because I'm a bit of a lazy bone. What is the things that would be an addition to the scriptures we have right now? Like what is the main point you like where you like, okay, this is like new information that makes it give it a different picture or something, to the Bible that is commonly used, with the 66 books.
I think Enoch unlocks most everything other that's not in the canon, or in the canon just means what Rome considers law, so canon is irrelevant.
Why do you guys think that, like in general, I haven't read any of them, I mean, I've read some of Enoch, but I don't know, it just doesn't resonate with me. Maybe it's not my time yet, but what is it that makes them legit, so to say?
I could summarize that real quick. So Jubilees and Enoch are the ones I'd suggest, and those are at least majorly what me and Lion were talking about, though we were doing a very nuanced discussion. So Jubilees, how would I simplify this? When you read Genesis, it's like a footnote type book. It just jumps through history like real quick.
Yes.
Yeah. So Jubilees doesn't do that. Jubilees fills in the detail. Jubilees tells you the background, tells you wider context, more instructions, stuff like that. So in terms of the storyline, There's things that you won't have clear understanding of if you don't read Jubilees. The way Genesis is even written is written in such a manner that the assumption is that you've already read Jubilees because it's summarizing a lot of what's in Jubilees. So that's one thing. And like you were saying, I think suggesting like how would you know if it's legit? When you go and read canon and you go read Jubilees, there's no disagreement.
Makes sense. That's interesting.
So in terms of the theology and in terms of the history and even the other deeper stuff, there is no contradiction. There is complementary. There is agreement. Same with Enoch.
So then the other question would be, and if you don't mind if I can ask this question, I don't know if I interrupted the conversation or destroyed
No, it's fine.
it or
Go
whatever.
ahead.
I'm just curious, why is it actually that they like got rid of some books and made it 66 within the Bible? And is there also an older Bible? That's also my question. Like, if they got rid of books of the summarized version that we have now with the 66 books, is there an older Bible or script or whatnot that suggests that there have been more books within it?
For sure. Yeah, so I can answer that in two ways because we're talking about Jubilees and Enoch. We go way back into history and follow a different line. If we lived in a different place, if you're Ethiopian, you'd have a canon that includes Jubilees and Enoch. So from that and a bit of church history, quote unquote church history, you can put together a really simple understanding that the 66 canon that we have now, which is 2023 and etc., that was just a decision made by a bunch of people. There's no specific reason for that other than a bunch of men sat around a table and decided. And what's interesting to the other point of your question is, if you go and read the King James and you were alive in 1611 onwards till about, I can't remember, maybe 1800s or something, you would have had 80 books, I believe is the number. So you would have had things like Second Ezra's, Wisdom of Sirach, all these types of books. So even in their own canonical, we chose which books we're going to include, which books we're not, they had more books than you have now. So just that alone should tell you that regardless of whether you come to a conclusion straight away, because that would be unwise, you'd at least have to look into it and go, hold on, what's out there that I haven't been told about? Same with anything, right?
Almost 90 books, 88 books in the original.
Is it 88? Okay, my bad. It
That's
depends
why
like
I asked-
how you break them down, because sometimes it's like 4 Maccabees or 2 Maccabees.
That's why I asked these questions, right? Because I'm not like defensive about it or anything like that, not at all. Because I don't know any, I compared to the knowledge of and wisdom that is or that has been, given upon the earth as a blessing to some people. I'm just, a youngster that doesn't really know much, and I probably, even if I'm going to die at some point, my wisdom compared to the heavenly wisdom is probably nothing, But anyways, I'm just curious. Is there like a summary that you can say like in a way why it was so important to get rid of these specific type of books and without the information of it?
So in this venue, there's one thing that I think is pretty important to mention, specifically with Enoch. I'm not sure how much Jubilees talks about it, but it certainly touches on it. But is the creation model. So when you remove it, Enoch, you have a very, even though you ought not to come to such a conclusion, you have the ability to, with just the 66, be quite easily led down a path where you can be convinced that the creator made a ball and flung it into empty nonsense space. But when you read when you read Enoch, you can't come to that conclusion as easily at all. So I would say that's one major aspect, that the foundation of the quote unquote narrative of existence or of creation or of the world or whatever. It's already laid down in grave detail in Enoch. So that's number one. Number two, something that's I think very important but harder to discuss because there's things that we don't fully have a clear picture on, is when you read New Testament, you read all these things about demons being cast out and possessing people and all of that, and then you go back through the 66 canon, you're like, what's a demon? I have like, where's the glossary for this? And there's no explanation because it's not mentioned in those books, but it is mentioned in Enoch very specifically and in Jubilees. So when you have that, you go, oh, I have a better idea of who these creatures are that are part of like the destruction of mankind. So those are two, and that's not even necessarily the motivation, but those two things lacking from scripture, lacking from context of your knowledge as you study, are really important, and you can understand that without them people can be more easily deceived. And then you just go on and on, because I know we've had discussions in the past perhaps about the importance of obedience and stuff like that. You can't get away from the importance of obedience from a book like Enoch and Jubilees. You can't get away from the importance and the legitimate and actual position of who Yeshua is when you include all these other books that you'll come to know as you increase in your studies. So when you consider who are the people responsible for the canon, these people are people who preach against the law, preach a twisted doctrine of who Yeshua is. So you can quite easily see all these like red flags as to why they wouldn't want certain books in the scriptures, because they would expose them and the deception that they were promoting at the time of Yeshua onwards. And then even more, just to add like a cherry on the top, when you read like the old, I think it's like the rabbinical writings or the whatever, like when they would talk about what they were doing, they included Jubilees in the canon, but they told people not to read it. And later down the line, they told people if they read these books that they wouldn't enter into the kingdom of heaven. So they were intentionally trying to put like the black mark on it, because they knew what would happen if people started reading them. They would come to a greater understanding of the truth and be able to expose, the Pharisees at the time, who later became the Catholic Church, long story short, for who they are and what they were doing. So I think that's as much as I could summarize like comprehensively in a short span. Otherwise people get bored. So enjoy that.
I just want to do a short, concise version of, and it's basically more to create religion. The concept, changing it from reality to religion. It is kind of what he said. The whole demons, the whole where the spiritual world, like understand the concept of the spiritual reality of our world, to turn it into a religion. And that's the whole point, I think, is to create like
bro, your mic sounds crazy, bro.
Can I get in?
Sorry. It was just a rattling roof rack. I'm just pulling over here. I just my roof rack. I just got a new Steinheiser headset. It should be good. It's just the roof rack rattles.
Yeah, it's good now, man.
I just pulled over, but it's basically religion. Everyone knew there was a creator that created the earth, and there was they were on a created place. To put them into like he said, it was not just necessary from that time. Who knows if they were trying to create space and as we have it today. It's more to create the possibility of creating an imaginary world that's not created by God, and then to create all these different concepts of where it possibly came from. Sorry, that's all I wanted. It's to create our modern version of the different religions and their origins. Sorry, and that's all I wanted to say.
I don't want to give a because so far we've got a negative connotation about the canon. I don't know if I would characterize it as a negative side of things. I mean, there has to be a somewhat of agreement in which books we consider authoritative, which means ones that are, like we can quote and say, you accept this and I accept that kind of thing. But if we have this huge diversity in books, like I've, even in the last few years, I've come to read Enoch, and I've always said that I think it has a high Christology in it, which means high view of the Messiah. But I don't put it in the same category as the Gospels or Paul's writings or Revelation or the Tanakh or the Pentateuch, whatever, because I think it can be supplemental. Well, because I'm not sure.
The Messiah himself did.
Yeah. Hold on a second. Messiah didn't quote Jubilees. I know Jubilees is quoted in the Old Testament, but there's also other books.
Yeah, but you were talking about Enoch.
Hold
So
on.
the Messiah
I
specifically
know.
referred to Enoch as scripture.
Okay. I don't. Okay. Where, for one, I would say, where does he specifically say that Enoch was
So when
scripture?
he's dealing with the
I know.
Sadducees who are asking him about whose wife is she gonna be or whatever after the resurrection. First of all, they didn't believe the resurrection, so that was a funny question. Secondly, he replies to them, "You do err, not knowing the scriptures." That's his opening remark, and then he proceeds to quote from Enoch the idea that a lion was actually talking about earlier in terms of the judgment to the Watchers for taking women, because it was not for them to do that, because they were given eternal bodies. I'm paraphrasing, but they were given eternal bodies, so they weren't given in marriage because they didn't need it. Whereas mankind were made mortal, so they were given marriage so that they could have children, and that nothing could be kept from them. So now I paraphrase. It's not verbatim, but that
Well, yeah.
idea that he lays down with the preface of "you don't know Scripture or nor the power of the Most High." So that's the context. Then he goes and reads something or quotes something that you don't find anywhere in the canon. You only find that in Enoch.
Exactly. He says you don't know
Okay.
the
Okay.
scriptures,
Well,
and then he gives the answer from Enoch.
well, bear with me. I mean, I'm not trying to. I'm just saying I have a question mark about Enoch, and I know
Yeah, it's okay.
Enoch is okay. And I would agree that even some Christians, like the Ethiopian Church, has Enoch as part of its canon. And I'm not saying that maybe it was in the canon at some other point. And I'm not trying to argue that, but I mean, for one, the book is out there. It's not. It's never been hidden. It's not parked away somewhere in some obscure library that nobody. It's out here, so people can read it. The Jubilees is out here, you know. And the point I'm trying to.
Now, though, it's important to not just say that. Like, actually, it was very difficult to get Enoch for a long time.
Okay, well, hang on. Just bear with me. Just bear with me. I mean, don't come after me that I don't accept Enoch as scripture yet. Okay, because
It's
there
not
says
personal,
that
bro.
Paul.
It's fine.
I know. I mean, and I think there's a huge bit. Like I said, I already said it. I think there's huge Christology. I just quoted earlier Enoch. I was agreeing with you guys on what it illuminates the scripture, right? At least of anything. But the only point I'm trying to make is like even the Bible talks about other things that Paul wrote that we don't have. Those weren't there. Now, why were they lost? Why were they not there? Did they hide them? You know, I mean, that gets into kind of a little too. I mean, we can get too conspiratorial in this because I mean, I've done research, a little bit of research on canons. Every church has a different canon. Every Protestant denomination or Catholic, Orthodox, they all have different ones. Maccabees is in the Catholic, you know, and other ones is, you know, it's not in the Protestant, but those books are there. So, and I don't think there's anything wrong with reading them. I'm not the one Christian that would tell you not to. I'm not that person because I think they will because like I said, Jubilees is quoted in the scripture. How do you know about the sun? I think the sun standing still. That's not actually, I think it was actually in Jubilees that says it. Not actually and I think it's the writer in the Old Testament's quoting Jubilees. You know, not actually something, you know, direct in that sense of the word.
Enoch's
I
quoted
mean,
in scripture too.
I know it is, and I think Jude quotes it, so I don't deny that they quote it. But I mean, then you could take it to the next extreme. Then when Paul quotes the Stoic prophets, the Stoic philosophers, when he says your own poets say, and Paul quotes their writings, should their writings be put in Scripture? Where's their writings?
Yeah, but
You
when
see
he's
what?
quoting them, he's making a point. He's not equating them to
I
scripture.
know.
Wait, just to
I know
clarify,
that.
It's like
so it doesn't just quote Enoch.
contextually very
It doesn't
different
just quote Enoch.
application.
It says the seventh from Adam, just as the seventh from Adam, Enoch prophesied. So I would say that if someone was taken up to with Yah and he gave a prophecy, that's probably pretty substantial, right? That's not just like, oh, some dude wrote a book. It's the seventh from Adam that was taken up with Yah, and he wrote a prophecy. He relayed a prophecy from Yah. So why would that be left out, especially when the Messiah references it, and it's in the next to last book in the canon, giving a warning about the end times?
Also,
What I'm not. I'm
you
not saying
said
it
something.
shouldn't. See that. I'm just hang on. I'm just trying to. There's this negative connotation. I'm trying to make it. I'm speaking more of the negative connotation, like they're trying to hide something. They're trying to do this. They're trying to stop all this stuff, and there could be elements of truth to that. But I'm trying to say I don't know if the intent, from what I've seen, is that. I think there could be more. They're evaluating it to try to determine that, and everybody does that. Like, I mean, if you bring me a book, the Dyslow always quotes the Book of Thomas, right? He brings that book in, and do I make that scripture? That's the Gnostic gospel. Do I put that in with the canon? Do I put that there? That's the point I'm trying to make.
How's that analogous?
That's a good point. But I want to address something that when I was talking to Professor Clay earlier, I was answering a very specific question about
He asked him why he thinks.
why might people do that, or however.
Yeah, he asked his opinion on why he thinks it would be done.
So I was giving him a summary, but specifically to your point, I'm in agreement. Obviously, these people have agendas, and they clearly stated specifically their agendas. So I don't think that's really in any doubt, because the Yids at the time made it clear what they were doing, and you can go and find that out for yourself if you wish. But when you go and read Second Ezra's, which again, I get the irony that you're talking about a book that's quote unquote removed, it actually tells you about how many books were revealed to Ezra that they wrote down, and that certain of these books are for everyone, certain of these books will be hidden, certain of these books are for the wise. So to put the whole thing in context, yes, certain men have put it upon themselves to decide what you can and cannot read, but a wise man isn't going to be told what he can and cannot read by a degenerate. The thing is, not everyone can put themselves in the position of a wise man, because your average Joe would just be more inclined to listen to the degenerate that they didn't realize was degenerate, telling him what he can and cannot read. So I know that was kind of long, but it's, I think, a comprehensive answer to include what you were saying. And then your other point about Thomas, I think, is very important. Scripture gives us quite a clear guideline for this. You have New Testament, test of the spirits. So if there's something said that disagrees with that and fails the test of the spirit, obviously that's a red flag. You can't be putting that in the same thing as other scriptural books, right? And then the other one, which I think is very important specifically to the gospel message, is what the precedent you get in Deuteronomy 13 about test of a false prophet. So I'm sure you're familiar with that, so I'm not going to go and quote it, but if anyone wants to look at it, they can, right? And the gist of that is if people are teaching against the law, then you're not supposed to include that. So if you have a book like Jubilees, which teaches for the law, and doesn't disagree with all these things that, test of the spirits and stuff, then that's a good example. And it's not the only way you test it, but it's a very fundamental way you'd approach scripture that you might be a bit dubious about, to see whether you'd include that as something that you could say, yes, I'm going to put this in scripture.
So wait, let's just hyper focus on the show. The Sadducees were trying to flex on Yeshua, and then oh yeah, okay, Messiah. Okay, then they ask him the question. He says, "You know not the scriptures," and then he gives an answer that's not in the canon. So what that means is there's a book, there's a text that the Messiah referred to as scripture that's not in the canon. That right there ends the whole debate about whether or not the canon is like perfect or something. It is not, because it goes in the face of what the Messiah called scripture.
Also, was it Paul or Timothy? Can't remember. One of these geezers said, all scripture is good for reproof, for teaching, and all of this stuff. You know that famous quote, however it's supposed to be said properly. So when you consider that, even because this is the thing, when you read the letters of Paul, the letters of Peter, they're not actually scripture. They're actually correspondence. So he goes and takes correspondence between me and Whitsitt, let's say, and like 20 years later, someone wants to add that into scriptural text. That's kind of like, But if the correspondence were the kind of correspondence that, what's the word I'm looking for? That encourage people to behave a righteous way, point to scripture, that do all this stuff, then I wouldn't say that it's specifically scripture, because it is just a correspondence. But when you read that, you go, hey, this is wisdom, like the wisdom literature, right? This is wisdom that I can take and apply to my life because it's useful, especially something more current. And this is where I think people need to, I think this is actually part of it, right? The reason they made these decisions, one of the benefits of this for the people who aren't on the side of truth, right, is that nothing else can ever be included after a certain point in history. But when you read scripture, it seems to indicate that we're supposed to be prophesying in the day to day, that there's supposed to be things that we're supposed to continue to be revealed. You see what I mean? So when you think about that, it's like, hold on, why wouldn't there be a time where like a bunch of people who are in agreement with the Father sitting together now can't come up with, through revelation or prayer, can't come up with other stuff that's worth reading and worth distributing? I'm not sure if people thought about that much, but that's one of the consequences of this canonical idea, because it puts people too narrow. Whereas wisdom isn't like that. Wisdom puts you in a position of being able to search out deep truths. And if they come from some random crackhead on the street telling you something that you hadn't been listening to before, then the wisdom and the discernment should tell you that, hey, maybe I should listen to that. And you're just kind of expounding on the topic. But I don't know. We've kind of spoken at him twice now, so I do want him to respond if he can. That was directed at you, Paul, by the way.
I would like to just really hyper focus on the one point at a time, which is to the answer to the question of whether or not the canon is like the end all be all as to what is divinely inspired scripture. The Messiah himself answers that question for us, and the answer is no.
Yeah,
Right?
I'd be in agreement.
Because he says like, you know not the scriptures, and then answers. He invokes the scriptures and gives a piece of information that's not in the canon. So.
You guys mind
Conveniently, we
if
know where it is. So. Good.
I'm actually trying to work, so I'm outside, so if it gets kind of loud, but I'll try to respond. I mean, I get you. So trust me, I've actually been last few years or last 10 years of my walking with the Lord. I've been saying I don't think the canon is closed, which means I don't know if you can say that there's this absolute final end of revelation or end of anything, And I think if God speaks, that's His word just as well as it is if He spoke in the Scripture. So, and I've not done enough in-depth study on Enoch, but I mean, you made a good case for it just now. So I was like, well, why shouldn't it be in Scripture?
Yeah, I
I
think
can't argue that point. So
that's the highlight, or like the highlighted attribute of somebody who's like seeking wisdom and seeking light, is that they're gonna go and investigate it. Because if it's new to you, then you can't reach a conclusion until you've done your due diligence. But there's one other thing that I think is relevant that I can't believe I never mentioned before. But when in Acts it's telling them, like, refrain from these 4 things, because will they not hear from Moses every Sabbath in the synagogues? So now I understand we could have like a nuanced discussion about all those things outside of Moses, but the law and the prophets, and there's different designations, the wisdom literature, etc. But Jubilee specifically is Moses in that context of the way they're using that phrase, right? It was like a colloquialism. Because when you read Jubilees, now I don't know if everyone has, obviously not, but when you read Jubilees, it's specifically him on the mountain receiving messages from, receiving like the story of creation up until that point and other messages, like from an angel. So that would come under the classification of Moses. So at the very least, that should be something that people need to be reading in the context of what's said in Acts. Because if not, go ahead.
No, I just want to add that was revolutionary for me. That was paradigm shifting when I realized that Scripture actually defended the notion that the Torah was administered by angels.
Yeah, and I think just that alone should go like, okay, if you're gonna be well versed in the Tanakh, why would you not include Jubilees? Because that was written by the same guy apparently who wrote all the rest of them, or however it was. Obviously some bits he didn't clearly write because he couldn't write about his own death. That doesn't make sense. But you see the point. That's Mount Sinai. That's the revelation, and it's just. I mean, it gets to the point of bizarro for anyone who's actually been in the game long enough and has the intelligence, has supposedly done the due diligence to still have, and I'm not talking to anyone here, I'm just talking out loud, right? To still have this animosity to a book like Jubilees, it begs reason, if that's the phrase. Anyway, go ahead.
Before you guys got started on this Apocrypha and the canon and all that, we were talking about the serpent and the devil, and and as Azazel. I'm not trying to back any kind of doctrine, but in Revelation 12 verse 9, it's very plain that the devil and Satan was the original serpent, and I'm pretty sure that serpent would be the one that they're talking about in the Garden of Eden.
Yeah, that was the point I tried to make earlier. You want to go back to that line? I'm gonna pick up.
Yeah, we could talk about it. I mean, I agree with you. That's what I'm saying. The serpent in the garden, known as the devil, right, was Azazel. I agree with that. Azazel,
You think that, but you think he's
Azazel is
separate
known
character
as a
from
dragon.
Hasatan?
Well, hold on. He is known as a Hasatan, but scripturally, Hasatan is not reserved for only Messiah's arch nemesis. He's just one of the most infamous ones because he deceived Eve. It was through him that all sin is ascribed to Azazel, because it was through him that Eve was deceived, and then in turn Adam. So Azazel is a main player in the grand scheme of things, in the grand story, but he's distinguished between many other principalities that were in cooperation with the bringing down of mankind. Like I said, it was also Samael and Messiah's arch nemesis working from the edge of the garden. He had to deceive both Samael and Azazel to do his bidding. And through Azazel, Hasatan, or the adversary, as in the arch nemesis of Messiah, he's the one who worked this great plan. He was the schemer. He was the brain behind the mission. But he himself wasn't technically the vessel that was in the garden known as Azazel. Azazel was used as a vessel. If anything, Azazel
I just
is
don't see that,
low-grade.
because it doesn't seem to be a splitting of the characters like you're suggesting. And I think Boston Bear actually made a point earlier that is very relevant. Yeah, it said of him that he was perfect until envy was found in him, I think it's phrased. But just because he let that creep into himself, and he had that that issue with mankind and the promise that was given to mankind, doesn't mean that he can't stand before the Creator, because you read in Job that he quite clearly is standing before the Creator, yet he's quite clearly an adversary to the Creator's plan. And look what he tried to do to Job, but he could only move so far, right?
Yeah,
so using that, I would say that your suggestion that he couldn't enter the garden and that he wasn't able to do those things is a little misguided, in that clearly he's smart enough to know how to operate to still be able to do the actions that would allow him to move relatively freely, at least to a certain point. And that point will be reached later. And from my understanding, it still hasn't reached it yet. But he'll be to the point where he will be cast down.
That's a fair assessment, bro.
With what we were talking about, that's past tense. So he hasn't reached that point yet. And I think it's something you could do with considering, perhaps.
So no, I have considered your viewpoint, your perspective wholeheartedly, right? But that's what I'm trying to tell you, is that yes, he had access to the throne, but he didn't have access to the Garden of Eden, because what I'm understanding from the scriptures, in the ethereal realm, you can make proclamations against men, right? Demons, angels make proclamations against men. They accuse men. It's not just Hasatan. Others accuse men. And where do they bring their accusations? The base of the mountain. This place is known as the Valley of the Shadow of Death. This place is also known as Yahuwah's Judgment, or Har I forget the exact terminology, but it's basically Armageddon, the place called Armageddon, but it's not in Israel. There's a place where the accusers and Hasatan has access to, but it's the two layers of heaven. He's like literally at the bottom, and Yah
I
can
interject real
still,
quick?
well, hold on, Yah can still from his throne communicate with the minions. But don't get that twisted with Job that he actually walks into the temple room and just has his way like he owns a place. Nah, that's where you make an erroneous assumption.
No, I don't think I am, because I was trying to make sure I understood what you're saying. Yo, because when it said that, it said at the appointed time. So he wasn't the only one. He was one of them who was doing the duty that he's supposed to do. So at the appointed time, I can't remember if it was probably tabernacles, from my understanding. But regardless, one of the appointed times that he had to turn up.
Yeah,
So
all the
obviously
males
by
have
that
to.
he was
All
doing what he was supposed
the males have
to
to
say.
present themselves to the father 3 times a year, right?
Yeah. You know what? Because this is why I wanted to interject, line. I have like a few minutes to do something, so I'll be back in a bit. But maybe Tora Faya could continue if he wants. But yeah, I would disagree with your suggestion. He must have gone there because the conversation was an in-person conversation. It wasn't written like what you were suggesting. I'll be back.
But that's a scene that's shown, you can see in multiple places in scripture where it's like a council meeting of divine principalities. That meeting doesn't occur in the Holy of Holies, bro. It might seem like that when people lack awareness and they read Job, be like, oh, look, Hasatan's in the Holy of Holies because he's speaking to Yah. That's not what's going on. There's more to the story, bro.
Why wouldn't he be allowed to enter into there?
Again, dude, there's a myriad of reasons why, bro, but that's besides the point, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like I just mentioned, it's the Holy of Holies, bro. He doesn't have access there, bro.
Well, I mean, I would just say simply, sin can't be in the presence of God or of Yah. So you'd have to have somebody representing him in that place, because anybody that would be there that's not sanctified or holy would be burned up instantly. So that means even the enemy would be destroyed. I would think, just logic.
There's a place in Yoel where he speaks of the valley of decision. Many decisions are made in this valley, and many of the decisions that are made are because the enemy is always accusing mankind, and there are things that mankind will be put through tests, right? Purification processes. That a lot of these ideas come from the enemy, or maybe you might murmur something and the enemy will hear it, or Yah will hear it, right? There are things in the ethereal realms that are going on that these angels are accusing us, like, oh, this guy did this, that guy did that. Like, it might sound crazy, but that's what I'm seeing. And a lot of times angels will take grudges against mankind, and they'll bring accusations against mankind to Yah for whatever reason, even though Yah knows all things, right? They just want to feed in, bro. They're like, I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah, I think the prodigal son parable is about that.
But yeah, this mountain that Enoch describes, bro, it starts in Sheol at the base of this mountain, and it rips through the layers, goes through the earth, our realm, into the ethereal realm above us, all the way up to the seventh heaven. The base of this mountain starts in Sheol, though. It's Mount Zion. Enoch describes it in chapter 17 through like 34, bro.
Yo, Tora, I think totally unrelated. I think we're officially gonna move to Florida, bro. I think I'm actually flying down later this week to check out a few houses.
Stoked, brother. That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm not
Good.
trying to change something.
No, it's all good.
Definitely a good spot, man. Are you looking up north, like northwest? You were saying, right?
Yeah, I think it's not gonna be quite. We don't know yet because it depends on we're letting Yah choose basically. We're just casting a net out there, seeing what happens. But yeah, we're looking at places as far down as near Tampa, so we don't really know. It could be mid-state up.
All good areas for sure. Anything along that Gulf, man. Fertile Crescent, baby.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
But yeah, I'll go ahead.
So I made a claim earlier, and I got to back it up, right? So I mentioned that the commandments were administered by angels, right? That's a pretty crazy statement, especially for contemporary Christians. So, Paul, what do you think about that? Or anybody? It doesn't have to be Paul, but Paul seems to be more of a conventional Christian. I hope that sounded this.
So you're saying like the angels are the ones that gave the law?
They took, they played a part in also delivering the law to mankind.
Yeah, for sure. I look at it like agency, that anything they do is only under the Father's will. So they just take what he says and do it down here. I don't think he leaves the place of the Most High.
So where can I back this up in scripture, right? You got Acts 7:53. Who have received the law by the disposition of angels and have not kept it. That's Luke that wrote Acts. Right? And then there's two more verses that corroborate Jubilees. You got Hebrews 2:2.
I've known that for a while. I'm actually working, so if I go silent, that's because I'm doing something. So, I remember I couldn't remember the passage, but I know where it says that the law was given through angels. I've heard that before, and I've read it in scriptures. So, and I don't take offense calling me. I'm actually not. I mean, you may consider me a typical Christian, but I'm really not. I'm actually
You're far
outside
from
the
it,
loop.
bro.
Yeah, I'm outside the loop a lot. You should talk to my wife about it. I push against stuff all the time. So, and I'm willing to read so-called extra biblical books, just to see what they say, especially when the Bible quotes it. The Bible, the canon I have, if it quotes it, then I said, well, there must be something to it. If the biblical writer quotes it, so that's why I have read Enoch. So, and I have looked at Jubilees briefly, but not going in depth in Jubilees.
No, you're gonna love it, man. Definitely. And I don't think Paul sounds like a Neoplatonist. That's why I call it Christian.
Man, one more verse and I'm all set, and then I'm done. It says here for second witness, this is Galatians 3:19. Wherefore then serveth the law? It was added because of transgressions, till the seed should come to whom the promise was made, and it was ordained by angels in the hand of a mediator. And then that's my second witness. But there's a third. But that's sufficient.
A little while ago, you guys were talking about knowledge being given by the watchers, and why there were periods of time where there was maybe not much knowledge given, and then other parts of time when there was like an acceleration in human knowledge and wisdom or whatever. In the 70s, I studied with Jehovah's Witnesses. They have an incredible way of taking the scriptures and tying them together, and they even they calculate 1914 as the time when Satan was thrown out of heaven, as it talks about in Revelation chapter 12. And they add up all these things, the 3.5 days, and they have all this way of interpreting this. And they say that Satan the devil and his angels, he drags a third of the angels down to the earth with him, 1914. And the reason that they say that, not only the numbers, is that when you look at 1914, it's kind of a pivotal date, that the First World War started, and from there on in, knowledge that man, the technology that was, that he started to uncover right down into our day, how rapidly technology has come along. They attribute that and all the problems like the world wars and all the other things that have really happened bad in the 20th century. They attribute that to Satan being casted down to the earth and misleading man even more, but also giving him technologies.
Hey, Lion, did you ever find out where Jubilees or the other, what was the other guy? Yeah. Did you ever find out where Jubilees said the Earth was made? What day of the first week of creation was Earth made in the Jubilees?
I think it says like 7 works were done on the first day, right? I'd have to read it.
Read it. Yeah, you definitely got to read this. Yeah, it's specifically about the Eretz, so just the Earth. When was it made?
Can I go back to that knowledge thing he was just quoting? I was thinking, any of you guys heard of C.S. Lewis? If you have, well, if you haven't, just go look up C.S. Lewis. I'm going to paraphrase something he said. He says, an uneducated man will steal the railroad spikes. An educated man will steal the whole railroad. Now, if you understand what he's saying, the education can actually make evil worse. So knowledge, in a sense, can actually push things over, make it even worse than it could be, right? And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, why would the angels or the watchers educate man? Because it would take evil to its farthest extreme. I mean, even in the science realm, so to speak, just because you can do a thing, it's not means you should do a thing, right? Just because we can create hybrids and chimeras, which they can do now in a laboratory, does that mean you should? Doesn't mean that, and you can see ultimately if all these stories are true, that the Watcher is giving man knowledge. And I think even Michael Heiser kind of unpacked this a little bit. It actually took the evil that pushed mankind to the farthest extent, made them even worse than they could be. So if it's happening now again, kind of it's reversing of that, it's happening all over again. How technology has gone from, horse and buggies to jet planes, that we're reaching into that. What happened in the beginning, I mean, it seems like it could be happening again with all of this. So knowledge is not always a good thing. We think knowledge is a great thing, but it could not. Actually, ignorance could be better. So my daughter's calling me. I'll be right back.
I just wanted to touch on the thing that I was just starting to go. I just thought maybe I was ranting too long, but it was something that I see as important because I see like Kingdom in Context, Sean, and stuff using it as evidence to dismiss books like where it says, Satan shall rule for 1,000 years or this, and it tells you timelines in the Bible, and then they'll use the Gregorian calendar to be like, hey, look, it's already been 2,000 years and nothing's happened. But to me, it's just like a very obvious thing if you just look at the timeline of the writing of the Bible, let's say 200 years, them being, persecuted for even having a book, and then a few hundred years for even just them collecting books, and then you would be at 400 years. And then for you to assume, or for anyone to assume that it's the year 1600 when they made the Bible, to me, you're within 200 years of them, just allowing the book. So to me, it makes way more sense that it's actually the year 600 when they wrote it, or 1595, or was 595. And then if you look into the details, I used to be, in front of the date. Now they carved it all into a 1, and all these other things where the I was changed into a J, and the J, it just happened to be Jerusalem or Yeshua or Judah or Jerusalem. All the words that are connected to Y words are now J words, and the calendar is now reset 1,000 years ahead, and everyone is like, seems to be cool with it, and then using the calendar to dismiss things, the prophecies. It's just almost like comical, but it's not comical.
Serge, you're right, Serge. But here's the deal. I mean, I'm going to try to be nice, Serge, but those guys can't get the basics. And that's why I literally never get away from the basics, because the basics is how you get everything else. But if I test people on the basics and they can't get that, bro, there isn't a single anything related to any truth or topic Bible group that knows what they're doing out there. I have yet to find one that's even close, bro. So the best thing to do is you're going to be talking to God, not men. Thanks.
On the date thing too, I've seen dates with that I not at the first, not in the as the first like letter or number, if you want to say. Like I think I see, you know, it would be at the end, like 1661, you know, and they
Well,
show
to
it.
me,
So
it's also, if you think of Slavic, like the whole northern hemisphere, or if some people think of Tartaria, to me, I think of whatever they called the empire before the word Russia existed. And then if you think of all of the Slavic languages like Polish and, you know, all the stands, they're all a slurred version of Russian. So then if you think before Russian was even a word, what would they call it? They called it the Slavic language. So then if you realize the whole northern hemisphere is something that goes back to the Slavic language, and Slavic or Slava means to bless, or to bless, what do you call it? To something to like bless God, I guess. But then also the word, it's like Isus comes with the I, right? So all the northern hemisphere would have had the I for the word Yeshua or Jesus. Instead of Jesus or Yeshua, it would have been Isus. It's not just Spanish. All of Russian is the same thing. So it just, to me, there's a connection there somehow. Just because we call it Russian, but before Russian, obviously the language existed and it was called something else, and the whole northern hemisphere spoke it.
is it Finnish? Finnish, is that what you're talking about?
Northern
No, I'm talking
hemisphere,
about,
man.
I'm talking like the Russian, like Polish, Russian, all the Slovakian languages, all the stands, like where Russia or the
Buddha Bush
kind of
keys,
like,
Latvia, Lithuania, yeah, all of them. Buddha Bush keys.
yeah, all of that stuff, all those, they're like, because I can understand most of them, but they sound like they're a slurred version, like Belarus, and like just the word Belarus just means white Russian, like Bely Rus. It's like white Russian. I don't know. It's like almost like back when you think of, it's like almost like a racist word. If you think about it, it's like, oh, these Russians were Russian. And then if you look at Arctic, all those Eskimos speak Russian. Like in the documentaries, they're like apparently Eskimos or people that live up in the northern hemisphere. But then when I watch the documentaries, I could understand them because they're speaking Russian. So it's just some sort of connection there.
I know this is like kind of different. Did you guys see Bro Sanchez and Witsa talk? And how Bro Sanchez was like, you know, the middle could be projecting outwards. So like if you were to try to go into it, it's like an actor or something, or like when a movie is being projected onto the screen, it'd be like them trying to come out and walk into the light that's being shot too. And I think that, dude, I thought that was huge. Like you know, I kind of got to mull it over more, but I thought that was interesting. I think the North has some crazy stuff going on there.
Yeah, I thought that was really interesting. The whole talk was great.
Bro Sanchez is cool, man. He gets it.
Just to real quick go back to the Eskimo and Russian similarity. I think the Japanese and the Hawaiian Islands also have some kind of similar language. Just the way the syllable groupings are, and there's a lot of Japanese here also. But
Yeah,
I mean, there's the Hawaiian language.
Do you think the Innu people of North America speak Russian too, or maybe English and Innu?
I think they do speak some, because it's in some of the documentaries are in northern Canada, some are in northern Russia, and then some are in like Mongolia. And some of the documentaries I see are like they look like Chinese people. Sometimes they look like black people or like different like Indian people. But to me, it's just obvious that there's this connection in the language somewhere. Because how would they all be somehow, even if it's like you can't fully understand it, it's obviously connected because you can understand most of it. It's weird. That's why it's just interesting to me why we could even call it Russian, because before Russia it was called Prussia, and before that it was something else. But the language obviously sounded similar.
Check. Mic check.
Loud and clear.
Yep, you're
good. I've been talking to you guys and with you guys for about an hour with my headphones not working, so that's cool. I was like, damn, homies are fucking cold today. Nobody wants to talk to me. And then I've had my phone in my pocket with these jacked up headphones. So that's funny.
Dude, Platypus. I, I, I was just thinking of this name. I was like, Platypus would be a great name. Is that always been your name?
Yeah. I've had this name since 2016.
Oh, cool. But I was just gonna put an H in there between the P and the L at the beginning.
Oh, nice. Yeah, like PH flat.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was when I joined the original 24/7 Discord, my name was Big Time Freedom. And as I slowly began to realize, well, actually rapidly began to realize that the Earth was not a globe, I had to change my name to reflect that, and I decided that the platypus would be my spirit animal.
Nice.
I feel like Blaze was there when it was created. I don't remember. There's somebody from the old server. But I do have some interesting news for you guys, and it's very synchronistic with what I've been doing over the last few days. I'm sure some of you have heard me, going on and on about I'm getting a lot of views on Instagram doing space is fake videos and directed energy weapon videos. And I've been doing all these videos just over the last 5 days now. And so somebody gets into my DMs this morning saying, basically, hey, just Google these words. And they told me to Google solar power beam from space, Caltech. 1 day ago, I'm actually going to post the article for you guys. 1 day ago, where did that article go? I'll just find it. 1 second. Solar. So 1 day ago, Caltech, for the first time ever, guys, this is the first time they're doing it, and they're letting everybody know that this is the first time they're shooting beams from space down to Earth. That's very important to me.
Is it a coincidence that this happened not long after the Starlink? I think, is that like a balloon array, an array of balloons? And so maybe they can launch lasers from balloons.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. But they're normalizing lasers from the sky, is what they're doing.
Yeah, I know.
And they're doing it at a very weird. Yeah, they're doing it at a weird time, just because I've just been my second do weapons video got 500,000 hits in 2 days. People are they want to talk about the directed energy weapons, and then all of a sudden, mainstream media just starts putting out articles out. And it's funny because they call them, what do they call them in the friggin' article? Some MAPLE, microwave array for power transfer low orbit experiment. So they're just literally renaming DEWs. It's a rebranding of DEWs. They're not lasers. They're not weapons. They're just low power transfer low orbit experiments. Right? They're just transferring power. So
yeah, Platypus, I
weird.
watched 50 of your videos, and I saw a couple of those beams coming down and explosions, and I saw some fires started. California fires started, possibly with these energy weapons. It was an interesting day on your channel.
I'm glad you enjoyed it, dude. I'm just trying to get people to think critically. and question what the mainstream media is pushing, because it's obviously bullshit. I really appreciate you checking out my stuff. It means so much. It's the internet is such a powerful tool, and I love just creating a community of like spreading awareness and truth. It's really something special.
Yeah, man, it's quality content. It's edited well. The music choice is spot on, and you're doing great work. It's not just like haphazardly thrown together. Like you said, you're being driven by the Spirit. And I think we're rounding out of the 2-hour Bible talk time, but I wanted to say one thing about that. I'm not like a deep science guy. I mean, I am. I like what I'm hearing. I like what I'm learning. I like pondering everything you guys bring up. And when you talk about all the biblical stuff, I realize how far behind I am in pondering and studying the scriptures, and especially the Apocrypha and stuff. But I think if we do, like Paul was saying, or another gentleman was saying, keep it simple and like the basics, and not be embarrassed at the idea of having a childlike faith, you can do yourself a lot of good. So I try to live in a way that's humble. I don't try to make the humility come like from within. I just ask the Creator to show me what humility is, show me how to be patient, because I'm not naturally a patient guy. I mean, none of us are when we're stressing out on stuff. But yeah, just basically having a relationship with the Creator where you're not living in fear. I mean, reverence and awe of Him, yes, and fearing Him in a way that's like He's powerful and He loves us, but not being scared of getting smashed. I mean, like, because if you're surrendered and if you're saying, "Hey, show me the way, show me how to be a good husband, show me how to raise these kids, show me how to interact with the public, show me how to interact with my enemy," these are questions that are that have an ability to line up with His will. So yeah, I think everybody is seeking to find, and I think it's beautiful. We're all in different places. The last couple hours, I don't think anybody yelled at the other person, and so I appreciate everything you guys shared. It was amazing.
That's Run Boston. I agree with you. There's been a guy downtown here, and he would have a sign. He'd hold up a sign in one of the corners on a busy street, and it'd be like, fear God, and this and that stuff. And I just, I drove by him one day and I threw him the peace sign and told him God loves you. But he has a different sign now, and it's more along the lines of, if you keep my commandments, you will stay in my love.
Wow.
Hello.
Amen.
I like
Honestly, dude, I got up this morning, I got down on my knees, and I was just like, Lord, I just want to be the man you want me to be. If I can wake just one person up and turn him towards your love and get him to seek you, I'd be honored. And dude, I think that childlike faith that you're describing, that's what I'm feeling. It sounds weird, but I like kind of like walk through life with this just childlike wonder and amazement. That's just like, what's going to happen next? This is crazy. If God is with me, who can be against me? And I'm not free from suffering by any means. But, yeah, it's good stuff. Good stuff, you guys.
For sure, brother, for sure.
Yeah, the biblical option for creation is going to catch on, and it's going to be the only knowledge eventually. But right now, it's literally almost never talked about it. You'll see a little glimpse of it here and there, but Platypus understands this. It's still a deception. So,
well, that's the thing, is it's like, I have gone out on a street corner with a megaphone and preached the gospel. I got threatened, flipped off. I got cheered.
Amen.
People were honking. I got all kinds of stuff.
Bingo.
But
that's the real truth, Flat. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. It was I was driving across the country during COVID, and I stopped in Amarillo, Texas, and I was at this hotel, and I had this megaphone, and I was like, I'm just gonna grab my Bible and just go do this real quick. And I was out there for like 45 minutes until somebody got a little too aggressive with me, and I wanted to not cause problems. I figured it's just better to be walking away from that. But the reason I brought that up is because there's other ways to get people to Christ, because there's a lot of steps before somebody hears another man or woman on the street talking about God, preferably a man, and they're ready to receive it. There's a lot of foundational lies that need to be dispelled. Somebody that thinks we've gone to the moon is not going to be open to reading their Bible. I would say majority of them.
Oh, Platypus! Listen, I've met hardcore so-called Christians that love the Bible and will literally bring up the moon landing and how it's a good thing. No, they are just as deceived, bro. They have no idea what they're doing. It's
Then I need to reach them too.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know. I'm telling you, there's a billion battles. There's no one cookie cutter set for that. There is a billion different battles that are going to happen to you. Yeah.
Exactly. And so, like, at first I was feeling a little silly. Like, am I really praying to God to help me make 15-second spaces fake reels on Instagram so that I can turn people to Christ? Is that like a ridiculous thing to do? And no, I don't think it is. I think any lie that you dispel, if God is the truth and the way and the life, then any single lie that you're able to dispel is going to bring people closer to Him. And that's what I think about that.
That's right. That's the deception right there, is that people think they found the knowledge and they're stuck in a rut and they stop, right? And if you try to approach that person that thinks they've now woken up, thinks they've already found the deception, this is even more painful, because this is they said they'd never let that happen again. I'll never be deceived. And literally the entire flat earth movement is a complete deception. Thanks.
Hey,
it's just like the Catholic, the Catholic Church goes around saying a lot of good things.
Aw,
The
Hanky.
Catholic Church is good.
You can go home now. Okay. You can go home.
Yeah, I guess that's why God has me go out and preach His word, and nobody will challenge that. So sorry that both sides are wrong. Republicans turn into Democrats; they think they're right now. Sorry, same deception.
That's funny.
Hey, do you have anything positive, insightful, or meaningful
Yes.
to contribute? Okay.
Yes, you can. You have rights to the truth as well. Yeah, you can have the truth also. You just got to trust Jesus. Yeah. Okay, well, that's positive, isn't it? So you're being negative. I'm trying to help people know the truth, and you're attacking me.
Wait, I'm
because I'm
super
telling people the
confused.
truth. Yeah, that's satanic.
You are attacking everybody every time.
No, I'm not attacking anybody. I'm saying, please don't tell lies.
Yo,
Please bring up
what?
the deception. Not
Guys,
attacking anybody.
Wait. I'm sorry. Smurf, are you saying that the flat Earth is a deception?
No, that's that other dude.
Okay, I'm so confused. I was like, wait, what?
Oh yeah, the flat. Well, yeah, that's me. Yeah, the flat Earth is a deception, guys. Do you guys want to talk about it, or just slander me and attack me? You want to
No, I'm
talk
not.
about it?
Let's hear the deception part.
Not you, Flat, but yes, I know. I've already talked to you. You had your chance, Smurf. Are we gonna have a conversation with some other people that might want to know the truth? Yeah, you had a chance. I tried to talk to you. You attacked me and slandered me. Does people want to talk about this or not? You just want to let people slander me? That's fine, guys. Because
if you're going to talk about it, hold on. If you're going to talk about it, talk about it. Don't scream.
We'll talk to Torah. I'll talk to
What
Flat.
comes from your mouth comes from your heart.
You don't have a chance. I'm sorry. You don't have a claim. Stop
Big boy
attacking
page.
people. I'm sorry. You've had your chance. You had your chance. Go away.
You have a
Thanks.
sick heart because
Bro,
your words.
You're
your
satanic.
words
Every
come
time I'm
from
in a
your
room
heart.
with you, you are attacking me.
Gentlemen, take a break.
You're
Take a
spreading
break.
lies. You are
So I'd like
spreading
to.
lies and attacking people with the truth.
All right,
I
I need everyone to stop talking for 1 second. The next person that talks out of turn is going to get muted, just so that I can have the floor to calmly and slowly say that please do not talk over each other. Let's all take it down a notch. We're all good here. Let's just be chill, okay?
Is it not so that what comes from his mouth, does it not come from his heart? Everything that's coming out of his mouth is coming from his heart, and it's very suspect. I think he needs some therapy. You know.
Yo,
Pull it up.
Smurf, I think he bailed because there was authority spoken and a calmness that was forced onto the room because it's supposed to go back and forth, and so he retreated. He came to devise or divide and just spew nonsense. I mean, if you think it's a globe, if you think it's a globe, that's fine. Let's talk about it. But that was just an attack. If he pops back in, maybe we can have a conversation. But that was ridiculous.
Wait, that dude's not a flat earther.
Yeah.
Who was that guy?
That dude's not a flat earther.
I don't know how to say his name because I don't know how to say the Jewish symbols, but I think everybody's entitled to their opinion, and I think that the truth will always stand for itself. So there's no need to slander each other. Not that anyone was doing that or whatever. I think we can just move on.
My opinion is that he kind of sounded like Quantum.
I respect your opinion. I don't know.
They're probably in the same office, cubicles next to each other.
Honestly, guys, I don't know people by their voices or their names. I'm like so bad at this, so I'm just like a blind guy in the room, and I have to like figure out who's saying what because I don't even know who's saying what just now. I had my phone in my pocket. I'm
looking for new blinds. Should I get vertical or horizontal?
Vertical.
Oh, really?
Diagonal.
Yeah.
Hey, they got these new ones now. You don't even need a cord on them. You just push them up and down. The horizontal
my windows are too high.
I have you know what? Actually, I'm retarded. I was thinking I have horizontal blinds. You guys, I don't know my directions.
Yeah, the horizontal ones are cool because they're like the one guy said there's one you just pull it and you just also push it up. Like there's no shit with it. You just fucking just does it. It's crazy.
I've actually never ever pulled my blinds up. I moved in, the blinds were all the way down, and I've never drawn them up because I just don't want to look outside.
Damn.
I was just being a smartass. I didn't mean to do it.
No, we needed a little bit of levity in the VC because that got really intense for a second, and I don't like muting people, but I also don't like not being able to take my headphones out, and there's just like 6 dudes screaming at each other. So, got to do something about that.
Yeah, that guy didn't want a conversation.
That guy's name, I believe, he used to go by Pillbox, and when he comes in, a lot of times he'll talk about how he's on the street and he's preaching, and no one's refuting him. But when someone comes in and tries to refute one of his doctrines, he always starts yelling at the person, and then he disconnects, and then he writes in the text chat. But I've challenged him for years to try to debate me, moderated debate, of course, on the Trinity doctrine, among many other things that he said in the past. And yeah.
As soon as somebody says that nobody ever tries to refute the word of God, I don't think they're being honest.
Yeah, he said no one refutes him when he's preaching, and I've heard many people do it. I've done it for years, but he always runs away and yells and screams, and he calls names, and that's how he that's how he does what he does. But I would say call him out on everything, man. And when he says things like people don't understand the basics, he's been asked several times what are the first principles or what are the first teachings, and he never knew, bro. No one knew in 24/7. No, not one person who called themselves a Christian knew what the elementary doctrines were specified by the book itself, right? So they just make up their basic doctrine, and they get it from other men. They don't get it from the text.
Yeah. Well, one thing about refuting, like say you're a preacher, you're putting it down. You're up there at the pew or the microphone. You notice new people when they come in. You know your flock, and so evidence of being refuted would be that new person never comes back. I think maybe he just doesn't notice. He's just not one of those guys. Like if you're putting something down and they're not picking it up, then they're not going to come back.
Well, this isn't, his pulpit, and this isn't his congregation. This is, an area where everyone can share their beliefs and have them questioned and analyzed by everyone else. But there's a lot of people who do not like that to happen, especially when it comes to that book. So yeah, it's a terrible thing, man. I mean, I wish people would have an answer for their faith, as the text says, and not just scream at people and run away. Yeah, it's weird.
The real interesting thing is it's apparent by the tone of voice and the volume and the inflection that there's something major going on, and we don't know if it's a planned psyop deception, if he's a tool to divide us, or if he's actually angry, or if it's like full-blown ego and pride, or if it's fear, absolutely being terrified by the information that we're talking about, or the freedom that we have to speak to each other in a loving way terrifies some people. So ultimately, the Creator, the Father, He knows, and we don't. And that's what I try to do is like, hey, bro, let's talk. I try to like get him off the cliff. Hey, let's, if we can have any kind of dialogue without just like inflating whatever it is you're trying to do, then let's talk. If not, I mean, they got to go, because if it's going to just be yelling and that's it, that's not even talking.
Yeah, I mean, I've asked him
Sounds
for
like they need to
several
read
years.
Jubilees.
I've asked for several years for a debate, specifically on his doctrine, especially the Trinity doctrine. And it was amazing to me after all this time, and after there was a meeting of sorts. I won't go into too much detail, and Witz's name was brought up by these other people, how they were going for him next. And I've been trying to get up with Witzit, but I can't get up with him. But this guy debated Witzit and someone else about the Trinity. But I've been asking him for years, man. So, I mean, does that not say something in itself, right?
Wow, that's embarrassing. Anyway, you there, Flat? And you there? What's the other guy's name? Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm
so
here.
yeah, we can talk about it anytime. I'm also going to give an invitation to Yah since he asked me about it, because I don't think we're going to be able to have a conversation here. I've tried a couple of times, but as usual, I'm just going to get attacked for it, and that's exactly what was just recorded. So I think I'll clip that to my channel, but I'll hit you up in PMs. Thanks.
Dude,
Hey,
no
The
worries.
smallest violin has entered the chat.
I'm more than happy to talk with you. I'm not an expert scientist, or I'm not a
He's gone. He
theologian. I
left.
mean, he may hear it though. If you ever want to talk to me, just as a brother or as a man, as a friend, I mean, I don't have anything to attack you with. Just have a conversation, dude. We've all carried different baggage, and I'm not here to fight with you, but hopefully you hear this and we can talk sometime.
Yeah, there's people here that might moderate if you want to have a one-on-one, and he's probably still listening, man. Yeah, just come back in and have a dialogue, man.
I mean, my biggest thing is I'm not even that great at debating. I just like talking to people, hearing their story. Why are you upset at flat earthers? What do you think about it? Let's talk about it. If you don't want to do that, I mean, that's fine too. It's just an offer.
Everyone can see it clear. Trees are level, dude. There's something called tree level, and they need to get on board.
Yeah, it's bad when you have to call everyone satanic and just scream at them, man.
Well, Pillbox is a flat earther. He's not a cloaker.
It's not flat Earth anymore.
I think because he said that flat Earth is also a deception, it got misconveyed that he's not a flat earther, but he is.
Dude, this is like, honestly, guys,
I'm just glad I
let's
just
just change the subject. This is just like, it's like spiraling about whether or not somebody is or isn't something. It's like, who cares? You know?
No, true, but if it's like a deception to you, but you believe in it, what does that even mean?
Look, I'd say it to his face if he was here. Like, the whole coming in and saying you can't say something even though you are saying something, and then leaving and listening to the live stream and coming back in, that's very off-putting. It's just not. I don't want to talk about that.
Boring. Pretty sure there were people having a conversation before that happened. Maybe they want to restart what they were talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. Whatever. I don't remember what it was, but
I think you were talking with somebody, weren't you?
I might have been saying
I just
something
wanted.
about something. I don't know.
Oh, sorry. I just because every time like I'll close out my window or whatever, and then I'll go search. I'll bring like maybe I'll bring with its YouTube channel back up or something, and there's always something different. Sorry, guys, I'm gonna mute myself.
Hello, everybody. I just got a question real fast. Has Enigma said one word in the past 6 months? Has anybody heard this dude talk?
I don't know.
Who are you asking about?
Enigma. Does he ever talk, or does he just like get up every day and
No.
turn his phone on and not use it
Or is he
except
just
for listening?
Is he a text chat individual?
Nah, I've never heard him talk.
Yeah, he used
Yeah,
to
it's probably.
talk in Science versus Scientism server, but now I haven't heard him speak in like 6 months.
Hey, Larry, I think your microphone's covered by like a shirt or something. It's super muffled. We can hear you. It's just like barely letting your sound through.
I'm attempting.
Larry, did you eat your microphone?
It was delicious. I barbecued it.
What have you
Hey,
done?
Enigma, are you listening? I like your shirt that says, "Hold on, let me overthink this." Do you want to say a little something, even like "Hello, how are you"?
He's a psychiatrist, so he's a pseudoscientist.
I do remember an Enigma from Pseudoverse Science back in the day. I don't know if it's the same guy or not. I've often wondered that myself.
Okay, I got an idea on a topic. You can run with it or you can change it. How amazing is it to live in the moment and make changes in the now? Because I spent a lot of my life regretting what I didn't do or past mistakes or thinking about the future and what I was wanting or going to do in the future. But when I really slowed down and realized that all we have really is just this very moment to communicate, to share love, to share thoughts. And if you're going to make a change in your life, if you want to get in shape, if you want to quit smoking, if you want to like tailor your language to be more articulate and less cussing or whatever. The only place that you can do that is right now with a tiny degree of change. And that tiny degree over time will end up being a massive change. But a lot of people don't ever change at all because they think that it's going to happen in the future. Oh, shoot, I missed my chance. I should have done it back then. And they just like wax and wane with regrets or fear of of the future. But if you can just slow your breathing down just a few times a day, like belly breathe, let air go deep into your belly and just slow down your thoughts, maybe get barefooted on the grass and then think about what you want to change in your life, not be scared of it and make small incremental changes in the now. In like 6 months, you'll be surprised at who you are.
Yeah, quoting a psychoanalyst after just saying that about pseudoscience. Think, what would you change that you know that you would change and you actually could change? What would you change? And that's the first step to like building a better man, so to speak, or woman, I guess. But yeah, now is the only thing that's real. Like the past isn't real. The future isn't real. Like the only thing that's real is like right now.
Yeah, I'm going to quote some Floyd right now. No one told you when to run. You missed the starting gun. Like, just that whole idea of that Dark Side of the Moon album is like to live in the now and to not project or not to project the future and not to worry about the past and do something now. But I guess we have to remember the past, right, in order to see the change.
Yeah, there's no problem remembering the past because I remember my previous person that did a lot of wild stuff and I hurt myself a lot mentally and or the people some. I remember that dude, but he's so dead. Like years ago, that person was alive. And it's to the point that I've lived a different man so long that everything that makes me has been regenerated. I mean, I even feel like my bones and my teeth and my hair, I just somehow think that after a decade or 15 years, there's nothing left that did all that wild stuff. Not that I'm perfect, but yeah, I mean, I'd say what's left with me is not being anxious for anything. Working on procrastination, because a lot of times I get kind of overwhelmed with all I've got to do with the kids and taking care of the house and all these different things, and like laziness. Not, I mean, I'm an endurance athlete, so I train and race and stuff, but a lot of times I kind of don't have that fight. Like, okay, let's get out there and train. Let's hop up early and just nail it. I just sort of want to sleep. So anyway, that's the little things I could change. Anybody want to share what they have on their plate that they would change?
Using the day for sure. Like waking up early, that kind of thing. Get it going.
Bro, that's hard sometimes because like you'll watch like a Witsit stream. Like last night, I watched Witsit's stream, and then he popped over on Troubling Tribune, and it was fascinating. It was a great talk, but I was up till like 1 o'clock. Like, so I have to have discipline and go to bed at 9 if I want to get up at 5.
Well, if it was to 1 o'clock, I mean that's the next day, and I think you were seizing that opportunity.
Yeah.
Bro, if you want to wake up early, you just get you some chickens.
Yeah, got him.
They'll make sure you're up.
Oh, you can move to Hawaii, and they're just you don't even they don't even have to be your chickens. They're just out there. Those roosters, they'll wake you up. That's people are like, oh, like on Craigslist. There's like, free chickens, come and get them.
I think it was Master Oogway who said, yesterday is history and tomorrow is a mystery, and today is the present, or today is a gift.
Present.
That's why we call it the present, something like that.
Yeah. I know that one.
What works well for me is going to bed early, not watching stuff before bed.
The whole what is that white light stuff that keeps you awake? It's almost like even if you close your eyes, you still see light.
It could be. I haven't even thought about that.
Or like looking at your phone and stuff, or like a computer screen.
Yeah, I know it has an effect on how I feel when I wake up, the quality of my sleep. At the moment, I've got nothing pressing, and I don't mind to have like a lazy time. But when I stricken myself up a little, stricken up my routine, then I make an effort to turn everything off, like all the electrical appliances, like a couple of hours before I'd go to bed or so. Go to bed at a reasonable time. I get a better quality of sleep and sleep less, generally. Much easier for me to get up in the morning.
Yeah, dude.
Go ahead.
I had a customer that told me to do all that. They're like, you gotta unplug your TV, unplug your Wi-Fi, all this. Come to find out, their bedroom, because I had to cut vents in, was covered with lead, dude. It was like crazy to cut through. But yeah, I cut through it. So I was like, oh man, how are you gonna get air conditioning? They got the lead around, and then I wondered, is that why lead paint was is there something there?
Yeah, it blocks out EMF.
Yeah.
So,
Should we have?
Go ahead, bro.
No, I was gonna say, should we have lead paint? No, that's a good point. Like lead paint was keeping out. I mean, when was that was like the atomic era, like when all this nuclear stuff was going around. Like there was a ton of lead paint everywhere.
Well, it was also around the time everybody had an aerial antenna on their home.
They want to scan that house, man. They want to scan that house and see that
Where's
body.
my
Yeah,
aluminum
they got
helmet?
the Superman vision, and if you have the lead paint up, they can't see in your house.
Yeah.
And get that ferro-wire cage happening in the bedroom. Copper.
Yeah, it's
Right, the
just like
cops
kind
do
of.
have those machines. I forget what they're called, but they can like see through the walls, so they could see if you had guns or not. Basically, I don't know if it would detect a whole lot of like high quality imagery, but it would definitely be able to detect guns.
Maybe ammunition. Maybe maybe there's something. Or at least they've been trained. Like their pattern recognition was trained to see the shape of a gun using that imaging tool.
A lot of growers who are growing illegally will get some lead, to cover up that heat signature from that light. But yeah, that's basically what it is, guys. I mean, it's just being able to know what we're doing, where we
Yeah, they use
are.
what's called mylar.
Yeah,
So maybe
mylar. No, that's also to reflect light to bring it back to the plant. But yep.
Well,
I
it
never
it
heard of
serves
kids.
as dual purpose.
Dual
Yeah,
I
purpose.
never
not
heard.
only. Yeah, not only. Go ahead.
I never heard of kids eating paint chips. Have you? But that was the story, right? That's what
Right.
they
Are you
told us.
so are you so dumb because you eating paint chips? Would you eat paint chips when you were a kid? Yeah.
Sorry, I got a phone call. Y'all were talking about going to bed, turning off all the electronics. I was going to ask if anybody knows if this is true. Somebody said, like, even if you have a tiny LED light on, that your skin can sense that there's light in the room, and it's best if you can get it cool and completely dark, and you'll sleep better. If have you heard anything like that?
No, that's the first.
Yeah, I've
Is my
heard that.
microphone quality better? Sorry, mic check 1 2. Is it better? Am I still eating my mic?
Sounds a
Well,
little
in
bit
No.
better.
Oh, go ahead.
My dad has a sleeping disorder, and he's tried all of these things, but he doesn't have much success. So my thoughts are that there's extenuating circumstances, but in general, I think they're good practices
When
for
I
an overall healthy lifestyle. It's watching or staring at illuminated screens seems a bit sort of abstract in terms of natural living.
yeah, you know people who like they can't go to sleep without the TV on. They just leave the TV on all night long. Or I've heard of somebody who's actually claimed that they were allergic to electricity, and their request was to turn off all your appliances and unplug them when they came into their house.
Interesting.
What about the fact that they're like made out of electricity?
Yeah, electrostatics, right?
You guys seen the study where the guy started grounding himself? So he would take some like electrical, not electrical tape, the opposite of electrical tape. It's duct tape that's like metal, and he would ground it to the ground outside. So there's like a piece of aluminum tape going across the bed, and he's like grounded all night long. And apparently, it like has all these like, beneficial effects. So I grounded my bed like a couple of years ago, and after I did that, like I noticed like a huge quality of my sleep. Also, breathing through your nose will help you breathe better. So, like, you can buy these things that like shape your face, but if you could just manage to breathe through your nose, it'll widen because your skull is about one solid bone. It's like a bunch of bones that fit together. And if you breathe through your nose properly, then it'll like widen your face and actually make you more comfortable.
Yeah, but your nose is skin and cartilage. But that sounds like I do. That's something like I would do. Like ground my bed while I sleep.
Yeah, I've got grounding sheets that you plug into just the ground part of the plug, and it's got like silver filaments all through it, and so you're grounded all night. And then I've seen products lately where you do they tape your mouth shut while you sleep, and it's supposed to really help. And then I dropped in the chat, Dr. Lieberman has a sleep cocktail, and I've tried it before. It has some different medicine like Apigen, magnesium threonate, and he says the magnesium threonate is the only magnesium that can cross the blood-brain barrier, and you really need that. And then L-theanine, and this cocktail that he has says that it can make you dream crazy, it can make you sleep super good. So maybe if your dad hasn't tried that, look at that link I posted.
So I took my son to the podiatrist, and she was concerned about his iron levels and stuff like that. And she told me that there was a time when like they were asking, they wanted less iron in the children, like because she's like, 60 years old. She's been around, and she was like, but now they want children to have more iron. And I'm assuming that the iron that's in your blood is the same kind of iron that makes up a steel beam, or am I wrong?
Wrong.
Well, there's a difference between eating iron chips and eating plants that have iron or animals, right? So it has to be like bioavailable, right? I know there's
Bioavailable.
also the right. You can't just eat iron by itself, right? But you can eat a steak, right? So there's also the thing of different minerals require different minerals to process them. So, for example, you can drink water and be dehydrated after drinking a gallon of water if there's no salt in your body, right? Same thing with protein. You need the potassium for protein synthesis, and you need selenium to absorb vitamin C. So, if you're eating lemons every day, all day long, but you're not getting any dill nuts in your diet, then the vitamin C can't even be absorbed, and then you're compounding it if you're smoking tobacco. So most people I've heard by a doctor are walking around with subclinical scurvy because they can't absorb the vitamin C that they are getting.
Yeah, it's crazy how all these things work together like this. I just, when I hear iron, I hear iron. I've been a metal worker, and so I'm like, iron. why do they not want iron in the blood, or was there, and then they do want iron, and is there a purpose for that? Is it cynical? That's the first thing that came across my conspiracy mind. Like, why do they want more iron in the bloodstream now?
Some people need more iron, some people need more copper, and this is very interesting. A sheep cannot have copper; they'll die, right? They have to have iron though, but a goat can have the copper. So you give the copper supplement to the goat, and it helps with parasites and all kind of things, man. But if you give that to the sheep, the copper, they'll die.
Wow.
I was gonna say too that iron sulfate or like ferrous sulfate, what you find in most vitamins, is synthetically derived, and like the fellow just mentioned that it's not bioavailable because it's not technically chelated. Like there's all kinds of weird stuff that goes into nutrition, bro. Like it's a deep, deep rabbit hole, and there's conflicting ideas and theologies and ideas on how like nutrients are assimilated into the body. Like you can build a case that maybe iron sulfate is beneficial, a negligible amount beneficial, but there's also a lot of complications that it does, cause nutritional imbalances because it's not the right iron that you need. There's so many people like my mom and so many people I know that the doctors recommend that they take iron supplements, and they do that and then they get worse, and when they stop taking the iron supplements they get better.
Yeah, it's better to get it from the plants. So if anybody is serious about their health, Moringa oleifera is like a superfood. And
Dude,
it's
I
what
got
they
that growing
supplement.
in my backyard.
Go ahead.
I said I got that growing in my backyard. Moringa.
Yeah, Yeah, moringa is like 3 different types of superfood in one plant. So you can eat I think it's the roots, the leaves, and the seeds, I think.
Oh yeah, you can pretty much eat most of the plant.
Yeah, and
See,
as
that's another.
far as detoxing, it will make you go. So take it easy at first.
I'm not a complete nutritious expert. Like I don't consider myself qualified to speak on this, but I've heard so many people go on Joe Rogan Experience, UFC coaches, boxers, all kinds of different people in martial arts and different backgrounds, fitness training, and from compiling all this, testimony from all these experts, for the most part, like these one-a-day vitamins and all this bullshit supplementation is really harmful to the body. And even veganism, or the idea that you can get all the nutrients from cabbage or lettuce or a plant, the iron we're talking about, a lot of that stuff's kind of misguided. Not everybody's body can assimilate just vegetables into this, or they can't retrieve the iron from the vegetable. For whatever reason, your gut flora isn't the same as somebody else's that can break down the cabbage, and maybe they can live a vegan lifestyle and be perfectly healthy. But there's some people that they can't, for whatever reason, live off vegetables alone. They need meat. Biologically
No,
speaking, they
that's a good point too. But also that
hold on real quick, and I'm finishing off with this. So
go for it.
you might look up at a package, right, and it'll show you the nutritional profile of kale, right? It'll tell you, it has 80% of this and 90% of this, and then it'll tell you the daily value, right? Is almost 100% achieved. But what they don't tell you is that the bioavailability of essential trace minerals that your body can absorb from cabbage is not as much as what the package says. So yeah, your body will absorb some of it, but it actually has a hard time absorbing metals from cabbage. Like this, it's easily assimilated through meat. Like the meat is more effective and efficient to deliver nutrients to the cells than cabbage. It's actually less effective.
No, I think that has a lot to do with genetics. Also, right, like you were saying, some people can't do it, some people can. Like also like what's better for some people is more lean meat and not like a lot of like carbohydrates from plants. Depending on your genetics, or the region from where you came from, and if those genetics grew up or were brought up in a certain region where they were eating lean meat, like don't start eating a bunch of tortillas and stuff. Stay with the lean meat.
So I think the key is to eat food that's alive if you're going to eat vegetables, plants, right? And if you want to get like real proper nutrients, green, leafy, chlorophyll-filled plants that are like fresh. That's kind of where you want to go. And of course, you want antioxidants, which is part of the grounding, which it's going to clean you out. So you want fruits and vegetables, and then you also want clean meat, right? So it's kind of like one of them things where if you're eating like raw honey, cayenne pepper, green leafy foods, and a steak, like you're going to have all the nutrients that you need.
Golden.
Because the cayenne pepper is going to provide the circulation, the chlorophyll is going to provide the alkaline, the fruit's going to clean you out, and then the meat is going to build you up.
Yeah, for repairing muscle mass, tissue, there's nothing as efficient as meat, bro. Like an ounce of steak has more nutrients per centimeter, right, than anything that we know of. Red beef has more, it's more nutrient dense than anything that we know of, bro. Like kale might, people say, well, kale has 90 essential trace minerals, right? Yeah, but it's not as easily as bioavailable, contrary to popular belief. Most of it is fiber. You actually crap most of it out, where red meat, your body absorbs almost 99% of it. There's almost no excrement left over. And if you look at the animal kingdom, animals that are vegetarian, right, or herbivores, or just straight up eat nothing but lettuce or grass, like herders, like cows and elephants and camels, all they do, bro, is eat all day consistently. Silverback gorillas spend all their time eating because in order for them to sustain their body mass, vegetables alone require them to be eating all day and shit all day. Eat shit, eat shit, eat shit. Where us as meat eaters, we have the leisure of going. So we can go 6 hours without eating. 8 hours. We can go a day without eating as long as we had like a good ounce of steak. You'll be all set. You could probably go a couple days and not actually get weak. Where an animal that only eats vegetables to sustain themselves, they have to eat constantly.
Yo, that's kind of true because snakes eat like one animal and then the snake literally lies there for like fucking 20 days and doesn't eat for 20 days and all it has is digesting an animal in its stomach.
A snake
Hey, I
is
gotta.
mostly muscle. A snake is mostly muscle. Also, there's like you find out what's the fat percentage on a snake? It's like probably like less than 1%.
Yeah, I got to roll out and start cooking. I was just going to mention that I've been the same shape and weight for 25 years. And my way I approach it is one part is education. So we know highly refined sugars and just like, if you're just doing hardcore carbs or if you're tearing into a package every single time and it's processed, that's not really going to work. I don't have like a hard, fast, set, strict rule. I just look around, like open the pantry, and if I want macadamia nuts, I grab those. I know they're protein, salt, sometimes dried fruit, apples, a lot of bananas, and I do go for the protein. And when I choose protein, it's either steak, chicken, or salmon. Hold on, baby, I'm finishing up. I'll be right. Hold on. Anyway, when you do pick your meat, size of a deck of cards or so, maybe a little bit bigger if you want a big fat steak sometimes, but everything in moderation. And just, Diet Cokes and the diet industry, the light, you don't want anything that says diet or light because they've removed stuff and they've added fake stuff. So that's no good. But yeah, love the talk today. You guys are crushing. Keep being you, and we'll talk again soon.
Yeah, I like that light beer. Don't drink that light beer. That's not good for you.
Peace, brothers and sisters.
Peace out.
Take it easy.
Later, brother.
Actually, I want to add a disclaimer real quick. So when it comes to plants, like they do help chelate metals, right? They break down the metals so that our bodies can easily absorb them. But it's still less efficient than meat.
If you want to, if you're intaking a lot of meat, then if you really want that meat to be absorbed properly, eat some pineapple with that meat. Otherwise, it's going to impact your colon, and your BMs are going to give you trouble.
Yeah, so I'm sure you guys know that I'm, pretty fat. I'm not morbidly obese, but 335 pounds. I'm a pretty fat guy, right? So I'm 6'3", and when I do keto and I go all on meat, like I don't have as much problems at all with the latter part of digestion, right? For me, it's like everything starts flowing, like really flowing, and I would think that pineapple is good for you. Like it's one of the best fruits that you can eat. But if you're trying to do keto and you're just flushing, like when you do keto, you're shrinking your meat suit basically, right? And you're still getting nutrients, but you're not getting like all the carbs. So when you cut out an assload of carbs, sorry for my language, and you're just eating like a little bit of spinach, like you're going to be able to do a lot more. Like when I'm doing it and I'm debating, like I can feel that like my mental clarity is like on point. Like everything that I'm trying to remember comes in clutch. And I can feel like the testosterone boost. Like I want to fight and I want to do the other F word. Right? So, it's different for everybody. Some of you guys are vegan. I don't care. Like you can be vegan all day long. Right? But for me being a fat guy, I probably wouldn't be a fat guy if I was a vegan. But when I look at vegans, they just look kind of small, right? And then I look at like, people who like drink milk and work out and, eat meat, I'm like, that dude's huge. And when I look at a vegan, I'm like, yeah, they're lean, but they're not really impressive. That's my opinion.
I worked with the vegan, and he took multiple days off for mental health. This is this one guy I know, but personally, I'm pescatarian.
That's what's up. Fish, a little bit of fish. That's still meat.
Oh yeah.
Like when I look at Eric Dubay, like back in the day when I used to watch his videos, he just, he looks like he's in very good shape, but he looks like he's missing something. Like there's some nutrients he's missing or something.
Yeah, he's not shredded.
What I noticed is he had dark circles under his eyes. Always.
No, I mean the dude is shredded, right? He's absolutely shredded. But when you look at like I don't know, like a Viking, right? Like a Norseman. Like the Norseman, he might have a little fat around his midsection, but that dude is just jacked. You know what I mean?
I reckon
There's different body types. Endomorph,
veganism is
exomorph.
part of an agenda.
Like when you look at the strongman competitions, like don't some of them have like a little fat on their body? Like don't most of them? Like there's not a whole lot of strongmen that are ripped.
Most strongmen are like exomorphs, bro. Like they're like bulky. They're not really that ripped though. They're just bulky. Like you mentioned, like Viking type of. I don't know, man. Big torso, big arms, no six pack, but they still got like this hard like stomach with a little fat on it. It might even have a dad bod going on. Like they might have that little pack in the front, but it'll be like one pack. But these guys are mad strong.
So when I was younger, I was kind of malnourished, pretty poor growing up, and like I was extremely lean. And my endurance was like, for someone my size, my endurance was really high. But when I got older and I got a little fatter, like my peak power was when I was like 35. I was like probably like 250 pounds, and I was strong, but I lost my endurance. But I was like really strong, like ridiculously strong. So I think it's kind of a trade off. Like if you're all about endurance, then yeah, being vegan and stuff, I mean, it's probably good for you. But if you want to do like strength, you need a little bit of fat, I think, a little bulk.
When I was in high school, I had trouble gaining weight because I was a strong safety or free safety, depending on the call. But my coach told me if you want to gain weight, start drinking beer. That was probably bad advice, but I didn't take it. But I know now what he meant. 20 years later, definitely put some pounds on.
Yeah, beer puts your body in like a constant stress state. So you're basically alcoholic if you have wine, one glass of wine at dinner every night. Your body like never gets out of the stress state. So I kind of think that alcohol at any level is pretty self-destructive. Like I think I've had like maybe 3 drinks in the past year, and it was just like after I was mowing the yard, I was hot. I'm like, man, I want a beer. So I drink Modelo's because fucking Anheuser-Busch.
I think beer's okay, bro. Same thing with strong liquor. Is moderation is a key. And quality too. Like, there's a difference between drinking Bud Light and like drinking a home brewed IPA. But yeah, like even the scriptures talk about alcohol in a positive sense, depending on your moderation.
Yeah,
bro.
I'm not completely against it. I'm just saying, for me, it seems to be self-destructive. I don't care what other people do. Obviously, you got your own life to live, but yeah, like for me, moderation is a bad idea. Just my opinion.
I see what you're saying. No, some people need to stay away from it altogether. I feel you.
I want to bring this back kind of from an earlier conversation, but tie it in with this one. So I have this like devotional Bible, and I read through it, and I read some of the side, because it has like these side notes in it. It's like a study Bible. And when I was reading through Genesis, it mentioned that that it was just the garden was Adam and Eve were vegetarian, and they were not. Yeah. So they were not there. They were not there. Yeah, sorry. They just didn't start eating animals until after they were after the Exodus, after they were told to leave the garden.
Right.
After the fall,
Yeah, I want to talk.
I noticed that
I want
too.
to talk about that. Go ahead.
I was reading Genesis 1. I noticed that because at first he says like, "I'll give you and the animals." So this isn't even just humans; it was all the animals, the flesh of the fruit or something, which would be a fruit, right? And then later after the fall, I the herb of the field and the something other. I know what you're talking about, dude. I've read that, and it's just to see like, what did lions not eat like
No,
meat
bro.
before the fall? And then like you see even like, in these prophecies later by these prophets that they're saying like that the lamb and the wolf are gonna sit together, and it's just saying like, well, if I'm a wolf and I'm hungry, wouldn't I eat the lamb? But I guess I don't know. I know what you're talking about though. I've noticed that.
So I did a pretty good study on this back in the day, and there's a difference between God's perfect will and his permissible will. So his perfect will would probably be that you don't eat meat, right? But it's permissible to eat certain meats. So you're not supposed to eat bacon or shrimp, but it's okay if you eat bass or burgers, right?
I mean, I think that meat is essential.
Yeah, I think there was a change that happened in Adam and Eve where they had to eat meat after the fall.
Paul actually states that there's people that only eat vegetables and there's people that eat meat and vegetables, and he says that those that only eat vegetables are actually stupid. Like he literally says that.
You're essentially saying I'm not the son of Adam. I didn't fall. I'm not fallen. I can eat just fruits and stuff. I'm in a non-fallen state. Basically, what you're saying, which would be kind of against Jesus and his whole point for coming.
I think that the recommendation to not eat pork came about at a time when eating pork was more likely to cause the contraction or the infection, I don't know how you describe it, of a parasite. Like at one time, eating pork was probably a bit less clean, and so that was the recommendation at the time, was to not eat pork. But now it's possible to eat pork and prepare it in a way that either kills the parasites or...
Yeah, it has to be responsibly raised, I would say. Or does because a pig cannot be born with these parasites. The parasites come from outside the body. That's why they're a parasite. So if there is a way to do it, then maybe it is possible.
It says
you inherit all diseases and parasites from your mother. So if your mom has parasites and you live in her womb for 9 months, you're pop out with that parasite. There's
Oh,
all
that's
kinds.
good.
There's all
That's a
kinds
good
of
point.
animals born with diseases and infirmities from their parents.
Is that what's going on with humanity? Fuck.
It says not that which goeth into the mouth defileth a man, but that which cometh out of the mouth, this defileth a man.
That's speaking of clean hands versus dirty hands, not speaking of what type of meat you're putting in your mouth.
And that's why you shouldn't wipe your ass with the hand you used to eat.
I want to add to that. There's also variables that are unforeseen, like for example, the preparation of that meat. And you have to understand that the Hebrews took great care of preparing the meat and the blood. If there was any blood that sprinkled on you or anything like that, right? Even beef, fish, anything that has blood in it, they were very careful and meticulous in the preparing of meat. When it comes to swine and parasitic infestations like swine and vultures and snapback turtles, and these animals are just preparing them alone is a scenario for disaster, because most people don't take all the care when they're chopping up this meat on their in their kitchen counter, right? And it's splashing all over the kitchen, and then you think because you cooked it, oh yeah, but I cooked it. Yeah, did you cook your whole kitchen? No.
No, you're right.
There's
You're
all
right.
these
They're
things are getting
cooking-
spread all over your household, and your family's gonna get exposed to these things.
Right,
There's
they're
always
cooking-
unforeseen things that
they're
people
cooking
don't look into.
veggies. Yeah, they're cooking veggies. They're doing this on the countertop. They're doing this on the stovetop. All these things. I found out that, well, this is that all fish that is sold in the States has to be frozen before it can be given to the public, and that includes sushi.
No, not all fish, man. I get fresh fish all the time.
No, you said it's just about the hands that you eat with or something.
Hear me out.
No, you're talking about frozen fish.
The Messiah himself explained that it's actually about the food, you know. Do you not yet realize that whatever enters the mouth goes into the stomach and then it is eliminated? But the things that come out of the mouth come from the heart, and these things defile a man. For out of the heart come evil thoughts, murder, adultery, sexual immorality, theft, false testimony, and slander. These are what defile a man. But eating with unwashed hands does not defile him.
Yes, that was the whole point. Was what I was getting at was that whole thing that they were speaking of was about washing your hands, because he was asked if they do wash their hands, and so he's not talking about what type of meat you're putting in your body. He is talking about having dirt on your hands. Now, whatever goes into your mouth that's in the dirt on your hands, that's going to go through intestines also. So it's going to be purged out into the sewers, of course. But yeah, the context there is not you guys are allowed to eat pork now. I've always looked at it like this. It's like a lot of people try to analyze a text by what a lot of other people have said. But when you go to the text itself, the law isn't done away with. The dietary law isn't done away with. And so when you get into this New Testament and these new ideas that people have and the conclusions they come to, I just take them to, Acts where it says, don't trouble the Gentiles, right? Don't trouble them. Don't bother them so much at one time, right? Just tell them to abstain from fornication, which was against the law, abstain from eating of blood, against the law, abstain from idol worship, again, against the law, for there's a synagogue in every city and they can go hear the rest. So it's a learning process. You would never adopt a child from another country and expect them to know all your customs in one day. That would be troubling them. So it's a learning process. So yeah, the dietary law is still in effect. The pork is still abominable. It's detestable.
I was trying to say, if you put pork underneath a microscope, it is actually one of the most disgusting parasite-ridden animal fleshes that is out there. Like it's. I would talk to some Muslims when I was in Canada, and they're extremely anti-pork, and they're giving me all this rhetoric, and then they were showing me, and it's pretty gross, dude. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of eating pork. I don't eat pork, not for maybe
about
scriptural
to
reasons, but just because the genetics of pork are very
similar to
altered.
humans, is it? I'm about to eat some bacon and some. We'll go and cook some bacon and some coffee.
Got E. coli, and it's
Okay,
also
bro.
got rat genes, right? So, have you guys heard about the Enviro pig? So, what they wanted to do was, since they had all these greenhouse gases and the pigs are not digesting corn very well, and that's what they want to feed them, right? This corn that's been sprayed with Roundup and all types of things just to keep the corn alive. So, the pig has such a problem with the digesting of the corn that they figured, hey, let's get some rat genes and let's get some E. coli bacteria and let's put that into the gene of the piggy, so he can digest that corn better. So when you're cooking that pig, just think about that Enviro pig, man. That's quite.
dude, that's kind of. Is there any pork available that is non-GMO?
Nitrate-free pork. I'm not sure. That's what I've seen advertised.
When did
Nitrate-free.
genetic modification? When did genetic modification happen?
When I was talking to the Muslim guys, they were also describing, and this is not something that only Muslims know, but pigs literally eat trash. Like they take trash. Like it's not even food.
They
It
are.
can be just
They're garbage
literal
disposal
trash, like
units.
plastic, paper, cardboard. They grind up all that trash in the food that the pigs eat as well. So they're just
No.
disgusting animals.
Really? No way.
Yeah,
You know what's an easy way to get rid of a
May
dead
I sing you
body?
a song?
You know what's the easiest way for the mafia back in the days to get rid of dead people?
Feed them to the
Yeah,
pigs.
pigs. Chuck them in with the pigs.
Hence the term as greedy as a pig.
There was a big hog farmer in California, I believe, and what they would do is they would take all the scraps from all the restaurants. So all these people are chewing on this food, their saliva's all over it, right? But they get all this food and they take it to the pigs and they feed it to the pigs. So they eat that slop, and then guys go out and eat those pigs. Now, how far back did genetic modification go? With the pigs, who knows, right? Thousands of years, 5,000, 6,000. How many thousands of years could it have gone? So, yeah, and recently with the Enviro pig, man, it's getting ridiculous, man.
Do you mind if I sing you a song about monsters?
You want to sing a song, bro?
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Yeah, why not?
I don't mind. If anybody, I don't know what anybody else wants to do.
Go for it.
Go for it, bro.
Oh, now I'm on the spot. Been put on the spot now. Hang on, I
You put
need a
yourself
bonger.
on the spot. Come on, let's go.
Oh no, fuck. I didn't expect you to say yes. I thought it'd be like, no, fuck off. You troll.
Man, now I feel stupid that I somehow given in into eating pork again.
Turn
Oh,
off
sorry.
all the lights. I won't read you your wrongs or your rights. The time is gone. Oh, I'll tell you good night, close the door. I'll tell you I love you once more. The time is gone, so here it is. I'm not your son, you're not my father. We're just two grown men saying goodbye. No need to forgive, no need to forget. I know your mistakes and you know mine. And while you're sleeping, I'll try to make you proud. So daddy, won't you just close your eyes? Don't be afraid, it's my turn to chase the monsters away.
The lyrics sound familiar, but I can't place it.
Thanks for that,
It's
bro.
James Blunt.
Yeah, pretty good.
So what have you guys been talking about lately?
That was
The
awful,
monster,
Chipman.
the monsters in your intestines.
How bad was it?
No, it was all right. It's better than I can do.
What have you been up to, Kosho? You still homeless?
Yes.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah, it's the best I can do.
Where do you live?
So what?
Venice Beach.
That's right, Venice Beach.
That's not
Live
a
on the
bad
streets. Live on the streets in Venice Beach. That's right. Or in Venice,
Yeah.
actually.
Should come to Honolulu.
Oh, you'll come to your senses one day, and you'll stop abusing those drugs, and you'll take the needle out of your arm, and you'll come back to reality and rejoin society one day.
Yeah, not anytime soon.
Yeah, Kosho, if you ever pass through my town, I'll buy you a drink for all the trouble I cause you.
Yeah, I'd buy you a drink.
I'll accept both those drinks.
Yeah, much flat Earth developments. Any news?
I had
Any
some.
big things going on?
I had some new news come across my screen, but it's new news to me. I was trying to bring this up earlier that when I was trying to bring up some of my regular YouTube flat earthers, that one of the suggestions underneath was this interview from 2020. Yeah, I know it's not new news. That's what I'm trying to tell you. But I thought it was kind of. I thought
What
it
was
was.
it, sorry? No, 2020. What was it?
Here, I forgot the name of it already. I got it queued up right here. Actually, Flat Earther tries to convert Philip and Holly this morning. Philip and Holly does this morning show in England. And it's the
Oh,
first time I've seen this video, but it was like the first one right
is
underneath.
that with Dave? Allegedly Dave?
No, I don't think that it's not allegedly Dave. It's he's a lighter man. I have to watch it again to get his name. I'm sorry, but
That's right.
I don't. I'm gonna have to mute
No,
myself.
but
So
anyway,
you guys,
what was he talking? What was he talking about? What was the thing that was presented?
he was talking about flat Earth proofs.
No.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm
yeah,
gonna
I
mute
don't
myself for a
mind flat
minute.
Earth proofs as long as you don't get to as long as people don't get too Eric Dubay, where it's like I want to tell you 134,000 different ways
No,
while
it
I'm
was.
bouncing a fucking golf ball and thing, and alienate people and make it sound
I
stupid.
think it was. I think it was 5. So I just muted myself because I'm gonna watch it and try to get the guy's name.
I like it when we have when there's good people that represent the science. I don't like people that are like, oh, it's exactly this way, and why? Oh, because I read it in the book or the Bible says so. Or, it can't, I like it when Flat Earth puts its best foot forward. At least get it on even terms. At least so people look at it at a scientific basis instead of being too. I mean, a lot of people are very rhetorical about it, but it's getting better.
There's bad arguments on both sides, right? And of course, there's biases everywhere, right? The thing is that when we talk to people who are like actual cosmologists or astronomers, like they tend to agree with us, right? And we can find common ground and actually progress in the conversation. But if we can't even agree that you guys don't understand gravity and you guys want to like project that onto us like we don't understand it, really there's a problem there. We can't like go any further in the conversation because
Well,
that's what all this
gravity. I tell you what gravity is. It's an electrical phenomena.
is. It?
Yes. It's
Please
a
explain.
well, these think about how these UFOs, how these propulsion units work. How it's a four branched dipole that brings energy in from the ground. It's reversing the flow of energy. I don't know how to explain it, but the air actually works as the ground itself. The further up you go, the more resistance there is And so that if you channel that energy, that's how they propel those crafts. With spinning up mercury and creating a magnetic field and forcing ions to be projected downwards from the sky, pull them down. But rain is
Okay.
when the pressure builds electrical charge, and the dew point is because of the resistive effect. And when the resistive effect gets low, and the dew point becomes lower, and you've got enough moisture in the air, then you get rain. And that's why the water is heavier than air, but it stays up there. It defies gravity. But gravity is like a I can't explain it, but I know that there will be an electrical.
Okay, yeah, there's an
component to it.
electrical okay, yeah, there's a component's electric, but are you a flat earther or a globalist?
I'm not a globalist. I don't believe any of it. I don't even believe that the Earth. Actually, I believe that the Earth is flat, right? But I don't know that the Earth is flat. I'll tell you that. I'll give it to you.
Okay, so
Okay.
I think I posted the video in the voice chat. Does anybody see it? I just thought it was interesting
I
that
see it. I see it.
yeah, at the end of this video, the two hosts were like, well, I think we're ready to know. Like,
So can we get back to the I was talking about gravity and the mainstream model. Yeah. I was just trying to, talk about
brought this up. I just brought this up a couple of minutes ago, and I finally found it. But yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just trying to ignite a conversation. So for the Globers in here who believe in the standard model of gravity, right? I would just like, for them to admit that it's definitely a belief that they have, right? Just like, there's a lot of things that flat earthers believe that we can't necessarily verify to be true, right? Like if we wanted to compare gravity to the firmament, or if we wanted to compare the firmament to dark matter, right? So there's beliefs on both sides, and like I was trying to say, there's good and bad arguments on both sides. Can we agree on that?
Yes.
Okay.
Because one of the things I think
Go ahead.
about. Oh, sorry. One of the things I think about is the toroidal field and the plane on which we live in, and if there's like what's on the other side of the plane, on the opposite side of the coin. And I kind of bring this out. Maybe I'm sort of like a broken record player, but like but nobody. I don't know if anybody ever seems to talk about that.
You sound like a broken record. Well, the thing about it is, what is it about density and matter that creates accumulation of gravitational force? I'll tell you what, it isn't. It's electrical charge accumulates, electrons and molecular charge, and things attach, stuff like this, always happening. This is a nuclear force, but we're not talking about gravity here. The gravity of a meta space, reality. Things falling in reality are you can't explain it. So to tell us that we can't explain it is counterintuitive, because then we go, well, what can you explain it then? And you go, I don't know, 9.8 meters per second squared. Well, yeah, so what? I can say that too. I'll go off the same metric.
So is the electrical energy is this something that causes, or is it like a byproduct or radiation?
Negative electric charge being held up in the atmosphere, held between charges, a positive charge in between that holds the clouds and stuff up and away, that causes that helps evaporation. That it's electric charge in there. Let's just put it that way.
So what is the question?
What causes gravity? What is the mechanism by which this occurs?
We live inside a torus, which creates a downward vector, And
so?
there's by the way that it its rotation, I guess.
How does it rotate?
The giant orb in the sky.
Yeah, we're trying to get
So
through
I
this
was
video.
I was trying to get any Globers who are willing to talk to agree that there's bad arguments on both sides, bias on both sides, and belief on both sides, right?
I
You
don't
guys
care
believe
about
in
the bad
dark
argument.
matter. Sorry, I'm just trying to reiterate real fast, right? You guys believe in dark matter. You can't hold it in your hand. You guys believe in space time. Can't hold it in your hand. Some flat earthers believe in a firmament. Can't hold it in their hand. So there's beliefs on both sides, right?
Exactly. I'd ask the globe side what makes the big bang bang.
What makes it bang? Okay.
I don't know. But I'm just trying to get a Glober to see if we can find common ground. Right? Can I get one Glober to say, yes, I'm a Glober. Yes, Larry, you're correct.
I don't
But
think
I
you're going to
think
get that right now.
this is common ground. This is common ground is that they have a belief that there's a bang. What caused or what makes it bang? What's the energy behind that bang?
See, when two people really love each other, I'm just kidding.
All right, I need some advice here. I've invented a new engine, a completely new engine configuration. It's a two-stroke engine. I need to build it. Let's collaborate. How are we going to create this company and build this engine?
What's your prototype?
Can we not stay on topic? Are
Yeah.
there no Globers in the room willing? Is there a Glober in the room willing to have a one-on-one with me for 5 seconds?
I'll play Glover.
You'll play?
I'll play devil's
Yeah,
advocate. I'll be Glover.
Does anyone want a Kosho left lane? Who else is in here?
I'm a Glover.
Yeah, I'm just trying to agree on a few common grounds so we can, progress the
7.8 meters per second
conversation.
squared and that happens because that's because it's the Earth's gravity. The Earth is a big mass and there's density. It makes the accumulation 9.8 meters per second squared. You know it.
I'll have one
See,
with you for 5
if
seconds.
we had a cosmologist in here, they would agree, right? I don't know if the anti-flat
Everyone
earthers.
agrees, man. Everyone agrees. You don't need a Glober to confirm it. It's common sense. And even if they did confirm it, it wouldn't go anywhere. What you're saying is obviously true.
I don't agree with what he said.
I don't need it.
Yeah, I
You
think
don't
that
agree?
I
You
think
don't
I think that dark matter. No, I don't agree with what he said. If you were to say, does every person on the earth have belief? I'd say yes. If you said, do you think that dark matter being something that Globers believe and the firmament being something that flat earthers believe, do you find that equal beliefs? No. I think that one is a belief based on nothing and one is a belief based on evidence. Two different types of beliefs.
So do you have direct evidence of dark matter?
Yes.
What?
Please present it, please.
The evidence of dark matter is the totality of why we think dark matter exists. That's the only reason we think it exists is because of the evidence.
Yeah,
because
but it's not direct.
Because gravity doesn't work out mathematically, that's your belief and evidence for dark matter?
What is the evidence that dark matter exists?
Dark matter, instead of thinking of it as a name for some kind of matter, dark matter is the name for the discrepancy. It's a name for the observation.
Yeah. It's let's say, hey, there's dark matter and there's black holes here. Whoa. That's why we don't see what we should be seeing. Now, hang about. Let's make a different model that does explain those things, refraction and other stuff. I want to do a refractive test of the moonlight. How about that?
Kosho, there's no direct evidence of dark matter. It's indirect evidence. You see the gravitational, effects that can't be explained by regular matter. They're in the dark about it, hence dark matter.
You can't
That's
see
not
it,
true.
but
According to NASA 2016, NASA says they find direct proof of dark matter. It says dark matter and normal matter have been wrenched apart by this tremendous collision of two large clusters of galaxies. Discovery using
So we can see dark matter.
NASA's Chandra X-ray Observatory and other telescopes. It gives us direct evidence for the existence of dark matter. This is the most this is the most energetic cosmic event besides the Big Bang, as we know about.
All right,
Said the team
hold up.
member maximum market.
Okay, hold up.
Well, the thing is, you know, if you ask,
1 second, let me just.
but if you
respond to
ask, okay, go
When
ahead.
you say telescope, you're talking optics. You're talking observation, something you see. So you're saying that they see dark matter.
Thank you.
See an effect.
No. If we have direct evidence with optics of dark matter, that means we actually see dark matter. We know how it looks. Give me the picture.
Yeah, I can just
That's not what
show
it is,
the
though.
evidence of the form.
Come on now.
That's not what it is. The way I understand it, they see these galaxies that are rotating at a rate that centrifugal force should sling it apart, but it doesn't. It stays together.
Can I please read this part of this abstract here? The last part of the abstract says, it talks about X-ray plasma, blah, 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 but then it says, we argue that this shows that regardless of the form of the gravitational force law at these large distances and low accelerations, these observations require that the majority of the mass of the system be some form of unseen matter. Sure, you're looking at a cluster and a cloud in the sky of light in some very distant place, and you're making comments on how this gravitational force works. You don't consider that maybe this is a magnetic disturbance, anomaly in the ether that shows light patterns. And how would you say that light doesn't have gravitational effects? So how, you know what I'm saying? This is a Fugazi. It could be either way. It doesn't really matter what they
You're
think
exactly
that they're
right.
looking at.
There's
It's
one
just
thing
an
you said,
observation.
like the clusters.
It's an observation, not a measurement.
Yeah, but no, they do have direct
experiment.
evidence of what they're observing, which are the clusters of stars or whatever it was that was,
Yeah, but what is
galaxies.
this unseen mass? Why do they propose that there must be an unseen mass? They just
Exactly,
propose
they
that
don't
there
have
is. They don't say
direct
why
evidence
they
of that.
propose that there must be an unseen mass.
yeah, but
Just
that's not
surmise that.
no, that's not at all. So when you say dark matter is not just material. Dark matter is observation, which could indeed be actually a flaw in gravity, for example. It could be some different model of gravity.
No,
Right?
ambiguous.
But dark matter in itself is not the claim that there's some other material out there.
Then you have an ambiguous wording. You have conflationary terms, a word with two definitions. Decide on the definition.
No, it's an admittance that there's something that we don't know. So the point is that it's not it's not a claim in itself. It's not the same thing as affirmament, which is indeed a claim. It's not a there's no evidence for it. There's no
So
reason
you
for
think
it.
there's some sort of Bose-Einstein condensate that's just hanging around like a rain clouds in the fucking ecosystem of the fucking galaxy or something?
That wouldn't be dark.
Is the ether a claim? Because I had some ideas on how to maybe prove the ether.
So basically, dark matter means shit we don't know. So there's dark matter in everything, in a lot of different subjects on Earth. We have dark matter. We have more dark matter than we have matter, apparently. If matter means shit we do know.
Dark matter doesn't mean shit we don't know. It's
That's
a
what you said,
specific. No, it's not. Dude, listen. I'm going to disengage if you're going to be this dishonest, dude. No, it's a specific term for a specific observation. It's a specific term for a specific observation, dude. Don't say it's about anything. It's about a specific observation.
So it's contextual thing we don't know. That's what it means. Specifically with the observation of gravity, if we don't
Somebody
know
else can have a go at this, dude. There's no point in spending energy on this, dude.
So that means dark matter isn't an actual thing. It's just this idea of something that we can't explain.
Wait, Kosher, you inject just to disinject?
No, it's an effect observed. It's an effect observed that they can't see. They can't see what's causing this effect, so they call it dark matter.
Right. So this effect is gravity not behaving the way that it's predicted to behave, right? Because the universe is expanding faster and faster when it should be slowing down, right? And there should be pockets of
That's dark
gravity.
energy. It's
Right,
different
but
thing.
I know, but it's opposing gravity because if it's supposed to be slowing down, right? Because the object in motion stays in motion unless acted upon by an outside force. This outside force is gravity, right? From, you guys now say that the Big Bang didn't have a center, but you used to say that there was a place where everything expanded from, right? And if everything is expanding from a central location, then it should be slowing down because the force of gravity is in the universe and it affects everything all over the place all at once in the universe. So if this gravity is extending from one end of the universe to the other, then the expansion rate should be slowing down, but in fact it's speeding up. And there's other places within a certain galaxy where there's not enough gravitation. So these observations are why you guys came up with, not you literally, right? The proverbial you came up with the theory of dark matter to create gravitation. And the competing theory is dark gravity, right?
There's almost nothing right about what you said.
Okay, what's wrong?
You didn't explain anything that is in any way related to dark matter. You explained something that was slightly related to dark energy, and even that was wrong. And the
What was
opposing, and
is
it's
that
not
the
a theory.
Omega
And the
So can you
opposing
be
theory, and the
specific?
opposing theory is not dark gravity.
Okay, so tell me about the theory of dark gravity. If I'm wrong, let's start there.
Dark gravity, dark matter, and dark energy are not theories.
What would you call them?
I'd say two of them are the names I've given to discrepancies. One of them being the energy expansion of the universe, the accelerated expansion. One of them was the observation of the rotation rate in the galaxies, which they think that matter, could be a candidate for why that's the case. But another candidate could just be a new model for gravity or general relativity.
So is dark? Sorry.
Dark gravity is just a different hypothesis altogether.
So dark gravity is not a theory?
None of those are theories.
They're both theories.
Okay, so I would be wrong if I said that it was a theory, because I just posted an article from space.com. It talks about phantom energy and dark gravity, explaining the dark side of the universe. Understanding the undetectable cosmos could lead to significant changes in some highly cherished theories about space-time. So what are we talking about here? Theories, right?
What are the theories that they were talking about?
Dark gravity.
Read the sentence again.
Understanding the undetectable cosmos could lead to significant changes in some highly cherished theories about space-time.
Okay, so let's try to make sense of what you just said. That these phenomena that they just named, for whatever reason, phantom energy and dark gravity, could lead to some changes in highly cherished theories. Are those theories phantom energy and dark gravity? No, they're not. Clearly, they're not.
Yeah, they're talking about hypotheses. Like dark.
Go ahead.
No, I would just say dark matter is there's hypotheses about it. Dark matter is just kind of like a cover name, but within that there are hypotheses of what dark matter is.
Okay, so he said it's not a. He said it's not a material, right? He said it's dark matter isn't just a matter; it's an observation. Okay, you didn't say that it's not matter; it's an observation.
I said it's not claimed that it's a matter. Just like Jace just said, there's different hypotheses that make it up, but the over-encompassing name dark matter is the name given to the error, the observation, the observation that is the error, and the observation could be the correct hypothesis could be that there is a exotic matter that we don't know about, or it could be that there's a difference in one of the gravitational theories that we just haven't sussed out yet.
That's just not true, though, Kosho, because the supermajority, if not every dictionary definition for dark matter, says that it's matter. It's matter known to make up 90% of the universe or whatever. It matter that emits little radiation, matter that is a hypothetical form that's, does this. It's all matter. It's not the discrepancy that we see with certain gravitational observations and stuff like that. You're like hijacking the definition to suit whatever you're saying.
I'll go to the midpoint. I think, Kosher, you are a little wrong, right? Because it's described as matter in the sense that it has the same mass coupling property that regular baryonic matter has, the matter around us that we can see, touch, feel, play with, etc. It has that same coupling property of mass, which is why it's given the name of matter.
Yeah, I was pretty shocked when he said that dark matter isn't matter. I was like, what? Dark matter isn't matter? Like, yeah, it is. It's known as dark matter.
Baryonic matter, right?
That's not what he said.
Stuff around us that's made of, protons, neutrons, electrons, etc., the fermions, right? It's not that kind of baryonic matter, but it still does have the basic property of matter, which is a mass coupling property. So it's still considered to possibly be matter.
Yeah.
So see, my point is we can't. Sorry, go ahead, bro.
No, I was saying that's the coupling is the word that stuck out to me. Right there, JC. I'm sorry, I said your name wrong. But yeah, the coupling. So I guess, and then you have to contribute that to a force, or if you can't see it, then you have to contribute it to a force.
I'm just talking about the other ideas for why dark matter observations are made, like modified Newtonian dynamics, or what's it called, entropic gravity. Even though that would make it so it's not a matter in itself, those are explanations for those are explanations for the observations. They're different than making it in actual material.
Yeah.
All right, so let me see if I can make this. Let me see if I can make this like more palatable. Science doesn't prove anything, right, guys?
No.
Ballers. Okay, science doesn't prove anything. Correct. Okay, so let's just say we've agreed so far, right? So if science doesn't prove anything, then nobody's proven dark matter to be true. Therefore, you believe that dark matter is a correct hypothesis, right?
Now, see, I knew you were going to do that. I knew you were going to do that.
You're just playing like a little word game, right? Because science doesn't prove anything in the sense of like we make up logic and mathematical theorems that are derived from first principles or axioms, and one premise follows from the last. It's not structured like that. We're not making theorems, so we're not formally proving anything. But in the sense of a court of law, that we're proving things where it's evidence beyond reasonable doubt. Yes, of course we are proving things in that sense in science. So these little word games are just silly.
Okay, well, all I'm trying to do is find common ground. You're the one that's got like the, I'm just going to say word salad to be nice. It was a yes or no question, right? Either you believe in it or you don't, right? It's like objective. It's a yes or no binary answer. Do you guys believe that dark matter exists in the universe, and that approximately 26% of the material in the universe is dark matter? Yes or no?
Sure. It's what astronomical and astrophysical observations seem to indicate is most probable. Now, does that mean that it has to be matter in the strict sense of matter as you want to define it? No. That's why Kosha was half wrong, half right. It's not baryonic matter, but there are also hypotheses of it being like some kind of fluid-like substance and other sorts of baryonic matter hypotheses.
Okay. You keep using that word baryonic matter, right? Have you ever seen any other matter other than baryonic matter?
Yes.
Like what?
Mesons.
So can you like put it in a jar and like show me what you're talking about? Or microscope or
Well, you would have to come to a particle collider, and it's a measurement that we can make together. But no, we're talking about subparticles or subatomic scale, so I can't like hand a piece of it to you. No, but we can measure it.
okay, let's just say I agree with that because all I'm trying to do is just find common ground. So I can go to this place and I'm not going to use any derogatory inflammatory words. I can go to this place with you and we can measure these subatomic particles, and whenever you say baryonic you mean matter that's not made of what we call atoms, right?
Yes.
So it's below the atomic scale. Okay, so when you said that dark matter isn't baryonic, like you can't observe it directly, but you believe that it's subatomic. It's like below that scale.
Well, it's not Masonic either, though, right? You gave a question of have we seen or observed anything other than baryonic matter? The strict answer to the question is yes, but dark matter is not baryonic or Masonic, so it's a different thing on its own.
Or Freemasonic.
Yeah, I was going to ignore that. So the thing is that you guys have admitted that you believe it to be true because you guys have evidence, right? And there's another group of people here called, flat earthers, that some of them, maybe not all of them, believe that there is the firmament, right? And do you guys think that they have any evidence for that? Any direct evidence?
Depends on the specific claims, right? If you're claiming that the firmament is some kind of regular ordinary matter thing, so the same thing that composes the stuff around us, like some kind of glass or solid crystalline structure, then no, we can easily get a spectrograph of the sky and see that there isn't that above us. But if you're going to claim it's some kind of matter we don't know about or something supernatural, then yeah, we can't disprove that. We can't prove it either.
Right. So back to my original premise that there's people on both sides in here that have belief, whether justified or not. It's not really for each side to judge the other side at this moment. We're just trying to find common ground. That both sides have bad arguments. I think dark matter is a bad argument. I think the firmament is a bad argument. Would you guys agree?
Personally, I wouldn't. I mean, there's been a lot of observations that people have derived values for things beforehand and then observed them based off of dark matter calculations and then observed specific things, and they match up quite goodly, quite accurately. So I don't see those same kind of observations bearing out for firmament predictions.
Right, but what I'm getting to is, and maybe I should have been more specific, I apologize, but as far as leading with a flat earth argument, I don't think the flat earther should lead with the firmament, right, in a debate. And I would think that you would agree with me when I say this, that if a glober is making an argument for the globe, I don't think that leading with dark matter is your first choice. In fact, I kind of get a sense of, oh my God, they're talking about dark matter again. And
Has
I don't think
it ever been the case? Whoever witnessed that?
Yeah, it's usually flat earthers bring up dark matter as something ridiculous that's not brought up by a glober.
Yeah, I don't think a glober has ever brought up dark matter as evidence for the globe, dude.
Exactly.
Well, he said that.
Which
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's my argument, that you guys don't lead with dark matter as evidence for the globe, right? It's a bad argument in the flat earth versus globe earth debate, correct?
Yeah, the
Dark matter
reason
doesn't have
though,
anything to do with the shape of the Earth.
yeah,
Really, really, really.
I
Do
would
you
say
still
that.
believe that to this day? Because I really think that that is a really ignorant thing to say. Because if you need dark matter for gravity to work, how are spaceballs made? With gravity, right?
but
And
you
if gravity
that's the
needs dark
problem.
matter, sorry, I'm almost done. If gravity needs dark matter in order to work, and you think that it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth being a sphere, when that's how spheres in space are made, I really think that's an ignorant thing to say. Would you like to recant, Flame?
I think you're demonstrating your ignorance and assuming that dark matter is required to talk about Newtonian physics.
Yeah,
That's not what I said.
you
That's not what I
can
said.
you can make all sorts of gravity calculations and predictions without dark matter up to the planetary and even some of the solar system scales. Globers get annoyed because you're talking about the shape of the Earth and then bringing up a topic that doesn't really have any relevance until you get to these astronomical observations of like galaxies. That's where it really has a relevance, the beginning of it. On the globe scale and even on the solar system scale, you don't even need to know about dark matter to make those calculations and predictions.
So are you saying that there is no dark matter in the solar system scale? There's no dark matter in the solar system?
There is, but what I did say is that it doesn't really become relevant for the types of calculations you need to do for like the Earth scale, human scale, globe scale, and even some within the solar system scale. Where it really starts to show its relevance is on the galactic scale and above.
So if it's not relative at the solar system scale, why is it in the solar system in your model?
Because it's an aspect of reality that shows up in observations that has to be accounted for.
But it's not relevant, but it's part of reality. And it shows up in your observations.
Yeah, because the gravitational interactions within the solar system are mainly from the regular normal baryonic mass. The magnitude of the interactions caused by dark matter, depending on what you're doing, if you're on the solar system scale, is likely going to be irrelevant. There's going to be little application that dark matter will have for calculations within the solar system. Not none, but very little.
But the
So if it makes up, just real fast, if it makes up 24%, 26% roughly of the matter in the universe, what is the mechanism that makes it mostly stay outside of the solar system scale? Because I thought that gravity attracts everything equally, including dark matter, and what propels it outside of the solar system? Is it only the fact that gravity seems to work out mathematically in the solar system and therefore it's not required to fill the gaps, or is there another mechanism that causes it to kind of stay outside of, the
No,
solar system?
there's no mechanism because it doesn't like magically stay outside the solar system. It's just the density, right? So it's inside the solar system. Let's not keep twisting that up that somehow the solar system is like repelling dark matter magically. It is inside the solar system, but the density of it is so minuscule compared to the baryonic matter density that depending on the type of application or calculation that you're doing, there will be very few for which your calculation or application will need to require that minuscule value in the calculation for dark matter.
I believe someone else was going to say something and I cut them off.
Yeah, it seems like now we have the separation between the solar system, the galaxy, and the universe. We have these different areas. Can one actually exist without the other? We have the Earth in the solar system without a galaxy with all its black matter, and that being part of the gravitational theories.
No, you
Was that a
can't have the
question?
Earth. I think he thinks that I was saying that you can, the solar or the galaxy doesn't exist, and you can just think that the solar system exists. That's not what I was saying. I was talking about the scale at which the density of the dark matter actually has an impact on the types of applications and calculations that you're doing.
I really wasn't saying that that one doesn't exist. What I'm trying to bring together is that you can't have one without the other.
Yeah, of course. And the heliocentric
We can't.
lambda CDM model. You have the universe, you have galaxy clusters, you have the galaxy, and then you have the solar system, and then the Earth.
Right, and they're all like tied together. And
yep.
Since, go ahead.
No, I just said yeah, they are.
Yeah, so you guys know that I'm a layman, right? And I'm ignorant on a lot of things. And I still don't think I fully understand how 26% of the universe could be like irrelevant as far as matter goes in the solar system. And what would cause that? And I asked the question, is it because gravity, the way that it's modeled out, seems to work really well at the solar system level, but it has deficiencies at the solar system level? Is that why that it's irrelevant?
No, it's irrelevant because of the density, the ratio of the densities between baryonic normal matter and dark matter. Within the solar system, dark matter is not 26% because the solar system is just a very minuscule, extremely small fraction of the entire universe. And it's the entire universe number that gives you the 26%. On the solar system scale, we're in an area of the universe dominated by baryonic matter. So those are the interactions that matter gravitationally.
Right. So you're talking about the solar system being a very small piece of the pie, and I understand that, right? Because the universe is constantly expanding and faster than the speed of light, and it's getting bigger and bigger by the millisecond or whatever, and microsecond. Sorry. So my question is about the amount of matter in the universe is 26%. You would think that at any given area, you would roughly find about 26% of dark matter in that area, but it seems that the scientists have observed this phenomenon in certain places and not in others, where the dark matter appears to be. So is it evenly distributed, or does the dark matter cluster up?
Yeah, it's not evenly, thoroughly distributed. It's been observed primarily that the dark matter forms halos around galaxies. So our solar system isn't really in the outskirts of the galaxy. It's in one of the spiral arms, kind of in the middle-ish, according to what I've seen, if I remember right. So we're not in that area, that high density, high dark matter density area, where we're in the solar system, which is dominated by baryonic matter, and so that's why those are the gravitational interactions that have the most influence.
So these halos around the galaxy, right? We're looking at the macro, right? The large scale. These areas where it exists is mostly around the areas where the galaxy is different than the solar system, and the fact that in the solar system, Pluto has the longest year and Mercury has the shortest. But in the galaxy, the stars near the center have the longest year, opposite of the solar system. As the outer arms of a spiral galaxy, the stars that are further out have the shortest. Now, could that be the reason why there's so much dark matter there, or is there just another reason why the non-baryonic matter likes to hang around these regions. Why does why does dark matter like to hang around these regions where gravity is lacking the most?
Oh, that's a
Very obscure, man.
multifaceted question. The rotation curve for galaxies is flattened. So if you start at the center of the galaxy, the orbits around that center for the stars, they are very short. They increase as you move towards the middle, or the spiral arms, and then it flattens out as you get to the edge. Rather than having long rotations around, it flattens. They stay the same, and that's been hypothesized due. That effect is due to the dark matter halo that is on the outside of the galaxy, providing that density of matter out there to have these gravitational interactions to keep the length about consistent for these orbits. And then the baryonic matter clumps differently because it exhibits friction and other interactions with each other, whereas dark matter appears to only interact gravitationally. It doesn't have friction or drag or any of those kind of
Right. So normally, if you bump into baryonic matter, right, like a brick wall, there's interaction. But if you bump into dark matter, the only interaction would be the gravitational interaction. I think that's what you just said. Just trying to steel man your argument. Just trying to make sure I got it right. Okay, excellent. So if we look at the model of a galaxy, right, in the center, if the galaxy is large enough, there's a black hole. And then further out you get their solar systems, stars, and maybe no solar system and just a star there. And then as you get even further out, then there's dark matter, right? So there's black holes, matter, then dark matter, right?
Yeah, not
Black hole in the center.
100%.
Yeah.
Not 100% of the time, but that seems to be the trend.
Right. So black holes and dark matter both exist. They're not competing theories. They both exist in the same universe.
Yes, black holes are different things than dark matter.
Of course. Right. Is there any other objects or matter or fill in the blank X like this that interacts with gravity but doesn't interact with light? Is there any other phenomenon that we know of? Like
that
this?
interacts with gravity but doesn't interact with light.
Right. Like dark matter and black holes.
Well, black holes definitely to with light and regular matter. They through the gravitational interaction, that's how they interact. But I get what you're trying to say. And the analog would be neutrinos act in a similar manner.
What about gravitons?
Well, gravitons are a hypothesized particle. They're supposed to be the quanta that if you just do a normal quantization of gravity, then they would be the particle, that the boson that carries that interaction. But as of right now, they're still hypothetical. So,
But dark matter is not hypothetical.
no, dark matter has shown up in many astronomical observations.
So black holes, are they hypothetical, or is this more solidified in your opinion?
But I think you already know the answer to it, and of course it's yes.
Okay, is there any other? Sorry, I'm not being sarcastic. If I was trying to be, divisive, I would go into things like shit's weak and stuff like that. But I'm not acting like that right now, right? I'm trying to find common ground, right? And a lot of people are probably getting pissed off because I'm trying to do this on both sides, but I don't care. So what I'm trying to find out is, other than the hypothetical graviton, is there any other particle observation, hypothetical postulation observations like this that we need to know about?
Yeah, I gave you one. Neutrinos are
right, neutrinos,
very
right.
similar to to this whole dark matter thing. They were even thought to be dark matter for a brief period of time, but that was ruled out.
So these neutrinos, are these a particle that we can observe?
Depends on what you mean by observe. If you mean like,
directly observe it.
If you mean like, can I hand
No.
one to you? No, but we can measure them in particle accelerators.
Okay, that's another particle accelerator thing. Okay, I got you. Okay, so
not just particle accelerators, but any kind of weak interaction experiment. So even just regular laboratory experiments that are doing things that involve the weak nuclear interaction, right? Neutrinos are a result of those interactions.
okay, so if I were to say, what is the one thing that you agree with flat earthers that you think they got it right ahead of their time? Could you establish that? What would be the one thing that the flat earthers got right? Is there anything that you can agree with us on?
Probably, but off the top of my head, I don't know. I'd have to think about it.
Okay, so nothing that really sticks out that you guys think that we got right and we were ahead of our time. So what if I said that, flat earthers kind of question things, right? We kind of question everything. It's a little bit skeptical. Do you think it's right to be skeptical and ask questions?
Yeah, sure. I'm highly skeptical. I spend like almost my entire day questioning things and testing for the answers to those questions. Good way to be.
Right. Dude, thanks. So with the flat earther being pretty skeptical of the mainstream cosmology, and sometimes even, pretty well established science like germ theory, I think you would find that the skepticism is actually a good thing, and asking questions, well, that's like the very first step of the scientific method, according to most globers that I've talked to. But yet, at the same time, most globers that I've talked to say that flat earthers are anti-science. Do you think maybe that's something you guys could stop saying? Because if asking questions is the first step of the scientific method, and being skeptical of people's findings is also a very scientific, not moral, but what's the word? Thing to do. We'll use that. Do you think you guys could stop saying that flat earthers are anti-science?
Well, you'll have to stop hand waving rudimentary evidence for things like gravity and the Cavendish and things like that.
Well, I don't know if it's a hand wave. I think we have different ideas of what science is, you and I, right? And in my opinion, science has limitations. And once you cross these limitations and you're outside of the limitation of science, I think it becomes philosophy. And I believe that you have a different belief than I, that science has much broader applications and much looser limitations. Would you agree to that?
No.
Okay, so in my opinion, cosmology is not science. In your opinion, is cosmology a science?
Yes, observationally, yes, it is.
Right. So, in my opinion, my version of what science is a little more conservative, and yours is a little more liberal. Would you agree to that?
I would say that yours is significantly more limiting.
Yeah.
Right. I believe science has to meet like a certain requirement in order for it to be called science. With you guys indirectly observing things and postulations and things like that, you guys call that science, right?
No, I don't know.
So you don't directly
no,
observe. Yeah, I'll be more specific. You don't directly observe dark matter. You indirectly observe it, and you consider the theory of dark matter is scientific theory, right?
I don't think I or any other Globers in there are touting any, definitive knowledge. There's like Jay Ace has probably got more knowledge about it than most of us, but like I say, I understand what they say about it, but that's the limit of my knowledge base on it, and I don't understand why it keeps getting brought up.
Okay, yeah, because it's directly tied to gravity. Okay, so how about the Big Bang? Like, you guys have a story about the creation of the universe, right? And in your creation story, you consider it science, while as a Christian or a Muslim or a Jew, they would most likely say that, their creation story is outside of the realm of science. But you guys believe that your creation of the universe is a scientific theory, right? The Big Bang, is that a scientific theory?
I don't know. You're broad stroking a lot of things that are like a negative. That's like turning off. I tend to disagree with you on everything you're saying.
Okay, so the Big Bang is not a scientific theory. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm saying the way that you're presenting is turning me off to disagree with everything you're saying.
Okay, so just to be clear, the Big Bang is not a scientific theory, because I said that you guys believe that the Big Bang is a scientific theory, and you disagree with that statement. Is that what you're saying?
That's not at all what I said. I said it twice, back to back, very clear in what I said, and you apparently misunderstand.
You disagree. You disagree with what I said. So when I gave you the opposite of what I said, you still disagree. So I'm just trying to be
everything
clear.
you said. No matter what you're saying, I disagree with it.
Okay, you're a man. You disagree with that?
Yeah.
You
I
guys
don't know,
get
Larry. You're making it very difficult to interact with your literal statements and your blanket dispersions about what I believe or what I don't believe and things like that. It's not a productive conversation.
Well, if you'd stop avoiding the question and directly answer yes or no, that would help.
Well,
I think
Larry,
I think you're sea lining is what I think.
how
Can
would
you
you
ask him what?
feel, Larry? Larry, hang on. How would you feel, Larry, if I said this? Right, I think your idea of science has been concocted. You have a certain conclusion in mind that you've read in a scriptural story, and so you want to limit science to only be things that can work within that conclusion, nothing that falls outside of it. That's all pseudoscience. And so how would you feel if I told you that? Because that's what you're
Well,
doing
other
to
than
me,
the
Kosho, Left Lane, and other ballers here right now.
Well, other than the religion part, yeah, I think science, what we call science should be limited. You can't just call everything science. Everything doesn't fit in that category, right? Like if I said, what's 2 plus 2, that's not science, right? That would be arithmetic. Would you agree to that?
Yes, math and
Okay,
science
awesome.
are two different
Math and
things.
science are totally different things, right? So a thought experiment is not like an empirical chemical experiment in a chemistry lab, right? Those are two different things, right?
Yes. I hope
Right. So
you
when we're
think
talking
so.
about, yes, of course. So when we're talking about Einstein's thought experiment about space-time, it's very different than a chemical experiment done in a lab, right?
Yeah, but we've advanced much further than just Einstein's feelings and thoughts on general relativity, a lot of which have been shown to be wrong, right? There's much more to general relativity now that has been done. And not just
Right.
thought
Like
experiments, empirical, replicatable, verifiable experiments.
So if I were to limit science to, let's say, like empirical only, right? Where everything is deductive and not inductive. Well, would you agree that that's taking it too far?
Limiting it to just inductive conclusions.
No,
Is that what you said?
limiting it to deductive conclusions. Like I've ruled out everything that I possibly can, and every other scientist that I know has ruled out and tried to, debunk my experiment. and we've eliminated all other possible causes is a lot better than saying, well, it might be this, right?
Yeah, there's certain applications where inductive reasoning is plausible and certain situations where deductive reasoning is the route to go.
But which one's better? Like, if your mother is sick, all due respect, if your mother is sick, God forbid, and you go to one doctor and they're deductive, they're eliminating possible causes, and then you go to the other doctor and he's using inductive philosophy only, and he says, well, I think it's cancer, we should start with radiation. Like, wouldn't you want a second opinion from the inductive doctor and rely more on deductive reasoning for, I'm assuming that you love your mother? All due respect.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, but right, like I said, it's context specific, right? If that deductive reasoning doctor orders a bunch of tests and like the tests are extremely clear about what it is, the lab technician can show you the blood under the microscope and the urine under the microscope and the test values, 100 different test values indicating a very specific disease or condition, but the deductive doctor wants to keep eliminating things. At some point, the deductiveness there would have to stop, and you have to you have to draw a conclusion that, all right, everything is pointing to this, and we're going to call it this and treat this.
So I would say that there's less limitation on deductive reasoning than there is on inductive. With inductive reasoning, there's not a whole lot of limitation. You could pretty much say whatever you want, and it's inductive. It must be true because this is how it is. With deductive reasoning, like there's a process of elimination and systematic experimentation and tests that have allowed you to deduce, that this is the most likely cause. Let's try this first, and then your reasoning for the treatment plan that you and the patient, have decided to go on, is because of the tests that were run, like the blood test, the urine work, and all these things. As opposed to an inductive doctor, he's a cancer guy. Everything looks like cancer to him, so he's just like, radiation. Let's start with radiation.
I think when you say inductive, you mean abductive.
Talking about
Just as a pedantic point, when you say inductive, I think you're referring to abductive reasoning, actually, not inductive.
Yeah, it's called both.
Okay, well, if I'm saying it wrong, please correct me. What is abductive reasoning?
Kind of what
It's
you're
the same thing.
What you're referring to is abductive reasoning. Drawing the best based on your.
So I've been saying it wrong this whole time. I apologize. Abductive.
I don't want to be that
not
guy.
Inductive.
Inductive
it's
would
both.
just be like
They use the terms interchangeably.
No,
Abductive
they're not.
reasoning is the more proper term.
They're not interchangeable. Inductive is when you just do something over and over again using the true scientific method, or even just an observation, and then you say, therefore, that must be true. Going from 100 specific instances to one general rule that you're inducting from now, inducing whatever. Then abduction would be when you're in the moment and you're trying to think of the most likely connection or the most likely cause. Blah blah blah.
Okay, well, I think we're talking about semantics. I just want to stay on the conversation. If you knew what I meant, thank you for correcting me. I'm just going to go with inductive because that's the way I remember it. So we're talking about deductive reasoning, like Sherlock Holmes, like he's deduced that it can't be this guy because he has an alibi. He's deduced that this isn't the cause because when he did it, he didn't see the effect. So he has a different experiment now. Maybe if this is the cause, and once he's got that cause and he wiggles that cause, now he's deduced that this caused this effect, right? That's deductive reasoning. We all agree?
Not really, but you can use it.
Okay. So if we're going to go into semantics, can somebody please define deductive reasoning?
Deductive reasoning is from the general to the specific. Inductive reasoning is from the specific to the general. And abductive reasoning is using probabilities and likelihoods. So even though colloquially when Sherlock Holmes is deducing things, actually he's abducting things. Deductive reasoning is like a mathematical syllogism or a logical syllogism. Sorry, a mathematical theorem or a logical syllogism. Deductive reasoning would be like a P1, P2 conclusion. Inductive reasoning could be something over and over and over again repeated, and then you say, well, this happens every single time I've tested it, therefore this must be a general rule. And then abductive reasoning is what you're talking about, what you're calling deductive reasoning.
That's the first time I've heard someone separate inductive and abductive in that manner, where you're saying like inductive is temporal, it's sequential with different iterations.
Yep.
Whereas abductive isn't. That's the first time I've heard it defined.
Abductive, you can take inductive